As the armistice approached in November 1918, neither Ironside nor any of the Allied ambassadors who clustered around his headquarters received any clear instructions about their government's policy toward the Bolsheviks. Among the lonely men in North Russia, the hope of uniting with the White armies in Siberia for a joint offensive against Petrograd and Moscow remained, but it faded as they learned more about the barriers of terrain, climate, and distance that separated them. Too often and for too long, the Allies in the North knew nothing of what was happening in the East. In the meantime, Ironside had to prepare for a winter in hostile territory. To his amazement, he found that the ambassadors of his allies thought there would be a tacit ceasefire as soon as the Germans were out of the struggle, and did not think that we should have a strenuous time during the winter. Events quickly proved that Ironside had good reason to fear otherwise. On the very afternoon of Armistice Day, he wrote, all the vain hopes of a peaceful evacuation or a quiet winter campaign, which so many people had cherished, disappeared in a flash as the Reds launched one of their few heavy assaults against the Allied forces that still held positions some distance up the Dwina River from Arkhangelsk. With no clear objective for his troops yet set by Allied planners in London, Paris, and Washington, Ironside pulled his forces back toward Arkhangelsk in November 1918. The force found itself with the worst possible position that a regular force, small in number, can find itself in, he explained in one of his reports. Exposed to an irregular but numberless enemy, it had no clear objective except that it must remain upon the defensive. To make matters worse, it became fully as difficult to keep men in the fighting line once the Great War had ended as Lord Balfour had predicted. The announcement of an armistice, the horrors of a long winter, and the moral effect of the port of Arkhangelsk being closed to navigation for 8 months, Ironside reported, had a bad effect upon the weaker members of the command. Fighting general that he was, Ironside prescribed large doses of rigorous training combined with raids against weak enemy positions as a means for maintaining the offensive spirit in the men and as a remedy for crumbling morale. Yet the Russians under his command would have no part of such undertakings and took refuge in grandiose plans for large-scale offensives against uncertain objectives. An offensive is the Russian cure for all ills of ill discipline, Ironside explained to his superiors at one point, and they generally insist that it must be immediate, which means ill-prepared. Unable to take the offensive and unwilling to hone their fighting skills with operations fought on a lesser scale, the Russians at Arkhangelsk grew even more discontented than the Allies. Inaction is fatal to Russian troops, Ironside warned. They are more like children than anything else, and they must be kept employed. In Murmansk, some 500 miles by sea to the north and west of Arkhangelsk, General Maynard faced similar difficulties. His first task in the summer of 1918 had been to defend the newly built Murmansk-Petrograd Railway against the very real threat of attacks by the Germans and their White Finn allies, and he therefore had been obliged to establish fortified bases at such far-flung points as Pechenga to his north and Kandalaksha, Kem, and Soroka along the railroad to the south. As winter approached, these had to be supplied despite a shortage of food and funds brought on by the War Office's inclination to give first priority to Arkhangelsk, where the chief Allied diplomats had taken up residence. To make matters worse, the Red Finns, who had been more than willing to fight with Maynard against the Germans, had no desire to take up arms against the Bolsheviks. The Red Finn Legion had been useless to me since the armistice, Maynard confessed. Finland was calling them, and to Finland they meant to return. Yet the Finnish Whites, now triumphantly in power in their homeland, insisted that the Red Finns must be included among those tens of thousands who were being brought to trial for Red sympathies. Throughout the winter and into the spring and summer of 1919, Maynard sought repatriation for his disgruntled fighters. They are a pig-headed lot of revolutionaries, and they will refuse to submit much longer to being pariahs and outcasts from their country, he warned his superiors. Every effort must be made to compel the Finnish government to allow my Finn warriors to return to their country as peaceful citizens. Only at the end of August 1919, after a special British mission had pleaded their cause in Helsinki for more than a month, did the government of Finland's Regent Mannerheim finally allow the Red Finns who had fought against the Germans in North Russia during the summer and fall of 1918 to return. Problems of supply, disease, sub-zero cold, and, perhaps most of all, boredom and lack of purpose weighed heavily upon the Allied command in North Russia during the winter of 1918 to 1919. As howling winds dumped some 6 feet of snow upon Arkhangelsk soon after 1919 began, and with the temperature regularly at 30 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, Ironside's forces faced problems for which even the most diligent efforts and the best intentions had not prepared them. Water-cooled machine guns could only be used in heated blockhouses, and non-freezing mixture, i.e. anti-freeze, made little difference in the open, one ordnance expert reported. Transport officers complained that boiling water poured into radiators would often become cold before engines could be started, and that even non-freezing oils froze quickly. Artillery officers found that shell fuses failed to detonate, and that the unpredictable effects of sub-zero temperatures on cordite charges reduced the range of their guns by as much as 10%. The effect of extreme cold on the behavior of cordite is very marked. One of them wrote, "The nitroglycerin, brought to the surface of the cordite by the sub-zero temperatures being somewhat sensitive." He added in a masterpiece of understatement, "There may be an element of danger in storage at such low temperatures." To the problem of cold, the Russians' ignorance of the most basic rules of sanitation added the ravages of disease that winter. At Archangel, the river is constantly polluted and contains an unduly high percentage of sewage organisms, one British doctor reported. If the precautions advised are not put into constant use, he warned, all the elements necessary for the development of a waterborne epidemic on a large scale are present. Disease raged in cycles that winter, and a flood of refugees into Arkhangelsk made the danger worse. Just as a severe cholera epidemic began to subside during the fall of 1918, the Spanish influenza, the dreaded Ispanca, struck, and Arkhangelsk reported some 10,000 cases before the disease ran its course. Other diseases followed in sequence as the months progressed. Unable to overcome the primitive conditions of Russian life and the gross carelessness of the Russians when it came to sanitation, Allied military doctors faced an epidemic of typhoid in addition to onslaughts of scurvy, diarrhea, and smallpox before the winter reached its end. Disease, inaction, loneliness, and the ravages of Arctic cold and darkness all took their toll upon the morale of the Allies and their Russian comrades that winter. Everywhere, and at every opportunity, the Bolsheviks spread propaganda among the defenders of Arkhangelsk and Murmansk that lowered their morale further. "British soldiers," one such leaflet proclaimed, "stop fighting us." Now that an armistice had been signed and the fighting had ended in Europe, handbills nailed to trees and scattered along city streets asked, "Why don't you return home? What are you fighting for?" Not surprisingly, the Russian whites were the first to give way. There was not one of them who showed any white-hot patriotism to win through, such as the Bolshevik leaders seemed to possess in so large a measure, Ironside later wrote. "They seemed to me to be just timid bureaucrats." On December 11th, the 1st Arkhangelsk Infantry Regiment mutinied when the new Russian commander-in-chief ordered 2 of its units to take up positions on the so-called railway front, some 50 miles down the Arkhangelsk-Vologda Railroad. To the dismay of President Tchaikovsky, 13 of its leaders had to be shot on the spot. For the time being, the Allied units proved more reliable, but the interminable darkness of the Arctic winter took its toll upon them, and at the end of February 1919, British and French units mutinied. "We won't make an attack, sick on you," one American company announced in a propaganda broadside they addressed to the Reds. "If you wait 2.5 months, we will be out of Russia." Everywhere the Americans resented being commanded by the British and being ordered to hold most of the frontline positions. "The majority of the people here are in sympathy sick with the BOLO, i.e. Bolsheviks," one American sergeant wrote in his diary. "I don't blame them, in fact I am BOLO myself." Although he minimized the danger in his reports, none sensed the collapse of the Allied soldiers' morale more clearly than Ironside himself. "We were drawing terribly near to the end of our tether as an efficient fighting force," he later confessed. Boredom amongst those who were not fighting, combined with the numbing effect of the cold and darkness, had brought our men to a state of exasperation with which it was very difficult to deal. Then, as they moved against Kolchak's forces further east, the Bolsheviks intensified their attacks in the north. After an American unit manning its forward defenses suffered 85% casualties, the Allies surrendered the key North Russian town of Shenkursk at the end of January and abandoned all hope for a union with Kolchak's forces. A motley assortment of British, Canadian, Serbian, Karelian, and Russian troops operating as part of Maynard's force turned the balance briefly in the Allies' favor when they captured Segeza, a key railhead on the Murmansk-Petrograd line, in mid-February. But Red attacks against Bolsvoye-Ozerki and Obozurskia a month later wiped out their gains and all but severed the fragile route that linked Arkhangelsk and Murmansk by land some 2 months before the spring thaw reopened the sea lanes between the two ports. By then, both the American and British governments had announced their decision to withdraw their forces from North Russia. In large measure due to the opposition of England's newly appointed Secretary of State for War Winston Churchill, the Allied withdrawal moved more slowly than anyone had imagined. At a meeting of the Allied Supreme War Council in mid-February, Churchill insisted that North Russia ought not to be evacuated and that the Allies ought to send volunteers, technical experts, arms, munitions, tanks, and airplanes to support the Whites. An ardent interventionist, Churchill urged the Allies to consider the possibilities of joint military action against the Bolsheviks by the associated powers acting in conjunction with the independent border states and pro-Ally governments in Russia. It would be like pulling out the linchpin from the whole machine, he warned at one point, to abandon the Whites in their struggle against the Bolsheviks. Yet Churchill's stubborn eloquence did no more than delay the day when, as he once remarked, the Allies would leave everyone in Russia to stew in their own juices. In the meantime, it became the task of General Yevgeny Miller, formerly Governor-General of Arkhangelsk, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Supreme Administration of the North, Administrator of Foreign Affairs, and now head of the anti-Bolsheviks in North Russia, to establish a government and an army that could carry on the struggle. An officer who once had served as Chief of Staff to the dashing General Gurko in the armies of Nicholas II, Miller still wore the long mustache of a Tsarist cavalryman. Tall and still slender despite his 51 years, Miller looked less than his age, spoke French and German fluently, and made a good first impression. One British diplomat remembered him as a courteous gentleman of middle age with whom it is easy to do business, but not a man to inspire enthusiasm or go outside the bounds of customary bureaucratic procedure. Some of his subordinates condemned him as a rear echelon general who appeared at the front only when there was absolutely no fighting, while others praised his extreme thoughtfulness and seriousness. General Maynard later spoke of Miller's apparently unshakable dedication to the White cause. He never wavered, Maynard wrote, in his conviction that Russia would breast successfully the cataclysmal flood now threatening to engulf her. Whatever his failings and virtues, Miller doubled the number of Russians under arms to nearly 6,000 by the end of January 1919. A month later, that figure had doubled again, and by the end of April, according to Ironside's estimates, Miller commanded a force of 16,000 men. Yet the men under his command had come less willingly than any who served Denikin or Kolchak. Too many Russians in North Russia stood perpetually on the brink of mutiny, and throughout the late winter and spring of 1919, they stepped repeatedly into the precipice of open revolt. Desertion became so frequent that, when Miller's second-in-command announced in late spring that anyone who sympathized with the Bolsheviks was free to apply for permission to join them, almost 6,000 men and women did so within a fortnight. At the end of April, a battalion of the 3rd North Russian Rifle Regiment went over to the Reds en masse, and a few days later the entire 8th Russian Rifle Regiment followed its example. Although order returned in June, July brought a wave of mutinies that spread across the entire North Russian front from Lake Onega to the Dwina River. Every white officer slept with a rifle and extra ammunition in those days. Hardly a single reliable unit remained among Miller's forces. One Soviet commentator wrote, "Continued defections in the late summer and early fall provided more evidence to support that claim." Disaffection among Miller's troops mirrored the disaffection with the White cause in North Russia more generally, for the aristocratic and conservative Miller commanded much less popular support than had Tchaikovsky. While he told Ironside that the Tsar had been his master, and he would always remain faithful to his memory, but it was for the people of Russia to decide whether there would be a Tsar once more. The hard truth was that Miller's government included only one socialist, a man whose abrasive manner left him unable to exert any decisive influence inside the government or command public support outside it. Concerned moderates warned to no avail of the growing enmity between government and population. Miller remained the elegant Tsarist officer, still clad in his imperial uniform and shining gold epaulets, both of which stirred unpleasant memories in the minds of common Russians. Miller therefore presided over a divided government and a divided populace. With your departure, the moral weight of the northern government became considerably reduced. One of Tchaikovsky's friends wrote to him that spring, "The mass of the people is turning back to Bolshevism." None proved more hostile to Miller's conservative regime than the socialist revolutionary workers of Arkhangelsk and Murmansk, when word reached them in February that several of their more prominent comrades in Moscow had made their peace with the Bolsheviks to form a united front against the forces of counter-revolution. Already angry because Miller had forbidden labor protest on pain of heavy fines and prison sentences, the factory workers of North Russia turned upon his government as they celebrated the second anniversary of the February Revolution. Soviet authority. One fiery speaker claimed at a meeting of over 1,000 factory workers, is the only natural protector of the interests of the working class. The time soon would come, he promised, when soldiers would walk hand in hand with the workers in the protection of their interests. Already inclined to view proletarians with suspicion, Miller's government shot more than 40 pro-Bolshevik workers between March 24 and April 6. In Murmansk, Maynard's men fortified their barracks and slept with bayonets fixed on loaded rifles. With the workers of North Russia and their allies temporarily weakened by the reprisals of late March and early April, Miller took more power into his hands, naturally and logically in the view of some, more guilefully in the opinion of others. Certainly his recognition of Kolchak's authority as head of the provisional all-Russian national government at the end of April made Miller's actual power even greater, for Kolchak had hurried to bestow upon him independence in regard to concrete practical measures necessitated by extraordinary circumstances. When, on July 12, the Provisional Government of North Russia voted its own dissolution, Miller's authority as Kolchak's Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of all anti-Bolshevik Russian forces on the Northern Front became absolute. As with Denikin in the south and Kolchak in the east, the Whites in North Russia had transformed their brief and fragile experiment with democracy into a dictatorship. When the last Allied forces of the Western democracies left North Russia in mid-October 1919, they left behind a military dictatorship which, unlike the dictatorship of Lenin, which its leaders had condemned with such self-righteous indignation, had no support among the masses it ruled. Still, the Allied withdrawal from North Russia at the end of September did not sound the immediate death knell of Miller's regime. For a brief moment in the fall of 1919, Miller's army of 50,000 men knew hope, elation, and even success. "We are in Russia once again," an officer was heard to exclaim as he greeted a comrade on September 27, the day after the Allies left Arkhangelsk. "How do you like the Russian city of Arkhangelsk?" At first, Miller's forces drove the Bolsheviks back. Then, at the beginning of 1920, his armies and government began to crumble, leaving everyone in North Russia certain of the Reds' triumph. One sensed a change in the attitude of the soldiers, and a recognition of the hopelessness of further struggle took possession of them. Miller explained a few years later, speaking of their desire to spare their families further ruin, and with tears in their eyes, as if to beg forgiveness for their behavior, they parted from their officers and scattered to their villages. Now aware that Kolchak had been executed and that Denikin's triumphant advance against Tula and Moscow had turned into a retreat, Miller formed his last government on February 14, 1920. Called the Government of Salvation by some, the Government of Evacuation by others, and the Government of Stupidity by those who realized how completely the sands of time had run out for the anti-Bolshevik forces in North Russia, this government collapsed in less than a week. Advised on February 14 that some of his key forces could hold for not more than 2 or 3 days, Miller announced that the situation, though serious, was not particularly threatening. 2 days later, on the night of February 18, he, his government, and a large number of staff officers quietly boarded the icebreaker Minin that had anchored at Arkhangelsk's Cathedral Quay. Before noon the next day, February 19, the 59th anniversary of the emancipation of the Russian serfs, which had been designed to place Russia upon the path to peaceful modernization, they fled to Norway. 2 days later, Bolshevik workers and Red Army units occupied Arkhangelsk and Murmansk to establish Soviet power in North Russia. During the months of Miller's final struggles, the workers and soldiers of Petrograd had turned back an even more serious attack that had come in the form of a sudden advance by the armies of General Yudenich through Russia's Baltic coastal regions. At the beginning of 1919, few white politicians and generals, and even fewer of their allies among the statesmen of the West, had taken Udenica's small northwestern white army very seriously. Yet Udenik had taken advantage of the Reds' preoccupation with Denikin and Kolchak to begin a mad dash that carried him from Estonia's eastern frontier in September to the outskirts of Petrograd in October. Like the German armies in 1941, Udenika's soldiers looked down into Red Petrograd from the Pulkovo Heights. There was the dome of St. Isaac's and the gilt spire of the Admiralty. One of them later wrote, "One could even see trains pulling out of the Nicholas station." So confident were Udenika's forces on that day that one of his generals is said to have dismissed a fellow officer's offer of field glasses with the remark that he would be walking down Petrograd's main street the next day in any case. When he appeared in Estonia in mid-1919 to lead the Northwestern White Army, General of the Infantry Nikolai Nikolaevich Udenik was 56 years old but looked considerably older. Squint-eyed, pudgy, and short, his luxuriant drooping mustache contrasting sharply with his balding head. He in no way looked like the officer who had led the Imperial Army of the Caucasus to victory against the Turks at Erzurum and Trapezond less than 3 years before. One statesman was so put off by his appearance that he described him as physically slack and entirely lacking in those inspiring qualities which a political and military leader of his standing should possess. Others thought his behavior even more suspicious than his looks, for Udenika's actions during the revolutionary year of 1917 had contrasted as sharply with his principles as his physical appearance did with his war record. A proud nobleman from the Belorussian province of Minsk who had been trained to serve his Tsar, his country, and his class, he had found it difficult to find his bearings in Russia's revolutionary turmoil in 1917. Skeptically, perhaps even somewhat cynically, he had toyed with democracy after Nicholas II's abdication and had risen to command the Caucasus Front for the provisional government. Yet, this effort to serve democratic Russia had been half-hearted at best. Udenik, the self-conscious aristocratic imperial servitor, could never become Udenik, the unpretentious servant of the people. After the Bolshevik Revolution, Udenik rejected what he considered to be the false precepts of the proletarian state and went briefly into retirement. Suddenly, he turned against Russia's new masters with a vengeance. His monarchist principles invigorated by his brief flirtation with democracy, he gave rein to all the pride and prejudice of the Tsarist officer class. When he fled from Soviet Russia to newly independent Finland in the fall of 1918, it was rumored that he refused to call upon Marshal Mannerheim because Mannerheim's rank had been inferior to his own in the old imperial army and thus, in Udenika's view, obligated Finland's newly chosen regent to call upon him first. If true, this was but one more example of Udenika's many stubborn refusals to accommodate his old regime principles to the realities of life and politics in the modern world. Like Kolchak, unwilling to concede Finland's separation from Russia, Udenik made no alliance with Mannerheim's Finland against the Bolsheviks and sought a base of operations in Estonia instead. The fledgling Northwestern White Army, born of the Germans' desperation and the Whites' hatred for the Reds, became the weapon he would wield against the Bolsheviks. Some months before Udenik came upon the scene, the Northwestern White Army had had its beginnings in the events that had followed closely upon the heels of the Allied victory over the Central Powers. In the Baltic, the collapse of Imperial Germany had opened the way for a new Red assault against those newly independent states that German guns and German diplomacy had brought into being. Proclaiming that the counter-revolutionary partition wall between the revolutionary West and socialist Russia will in the end be swept away, the Bolsheviks' Commissar of Nationality Stalin promised in mid-November 1918 that revolution and Soviet governments would come to Russia's Baltic lands in the very near future. As the Bolsheviks organized Latvian, Lithuanian, and Estonian people's armies on Soviet territory to liberate the workers of their homelands, Stalin confidently vowed that proletarian revolution, awe-inspiring and mighty, is on the march through the world, and that the petty kinglets of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania would be no exception. Riga, the capital and main seaport of Latvia, fell to the Reds at the beginning of January 1919, and pro-Bolshevik forces entered Lithuania's capital of Vilnius soon afterward. Only in Estonia, the smallest of the 3 Baltic republics, did the Reds fail to make headway, in no small measure thanks to the intervention of the Finns, who joined with the Estonians and the small anti-Bolshevik Northwestern White Army to keep the Estonian capital of Reval out of Bolshevik hands. My attitude on the Estonian struggle for freedom could not be other than positive, Marshal Mannerheim explained some years later. Apart from the humanitarian aspect of the matter, It was obviously in Finland's interests to have the southern shores of the Gulf of Finland held by a friendly power. The Finns' rapid withdrawal from Estonia after its territory had been cleared of Reds at the end of February 1919 meant that Estonia's armed forces and the Northwestern White Army were the only anti-Bolshevik forces that remained in Russia's former Baltic lands. Created at the ancient Russian city of Pskov just prior to the Germans' evacuation in late October 1918, the Northwestern White Army had been shaped around some 6,000 men, a quarter of them Tsarist officers. Its beginnings at Pskov, a once proud ancient Russian city now transformed by the revolution's turmoil into an oozing moral sore whose corrupt drainage contaminated German, White Russian, and Soviet citizens alike, had not helped the Northwestern White Army to prosper. Entire hordes of speculators did business in those days, one observer explained. Speculation had become Pskov's way of life. Red and white alike moved freely back and forth across the frontier, as venal border guards and corrupt officials stood aside to let them pass. Most traded in goods. Some trafficked in military and political secrets and sold their information to whoever paid the highest price. Pskov, only men with money flourished. When the Germans' lavish promises of more than 100 million rubles, 60,000 rifles, nearly 600 machine guns, and 25 million cartridges in aid failed to materialize, the Whites suffered accordingly. In November 1918, 3/4 of the soldiers in the Northwestern White Army had no overcoats, half had no boots, the infantry had no bayonets, and the artillery had no horses to move its guns. Poorly armed, badly clothed, and ineptly led, the Northwestern White Army had entered the field as the Germans withdrew from Russia, and its first military action had been a precipitous flight into Estonia at the end of November 1918. Conflicts between some 36 squabbling Tsarist generals, all of whom demanded commands commensurate with their former rank, created tensions that threatened to destroy the army even before it could face the Reds in battle, and it fell to General Alexander Rodzianko, a former Imperial Guards officer who combined first-rate horsemanship with distinctly second-rate strategy and tactics, to keep these self-serving generals in balance. An officer who once claimed that he was not a politician, and whose memoirs insisted that, as an army commander, he had dealt with political questions only insofar as they were directly tied to military activity. Rodzianko nonetheless bettered the relationship between the Northwestern White Army and the Estonians sufficiently for the two forces to launch a brief joint offensive that gave the Northwestern White Army its first base on Russian territory by driving the Bolsheviks from Pskov and Iamburg at the end of May. Rodzianko's first victories brought a population of 500,000 under the authority of Yudenika's government in exile in Helsinki. Yet the Whites did not rule well, as subordinates over whom Rodzianko lost control launched a reign of terror against the Reds who had opposed them and the Jews who had not. Perhaps most notorious among White Army commanders, General Bulak Balakovich, the self-styled Ataman of peasant and partisan legions, committed extortion, robbery, and murder among the people of Pskov and Dov for the better part of 2 months. Bulak Balakovich called upon the Red Army soldiers to defect and killed them when they did. "You know me," he announced. "I am the servant of the people. I am the sword of the people's justice." Bulak Balakovich hanged Reds from Pskov's lampposts and threatened its Jews with pogroms unless they paid huge ransoms, which some claimed he used to settle his gambling debts. In one of his most memorable outrages, he was reported to have ordered Pskov's entire Chaika to execute themselves. "I have no bullets to spare," he reportedly told his victims. "And I have no one to hang you because all my men are busy with other things. I'll give you half an hour," he concluded. "You'll have to hang yourselves." They did so. In one case, according to an onlooker, the rope broke and the victim fell to the ground. When he tried to escape, one of Bulak Balakovich's officers ran him down, seized the rope that dangled from his neck, dragged him to the river's edge, and drowned him. With men like Bulak Balakovich, Rodzianko worked to build the Northwestern Army while Yudenik negotiated for Allied support and Allied weapons from his headquarters in Helsinki. Still heavily influenced by the strategies of the First World War, rather than thinking in terms of the more mobile tactics that the Civil War had called into being, they requested weapons, ammunition, and supplies that vastly exceeded the needs of the mobile, fast-moving campaign they needed to fight. 3,000 machine guns, more than 200 field guns, including several of the massive 11-inch howitzers that had been used to demolish the complex entrenchments of the Western Front in 1918, some 200 airplanes, nearly 50 tanks and armored cars, and clothing and weapons for close to 50,000 men comprised Udenica's estimates of his minimal needs at a time when the Northwestern White Army still had less than 10,000 men. At the same time, he made overtures to the Swedes, from whom he eventually received 35 million kroner, and even opened negotiations with Mannerheim in the hope of convincing him to commit Finland's large army to support his assault against Petrograd. More fearful of an attack by the Finns than by the Northwestern White Army, the Bolsheviks already had begun to mobilize the workers of Petrograd for the city's defense a month before Yudenich and Mannerheim began their negotiations, and on May 17, Lenin had sent Stalin to take charge of the city's defenses. Soviet Russia cannot give up Petrograd even for the briefest moment, the Central Committee announced. The significance of this city, which first raised the banner of rebellion against the bourgeoisie, is too great. Calling upon all workers between the ages of 18 and 40 to fight for Red Petrograd, Stalin began to shape Petrograd's defenses. Men trained in factory yards, in parks, and anywhere else where field guns could be unlimbered and infantry could mount mock attacks. Before the end of May, he promised Lenin that he could defend Petrograd with credit against any attack from the sea. Yet on June 9 he called urgently for reinforcements. To save Peter, he telegraphed Lenin that night, it is essential that we be sent, without wasting a single moment, 3 strong regiments. The only hostile fire that Petrograd's defenders had faced since Stalin's arrival had been a desultory exchange between several Finnish ships and the Soviet destroyer Gavril in the vicinity of Krasnaya Gorka, one of the fortresses that guarded the approaches to Petrograd some 15 miles to the west of the city's main naval defenses at Kronstadt. It was impressive testimony to Stalin's powers of persuasion that Lenin nonetheless urged Eastern Front headquarters to divert men to Petrograd's defense and that, on June 10, the Bolshevik Central Committee designated the Petrograd Front to be the one in greatest danger. The danger lay within Stalin's own defenses, not beyond them. For 2 centuries, the guns of the great naval bastion of Kronstadt had protected the anchorage of Russia's Baltic Fleet and had barred the way upriver to Petrograd. Now, as Stalin strengthened Petrograd's defenses, they provided the screen behind which the Red Baltic Fleet took refuge from the British squadron that had moved into the Gulf of Finland. Yet, just as Stalin became certain of Petrograd's naval defenses, an attack came from precisely that sector. On June 13, the garrisons at Krasnaya Gorka and its sister fort Seraya Los had turned their heavy guns against the Red sailors at Kronstadt. Stalin struck decisively without wasting a moment. That evening he ordered 2 battleships from the Red Fleet to bombard the rebels' positions. The next day he added planes and more ships to the bombardment and sent 800 Kronstadt sailors to retake the forts. Despite the intervention of a British torpedo boat, which sank one of the Soviet cruisers, the rebellion at Krasnaya Gorka collapsed 2 days later. 50 miles to the west in Iamburg, Rodzianko had looked on and done nothing. Later, he blamed the British Navy for the rebels' defeat. It was very possible that the British had not been more energetic. He later wrote in an absurd effort to excuse his own failings, because the rebels already had informed them they would not join the British Navy and would continue to fight only as part of the Northwestern White Army. With Krasnaya Gorka and Seraya Los had restored to the Reds, Stalin launched a new wave of terror. That the rebels would be killed was a foregone conclusion, but Stalin also executed nearly 70 officers at Kronstadt for their supposed sympathy for the rebels. "We have unearthed a big conspiracy in the Kronstadt area," he reported proudly to Lenin 2 days after Krasnaya Gorka fell. The aim of the conspiracy was to seize possession of the fortress, take control of the fleet, open fire on the rear of our troops, and clear the road to Petrograd for Rodzianko. Although Stalin announced that the relevant documents that outlined the conspiracy and made it clear how the British had financed it have fallen into our hands, such materials have yet to come to light. Within a fortnight, Stalin returned to Moscow to claim credit for his defense of Petrograd, although the city never faced any serious threat at any time in the summer of 1919 because the Whites were too weak and too disunited to mount an attack. While Stalin had prepared Petrograd's defenses, the Whites had passed the summer of 1919 in political squabbles. Convinced that the Northwestern White Army could not reach Petrograd without Finnish support, Yudenich agreed to recognize Finland's complete independence in any post-war settlement, but Kolchak, whom Yudenich had recognized as Russia's supreme ruler in May, stubbornly refused. Anxious to turn the Northwestern White Army into a force that could fight its way across the 100-odd miles that separated them from Petrograd on its own, Yudenich transferred his headquarters from Helsinki to Narva on Estonia's eastern frontier at the end of July. Despite the victories Rodzianko had won in May, he faced a difficult task. The Northwest Army was absolutely unready for such a serious undertaking as seizing the capital, one of the main strongholds of Bolshevism. One of his associates wrote, "It remained weak in numbers and was completely unequipped for military action, especially in the fall climate." Like Stalin, Yudenich ordered the conscription of all men between the ages of 19 and 45. Unlike Stalin's, his effort produced very disappointing results. Despite some claims that the Northwestern White Army had grown to 35, or even 50,000 before summer's end, the fact was that Yudenich's forces stood at less than a quarter of that figure at the end of August. While the Whites struggled to get their bearings, the reinforcements that the Reds had sent to the Petrograd front at Stalin's urging came into play. Taking full advantage of a bitter dispute over strategy that had developed between Yudenich, who insisted that Iamberg and the crossings over the Luga River be held at all costs, and Rodzianko, who argued that the Whites should withdraw toward Pskov, the 7th Red Army retook Iamberg on August 5. 3 days later, the Bolsheviks promised that the Red Army would respect Estonia's independence and would not enter Estonian territory, so long as the Estonians would evacuate Pskov and withdraw behind their frontiers. Rumors of the Bolsheviks' peace proposals rapidly spread through the Estonian forces. One of Yudenich's close advisors remembered, "The soldiers began to ask their superiors more and more urgently, 'Why do we keep on fighting?'" At that point, Yudenich moved decisively to make a bad situation much worse. In contrast to the Bolshevik peace offer, he asked that the entire Estonian army of 25,000 men be placed under his command in return for a very reluctant and qualified recognition of Estonian independence. For a moment, an Estonian peace with the Bolsheviks, which would have left Yudenich no land base from which to operate, seemed very likely. Blunt British interference saved Yudenich. Acting on instructions from General Sir Hubert Gough, chief of the Allied military mission in the Baltic, England's Brigadier General Frank G. Marsh summoned the Russians and Estonians to the British consulate for an urgent meeting on the evening of August 10. "The situation of the Northwestern White Army is bad," Marsh told the Russians. "To be more precise, it is catastrophic. Extreme measures are needed, and I am relying upon the patriotism of everyone here to make this final effort work. The Allies," Marsh continued, "consider it absolutely necessary to form a government in the Northwest region, and it is necessary for that to be done before we leave this room. The Russians," he stated, "must stop arguing and form a government that would give full recognition to Estonian independence." "It is now 6:15, Marsh announced flatly. "I am giving you until 7 o'clock because, at that time, the Estonian government will arrive for negotiations with the government you have formed. If you don't do this, then the Allies will abandon you to your own devices." With that, he turned on his heel and left the room. 3 plenipotentiaries who spoke for the government of the Northwest Russian region emerged from the room at Marsh's appointed hour. Yet the agreement they signed with the Estonians 4 days later did not produce the result that the British envoys had expected. When the Estonians demanded full recognition by the Allies, the British Foreign Office angrily announced that Marsh and Gough had overstepped their authority and acted with a precipitancy, a levity, and a lack of responsibility for which it is difficult to find a parallel. Not only the British disdained what Lord Curzon once described as the Ruritanian experiment which General Gough and his merry men have been making in Estonia. When Kolchak's representatives in London and Paris announced that their government would never recognize Estonian independence, Yudenich hurried to complain that General Marsh had forced him to accept a government made up of men of doubtful character, under circumstances that he had found deeply humiliating. The recognition of Estonian independence that had emerged from Marsh's forced deliberations, Yudenich now insisted, was utterly worthless. Even as Yudenich, Kolchak, the Estonians, and the Allies traded accusations, the Whites in Russia's northwest received some dramatic assistance. Ready to act against the Bolsheviks should Britain's statesmen call upon them to do so, Rear Admiral Sir Walter Cowan's squadron had been in the eastern waters of the Baltic and the Finnish Gulf for several months when, on the night after the Bolsheviks had crushed the rebellion at Krasnaya Gorka, a torpedo boat commanded by Lieutenant Augustus Agar had sunk the Red cruiser Oleg with a single well-launched torpedo. Far from criticizing the deliberate sinking of a warship belonging to a nation with whom they were not officially at war, the British Admiralty had awarded Agar the Victoria Cross. In mid-August, the Bolsheviks heard from Cowan and Agar again, this time behind the supposedly impregnable defenses at Kronstadt itself, when Cowan sent Agar's and 7 other torpedo boats to destroy the battleships of the Red Baltic Fleet. Supported by RAF biplanes, which diverted the Bolsheviks' attention with a rare night bombing attack launched from a small landing strip hacked out of the Finnish forest near Koivisto, Agar and his Finnish smuggler navigators sank the battleships Andrei Pervozvanyi and Petropavlovsk in less than half an hour. "When England strikes, it strikes hard," Mannerheim remarked when he heard of the attack. For Yudenich, Agar's success meant that his troops need not fear bombardments from the heavy 12-inch guns of the Petropavlovsk and the Andrei Pervozvanyi should the Northwestern White Army advance along the Baltic coast toward Petrograd. Other events soon dampened the Whites' elation about the British attack at Kronstadt. When the Reds stormed into Pskov on September 8, their victory deprived the Northwestern Army of its last base of operations on Russian soil and left it at the mercy of those very Estonians whose independence and national aspirations Yudenich, in a shocking lack of foresight, had rejected as utterly worthless not more than a fortnight before. Knowing that if the Estonians now took up the Bolsheviks' still-standing offer of peace, the situation of the Northwestern White Army would become hopeless, Yudenich realized that he could not delay his long-planned advance against Petrograd. Still desperately short of men, he explored an alliance with General Count Rudiger von der Goltz, the German officer who had helped the Finns to drive the Reds from Helsinki in April 1918. Von der Goltz had arrived at the beginning of 1919 in the Latvian port of Libau, where, despite several defeats at the hands of the Latvians and Estonians, and in open violation of General Gough's direct orders to return to Germany, he had organized the so-called Army of Western Russia, whose numbers roughly equaled Yudenich's Northwestern White Army. Dedicated to the personal glorification of von der Goltz and the re-establishment of German influence in the Baltic lands, the Army of Western Russia quickly became notorious for its brutal treatment of Latvians, Estonians, and Bolsheviks. Called by some the vanguard of Nazism, the Freikorps units under von der Goltz's command instituted what one British diplomat called a veritable reign of terror that claimed the lives of some 3,000 Latvians in Riga alone. In carving his bloody path, von der Goltz was supported by Colonel Prince Berman Tavalov, perhaps the most flamboyant figure to surface in the Baltic lands at that time, and certainly one of the most outrageous. Few knew much about him except that, some months earlier, he had appeared in Skoropadsky's Ukraine, where he had claimed to represent Denikin, that he had gone to Germany at the time of Skoropadsky's fall, and then had appeared in the Baltic lands a few weeks after the 1918 armistice. Berman Tavalov possessed a lavish supply of jewels and perfume, both of which he used to excess, and was said to relieve his suppressed anger by emptying his pistol into the ceiling of his quarters. Although his claims to military prowess were completely open to question, he had men to command, and Yudenich therefore tried to convince him and von der Goltz to join his march against Petrograd. Other loyalties and other plans ruled both men in a way that worked to Yudenich's extreme disadvantage when the Northwestern White Army began its advance in October. At that moment, Berman Tavalov and von der Goltz turned their forces against Riga and forced Admiral Cowan to divert his squadron to defend the Latvians' capital. Even more damaging to the Whites' cause, Yudenich's brief flirtation with these two adventurers convinced the Estonians to reopen peace negotiations with the Bolsheviks for fear that the Northwestern White Army and the Army of Western Russia might join against them. Certain that a Soviet-Estonian peace would deny him the use of Estonian territory, Yudenich therefore hurried to re-establish his army on Russian soil even though he still commanded many fewer troops than he thought necessary to take the offensive. As he began his march against Petrograd, Yudenich knew that it would require vast quantities of food and supplies to transform Russia's former capital into a base for his government of the northwest Russian region. It is a city still in a state of siege. One white intelligence source had reported just a week before Cowan's raid on Kronstadt. A half-pound of bread and a bowl of watery soup, into which bits of poor quality fish have been crumbled, comprised the basic ration for adult Petrograders that summer. In June, a pound of bread had cost 130 rubles on the black market. By fall, the price of white bread had nearly tripled. Potatoes stood at 75 rubles a pound, and a pound of butter had soared to 1,500 rubles. Certain that feeding Petrograd's population would be a matter of great urgency if the Whites captured the city, Udenica's staff had given serious attention to how they would secure and transport the necessary provisions. By reason of the refugees from Bolshevist districts coming in for bread, they predicted Petrograd's population would increase by more than half within a month. If they kept to their plan of setting each adult's weekly ration at 7 pounds of bread, 2 pounds of meat, and a half pound of barley, dried peas, rice, or grits, in addition to a quarter pound each of salt, sugar, and condensed milk, the whites would need nearly 4,000 tons of supplies during the first week alone. Should Yudenik take Petrograd, he would have to depend absolutely upon his allies to feed the people under his control. Yudenik began his offensive against Petrograd at the beginning of October, often a season of gray weather, rain, mud, and fog in the Baltic lands of Eastern Europe. This time he faced not the dour Stalin, whose merciless repression drove men to battle out of fear, but Trotsky, the revolutionary orator of unmatched brilliance, whose fiery words inspired men and women to face great danger and perform greater feats in the name of the revolution. Trotsky sent men and women to Petrograd's defenses with their hearts seared by his revolutionary passion and comforted by his abiding belief in the new world the Bolsheviks were building. "Happy is he," Trotsky once exclaimed, "who in his mind and heart feels the electrical current of our great epoch." At Petrograd, Trotsky gave its starving men and women a new belief in themselves and a certainty that a place in the revolutionary pantheon awaited each who did his duty. By contrast, the flat rhetoric of Yudenik and Rodzianko, both of whom continued to quarrel bitterly about who should command in the field, offered very little to stir the hearts of the men who marched with them. The ultimate purpose of their campaign, they announced in the prolix language of commanders who knew nothing of the dreams of the men they led, must be the implantation of order and legality in Russia. Former prisoners of war just returning from Germany, local peasants, and a few workers marched with them, but they did so reluctantly. Even Yudenika's first victories did not stem the rising tide of desertions that began on the very day his army left Narva. Despite the squabbling in their high command, the soldiers of the Northwestern White Army opened their offensive on September 28 with a series of astounding victories. Within a week, the forces on Yudenika's right flank took the key town of Luga and cut rail connections between Pskov and Petrograd. Further to the north, the main white assault force stormed into Iamburg on October 11th. Ahead lay two main rail lines that intersected near Gachina, just 29 miles southwest of Petrograd. By either route, Petrograd stood less than 80 miles away. Knowing that his only hope for success lay in a lightning thrust that would carry him into Petrograd before his fragile army melted away, Yudenik attacked directly along these two lines. 5 days later, the first units of the Northwestern Army reached Gachina and, on October 20th, went on to storm the Pulkovo Heights, within rifle range of Petrograd's suburbs. Now certain that Denikin had taken Orel, white newspapers printed banner headlines which announced that "Victory is en ear," and "Tomorrow will bring victory." Lenin even began to talk of abandoning Petrograd. There remained only one thing to do in his opinion, Trotsky remembered: abandon Petrograd and shorten the front. Meanwhile, white commanders vied to reach the city. So confident of victory was the commanding general of Yudenika's 3rd Infantry Division that he ignored orders to cut the Moscow-Petrograd Railway at Tosno, some 25 miles east of Gachina, and turned his troops north toward Petrograd in the hope of being the first to enter. Everyone had reckoned without Trotsky, protesting vehemently against any plan to abandon the cradle of the revolution. Trotsky insisted that the Bolsheviks must hold Petrograd at any cost and hurried north from Moscow on the night of October 16th, just hours after Yudenika's troops had moved through Gachina. His mind working as he went, he dictated his thoughts about the crisis he would face when his train arrived in Petrograd the next morning. Petrograd is not Iamburg, nor is it Luga, he reminded himself. There are tens of thousands of communists, a large garrison, and huge, almost inexhaustible resources for building engineering and artillery defenses. To him, the possibilities for Petrograd's defense seemed almost without limit. Once having broken into this gigantic city, the White Guards would find themselves in the midst of a stone labyrinth. He wrote K.S. He drafted what was to be his battle plan should Yudenik enter the city. Every house will become an enigma, a threat, or a mortal danger, he wrote. Whence should the whites expect the next blow? From a window, from a loft, From a cellar? From behind a corner? From everywhere, Trotsky exclaimed with satisfaction. All that is needed are a few thousand people who have firmly resolved not to surrender Petrograd. It was a seductive picture, one calculated to give hope to men and women who had thought none remained. As always, those around him, including even Lenin, drew strength from Trotsky's unshakable revolutionary confidence. I enclose a proclamation which the Council of Defense asked me to write. Lenin wrote to him the next day. I worked too quickly and it turned out badly. It would be better, the chairman of the Sovnarkom concluded, if you wrote your own proclamation and put my signature beneath it. But Trotsky needed more than the freedom to sign Lenin's name if he hoped to bar Yudenika's path. For the situation he faced when he arrived in Petrograd on the morning of October 17th could hardly have been worse. I found a state of extreme confusion, he remembered. The situation called for exceptional measures. The enemy was at the very gates. 2 days later, Trotsky stood before the Petrograd Soviet of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers' Deputies, over which he had presided during the heady revolutionary days of 1905 and 1917. I will make no secret of the fact that I have come here with a soul filled with alarm, he told them. Perhaps no other city on earth has lived through what Petrograd has endured. Yet, despite what Petrograd had suffered, she must suffer again. Their city, he told Petrograd's hungry people, was a revolutionary barometer of the Red Soviet Republic. And its loss would be a catastrophe, a mortal danger, for all of Bolshevik Russia. This, he insisted, could not, must not happen. Red Petrograd, Trotsky concluded with one of his dazzling oratorical flourishes, must remain what it has always been, the torch of the revolution, the iron rock upon which we will build the church of the future. The inward rallying had begun. One of Petrograd's leading Bolsheviks later wrote, everybody began to realize that only one road was left, forward. All avenues of retreat had been cut. Trotsky remembered how Petrograd's proletarians, their faces pale from malnutrition, clad in rags and tatters, their shoes worn through and often not even matching, had marched resolutely to their city's defense 2 years before when the white forces of Krasnov had threatened their revolution from the same point. We won't surrender, Peter, will we, comrades? Trotsky recalled them asking each other. No, we won't. Always the superb revolutionary street tactician, Trotsky sensed the workers' change of mood the moment it began. A new spirit, he later wrote, began to blow from the workers' districts to the barracks, to the units in the rear guard, and to the army in the field. As Yudenika's forces at Pulkovo prepared their final assault, this legion of workers transformed Petrograd into the labyrinthine fortress Trotsky had envisioned during his lonely night journey from Moscow a few days before. A sudden stroke of good fortune eased his task. Thanks to the blatant insubordination of one of Yudenika's key commanders, the 3rd White Infantry Division had rushed toward Petrograd without breaking the Reds' hold on the key rail junction at Tosno. This made it possible to send arms, ammunition, supplies, and reinforcements to Petrograd's defenders from Moscow, no matter how much pressure the Whites might exert from Pulkovo and the West. As quickly as it had risen, the tide of victory that had swept Yudenika's forces into Petrograd's suburbs ebbed. Yudenika's advance has come to a halt, Trotsky rejoiced on the evening of October 21st. Not only have we stopped the advance, but we have struck a powerful blow against the enemy. That night, the Reds drove the Whites from Pulkovo and retook Tsarsko Selo and Pavlovsk 2 days later. On November 7th, the 2nd anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution and his 40th birthday, Trotsky stood before the Bolshevik Central Committee to report his victory. In the battle for Petrograd, Soviet power showed that it stands on its feet firmly and indestructibly, he announced. For that reason, the Petrograd battle will have great significance in the weeks and months ahead. Perhaps more confident than at any time since the October Revolution, Trotsky looked forward with an optimism rarely seen in the centers of Bolshevik power. I believe that, with an army such as ours, he concluded, the 3rd year of Soviet power will be the year that sees the complete destruction of our enemies and a firm peace. In the northwest, Yudenika's forces faced certain catastrophe. Their movements now closely coordinated, the 7th and 15th Red Armies attacked the Northwestern White Army simultaneously from the east and south. collecting massive reinforcements from their rear areas as they advanced. The Reds retook Gachina on October 27th. 4 days later, they drove the Whites from Luga, and on November 7th, they celebrated the second anniversary of the revolution by linking forces to the south and east of Iamberg. The 7th Red Army alone now outnumbered Udenica's forces by 3-1. A week later, Iamberg fell and the victorious Reds drove the Northwestern Army to the edge of the Estonian frontier, where thousands of white refugees, their hopes shattered, already huddled in misery and want. Every village, every house, and every shelter of any sort were literally overflowing with miserable, hungry, freezing people. One observer later wrote, "There was not a single sheltered corner where the retreating soldiers could warm themselves and rest. The fighting men therefore had to live without shelter during days and nights when the temperature was 10 to 18 degrees below zero." All too easily reminded of Udenica's stubborn reluctance to recognize their independence, and in no mood to jeopardize their peace negotiations with Lenin's government by appearing to shelter its enemies, the Estonians heeded Trotsky's warning that an independent Estonia cannot continue to serve as a kennel for the pet dogs of counter-revolution, and refused to allow either refugees or soldiers from the Northwestern White Army to cross the frontier to the shelter of Narva. After urgent pleas from Yudenik and several members of his crumbling government, they relented and permitted the Whites to enter Estonia in small groups, provided that they had surrendered their weapons and did not wear their uniforms. All those who served in the former Northwestern Army must not wear their uniforms on Estonian soil, they insisted. In accordance with international law, the soldiers of a foreign state, and particularly an army that no longer exists, does not have the right to enter the borders of another state in uniform. With no refuge for its soldiers and no haven for itself, the government that the Northwestern White Army supported therefore came to an end on December 5th. When Yudenik left the comfort of Rival's hotel commerce to flee Estonia under British protection a month later, he left more than 10,000 defeated soldiers and twice that number of refugees behind to be ravaged by hunger, cold, and disease. First by the hundreds, and then by the thousands, hungry, ill-clothed, and wretchedly housed soldiers fell before the onslaught of a terrible epidemic of spotted typhus. Now they are beginning to talk and write about the Golgotha of the Northwestern Army, one of them wrote. But, in my opinion, Golgotha is far too mild an expression to describe all the torment that these soldiers and officers must endure. You undoubtedly recall the pictures portraying the retreating French forces of Napoleon in 1812, he continued. Hungry, emaciated, shivering from the cold, raving from madness. These people are portrayed as being wrapped in blankets, shawls, women's jackets, and God knows what other rags. I must tell you that I have seen many soldiers here who are dressed only slightly better than that. A few of Yudenika's soldiers tried to reach the forces of Denikin and Wrangel in South Russia, but most made their peace with the Reds or searched for ways to rebuild their lives in some other country. With them they carried shattered hopes and a tragic sense of an opportunity too easily lost. Unwittingly, one of them wrote a bitter epitaph to their failure in a letter to a friend. The entire Northwestern Army, he concluded, was a huge misunderstanding, but, unfortunately, an immensely sad and extremely bitter misunderstanding. Nowhere else had the Whites tried to build a force on the soil of another country to fight the Reds, and nowhere else had they labored so energetically to enlist other national armies in their struggle. The government of the Northwest Russian region, so briefly established and so utterly dependent upon resources outside its control, had been insignificant in terms of the territory it had held and the population it had tried to govern, but it had been a danger nonetheless because it had threatened Petrograd, the cradle of the revolution, itself. Paradoxically, Yudenika's greatest triumph had given Trotsky one of his finest hours and had made the Bolsheviks stronger still. But the Civil War's most decisive battles had been, and would continue to be, fought elsewhere. Some already had been waged in the vastness of Siberia, where, by a quirk of fate, the Reds made their triumphal entry into Kolchak's capital of Omsk on the same day as they took Iamberg. Other battles continued in the south, where, to add irony to irony, the Red armies turned back Denikin's effort to advance beyond Orel on the same day as Trotsky's forces drove Yudenika's men from the Pulkovo heights. There therefore was more than mere optimism behind Trotsky's remark to his comrades on the Central Committee that 1920 would bring an end to the struggle between Red and White. By the end of 1919, the Bolsheviks held more territory more firmly than at any time since the October Revolution. With the governments and armies of Kolchak and Yudenich gone, and those of Denikin and Miller in full retreat, the Whites thus entered 1920 far weaker than they had been a year before. Yet strength still remained in the Bolsheviks' opponents. Perhaps nowhere was that more evident than in the Ukraine, where the fighting of 1919 would be far less conclusive than on the other fronts of the Civil War. There, a volatile mixture of peasant anarchism and proletarian class hatred, combined with outraged nationalism and virulent anti-Semitism to explode into the bloodiest and most vicious conflict of the Russian Civil War. In the Ukraine, where men and women dreamed as passionately of national independence as they did in Finland or the Baltic states, the ferment of social upheaval, religious bigotry, and class warfare proceeded to turn dreams into nightmares. The Ukraine in ferment. No region of the Russian Empire witnessed more violence, more destruction, and more unvarnished cruelty of man to man during Russia's civil war than the Ukraine. Elsewhere in the former empire's borderlands, white forces had established territorial bases, marched against Moscow, and then, when their effort failed, retreated to the safety of the frontier once again. In almost every case, non-Russian nationalist aspirations had complicated the Whites' efforts as emergent peoples seeking independence had interposed themselves between them and the Reds. Yudenich had fallen afoul of the Estonians' and Finns' demands for national states in the Baltic. Denikin had struggled to come to grips with dreams of independence cherished by Georgians and the peoples of the Kuban, the Crimea, and Armenia. The Allied commanders in North Russia had confronted the nationalist aspirations of the Finns and Karelians, and Kolchak had faced a host of demands from a plethora of nationalities in Siberia. From the beginning, the Whites had insisted that nationalist dreams must be set aside until a freely elected constituent assembly could decide the fate of those non-Russian men and women who once had languished under Russia's fallen Tsars. Surprisingly, they had their way. Only Yudenich had suffered any serious direct repercussions from his reluctance to recognize the nationalist aspirations of the people upon whose territory he had built the Northwestern White Army. The situation in the Ukraine, where men and women proud of their past and anxious to embark upon a non-Russian future refused to place victory over Bolshevism ahead of their long-held dreams of independence, proved to be far more volatile and complex. Its lands repeatedly torn by German occupation, Bolshevik expansionism, Ukrainian nationalism, peasant anarchism, and Polish invasion, the Ukraine became a battleground over which armies fought without respite between the fall of 1917 and the summer of 1920. In the rich lands that once had been the Russian Empire's fertile southwest granary, Reds fought against Whites, peasants fought against landlords and townsfolk, Ukrainians fought against Germans, Russians, and Poles, and anarchists fought against all efforts to impose any sort of state order upon them. Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine for more than a millennium, changed hands no less than 16 times in 36 months. These were convulsive, violent times. Konstantin Postovsky wrote in his recollections of the months he spent in Kiev during 1918 and 1919. It was impossible to grasp what was going on. Every regime hurried to publish as many declarations and decrees as possible, hoping that at least a few of them might filter down into the realm of real life and stick to it in some fashion. The dreams of national freedom that sustained the men and women of the Ukraine during these troubled times stretched back 1,000 years to those long-ago days when the founding of Moscow as a remote frontier outpost lay more than a century in the future, and medieval Kiev stood among the most vibrant cities of the Western world. Located at the point where the Great Amber Road from the Baltic to Constantinople intersected with the trade routes that carried the spices and treasures of the Orient to the West, Kiev of the 11th and 12th centuries drew upon the rich heritage of the Near and Middle East, integrated it with her Slavic past, and seasoned the resulting mixture with European borrowings. Richly ornamented brick palaces and great stone cathedrals, the largest of which covered more than 14,000 square feet, adorned its center, and libraries, schools, and hospitals made the lives of its citizens richer and more comfortable than those of their counterparts in the West. With its ruling Ryurikid dynasty linked to almost every important royal family of Christian Europe by ties of marriage, and its people mentioned repeatedly and with respect in such early Western epics as the Chanson de Roland and the Nibelungenlied, Kiev thus enjoyed well-merited international acclaim. But the importance of Kiev to the medieval West reached far beyond the realms of trade and politics. As the eastern outpost of the Christian world, Kiev stood as a bastion against the onslaught of the less civilized peoples of the Asian steppe. Some historians have claimed that the cultural accomplishments of the High Middle Ages might not have been possible had it not been for Kiev's readiness to defend Europe's eastern gateway against the hordes that eventually overwhelmed her. Yet the city whose brilliance had so thoroughly illuminated Europe's eastern frontier during the 11th and 12th centuries crumbled as quickly as it had arisen. Torn apart by internecine conflicts and shattered by attacks from Asia's Mongol hordes, Kiev retained only the merest shreds of her former glory by the middle of the 13th century. As the political centers of Eastern Europe shifted elsewhere, the history of Kiev and its people became linked to that of other nations. First in league with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, then under the suzerainty of Poland, and anally as a part of the Russian Empire, Kiev and its Ukrainian people lived beneath the authority of foreign rulers. Not even the great 17th-century wars of Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the greatest of the Ukrainian Cossack chieftains, could establish an independent Ukrainian state. Not until 1917, when Kiev's National Rada defied Russia's provisional government and proclaimed a republic, did the Ukraine seriously try to claim its independence. Perhaps because of long centuries spent in dreaming of the day when they would become free, the Ukrainians who struggled to shape a national state in the midst of Russia's revolutionary turmoil wasted little love upon their neighbors. Branded as age-long enemies and bloodsuckers of the people, Russians stirred particular anger among those Ukrainian patriots whose ancestors had borne the weight of the Russian yoke for too long. Yet there were some who did not share these xenophobic sentiments. Some Ukrainian nationalists looked to the Germans and the Austrians for support in establishing an independent Ukraine, and a few rich lords in 1917 even dared to envision a future in which their land would remain allied with the Russians in a loose union of autonomous states under the aegis of a democratic Russian Federation. Only for the despised Zaidi, the Jews, did Ukrainians reserve almost unanimous hatred. Long the object of persecution in the Ukraine, the Jews had seen some 200,000 of their ancestors butchered in the 17th century by Khmelnytsky's Cossacks in what one noted historian has called the greatest single massacre of Jews prior to Hitler. Now identified not only as Christ killers and bloodsuckers, but as agents of those Bolsheviks who would replace the landlord's yoke with Jewish slavery. The Ukrainian Jews soon became the victims of a new and vicious wave of anti-Semitism as the collapse of effective government made such virulent hatreds a part of everyday life in the Ukraine between 1917 and 1921. Taking advantage of the weakness of the provisional government, the National Rada, which had begun to meet as a Ukrainian National Assembly in Kiev soon after Russia's February Revolution, moved steadily toward independence in 1917. As its leaders summoned the people of the Ukraine to a decisive struggle against disorder and anarchy after the Bolsheviks' victory, the Rada proclaimed a Ukrainian People's Republic would rule until a freely elected Ukrainian Constituent Assembly should form a government for the whole of the territory of the Ukrainian Republic. Yet independence could not be won so easily. Although Stalin, as Commissar of Nationalities, continued to insist that there can be no conflict between the Ukrainians and Russian peoples, because, in the struggle against the landlords and capitalists, they are all brothers and comrades, no Ukrainian could forget his promise that fratricidal bloodshed of the peoples would result if the Ukraine remained aloof from Russia's new government of People's Commissars. To Russians, Stalin stated his views even more bluntly. The Soviet of People's Commissars will not hesitate to wage a determined fight against the Rada, he told the assembled All-Russian Central Executive Committee in mid-December. The Rada, or rather its General Secretariat, is a government of traitors to socialism who call themselves socialists in order to deceive the masses. He added in an article that appeared in Pravda the next day, only a Rada of the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants of the Ukraine, he concluded, could protect the interests of the Ukrainian people against the landlords and capitalists. Quickly, the Bolsheviks moved to buttress Stalin's warnings with deeds. Supported by some of the Red Guard troops that had marched with Antonov Evsenko against the white forces of Alexeyev and Kaledin, a handful of fugitive Ukrainian Bolsheviks proclaimed a Soviet government in the northeastern Ukrainian industrial city of Kharkov at the end of December. From there, Antonov's socialist revolutionary chief of staff, the former Tsarist captain Mikhail Muravev, marched against the uncertain and unorganized forces of the Rada to the southwest. Muravev captured Poltava at the cost of a single casualty on January 19th and began to shell Kiev with his heavy artillery 9 days later. Bitter fighting followed the bombardment as Kiev's defenders fought from building to building. After a 5-day battle in the streets of Kiev, "I have taken control of the city," Muravev reported to Antonov on February 9, 1918. "A Soviet of workers and peasants' deputies and a military revolutionary committee is working energetically," he told Lenin by direct wire a few days later. Soviet power in the Ukraine is growing stronger. Yet Muravev's victory proved to be less complete than he thought. On the day before Kiev fell, the ministers of the Rada had escaped to Zhytomyr, a provincial capital some 50 miles to the west, where they quickly showed that they still had winning cards to play. Using their vast reserves of grain to entice recognition from the Bolsheviks' hungry enemies, they opened separate negotiations with the Germans and Austrians at Brest-Litovsk, where, at 2 o'clock on the morning of February 9, some 10 hours before Kiev's defenses collapsed, they signed a separate peace with the Central Powers, to whom they immediately appealed for aid against the enemy of our liberty who has invaded our native land in order to subjugate the Ukrainian people with fire and sword. Anxious to protect the grain supplies and raw materials of the Ukraine, the Germans did not need a second invitation. In less than 10 days, Austro-German units were on the march, moving quickly along key rail lines, supported by heavy guns hastily mounted on railroad flat cars. On March 2, just 3 weeks after Muravev had taken Kiev, they drove the Bolsheviks from the city. As Muravev's Red Guards fled in panic, the Rada returned to Kiev in triumph to proclaim that the Germans had come, for a limited period of time as friends and supporters, to help us at a difficult moment of our life. These new forces, they promised, had no intention either of altering our laws and regulations or limiting the independence and sovereignty of our republic. In their delight at being rid of the Bolsheviks, one of their leaders confessed ruefully, the Rada's ministers had forgotten the wise Ukrainian proverb which warned men and women too ready to rely upon others that you must sing the tune of the person on whose wagon you ride. He German's tune, the Ukrainians soon found, had but a single theme. With the city folk of Austria and Germany desperately short of food, the German chief of staff in the Ukraine wrote, it must be the first task of their armies in the Alast to extract grain and other foodstuffs, the more the better. Therefore, while the Rada settled itself in Kiev, the Germans continued their march southeastward to Kharkov, Kherson, and Ekaterinoslav. By the end of May, the vast coal fields of the Donbass and the rich grain fields of the Ukraine both lay under their control, but they found it far more difficult to exploit these new resources than they had imagined. Concerned to win the masses' support with radical land distribution programs and economic reforms, the Rada failed to restore the processes of local government that the Bolshevik invasion had destroyed, with the result that the Germans found it extremely difficult to collect grain from the surly Ukrainian peasants. It is very doubtful whether this government, composed as it is exclusively of left opportunists, will be able to establish firm authority. One senior German officer telegraphed from Kiev the week after his forces entered the city. Many Germans, not a few Ukrainian lords, and a sizable number of wealthy peasants shared that view. As spring planting neared, Germany's ambassador Baron Adolf Mumm von Schwarzenstein began to refer to the Rada as a pseudo-government, and worried about its ability to ensure that the desperately needed new crops of wheat and rye would be planted. Permanent collaboration with these men, who, because of their socialist theories, ceased to comprehend the real state of affairs, is impossible, he told his superiors in Berlin in mid-April. A change in governments, he added 3 days later, would not in itself be unfortunate. Mumm had no objection if, insofar as it is possible, a Ukrainian government should be preserved, but insisted that any government which replaced the Rada must not hinder the military and economic undertakings of the German authorities. More fearful of the Rada's radical economic reform programs than of cooperation with the Germans, a number of Ukrainian lords proved ready to pay the Germans' price to establish the puppet government that Mumm envisioned. General Pavlo Skoropadsky, graduate of the Imperial Russian Corps of Pages, aide-de-camp to Nicholas II, and one of the wealthiest men in the Ukraine, stood at their head. Like his father before him, Skoropadsky had spent his adult life in the service of Russia's Tsars and had neither the native pride nor the regional prejudice needed to become a Ukrainian national leader. He and Field Marshal Hermann von Eichhorn, commander-in-chief of the Austro-German forces in the Ukraine, had married nieces of Count Durnovo, a notoriously reactionary Russian minister of internal affairs, and close family ties bound them still. No longer able to serve the Russians, Skoropadsky therefore chose not to serve the Rada but the Germans. On April 29, 1918, just 1 week before his 46th birthday, he led a coup d'état against the men who had ruled so ineptly in the name of the Ukrainian people. Disorder and anarchy reign throughout the country, and the once prosperous Ukraine is now threatened by the approaching phantom of starvation, he announced as he took power. Only a firm authority can re-establish order, he told the Landowners' League Congress that conferred the ancient title of Hetman upon him that day. I pray to God to grant me the strength to save the Ukraine. Skoropadsky, who spoke no Ukrainian, was to be a dictator dedicated to the old world of imperial privilege that the revolution had swept away. For him, there could be few concessions to the new egalitarian order. My fatherland, he said firmly at one point, cannot become the testing ground for socialistic experiments. His was a government, the Ukrainian National Political Union complained, composed of men Ukrainian by blood but Muscovite in spirit. Protected by von Eicham's armies, Skoropadsky's conservative regime produced a rapid and surprising economic recovery. The Hetman's revolution was carried out under the slogan of the restoration of landed property and freedom of trade. One knowledgeable observer wrote, and this produced substantial improvement in industrial and commercial circles, not to mention the agriculture of the Ukraine's great lords. Attracted by its apparent stability and prosperity, men and women who once had been part of Russia's upper and middle classes flooded into Kiev from the Bolsheviks' domains. No longer fearful of being cursed as burzhby, as part of the bourgeoisie, they sought to forget the shattered lives they had left behind. Theaters, restaurants, and cafes overflowed with elegant men and women. Speculators and black marketeers plied their trade in luxury goods sold at exorbitant prices, and prostitutes reveled in a steadily increasing clientele. Life in Kiev in those days reminded one of a feast in time of plague, Postovsky remembered. Gambling dens and houses of prostitution sprang up overnight. They sold cocaine openly on the Bessarabka, where teenaged whores offered themselves for sale. Not all the Russian refugees who came to Kiev in the summer of 1918 reveled in cafes, black markets, and whorehouses. Among those who fled the grim, gray world of the Bolsheviks came influential members of the Constitutional Democratic Party. The cadets who had played such a key role in Russian affairs in the weeks after the February Revolution. Now stripped of their power, but still hoping to find a base from which to mount a new assault against the men who had driven them from office, some of Russia's fugitive cadets gave Skoropadsky their support. Now willing to set the bitterness of the Great War aside in order to reach an accommodation with Germany, which one of them went so far as to describe as a true friend and ally of democratic Russia. No fewer than 7 cadets appeared in Skoropadsky's first cabinet. Our history shows, one of them announced with self-righteous self-justification, that Russia's interests have always been tied more closely to Germany than to England. Although they still refused to accept the possibility of a fully independent Ukraine and argued that their support of Skoropadsky's government stemmed simply from a realistic evaluation of the present circumstances. They followed what they called the tactics of accommodation, in the hope of winning German support in their efforts to rid Russia of the Bolsheviks. Once freed of the Bolsheviks, a unified Russia could accept certain priority relationships between Germany and the Ukraine. Cadet leader and one-time Russian Foreign Minister Milyukov told the Germans, but these should be as few as possible. If the cadets found it possible to accommodate themselves to Skoropadsky's regime, Ukrainian nationalists, workers, and peasants did not. Volodymyr Vinnichenko, the Ukrainian nationalist leader whose memoirs recounted his people's civil war struggles in immense detail, called Skoropadsky a Russian general of Little Russian origin, and condemned him as a sentimental degenerate. Others cursed Skoropadsky's rigid censorship, which closed some of the most influential socialist and nationalist newspapers in the Ukraine, his uncompromising defense of private property, and his unyielding insistence upon meeting the Germans' demands as he called upon the Ukrainians to dedicate themselves to work instead of politics. Few doubted Skoropadsky's readiness to set German demands ahead of Ukrainian freedoms. The tragedy of the Hetman's government, one observer concluded, was that above him was a more powerful, mailed fist on which everything in reality depended. Tension rose all across the Ukraine as nationalists, revolutionaries, peasants, and workers turned against Skoropadsky's regime. So many German and Austrian soldiers died at the hands of Ukrainian partisans during the summer and fall of 1918 that the German High Command considered fining Skoropadsky's government from 50,000 rubles for the death of each private to 200,000 rubles for the death of a general. Mysterious explosions in German ammunition dumps in Kiev claimed several hundred lives at once. And at the end of July, Russian terrorists assassinated Skoropadsky's brother-in-law, Field Marshal von Eichhorn himself. Briefly, Skoropadsky considered an accommodation with the Ukrainian nationalists but found that impossible unless he made greater social and political concessions than he or the Germans could allow. In general, the Germans toyed with the Ukraine like a cat plays with a mouse, first tightening its grip and then allowing its victim to run free and savor the illusion of freedom, all the while watching to make certain that its prey didn't escape its clutches. One Ukrainian remembered bitterly. That fall, German demands for Ukrainian food and Ukrainian raw materials increased. By November, nearly 1 million tons of foodstuffs, over 13,000 tons of hemp, 1 million hides and skins, and close to 5,000 tons of tobacco had been shipped from the Ukraine to Germany, Austria, and Hungary. As if that were not enough, Skoropadsky agreed to send more than a third of the Ukraine's total grain harvest to the Central Powers the following year. Angry railroad workers, who had welcomed the Germans so enthusiastically in March, organized strikes against them in July. Quite probably, only their defeat by the Western Allies and the armistice of November 11, 1918, prevented the Germans from imposing a much sterner regime upon the Ukraine before the end of the year. Germany's defeat shattered the base upon which Skoropadsky had built his regime. Without German protection, his government had lit the hope of standing against the Ukrainian nationalist forces that Vinnichenko and the office worker-turned publicist turned soldier Simon Petlura had begun to mobilize for an insurrection. For a few desperate weeks, Skoropadsky pleaded with the Allies to become his new protectors and even called for the Ukraine to become a part of a federated all-Russian state ruled by the Whites. The Ukraine must take the lead in the matter of the establishment of an all-Russian federation, he insisted as he appointed a new cabinet composed mainly of Russian monarchists in mid-November. I hereby commission the newly formed cabinet to undertake the execution of this great historic task in the very near future. Without winning the Allies or the Whites to his cause, his effort infuriated his nationalist enemies and cost him the support of those Ukrainian conservatives who had presided over his rise to power. Despite Ataman Krasnov's grandiose statement that now again, as a millennium ago, the eyes of all the better people of Russia are upon Kiev, the Cossacks of the Don made no move to help Skoropadsky, and Denikin's armies remained occupied elsewhere. Once Skoropadsky had committed himself to a pro-Russian course, his enemies moved quickly. They declared war directly upon the hetman as a traitor to the Ukraine. One of Kiev's citizens later wrote, now heading a rival government, Vinnichenko and Petlura drove Skoropadsky from office in less than a month. The heroic efforts of the armed toiling men and women of the Ukraine have swept the destructive landlord-monarchist authority of the hetman's government from the face of the land, they announced as they returned to Kiev. Triumphantly, their newly formed directory invited the toiling intelligentsia to take a decisive stand on the side of the working classes and to apply all its strength, knowledge, and talent to the task of creating a new, just, and healthy life for everyone. Determined to be as nationalist and democratic as Skoropadsky's government had been aristocratic and dictatorial, the Directory launched a broad campaign of Ukrainization and proletarianization. Boldly, it annulled all laws of the hetman's government that had been directed against the interests of the toiling classes, promised land to the peasants, especially those who had fought against Skoropadsky, declared that the so-called ruling classes, the classes of the landed and industrial bourgeoisie, responsible for the ruin of the national economy, can have no voice in the government, and bestowed the right to rule solely upon the toiling people of an independent Ukrainian People's Republic. No one proved more dedicated to the Ukrainian past than Petlura himself, the insurance company bookkeeper who had taken up the sword in the name of workers' rights and Ukrainian national independence. Variously called a bandit, the Ukrainian Garibaldi, and the savior of European civilization from great Russian imperialism, Petlura, like Stalin, had spent his adolescent years studying for the priesthood before he began to champion the causes of socialism and Ukrainian nationalism. 39, when he rose to share power with Vinnichenko in the Directory, he was a man of action, albeit a pompous and pretentious one, who, Postovsky remembered, appealed especially to maidservants, governesses, and retired Ukrainian generals. Because the Ukrainians had yet to develop a clear sense of national identity and national interest, The Directory's efforts to emphasize a Ukrainian past as the key to a Ukrainian future often proved more comic than serious. Everything was rebuilt to look like the Ukraine in the olden days. Postovsky wrote of his days in Kiev. It was hard to tell if something serious was going on, or if the city was merely acting out a play with characters dressed up like old-time Ukrainian peasant rebels. One resident thought that Kiev resembled a gigantic sign painter's workshop. As men with paintbrushes and ladders paraded through the streets changing Russian signs into Ukrainian ones. Nothing seemed fixed and nothing seemed permanent. As men and women struggled to shape their lives according to information, the accuracy of which no one believed. Rumors took on an elemental, almost cosmic quality under Petlura. Postovsky wrote. Some of these seemed so dazzling in their falsity that the amazed young Russian writer kept a list of them, remembering especially the rumor that the great actress Vera Kolodnaya had proclaimed herself Empress of the Ukraine and had gathered an army to enforce her claim. It was a monumental collection of lies. He concluded, a true chronicle of the irrepressible fantasies of helplessly confused people. Too much about Petlura's regime seemed artificial and contrived. Despite its ringing proclamations and its efforts to awaken a joyful awareness of the past in the people of Kiev by dressing soldiers and tradesfolk in Ukrainian national costumes, a sense of deepening desperation gripped Ukrainians. As the Directory failed to replace the strict regulations of Skoropadsky and the Germans with any firm controls of its own, prices soared out of control. Postovsky remembered how some of Kiev's enterprising citizens set out to offset rampant inflation with a flood of counterfeit money. There was not a single print shop in Kiev where typesetters and lithographers were not happily producing Petlura money. He wrote in his remembrances of those days. Many enterprising citizens even made counterfeit money at home with the help of little brushes and cheap watercolors. As the value of money plummeted, white bread sold for 300 rubles a pound, the same weight of sugar cost more than twice that amount, and a pound of lard sold for even more. That winter, shortages of fuel oil and coal halted trains and shut down factories. The country was drifting into a cosmic, impenetrable fog, Postovsky thought. The same empty streets with the same people turning green from cold and hunger scurrying along them, now seemed to have become a permanent part of life in the Ukraine. To make matters worse, people began to fight their own private wars. Without any effective central government, local chiefs established petty tyrannies in Kharkov, Poltava, Ekaterinoslav, Chernobyl, Radomysl, and Chernigov, and these neither enforced the policies of the Directory nor even agreed with them. Although their visions of the future varied widely, at one time or another they condemned such diverse groups as the Chinese, the Russians, the ZHTDY, and the Latvians. All of these local regimes despised outside authority and hated the Jews. Dominated by crude self-interest, the Atamans of the Ukraine thus remained at odds with the Directory, the Bolsheviks, and each other. Physical force, Vinnichenko lamented later, remained in the hands of elements that either did not understand the revolution or were outright counter-revolutionary and even anti-Ukrainian. The result was chaos. It was this complete lack of control, the autocratic behavior of civil and military authorities, Vinnichenko concluded, that proved to be both a conscious and unconscious counter-revolution for us. Its economy in shambles, its political authority ineffective and without popular support, the Directory faced a new attack by the Bolsheviks. Anxious to take advantage of the breakdown of authority that had accompanied Germany's defeat, Trotsky had been so quick to order the Red Army into the Ukraine that, before the middle of January, Bolshevik forces had taken the key Ukrainian cities of Kharkov and Chernigov and turned toward Kiev. As the Reds closed their siege around the city, Petlura's agents spread one final rumor, which, by its magnificently outrageous falseness, symbolized the absurdity of the Directory's flailing attempts to govern. A deadly violet ray supplied by a friend of a free Ukraine, Kiev's fearful citizens were told, was soon to be used against the Bolsheviks by Petlura's forces, and it was imperative that all civilians remain in their cellars to avoid unnecessary casualties. Postovsky recalled how, on the night of the violet ray, the city was deathly quiet, as the people of Kiev waited below ground to learn the results. The next morning, they emerged to find that Petlura and his men had fled, having used the city's deserted streets to speed their escape. More than 100 miles to the west, on a small strip of Galician territory that Ukrainian peasants had salvaged from the debris of the crumbling Austro-Hungarian Empire, Petlura found a refuge. There, he began to rebuild the shattered forces with which he would return to Kiev a few months later. In the meantime, the Red Army took command of Kiev on February 5, 1919. This time, one resident reported, the Bolsheviks came without massacres and without executions to a city where some people had begun to think that even a stem Bolshevik government might be preferable to the loathsome Ukrainian anarchy they had endured under the Rada and Pedayra. It would be better to have one devil who is firmly seated, a young woman wrote in her diary. These eternal changes of government can drive you out of your mind. Hers was a theme that many men and women found appealing in the chaos of 1919, but civil strife had not yet scarred people's lives deeply enough at the beginning of the year to compel the individualistic men and women of the Ukraine to accept the Bolsheviks' rigid egalitarianism. Too much was taken and not enough given that spring. Like the Germans, the Bolsheviks saw the Ukraine as a source of desperately needed food, and Lenin therefore placed some of his most trusted lieutenants in command. New and bitter conflicts between Russians and Ukrainians broke out almost immediately, and as in those parts of Russia that came under their control in 1918 and 1919, the Bolsheviks turned to Red Terror and the Cheka to impose their will. Always anxious to use national and racial hatreds to advantage, Dzerzhinsky placed Jews in 7 of the Cheka's 10 top positions and saw to it that Jews made up nearly 80% of the rank-and-file Cheka agents in the Ukraine. The victims of centuries of anti-Semitic abuse, the Jews of the Ukraine now had a chance to take revenge upon their longtime persecutors as the Cheka began to claim its victims. Led by Nikifor Grigorev, captain in the Tsarist army, supporter of Skoropadsky, ally of Pedayra, and Bolshevik general by the age of 35, and strengthened by the defection of several key atamans from Petlura's army, the Bolsheviks moved decisively from Kiev toward the Black Sea ports of Nikolaev and Odessa as spring approached. Dedicated to drinking and fighting, Grigorev served and betrayed all causes equally as grandiose dreams of the revolution filled his mind with glorious visions of self-aggrandizement. Vowing to destroy his enemies like flies with a single wave of my hand. He saw himself at times as an Ukrainian Lenin and, at others, as an Ukrainian Napoleon. Some men await me as they do God himself, he proclaimed. Others have announced that I am their star of salvation. A man of startling contradictions, Grigorev swore allegiance to the Bolsheviks and cursed the Communist Society in the same breath. Complex, choleric, always mercuric, he fought for every side in the struggles that surged across the Ukraine until Nestor Makhno, an even more colorful and charismatic rebel chieftain, had him assassinated in July. Grigorev seized large stores of weapons and ammunition at Tiraspol and Nikolaev before he turned toward Odessa, where disagreements between the Russian Whites and the occupying French Expeditionary Force soon made it possible for his weaker armies to triumph. French fighting men disdained the Whites as barbarians and villains, as traitors whose treachery in 1917 had allowed Germany to concentrate most of her dwindling resources against the Western Front. You must not stand on ceremony with these people, the French commander Franchet d'Espery told his officers about the Whites at one point. Shoot them without further ado if anything occurs, commencing with the moujiks, the peasants, and ending with their highest representatives. None under d'Espery's command disputed that view. Having kept his head at Verdun and the Marne, one French officer remarked, no French soldier would agree to losing it on the Russian fields. To Denikin's outrage, the French command therefore pitted anti-Bolshevik factions against each other and denied the Russians any part in planning the city's defense. At the beginning of March, they even refused to allow forces loyal to Denikin to defend the large military supply depots at Tiraspol and Nikolaev against Grigorev's advancing armies. When he approached Odessa, Grigorev thus found the French bitterly at odds with the Russians and still in search of a policy against the Bolsheviks. Unwilling to commit themselves to an open and unlimited struggle against Lenin's government, and ever responsive to domestic political pressures that demanded their withdrawal, the Allies agreed to evacuate Odessa at the end of March. Without evacuation plans, and without enough ships, 40,000 troops and 30,000 civilians tried to flee the city during the first 5 days of April. Complaining that the Russian volunteer army merits 1,000 times the scorn that all have heaped upon it, the French thus brought an end to what one of their senior officers described as the complete failure of a ridiculous adventure. A barrage of self-congratulatory telegrams flooded into Moscow as the Bolsheviks took command of the vast military stores that the French had left behind. "Long live the world's socialist revolution," they proclaimed. "Long live Red Odessa." Although Grigorev's Reds had taken Odessa, they could not hold the Ukraine. As part of the campaign that took Denikin's volunteer army to Oral and beyond, General Maimaevsky's forces drove the Reds from Kharkov and Ekaterinoslav at the end of June, and then moved on to take Kiev at the end of August in order to secure Denikin's left flank when his armies turned toward Moscow. At the same time, the armies of Petlura's Ukrainian People's Republic began to march against Kiev from Galicia, while a population starved by shortages and tortured by the atrocities of the Cheka anxiously awaited them. "For the past week I have alternated between hope and despair," a young woman wrote in her diary as she spoke of her hopes for the Reds' defeat. Then, at 7 o'clock on the evening of August 30th, 1919, she penned the first joyous words she had written in nearly 6 months. "They are leaving," she exclaimed as the Bolsheviks, unable to stand against assaults from 2 directions at once, began their retreat. "They are leaving. They are leaving." Delighted to be freed of the Bolsheviks' oppression, the men and women of Kiev greeted Petlura's Ukrainian forces when they entered the city the next morning. A few hours later, some of Maimaevsky's units under General Bredov entered the city from the east. Briefly, the two forces clashed in the city's center until the Kievans' delight at the Bolsheviks' defeat overwhelmed all other hostilities. There was a general sense of unity reminiscent of the first days of the revolution. One of them wrote, "Bolshevik power, the Cheka, and the executions now seemed like some sort of evil dream that had been forever buried." For a few days, the people of Kiev remained united in celebrating their liberation and in mourning the men and women whose lives had been cut short by Cheka executioners. Then, as quickly as it had formed, that unity broke apart. Nothing summed up the irreconcilable differences that separated the volunteer army from the forces of the Ukrainian People's Republic more forcefully than the statement that the Russian monarchist Vasily Shulgin published in the first issue of the resurrected conservative Russian newspaper Kivlyanin, the Citizen of Kiev. "The southwest region," Shulgin wrote, "is Russian, Russian, Russian. Never again must the forces of the volunteer army surrender it either to the Ukrainian traitors of Petlura or to Jewish executioners of the Cheka." His was a view that Denikin shared wholeheartedly. In the Ukrainians' efforts to realize their dream of independence, Denikin saw nothing more than a traitorous attempt by past associates of the Germans to subvert Russian unity. Opposed by Denikin and not supported by the Allies, Petlura's movement fell apart. Ravaged by typhus, his forces shrank to less than 2,000 men before the end of October. By the end of the year, Petlura and the champions of Ukrainian nationalism had no options left but an ill-fated alliance with the Poles. In the meantime, Denikin imposed a regime marked by a stubborn rejection of all Ukrainian nationalist hopes and a vicious hatred for all Jews. As the pogroms of 1919 burst upon the Jews of the Ukraine with incredible ferocity, the enemies of Bolshevism committed some of the most brutal acts of persecution in the modern history of the Western world. The Ukraine had been a land of pogroms ever since the Cossack legions of Khmelnytsky had butchered some 200,000 Jews and wiped out more than 700 Jewish settlements in the mid-17th century. Less than 100 years later, Ukrainian peasant rebels had murdered another 50,000, and the Jews of Russia's west and southwest had endured new outbreaks of anti-Semitic hatred during the years that followed. As the 19th century drew to a close, pogroms had become a regular feature of life in those provinces that encompassed the infamous Pale of Settlement, where Russia's autocrats had confined their empire's unfortunate Jews since the time of Catherine the Great. The summer and fall after the assassination of Alexander II in 1881 had seen a particularly violent wave of such outbreaks, and although their fury had burned itself out before the winter's first snows, pogroms had continued sporadically for the next 2 decades. In Moscow, dedicated anti-Semites referred to the Jewish high holy days as the Zid hunting season and celebrated Passover 1891 with a pogrom that eventually drove 20,000 Jews from their homes. At the beginning of the 20th century, no Jew could pass a crowd of lower-class Ukrainians or Russians without fear of hearing the terrible cry, "Bet Spidov, smash the Jews!" In 1903, a new wave of violence had burst upon the Jews of Russia's southwest. This time the violence had centered in Kishinev, the capital of Bessarabia, where on Easter Sunday mobs of artisans, workers, petty tradesmen, and minor bureaucrats had murdered nearly 50 Jews, injured more than 600, and looted some 1,300 homes and shops before the authorities had summoned troops to halt the carnage. Thanks to the investigations of Michael DeWitt, a native of Ireland who wrote for the Hearst newspapers in America, and to the writings of Vladimir Korolenko, the renowned Russian populist writer who refused to contain his outrage at what he had seen, Russians and Europeans no longer could turn a blind eye to the plight of Russia's Jews after the events in Kishinev. I have before me a record of 13 girls and women of ages ranging from 17 to 48, who were assaulted by from 2 to 20 men and in many cases left for dead. DeWitt wrote as he went on to tell the tale of a woman blinded by spikes before her tormentors killed her by driving them past her eyes and into her brain. Both DeWitt and Korolenko wrote of Model Greenspoon, the Jewish glazier who had been castrated and trampled to death when he tried to defect 16 Jewish women and girls who were being raped by a mob that had just been blessed by the Bishop of Kishinev. Angrily, Korolenko asked how many people in Russia still could claim to have any humanitarian feelings in the face of such barbaric bitterness. In reply, the Russian authorities blamed the Jews. The emperor himself, Russia's Minister of War, confided to his diary a week later, had told him that the Jews needed to be taught a lesson because they had been putting on airs and leading the revolutionary movement. Father Ioan of Kronstadt, a priest renowned for his piety, had proclaimed that the Jews themselves were the cause of those disorders, the wounds inflicted, and the murders committed. The revolutionary events of 1905, which had freed Russians from the worst abuses of their centuries-old autocracy, also had included nearly 700 pogroms against the Jews, more than 8 out of every 10 of which had occurred in the Ukraine or nearby Bessarabia. Although the new constitutional government that the Russians had won during the Revolution of 1905 claimed to defend their rights, Russia's Jews still had remained spectral citizens, with mere shadows of civil rights. Then, the First World War had heaped new abuse upon them. Ready to defend Tsar and country despite centuries of mistreatment by both, the Jews had stepped forward to take their places alongside their Christian tormentors in an army that proclaimed them unfit to wear the cross of St. George and whose censors dedicated themselves to obliterating references to Jewish bravery from the Russian press. The Jews remained the real enemy, Russia's leading anti-Semites proclaimed. One statesman went so far as to insist that the evil influence of the Jews is undeniable, as he condemned those European and American financiers who insisted that better treatment of the Jews must be a precondition for new war loans for the Russian government. As Jews fought and died for Russia in 1914 and 1915, their country's leading right-wing newspapers cursed them as traitors. "No pardon for the Jew," one of them proclaimed. "The blood of the sons of Holy Russia, which they betray each day, cries out for vengeance." Senior officers warned army quartermasters not to buy food from Jewish merchants because products of Jewish manufacture have things put in them that can make people very sick. As the victorious armies of Germany fought their way into Russia's western provinces in 1915, Russian commanders herded Jews into boxcars by the tens of thousands and shipped them eastward to be abandoned in the empire's interior. "It is always necessary to have a scapegoat in reserve," France's ambassador remarked sadly. So infamous a calumny could only have been given birth in a despotic country. The masses of the Russian Empire harbored such intense hatred for the Jews that the despotism of the Tsarist government actually served to hold anti-Semitism in check. Nowhere was this more evident than in the Ukraine, where the indignities suffered by the Jews between 1881 and 1917 paled into insignificance during the Civil War. As the last vestiges of effective government crumbled into uncontrolled turbulence in 1919, the 1.5 million Jews of the Ukraine became the victims of the most vicious anti-Semitic attacks to sweep their land since the days of Khmelnytsky. Estimates of the numbers killed ran as high as 1 Jew out of every 13. Hundreds of thousands were left homeless, and tens of thousands more became the victims of serious injuries or disease. Many Jewish women contracted venereal infections when they were raped by men from areas of the Russian Empire in which syphilis had reached epidemic proportions. Others had their beauty destroyed forever by beatings and tortures administered by peasants and soldiers who took pleasure in doing so. In some cases, pogromists spared the lives of particularly beautiful women. In others, they killed them for that very reason. The pogroms of 1919 began in Volinsk, in the northwestern Komer of the Ukraine, into which some of Petlura's atamans had begun to concentrate their forces as they retreated from the Bolshevik advance against Kiev. Although the Cossacks and Ukrainian peasants who waged these first battles against the Jews often spared their lives in return for huge ransoms, they nonetheless subjected them to numerous and gross indignities. During the pogrom that swept through Ovruch during the first half of January, the Cossack ataman Kozherzurka took special pleasure in forcing Jews to dance naked while they sang religious songs. Always, Ukrainians' identification of the Jews with the Bolsheviks played a central part in the violence, and nowhere more so than in Proskurov, sometimes described as the most lively town in the province of Podolsk, where Jews made up nearly half of its 50,000 citizens. Enraged by a Bolshevik attempt to seize the city, Peter's forces killed 1 Jew out of every 15 and then went on to nearby Felshtin, where they killed 1 in 3. When the rivers thawed and navigation reopened, some of the angry Bolshevik Ukrainian forces shifted their methods of execution from shooting to drowning and took particular pleasure in throwing Jews overboard from the steamers that plied the Dnieper River between Kiev and Chernobyl. As late winter turned into spring, the pogroms spread and the violence deepened. When Ataman Grigorev broke with the Bolsheviks at the beginning of May, he summoned all Ukrainians capable of bearing arms to mobilize within 3 days, and called upon the tormented people of the Ukraine, the holy toilers, the people of God, to a battle to the death against the Bolsheviks and the Jews. Quickly, anti-Semitism and anti-Bolshevism took on religious dimensions. Jew communists, Ukrainians insisted on a number of occasions, had changed our holy houses of God into stables. Acting directly on the anti-Semitic exhortations in Grigorev's Universal Decree of May 7, 1919, Ukrainian soldiers butchered some 400 Jews out of a population of 35,000 in the district of Uman and wounded hundreds more. It should be noted, a Russian Red Cross report noted in an appendix, that the pogromists committed special atrocities when they were drunk, when they became absolute beasts. At those times, Cossacks cut off the ears, noses, and breasts of women and tortured men with equal brutality. Special attention is called to the numerous cases of the killing of entire families. The Red Cross report continued. Eyewitnesses reported that, as one old man lay writhing in agony from a gunshot wound, some of the Christian children of Uman began to stone him to death. After the slaughter at Uman, Grigorev's forces ordered the district's surviving Jews to collect all the corpses and to bury them in mass graves. When the Jews, among whom were many fathers, mothers, wives, brothers, sisters, and children of the dead, were digging the graves and weeping, witnesses later testified, Grigorev's rebels made fun of them. At one point, the soldiers forbade the women to weep, and as the Jews began to pile their dead in the graves, their Christian tormentors began to sing obscene songs. Still full of hatred, the peasants of Uman proclaimed their determination to starve the Zaidi to death. And even Christian women who looked like Jews found it difficult to buy food in those days. Everywhere Jews were plundered and killed, the Red Cross report concluded. The picture of the pogroms and massacres was of the same sort almost everywhere. Looting, beating, killing on an enormous scale, and violation of women. Sadly, the Red Cross report did not exaggerate. During the second half of May, more than 50 pogroms occurred in the provinces of Kiev, Kherson, and Poltava, where Grigorev's authority was the strongest. Not Grigorev's limited and poorly disciplined forces, but only a more efficiently organized army that operated over a wider area could accomplish mass killings, and this became possible only when Denikin's forces arrived in mid-1919. That summer and fall, anti-Semitic venom fairly dripped from some of the public pronouncements of Denikin's generals. The hour is near when we can begin to breathe easily and be freed from that diabolical hand that chains us in slavery, destroying our faith and our church. One of them proclaimed as he promised that the diabolical force that lives in the hearts of Jew communists will be destroyed. An agent in the AUDIOBOOK, Denikin's counterintelligence service, spoke openly of the need to render harmless the Jewish microbe, while OSVAG, the propaganda agency of Denikin's government, blamed the Jews for lost battles, special Jewish detachments, it claimed, ambushed volunteer army units, inflation, the Jews supposedly hoarded food and scarce goods to drive up prices, and Bolshevism. That little Jew Leba Bronstein, known to the world as Trotsky, one monarchist pamphlet announced angrily, now sits in the Tsar's place in Moscow. To OSVAG's pamphleteers and their allies, Trotsky was only one Jew among many who had betrayed Russia in the name of class warfare. The Jews' dedication to Bolshevism, and their willingness to incite the classes against each other according to the recipe of the great master Karl Marx, the conservative Russian publicist Vasily Shulgin insisted, were well-known facts. Shulgin had no doubt that the Jews merited the misery brought by the pogroms, and he had no hesitation about spreading false reports that Jewish snipers fired repeatedly at volunteer army soldiers in the streets of Kiev. When a special investigation proved that none of his charges had a grain of truth, Shulgin made no effort to retract his accusations. "The fate of the Jews will depend upon the course they follow," he wrote in one of his most famous articles. Is it really possible that the torture of fear, brought on by the pogroms, will not show the Jews the right way? Even the cadets, who once had opposed Shulgin's conservative monarchist opinions, now supported similar views. Anti-Semitism could serve as a creative force for national reunification. One of the leading cadet newspapers explained, at a time of waning popular support for the white cause, anti-Semitism might become a vehicle for increasing peasant support for the struggle against Bolshevism. Although Denikin himself never approved of pogroms, he spoke out against them with caution, for there was dissension enough in the white camp without taking its officers to task for their blatant anti-Semitism, especially since he believed that the masses had good reason to hate the Jews. Unwilling to punish officers whose paranoid delusions about the Jewish threat made them obsessed with seeking out and eradicating Jew communists, Denikin allowed the pogroms to continue as the whites searched frantically for common ground upon which to construct a social base of support for their regime among the bitterly anti-Semitic people of the Ukraine. No longer spontaneous outpourings of racial and religious hatred, pogroms now became coldly calculated incidents of wholesale rape, extreme brutality, and unprecedented destruction. In a single day at the end of August in the Jewish settlement of Kremenchuk, the whites raped 350 women, including pregnant women, women who had just given birth, and even women who were dying. Then, as the Reds began to challenge the volunteer army more effectively from the north and east that fall, the pogroms turned into orgies of mass butchery. At the end of September, a 5-day pogrom destroyed 200 buildings and slaughtered nearly 2,000 Jews in Fastov, a town that Baedeker had described before the Great War as prettily situated along the route of the Moscow-Kiev Railroad. After the pogrom, the Jewish quarter of Fastov lay in utter ruins, its synagogue strewn with the bodies of murdered men, women, children, and old people. The flourishing town of Fastov, the Kievan Echo reported, has been transformed into a graveyard. A few days later, the Jews of Kiev suffered a similar fate. Inflamed by articles in Shulgin's Kievlianin and its companion in anti-Semitism, Vekbami Agni Evening Lights, Denikin's men threw defenseless Jews from the upper stories of buildings, killed others with bayonets and sabers, and drowned still others in the river. Gigantic 5- and 6-story buildings begin to shriek from top to bottom. Shulgin wrote as he described how Kiev's Jews, seized with mortal anguish, screamed with inhuman voices as the men with bayonets worked their way through the city's streets. As fall turned into winter in 1919, no end to the violence seemed in sight. All across the Ukraine, anti-Semitism poisoned the minds of men. Officers of high principles, good education, and deeply ingrained personal scruples began to rob, rape, and murder as a matter of course. Almost no one spoke in the Jews' defense, and comparatively few even gave them food or shelter. In the Ukraine, there were few indeed who dared to repeat Gorky's bold statement that anti-Semitism was a disgrace to Russian culture, and that the Jews, as the old, strong leaven of humanity, have always exalted its spirit, bringing restless noble ideals into the world. As one observer wrote, men preferred to remain silent and to wash their hands. Certain that they faced extermination if the whites remained, the Jews of the Ukraine turned to the Bolsheviks, who shot pogromists and outlawed anti-Semitic writings. From time to time, sporadic pogroms occurred in areas held by the Reds to be sure, but when compared with the tens of thousands of murders by the whites, the few hundred pogrom deaths that Jews suffered in Bolshevik-held territory left few among them in doubt that Lenin's regime offered better chances for survival. It therefore was no accident that entire Jewish settlements began to follow Red Army units when they retreated rather than face the tender mercies of Denikin's soldiers. The breakdown of all governmental authority that accompanied the anti-Semitic violence of 1919 in the Ukraine was attributable only in part to the ebb and flow of the fighting. Beneath the mantle of nationalism that covered the Ukraine during the Civil War flourished a deep streak of peasant anarchism that disdained all authority imposed from above. Primitive in their outlook, passionate in their hatred of Russians, Jews, and cities, the men and women of rural Ukraine therefore took up arms in a cause of their own making while Red fought against White and Petlura's nationalist forces fought against Denikin's volunteer army. Led by men who had risen from their midst and who shared their way of life and their beliefs, the Ukrainian peasants set out in 1918 to 1919 to fight for their own vision of the future by destroying railroads, cutting telegraph and telephone lines, and waging war against any who disputed their right to do so. Born the youngest son of a poor stableman in 1889, and raised by his mother in the southeastern Ukrainian town of Guliai Pol after his father's sudden death, Nestor Ivanovich Mokhno best exemplified the peasant anarchism of the Ukraine. A tender of kata and sheep at 7, farmhand at 12, and factory worker at 16, Mokhno learned his hatred for authority on the farms of rich German Mennonite peasants around Guliai Pol and acquired his rudimentary knowledge of history, political economy, and anarchist theory in Moscow's Buturki prison, where he had been sent to serve a life sentence at the age of 18 for killing a Russian policeman. Arrogant, unrepentant, and stubbornly uncompromising in his disdain for authority, Mokhno spent much of his time at Buturki in chains or in solitary confinement. Then, after nearly 9 years, the amnesty proclaimed by Russia's first provisional government released him at the beginning of March 1917. Proclaiming himself a revolutionary first and an anarchist second, Mokhno left prison with a clear sense of mission. "I felt certain that I could accomplish something useful," he later wrote. "Freedom, equality, and solidarity now would be the principles that would guide men and human society. This was the thought that had obsessed me during my long years in prison." Mokhno drew men to him despite his short stature and relative youth. He had studied the anarchist writings of Bakunin, whose condemnation of cities and large-scale industries fit so well with the anti-urban, anti-industrial feelings of the Ukrainian peasants, and his program was precisely the sort that struck responsive chords in peasant hearts. All instruments of authority, all political parties, and all ruling classes, whether they governed in the name of czar and nobles, the bourgeoisie, or the proletariat, must be abolished so that people could live and act justly and like brothers and work for the good of everyone. Certain of the peasantry's kinship with the ideas of anarchism, and equally certain that a powerful revolutionary force flourished in toiling peasant hearts, Mokhno urged the common folk of Guliai Pol to organize a peasant union to defend their freedom and protect the lands that the new revolutionary order would bestow upon them. "We shall work together to destroy slavery," he promised them at one point, "so that we may set ourselves and our brothers on the road to the new order." Quickly, Mokhno's peasant union spread its influence. As the instruments of state authority crumbled in the Ukraine, Mokhno formed a committee for the defense of the revolution, which began to expropriate the property of landowners, industrialists, prosperous shopkeepers, and rich peasants in and around Guliai Pol. "We are disarming the entire bourgeoisie of this region and abolishing its right to land, factories, plants, printing shops, theaters, coliseums, movie houses, and other types of public enterprises. In short, all forms of the people's wealth," its leaders had announced in August 1917. Armed to the teeth and dressed in wildly outlandish clothing gathered from the closets of lords and the shelves of tradesmen, the Guliai Pol peasants resembled their boisterous Cossack forebears of the Zaporozhian, such as they cursed and caroused the long summer nights away. Guliai Pol, one eyewitness wrote, "looked for all the world like a painting by Repin. Exotic, gaudy, and unusual. Yet Mokhno was more than a 20th-century Taras Bulba ready to fight for God and the Cossack Brotherhood against all enemies." Behind the raucous celebrations that filled the towns around Guliai Pol in the summer and fall of 1918 lay a deep belief in an egalitarian revolutionary order that spurred men to stake their lives on its defense. Mokhno's was not to be the paper revolution of the Bolsheviks, which he spoke of with such disdain, nor was it to be the restoration of elite privilege at the expense of the masses planned by the whites. His was to be a struggle for liberty and a stateless communist society in which slavery will vanish and state authority will have no place, and where, as he once announced to a congress of peasants, the land belongs to nobody and it can be used only by those who care about it and cultivate it. Not the red flag of Soviet social democracy, but the black banner of anarchism waved above Makhno's armies. On both sides it bore the same inscription, worked in silver, "Liberty or death," and "Land for the peasants and factories for the workers." Makhno pledged his allegiance to no man or party. "The Makhno army does not represent any authority," he insisted. "It will not subject anyone to any obligation whatsoever." With this force, sometimes as small as a few hundred, at other times as large as 30,000, Makhno fought the Austro-German armies of occupation and the forces of Skoropadsky and Podayra. Most of all, he fought the armies of Denikin and the Bolsheviks. With the latter, he made temporary alliances. With the former, he decreed a fight to the death from the very first, for Denikin's advance promised to destroy the dreams of men who measured their freedom by the breadth of the Ukrainian steppes. Ukrainian nationalism, Denikin continued to insist, was an unthinkable device created by the Germans before the Great War to undermine Russia's strength. His armies therefore were marching to recover for the Russian people their lost unity. And his advance therefore threatened a restoration of the landlords, the officials, and the government that Makhno's followers so thoroughly hated. Most of all, a white victory promised the destruction of a free Ukraine. "Your wager on an independent Ukraine is lost," Denikin announced bluntly at a dinner given in his honor by the authorities of Ekaterinoslav, soon after his forces had occupied that southeast Ukrainian city. "Long live a unified and undivided Russia." Neither fate nor the Ukrainians allowed Denikin to claim victory so easily. While his whites faced the Reds in the north and the remnants of Podayra's armies in the west, Makhno's revolutionary partisan army of the Ukraine wrought havoc in their rear. Early in October, Makhno took Berdyansk, an important port on the Sea of Azov, where he destroyed vital reserves of some 60,000 heavy artillery shells just as Denikin launched his final assault against Oryol. Within a fortnight, his fast-moving columns cut the supply lines that connected Denikin's advancing columns with the Black Sea ports upon which they depended for weapons, ammunition, and supplies, and seized a half-dozen other critical points, including the key center of Ekaterinoslav. Always strengthening its fighting resources while depriving Denikin's men of theirs, the revolutionary partisan army of the Ukraine seized guns, cannon, and cartridges from the whites. Conditions behind the lines were more chaotic than ever. An American pilot who had joined the whites later wrote, "Makhno was looting trains and depots with impunity, and white officialdom was losing what little control over the civilian population it had." Reluctantly, Denikin withdrew key units from his front and sent them to parry Makhno's attacks only to realize, too late, how costly that decision had been. "Makhno's peasant partisans," he confessed later, "destroyed our rear and the front at the most critical period." Others agreed. "There is no doubt," a Le Temps correspondent reported from Moscow, "that Denikin's defeat is explained more by the uprisings of the peasants who brandished Makhno's black flag than by the success of Trotsky's regular army." The year 1919 thus ended in the Ukraine as it had begun, with the Reds struggling to extend their control from the major cities into the countryside. Yet, for those Ukrainian nationalists who had entered the year with high hopes for independence, the situation was much worse at the end of 1919 than at the beginning. Once Trotsky's Red Army had crushed Yudenik and Kolchak and driven Denikin's forces back upon their bases in the Crimea and the Kuban, it turned upon Makhno's partisan forces with a vengeance. The Red Army took Kharkov and Kiev at the end of December, and in mid-January 1920, after a typhus epidemic had decimated his forces, a re-established Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party declared Makhno an outlaw. Yet the Bolsheviks could not free themselves from Makhno's grasp so easily, and it became one of the supreme ironies of the Russian Civil War that his attacks against the rear of the Red Army made it possible for the resurrected White Armies, the despised Zolotopogoniki, officers with gold epaulets, to return briefly to the southern Ukraine in 1920. Despite such momentary victories by their enemies, the Reds had become far stronger than any of their opponents by the time that the Civil War entered its third year. The key to their strength at the end of 1919 lay in the Sovnarkom's genius for mobilizing the people and resources under its control for war in a manner that neither Makhno nor Petlura could match. Responding to Lenin's exhortation, set down in a circular letter to all party organizations at the beginning of July, that the Soviet Republic must become a single military camp in which, as a fortress besieged by world capital, the Soviet government had the duty to mobilize the whole population for the war. The Bolsheviks had struggled to dedicate every man, every woman, every ruble, every mouthful of food, and every weapon to their war effort. We would be fools or criminals, Lenin had insisted then, if we did not suspend or reduce everything that is not absolutely indispensable to the war effort. Supported by the Red Terror of Dzerzhinsky's Chaika and by the growing force of the Red Army, the Bolsheviks had begun to bring their resources to bear in a manner that the Whites could not. Iron discipline had been the key to their success. Work, discipline, and order will save the Soviet Republic, Trotsky had promised when he had addressed the Moscow Soviet at the end of March 1918. As 1919 came to an end, it seemed that his promise might be fulfilled. Once weak and erratic, the red heart of Russia had begun to beat with a new, powerful pulse. Heart of Russia. In October 1917, the Bolsheviks had set out to build a brave new world in which the toiling men and women of Russia would stand at the center of their nation's politics, economy, society, and culture, as they had struggled to blaze a trail toward the proletarian utopia of their dreams, in which Russians would look beyond crass self-interest to build a life based upon equality and social justice for all. Every step had taken them across new ground. Bravely, perhaps even foolishly, they had faced the revolution's first grave crises with a sense that, even if we are conquered, we will have done great things. At Lenin's urging, they had ended Russia's war with Germany and Austria. They had struggled to bring food to Russia's starving city folk, and they had given their lives in battle against the forces of counter-revolution. Always, their inexperience and idealism had combined with traditional Russian inefficiency to make every effort fall short of their hopes. Hunger, war, and pestilence had persisted through their first year as new and deepening crises had demanded continual reappraisals of Bolshevik theory and perpetual adjustments in Bolshevik practice. Again and again, the Bolsheviks had stood at the brink of defeat only to be drawn back from the precipice's edge at the last and final moment by Lenin's genius for striking the proper balance between concession, conciliation, and coercion. Repeatedly, Lenin urged the Bolsheviks to accommodate their ideals of 1917 to the harder realities of 1918. It would be extremely stupid and absurdly utopian to assume that the transition from capitalism to socialism is possible without coercion and without dictatorship, he had told the Bolshevik Central Committee at the end of April 1918. We must learn to combine the public meeting democracy of the working people, turbulent, surging, overflowing its banks like a spring flood, with iron discipline while at work, with unquestioning obedience to the will of a single person, the Soviet leader. Yet, even the shock of their first encounters with the hard realities of Russian life did not dim the Bolsheviks' memories of those first desperate months when they and their comrades, still few in number but full of ideas, had moved toward the future with breathless optimism. It was, in the end, a wonderful time, Alexandra Kollontai wrote as she recalled her days as Commissar of Public Welfare. We were hungry and had many sleepless nights. There were many difficulties, misfortunes, and chances of defeat. The feeling that helped us was that all we produced, even if it was no more than a decree, would come to be a historical example and help others move ahead. Few struggled more valiantly to set an historical example during the first days of the revolution than Kollontai herself. One of the anarchists whom the U.S. government deported to the Soviet Union in 1919 remembered her as a tall and stately woman, every inch the grande dame rather than the fiery revolutionist, who appeared remarkably young and radiant despite her 47 years. France's Jacques Sadoul spoke of her elegance, her light, soft hair, her long and supple body, and her profound and gentle blue eyes, and very few who met her did not fall under the spell of her cool, aristocratic charm. The daughter of a Tsarist general whose genealogy reached back to a prince who had ruled the Principality of Pskov in the 13th century, Kollontai had dedicated her adult life to the Bolsheviks and the working women of Russia. Always elegantly dressed, her well-tended beauty contrasting sharply with the work-worn women whose cause she championed, she became what the American journalist Louise Bryant once called the only articulate voice of the new order for women, among men who paid lip service to the equality of women but did little to put it into practice. Kollontai insisted that the self-preservation of the individual, women as well as men, must be of paramount importance in the Bolsheviks' new world. We are used to evaluating a woman not as a personality with individual qualities and failings irrespective of her physical and emotional experience, but only as an appendage of a man, she once wrote. Only a change in the economic role of woman, and her independent involvement in production, can and will bring about the weakening of these mistaken and hypocritical ideas. No longer could a woman's self-worth be defined in terms of the experience of love. Lives built around visions of passionate kisses, starry nights, and moonlit waves must be set aside in favor of more meaningful accomplishments. The communist new woman must serve the social idea, science, and creativity, Kallantai explained. The wifey, the shadow of the husband, must become the woman as human being. In the Bolsheviks' new world, Kallantai insisted, every woman must become a human being possessing a characteristic value with her own individuality, and thus become capable of breaking the rusted fetters of her sex. Women therefore must be freed from the blind alley in which the act of giving themselves in love condemned them to lives of perpetual childbearing and never-ending servile labor. Liberation from the dual marriage-imposed servitudes of kitchen and nursery thus lay at the center of Kallantai's campaign. The separation of the kitchen from marriage, she wrote, would be a great reform, no less important than the separation of church from state. In a similar fashion, she insisted that maternity, the natural right of every woman, must remain sacred. Every mother, she wrote, must rest secure in the knowledge that, once she fulfills her natural function in giving birth, the collective will love and attend to her and her child. Society therefore must provide nurseries and kindergartens in which children, one of its most precious resources, could be raised in a hygienic, morally pure atmosphere, leaving their mothers free to work for the benefit of the large family society. Only when society liberated women from the burdens of child care and left them free to realize their full potential as citizens would motherhood no longer be a cross, and women be free to enjoy the great happiness of being a mother to the fullest. The task which we have now set for ourselves, one of Kallantai's female comrades told a conference of working women in 1919, is principally to train the mother as citizen and to set the working mother free from the care of her child. Kallantai believed that the communist society that could free women from the fetters of child care and the kitchen also could create a new sexual morality that could liberate them from the disabilities that romantic love in a capitalist world had imposed upon their lives. Up to now, she wrote, the main content of a woman's life was directed upon the experience of love, and this had forced her into unequal relationships with men who traditionally had centered their lives elsewhere. Thus, while a man found his main fulfillment outside of love, a woman found it only within love's framework as the loyal, loving wife who remained at home to wait for her man to enter and re-enter her life. Now, Kallantai insisted women must become equal to men in their dedication to self, personality, and independence. Activity, resistance, determination, toughness, that is to say, characteristics which hitherto were viewed as the hallmark and privilege of men, must become part of the life of the new woman. A significant transformation had to be effected in the psychic image of woman, Kallantai continued. Her mental life had to develop itself strongly, and she had to gather a rich store of intellectual values so that she would not be bankrupt at the moment she ceased to pay her tribute to the man. In the life of the new woman, work would become more important, more valuable, holier than all the joys of the heart, and all the delights of passion. This did not mean the new woman must be condemned to a life without love in the communist society Kallantai hoped to shape. Nor did her vision of sexual liberation substitute mindlessly practiced sex for the deeper joys of love. Although its form and substance would be transformed, Kallantai promised that Eros would occupy a worthy place in a society where a love collective would be the goal of male and female proletarians seeking the ultimate in human love experience. Ties between men and women would become less selfish, less possessive, and more lofty, with more such threads connecting soul to soul, heart to heart, and mind to mind. In Kallantai's world of a transformed Eros, one expert concluded, the sexual code of communism would allow for manifold varieties of marital and non-marital love and sex combinations, and all loving hearts would be supported and nourished spiritually in the love collective. Especially in the West, Kalantai's contemporaries often depicted her as an apostle of uncontrolled sexual promiscuity, whose doctrines stemmed from an insatiable desire to share her body with men. Yet, to lead a life of crude sexual promiscuity and liberate the women of Bolshevik Russia to follow that example was never Kalantai's aim, and her behavior always remained much more that of a puritanical revolutionary than of a revolutionary libertine. 2 love affairs and 2 marriages comprised the entirety of her known love life, a record that is neither shocking nor even unusual in the context of her times. She had broken away from her first marriage not to be free to give herself to other men indiscriminately but to give deeper meaning to her life. The happy life of a housewife and spouse became for me a cage, she once confessed. Love, marriage, family, all were secondary, transient matters. I had to break with the man of my choice, otherwise, I would have exposed myself to the danger of losing my selfhood. Stubbornly, Kalantai worked during the Civil War to bring that half of Russia's adult population, which previously had been confined to kitchen, nursery, and church, into the mainstream of communist society so that the talents of women could be used for the benefit of all. The woman as citizen, she insisted, must replace the woman as sex object, mother, cook, laundress, and all-purpose servant. It proved much easier to envision a society of liberated women than to create one. In October 1917, not even Kalantai herself had set down a clear plan for bringing the new woman into being, and none of her revolutionary mentors, not Marx, Engels, Bebel, or even Lenin, had spoken with authority about such thorny sexual questions as prostitution, free love, marriage, adultery, divorce, and abortion. Most took the position that marriage and prostitution represented the obverse and reverse of the same bourgeois sexual coin, and that, as Lenin wrote on the eve of the Great War, as long as wage slavery exists, prostitution must inevitably continue. Contraception and abortion, Lenin insisted, as he called for the unconditional annulment of all laws against abortions, must be available for all, but he always seemed more anxious to free women to bear children in Bolshevik Russia than to encourage them to have abortions as proof of their liberation. Like Kalantai, he and other Bolsheviks shared Bebel's view that a woman who gives birth to children renders at least the same service to the Commonwealth as the man who defends his country, and therefore hoped to encourage childbearing by liberating women from its burdens rather than free them from the social responsibility to produce a new generation of socialist workers. Motherhood, Kalantai emphasized at one point, must be safeguarded in order to guarantee a steady stream of fit workers for the Workers' Republic in the future. The Bolsheviks thus remained quite conservative in their views about family and childbirth. Divorce, they had long since agreed, must become the right of all women. But, as Lenin remarked on the eve of the revolution, although one cannot be a Democrat and socialist without demanding full freedom of divorce, it should not be difficult to realize that recognition of the freedom to leave one's husband is not an invitation to all wives to do so. All such statements represented compromise, and none of them offered much in the way of directions for transforming the enslaved, capitalist woman of past and present into the liberated new woman of the socialist future. Bolsheviks simply assumed that, once they were freed from the economic exploitation of capitalism, women would see their lot dramatically improved. Just the introduction of electricity into proletarian homes, something that stood high on the Bolsheviks' list of priorities, Lenin wrote in 1913, would relieve millions of domestic slaves of the need to spend 3/4 of their lives in smelly kitchens. Thus, the Bolsheviks embarked upon their revolutionary course in October 1917 with no blueprints in hand for creating the world of female freedom and equality that they had portrayed in their speeches and writings. We were so few in number that we could all sit on the same sofa, Kalantai later wrote. Their inexperience was amazing, their idealism more so, and magnificent illusions, Kalantai remembered, gripped them all. Named Commissar of Public Welfare, the only woman on the Sovnarkom, Kalantai worked to aid the war wounded, reorganized orphanages into government children's homes, established hostels for street urchins, and presided over the abolition of all laws that subordinated Russia's women to men. Wives no longer had to follow their husbands, and the government promised women equal pay for equal work and removed all restrictions on divorce. Still intoxicated by the heady atmosphere of newly won power, Kalantai set out to plan a nationwide system of free public health services. Proudly, she established a central office for maternity and infant welfare and homes for maternity and infant care, which she envisioned as the beginnings of a comprehensive, nationwide, state-supported system of prenatal care for the women of Russia. At last, she announced triumphantly. The working class can build, with its own hands, forms of child care that will not deprive a child of its mother or a mother of her child. It was one thing to issue decrees, but quite another to put them into effect. There were no funds to build the centers for prenatal and child care that Kallantai envisioned, no way to aid the legions of men whose minds and bodies had been shattered by war, and no resources even to feed the hungry children of Russian working women. Civil war and famine transformed Kallantai's dream of a nationwide network of nurseries and child care centers into what even sympathetic observers described as a bleak succession of infants' homes, full of yellow ghosts of babies with restless, empty hands, tended by half-starved doctors and nurses. Desperate to find shelter for the mobs of armless, legless, and sightless veterans who thronged Petrograd, she issued orders to transform the city's Alexander Nevsky monastery into a home for war wounded, only to have the monks marshal Petrograd's masses against her. Kallantai, the believer in nonviolence, had to watch armed sailors she had summoned to the scene kill monks and workers in her presence. Obliged to suffer Lenin's rebuke for her impetuousness and lack of political skill, Kallantai began to understand the vast chasm that separated her ideals from reality in Russia. After years of exile, she no longer knew the Russian proletariat. She confessed to Sadul, who by that time considered her a good comrade. Russia's inert, superstitious masses, she lamented, trailed far behind their comrades in the West. I sometimes had the feeling that to be a commissar seemed to be a burden beyond one's strength, she wrote some years later. But here it was. This was the revolution. We were building a new world. Sternly, she stiffened her resolve with the admonition, "You need more courage, Kallantai." How much courage became clear less than 2 weeks after her battle with the monks. Anxious to better the lives of Petrograd's working women, Kallantai had tried to transform a Tsarist foundling home into a model prenatal center, which she pretentiously called the Palace of Motherhood, over the bitter protests of the upper-class women who had run it before the revolution. She paid no heed to their mounting protests. Then, one night at the end of January, this showplace for Kallantai's ideas burned under extremely suspicious circumstances. By morning, nothing remained but the huge sign, Palace of Motherhood, that still hung over the door. Before the revolution was 3 months old, the reality of old Russia had forced Kallantai to compromise her principles too many times. For the woman whom Sadul once called the Red Madonna and the Vestal of the Revolution, the militant wave that had carried the Bolsheviks to victory in 1917 had reached its crest. As the euphoria of the revolution's first days faded, Kallantai sensed how illusory her expectations had been, and she faced the fearsome knowledge that illusions could and would crumble. Her romance and marriage with People's Commissar of the Navy, the jolly, self-confident giant Pavel Dybenko, whom she passionately defended before the Sovnarkom when he was accused of treason that spring, and Lenin's cutting remark that he wouldn't bet on the reliability and endurance and struggle of those women who confused their personal romances with politics, weakened her position at just the time when it seemed to her that Bolshevik policies had begun to threaten the revolution's survival. Certain that Lenin's call to accept the Brest-Litovsk Treaty represented a humiliating betrayal of the ideals of the October Revolution, Kallantai resigned her post as Commissar of Public Welfare in March 1918. As she traveled to Tsaritsyn, Kazan, and the textile mills of Orakovo to plead the revolution's cause, the Civil War quickly sucked her into its maelstrom. As the Civil War measured the Bolsheviks' ideologies and illusions against the raw reality of Russian life, Kallantai's extreme views and passionate expectations proved very fragile. Other women whose idealism had been better tempered by reality before the revolution proved more suited to command the movement Kallantai had championed. Certainly Inessa Armand, Bohème Elizabeth de Herbenville, the daughter of Parisian music hall performers, who had been raised by a family of wealthy French émigré industrialists in Moscow, was one such woman. Well-educated, sensitive, and beautiful, she was described by the biographer of Lenin's wife as an exceptional being who combined beauty with intelligence, femininity with energy, and practical sense with revolutionary ardor. She married the second son of her benefactors, the Armands, bore him 5 children in 7 years, and then left him to have an affair with his younger brother. Resolved to become a human being, rather than a female, Madame Armand, now using the name Inessa, became a full-fledged revolutionary before she turned 30. She took part in the Moscow armed uprising of December 1905, was arrested, put in prison, and sent to Siberia. At the age of 36, she escaped to the West and worked closely with Lenin and his wife Nadezhda Krupskaya. A staunch advocate of women's education and author of The Woman Worker, one of the first revolutionary Russian pamphlets about women. Although less committed than Kallantai or Inessa to a separate movement for women's rights, Krupskaya nonetheless saw the value of concentrated work among working-class women, if for no other reason than to prevent the Mensheviks from taking the lead. With Krupskaya's support, the Bolsheviks therefore began to publish Rabotnitsa, Working Woman, a special newspaper for women workers, although Krupskaya continued to insist that the party's chief concern must be to unite women and men in the common cause, not create a special organization, as Kallantai and Inessa urged, to act as an advocate for women within the party. Inessa's close association with Lenin and Krupskaya before the Great War gave her a clearer sense of the Bolsheviks' limited commitment to women's liberation after the October Revolution. Rightly sensing that Kallantai's efforts as Commissar of Public Welfare to establish a semi-autonomous women's department within the party continued to be viewed as unacceptably feminist and separatist, Inessa moved more cautiously. Always more attuned to subtly expressed nuances of political opposition than her comrade, she first organized several small conferences of Moscow working women in the spring of 1918. Only in mid-November, after a year of preparation, did she summon the first All-Russian Congress of Working Women and Peasants, the first of its kind ever to convene on such a scale in Russia. Now moving more boldly than she had in the spring, Inessa vowed to win the women of Russia to the side of Soviet power by freeing them from the slavery of kitchen and nursery, abolishing the double standard of morality, and making it possible, as Kallantai once had said, to establish a system in which the participation of women in the productive life of society will not contradict their natural and also socially necessary task of bearing children. For women who had cowered behind Muslim veils in the Transvolga and Central Asia, borne the beatings and the grinding labor of domestic slavery in Russia's villages, and suffered lives of such want in city factories that prostitution remained their only alternative to starvation, the first All-Russian Congress of Working Women and Peasants was perhaps the most revolutionary event of Russia's first 2 revolutionary years. Worn, tired, but hopeful, these women descended upon the Kremlin's Hall of Unions in a gray-brown wave of lumpy padded jackets, greasy sheepskins, tattered army overcoats, and shapeless felt boots, the monotony of which was broken only by an occasional red kerchief or embroidered blouse. Nearly 4 times the 300 delegates Inessa and Kallantai had expected came to listen, learn, and demand. And used to politics, unaccustomed, even, to the world outside their villages and factories. Many of these women were not yet able to comprehend the full meaning of Inessa's call for liberation. But they understood what it meant to outlaw the word Baba, the condescending, demeaning term that working men and peasants applied to any women between the age of 16 and 80. And they knew enough to cheer ecstatically when Lenin appeared to tell them that the success of the revolution depends upon how much the women take part in it, and that the Soviet government was doing everything in its power to enable women to carry on independent proletarian socialist work. They vowed to continue the struggle, to shape Soviet woman in a new image, and to give communist society a new member, in the form of tens of millions of female workers dedicated to bettering the society in which they lived and worked as free women. Far more subtly than Kallantai, Inessa used the first All-Russian Congress of Working Women and Peasants to apply pressure upon the Bolshevik leaders to establish what became known as the Zanatal, the women's section of the Central Committee Secretariat, to press for the complete liberation of all Russian women. If the emancipation of women is unthinkable without communism, she once wrote, then communism is unthinkable without the full emancipation of women. Like the party itself, Zanatal had regional, provincial, and local subsections that communicated with a central Moscow office near the Kremlin that some party wags hastened to dub Baba Central. Although some Bolsheviks did not take Zanatal seriously, Inessa and Kallantai hoped it could recruit mass female support against some of the most difficult social problems the Bolsheviks inherited from the fallen Tsarist regime. Damned by the Bolsheviks as the curse of all capitalist societies, a war against prostitution became one of their first crusades. In Russia as elsewhere, the coming of the Industrial Revolution had heralded a surge in prostitution and an epidemic of venereal disease. Prostitution was at first confined to houses of officially registered whores, the opening of which traditionally received blessings from the local priest, but it had burst the bonds of state regulation very quickly. As more men sought work in Russia's factories, the demand for prostitutes' services soared, and as the labor force in Russia's industrial centers came to include large numbers of women who received anywhere from a tenth to a third of the wages of their male counterparts, the number of women in desperate economic need grew at a similar pace. Under such hopeless economic conditions, one commentator remarked a few years after the revolution, "It is no wonder that many a woman who was paid for her sex instead of her work fell victim to prostitution merely to keep body and soul together." Aside from cigarette makers, who were far and away the worst paid of any female workers in Russia, servant girls and seamstresses were the most frequent victims. If arrested, registration and receipt of the dreaded yellow card of a whore effectively closed virtually all avenues of escape for such women. In most cases, an investigator reported to an anti-syphilis congress that met in St. Petersburg at the turn of the century, "The yellow certificate forms an absolute bar to the admission of a woman to working life. Most women who traded in sex on the eve of the Russian Revolution did not carry the yellow card and practiced the whore's trade to supplement earnings too meager for survival." In contrast to the wretched wages earned by Russia's female workers, a few prostitutes reportedly earned 15 times as much as the best-paid male factory hands, and almost any whore could expect to take in at least as much in a month as some of the best-paid skilled machinists. For hungry women with sick and starving children, the economic benefits of prostitution proved all but irresistible. Not counting the bored, well-bred ladies who pursued the whore's trade as a form of amusement, approximately one Petrograd woman in 30 was a prostitute at the beginning of 1917. Such women rendered sexual services in hotel rooms, workers' dormitories, bathhouses, public gardens, and back alleys. This, Kallantai lamented in a speech to a Xenotl conference, was the sinister legacy of our bourgeois capitalist past, which drove the victims of poverty, hunger, deprivation, and glaring social inequalities to sell their bodies instead of or in addition to their labor. After Inessa Armand died of cholera and Kallantai replaced her as head of Xenotl toward the end of 1920, Bolshevik policy focused not upon the act of prostitution but upon its violation of communist workers' discipline. "The workers' collective condemns the prostitute," Kallantai insisted. "Not because she gives her body to many men but because, like the legal wife who stays at home, she does no useful work for society. The best way to fight prostitution," she concluded, "is to raise the political consciousness of the broad masses of women and to draw them into the revolutionary struggle to build communism." Kallantai maintained that prostitution could not be done away with by government regulations and pious statements of communist ethics. "Our productive apparatus is still in a state of collapse, and the dislocation of the national economy continues," she told a Xenotl conference the year after she replaced Inessa. "These and other economic and social conditions lead women to prostitute their bodies. To struggle against prostitution chiefly means to struggle against these conditions." Nothing could have stated the dilemma more clearly. The battle against prostitution would not be won quickly, precisely because the struggle against the economic and social conditions that sustained it was destined to be long and difficult. As much as the women of Xenotl condemned it, the act of prostitution expressed a woman's effort to better her lot. Yet there were others in Russia who had not even that prospect before them. Especially during the Civil War, Xenotl concentrated much of its attention upon the least enlightened and most desperately oppressed of Russia's women, the millions upon millions of peasants who had neither political consciousness nor a vision of a better future. If the life of a peasant man was hard in Russia at the time of the revolution, the life of a peasant woman was harder still, for women bore burdens far in excess of those shouldered by their men. In a society where poverty dictated the home production of life's necessities, all of the domestic chores were theirs, in addition to heavy labor in the fields. At harvest time, men stood upright as they wielded scythes, while women bent to the ground to work only with sickles. Women's never-ending domestic labors were punctuated by frequent births and only slightly fewer deaths, for in some parts of Russia as many as 7 infants out of every 10 died at birth or did not live beyond their first year. The peasant woman dragged through life, one sympathetic observer reported. Working as hard as the men in the fields, having and losing her babies, cooking and carrying water, washing the clothes in the river, making the fires, spinning and weaving through the winter months, milking the cows, and for all this getting nothing but abuse and beatings from her husband. For a lifetime, the work and the abuse continued, with no respite and no reward. "A chicken is not a bird," an old Russian proverb stated bluntly. "And a peasant woman is not a human being. It must be the task of Xanatl, Inessa and Kalantai insisted, to draw such women out of their huts and project their horizons beyond the villages in which so many of their kind traditionally had been bombed, lived, and died. Quite rightly, they sensed that some of these poor women would grasp the essence of communism. Stated in terms of labor-saving machines, cooperative nurseries, bakeries, laundries, and kitchens, more readily than their men, who could be counted upon to cling to their old ways and their land. If Kalantai had been the Bolshevik champion of women's liberation, Anatoly Lunacharsky, the poet of revolution, who called himself an intellectual among Bolsheviks and a Bolshevik among intellectuals, became the commander-in-chief of their first campaigns to educate Russia's masses. At 42, a slight, student-like figure with the sensitive face of an artist. In John Reed's remembrance, Lunacharsky had dedicated much of his life to elaborating the emotional and ethical dimensions of Marxism in order to counterbalance its rational and scientific aspects, proclaiming that without enthusiasm nothing great can be accomplished by Emin. He brought to Bolshevik inner circles a generosity of spirit unmatched by any of his comrades. Sometimes the target of Lenin's anger because his commitment to aesthetics and ethics carried him beyond the limits of Bolshevik orthodoxy, Lunacharsky nonetheless remained a man who commanded Lenin's respect. "He is drawn to the future with his whole being," Lenin once said. "That is why there is such joy and laughter in him, and he is ready to give that joy and laughter to everyone." Others shared that view. To us, the pre-revolutionary intelligentsia, he seemed to be the incarnation of the most charming qualities of Soviet power from the very first days of its existence, the critic and translator Kornei Chukovsky concluded some years later. It is difficult to imagine any other person who could have been so marvelously equipped for the historical role he had to play. As Bolshevik Russia's first Commissar of Enlightenment, Lunacharsky served as the patron of arts and letters among an intelligentsia that was largely hostile to Bolshevism, and he waged the first battles in a campaign to stamp out illiteracy among Russia's masses. Stubbornly certain that the people themselves, consciously or unconsciously, must evolve their own culture. He insisted that the educational system of Bolshevik Russia must rest firmly upon popular initiative. All school affairs must be handed over to the organs of local self-government, he announced on his third day in office. Workers, soldiers, and peasants' cultural educational organizations must achieve full autonomy. Yet, unlike some of his more radical proletarian comrades, Lunacharsky valued Russia's past cultural achievements and thought that proletarian education, art, and culture could not develop apart from the broader tradition. The independence of proletarian creativity, he insisted, presupposes an acquaintance with all the fruits of preceding cultures. So fearful was Lunacharsky that the cultural monuments of Russia's past would not be preserved for the proletariat to build upon that he reportedly left a meeting of the Sovnarkom in tears at the news that Bolsheviks had bombarded St. Basil's Cathedral and the Kremlin during their battle for Moscow in November 1917. That very afternoon, he resigned from the Sovnarkom in protest against the bestial ferocity of the Red Guards, only to return to the government a few hours later when he learned that the first reports of damage had been exaggerated. Still, he insisted that even the modest damage done during the Reds' final assault against the Kremlin was a horrible, irreparable misfortune, and pleaded for Russia's angry proletarians to spare their nation's art treasures. "I beg you, comrades, to give me your support," he concluded as he announced his return to Lenin's government. "Preserve for yourselves and your descendants the beauty of our land." Like his more politically astute comrades on the Sovnarkom, Lunacharsky found it difficult to take control of his commissariat because of stubborn opposition from Tsarist and provisional government officials who continued to insist that the Bolsheviks had seized power illegally. Only in mid-November, after he had worked out of a small office in the Winter Palace for nearly a month, did Lunacharsky force the issue over the objections of his irate predecessor, the Countess Penina, who, as the provisional government's deputy minister of education, protested his arrival by removing nearly 100,000 rubles from the teachers' pension fund. To show their support for the Countess, most of the ministry's senior officials denounced the Bolsheviks as the destroyers of the glorious February Revolution, left their offices, and never returned. "I tried to find new officials to replace the old ones," Lunacharsky later wrote, "but qualified people did not come our way. I thought that perhaps some of the liberal and radical teachers, from the Provisional Government State Education Committee, would agree to work with us, but that didn't work out either. That many of Russia's writers, artists, journalists, and teachers stood against the new regime made Lunacharsky's task more difficult, especially since most Bolsheviks preferred more exciting political assignments than he had to offer. Fighting the whites, building the new order, struggling against counter-revolutionary plots, and combating sabotage all proved more attractive to the average Bolshevik than did developing programs for mass education and selecting toys for workers' and peasants' kindergartens. As in Zanatal, women provided many of the recruits for the Commissariat of Enlightenment as Lunacharsky's search for politically reliable officials who could help to shape proletarian culture and foster mass education brought him to the wives and relatives of many leading Bolsheviks. Natalia Trotskaya, Olga Kameneva, Kamenev's wife and Trotsky's sister, Vera Bonchbrovich, Ludmila and Vera Minzinskaya, whose brother succeeded Dzerzhinsky, and Zlata Lilina, Zinovyev's wife, all took positions in Lunacharsky's commissariat, and so did Lenin's sister Anna Elizarova. Nadezhda Krupskaya played an especially important part in Lunacharsky's work. Unlike most Bolsheviks, she came from a family that sympathized with Russia's revolutionary movement, and her father had been obliged to resign from the Imperial artillery for that reason. As an adolescent, Nadezhda, whose name means hope in Russian, had set out to become a schoolteacher. In her early 20s, she had refocused that ambition upon teaching Marxism to the workers of St. Petersburg, had been arrested, and after a stay in prison, had married Lenin in 1898. She had spent the next 2 decades working with Lenin in Siberia, Geneva, London, and Krakow before she had accompanied him triumphantly back to Russia in April 1917. Although the author of the first Russian work about women and problems they faced as the overworked, underpaid underclass of Russia's proletariat, Krupskaya always remained more dedicated to the cause of education than to that of women. Well read about the theory and practice of education and a dedicated teacher of the masses, Krupskaya had much to offer Lunacharsky when, at Lenin's suggestion, he added her to his administrative cabinet at the beginning of November 1917. Like Lunacharsky, Krupskaya at first believed that Russia's masses should shape their own educational destiny. "Let us not be afraid of the people," she insisted boldly. "Our job is to help the people, in fact, to take their fate into their own hands." Yet Russia's teachers proved to be among the most stubborn early opponents of the Bolsheviks' regime, and they opposed their program so strenuously that, by mid-1919, Krupskaya had begun to urge the commissariat to exercise more authority, not fearing to intervene, in dealing with the educational authorities in the provinces. Lunacharsky agreed. After speaking out against people who preferred to continue in the role of political matadors rather than the role of teachers, and warning that the people's power, represented by the dictatorship of the proletariat, would not be kind to those who opposed his programs, he dissolved the teachers' unions around which the Bolsheviks' opponents had organized their opposition. Better educationalists, he insisted confidently, would come from the people. The Bolsheviks' massive campaign against illiteracy gave Lunacharsky grounds for that seemingly utopian belief. "To overcome illiteracy is not a political task," Lenin once said. "It is a condition without which one cannot even talk about politics." In an illiterate society, a government could not communicate with its people, and there could be no hope of enlisting their support. The illiterate person, Lenin insisted, stands outside of politics. First, it is necessary to teach him his ABCs. Without it, there are only rumors, fairy tales, and prejudices, but not politics. Certain that they must do better to bring the masses into direct contact with their government than their predecessors had done, the Bolsheviks had declared war upon illiteracy in Russia as soon as they took power. They had found thousands of enthusiastic men and women from all walks of life to help launch their campaign. From Moscow to Tashkent, from the lonely provinces of the far north to the bustling trade centers of the Volga, dedicated men and women came forward to offer their knowledge to the people, to teach the adult men and women of Russia to read and write. We know that across the great expanse of the Russian land there are those corners where people have not yet heard the voice of a person who can read and write, 2 young nurses wrote to Lunacharsky's commissariat at the end of 1917. That's where we want to go. The immensity of the task that lay ahead was overwhelming. There were provinces where the number of illiterates stood well above 250,000, and villages where not a single woman could read or write. A new movement to the people, far more massive than the revolutionary one that the Tsarist government had suppressed in the 1870s, had to be brought into being. Is it not utopian? Krupskaya asked rhetorically. To think of liquidating illiteracy quickly in our illiterate Russia, where the female rural population is almost universally illiterate and where half of the peasant men cannot sign their names? In fact, the campaign against illiteracy proved to be one of the Bolsheviks' most successful undertakings. All across Russia, posters proclaimed, "Down with illiteracy! Literacy is the sword that can conquer the forces of ignorance." In Red Army units, illiteracy squads worked in barracks, on the march, and even during lulls in the fighting to teach soldiers to read and write. 2 days of study, then a week in battle, Red soldiers sang as they marched. 2 days with pencils, a week with bayonets. Because the Bolsheviks wanted to shape an entire socialist society and raise the consciousness of all Soviet people. Krupskaya insisted that Russia's illiterates be taught from specially prepared primers that emphasized communist morality and exhorted teachers and students to work for the collective. "He who once was nothing now will become everything," one primer promised. "We are building a new world without tyrants or slaves. The defense of the revolution is the duty of all toilers." Another book of ABCs for adults taught its readers. Communists are the defenders of the workers' interests all around the globe. Dedication produced dramatic success. Within 2 years, more than 6 out of every 10 people over the age of 8 in Russia could read and write, at least haltingly. Yet, no amount of dedication could eradicate illiteracy overnight, or even in a few years. At the end of the Civil War, more than 50 million Soviet citizens still could not read and write. No matter how desperately needed, education could not remain the sole focus of Lunacharsky's work as Commissar of Enlightenment. The entire surging, amorphous literary and artistic world of Russia required his attention no less than did the task of educating Russia's masses. And because so many of Russia's writers, actors, dancers, musicians, and artists remained hostile to the Bolsheviks after the October Revolution, Lunacharsky knew that he must woo them and win them if Lenin's government was not to face the opposition of the nation's most articulate citizens. His close ties to pre-revolutionary Russia's artistic world and his own accomplishments as poet, literary critic, and champion of art and religion against Plekhanov's supremely rationalist version of Marxism made him especially well-suited for that task. There was nothing monolithic in his worldview, one of his deputies remembered. He was excited by Levitan and Tatlin, Picasso and the Wanderers, the Circus and Tchaikovsky. As an artist, Lunacharsky therefore could tolerate extreme diversity in culture, while, as a Bolshevik, he would defend rigid discipline in politics. As Commissar of Enlightenment, it became his task to find a common ground on which Russia's turbulent and undisciplined artists could stand with the Bolsheviks' supremely disciplined leaders and revolutionary strategists. Never had Russia's arts been more diverse than in 1917. For the revolution had come at a time when her writers, painters, and poets were midway through a series of daring experiments, the outcome of which no one yet could imagine. Bolshevik Moscow teemed with literary movements and artistic credos, all celebrating their liberation by the revolution. Especially in a score of back alley and subterranean cafes, art and poetry came together in a resounding cacophony of new shapes and sounds as artists and writers tested their new freedom. Every credo had a movement, and every movement had its literary cafe. Some called them poetry inns, where young men and women cursed the past, ignored the present, and cheered the future before noisy audiences that, the young poet Ilya Ehrenberg remembered, stared at us with curiosity, like visitors looking at monkeys in the zoo. The 10th Muse, Three-Leaved Clover, Domino, Pittoresque, Red Cockerel, Pegasus Trough, the Poets' Cafe, and the Forge, which provided forums for futurists, cubists, suprematists, imaginists, expressionists, presentists, accidentists, anarchists, and an untranslatable group called the Nichivoki, the Nothingists. All flared brightly and then passed quickly into oblivion. Everything seemed so new that even the most recent past seemed far away. To Arthur Ransome, biographer of Poe and Oscar Wilde, who had come to see Russia's new world at first hand, a gulf seemed to have passed between past and present, and the plays of Chekhov that audiences had thought so full of meaning on the eve of the Great War now seemed very remote. The distance seemed particularly great between the raging young revolutionary artists of Civil War Moscow and the artists of Russia's turn-of-the-century avant-garde, who, a scant decade before, had shaped an apocalyptic vision that looked for the cleansing flames of war and revolution to transform a world that had grown too comfortable and too complacent. Among them, the enfant terribles Andrei Beliai and Alexander Blok had pursued the fleeting image of Sophia, the beautiful lady, through whom, the philosopher Vladimir Solovev had promised, men would one day unite flesh and spirit in a mystical and erotic union. For artists such as these, who lived in a world that had drawn its inspiration from the West and had dared the laws of God or man to restrain their art, the contrast between Europe and Russia had grown more striking as the cataclysm of the Great War approached. You are sober, we are drunk. You are rational, we are frenzied. You are just, we are lawless, one of them had proclaimed. For you, politics is knowledge, for us it is a religion. As they had reveled in these stark contrasts, the men and women of Russia's pre-war avant-garde had turned to the East to search for a new faith that would unite them with the people. Fearful of the future, but fascinated by their apocalyptic vision, these children of Russia's dreadful years, as Blok once had called them, had found a temple for their new faith at Vyacheslav Ivanov's famous Petersburg Tower, the rooftop apartment overlooking the Taurida Gardens, from which all boundaries of time and space had been erased by thick carpets and boarded-up windows. There, Beliai remembered, day and night blended soundlessly into one to create a brilliant but insane life that destroyed the very foundations of Tim-E. Yet the time and space that Vyacheslav the Magnificent had sought to exclude from the capriciously interlaced corridors, rooms, and doorless anterooms of his tower could not be banished from an outside world in which accelerating time and contracting space had forever altered the ways of men and politics. Life had slipped out of focus. As the Great War had approached in 1914, Russia's avant-garde had exchanged the elegance of Ivanov's tower for the primitive rawness of the Stray Dog, a cellar cabaret on Petrograd's Mikhailovskia Square, where the stench of sweat, cheap tobacco, and urine from a perpetually malfunctioning toilet replaced the delicate scents of Ivanov's incense. Flickering ever so faintly in the distance, the flame of revolution had beckoned Russia's avant-garde poets and artists in those days. Like moths drawn to a burning candle, they had awaited its cleansing fires with morbid fascination, not knowing how thoroughly the approaching revolutionary holocaust would consume them. Revolution had brought liberation, but it also had erased the points of reference from which Russia's turn-of-the-century avant-garde writers and artists had taken their bearings. As they looked at revolutionary Moscow in stunned bewilderment, these men and women suddenly found themselves middle-aged and hopelessly adrift in the new Bolshevik world of proletarian life and culture. Georgy Chulkov, the poet who once had promised that his vision of mystical anarchism would transcend the antinomy of freedom and necessity by means of eros, now looked like a large, sickly bird, willing only to recite the poetry of the mid-19th century arch-conservative Tyachev. Once the sex-driven lion of literary Moscow, the decadent poet Konstantin Balmont, who had proclaimed, "I experienced my first passionate thought about women at 5, now cursed Moscow's proletarian cowards and tried to make his way onto the city's teeming tramcars by shouting, 'Make way, you dogs! Make way for the child of the sun!' Like Chulkov and Balmont, so Vyacheslav Ivanov, the man who had stood beyond the future's brink a scant half-decade before, now seemed as far removed from the present as the heroes of Chekhov's plays. Time had made a leap forward, leaving behind the eccentric of Zubovsky Boulevard with his 19th-century clothes, his Maenads, his Isolde, his Oriental roses, and his psalms. Ehrenberg concluded, as his reverence for Ivanov's accomplishments struggled against his pity that Ivanov's heart was not burning but slowly freezing. Doesn't it make you happy to feel free of everything that once seemed eternal and unshakable? One of Ivanov's aging contemporaries asked as the winter of 1918 to 1919 drew to an end. Still unable to sort out his own feelings about the turmoil that surged around him, Ehrenberg could not answer. Too much still seemed unfamiliar and unclear. The Sphinx set riddles for people which they could not solve, and the Sphinx devoured them. He wrote many years later, "Art beckoned, but I still thought about the riddles of the Sphinx." Everything and everyone connected with art in Moscow came together at the Poets' Café, which the energetic futurist artist-poet David Berliak had opened with Mayakovsky and the poet Vasily Kamensky in an abandoned back-alley commercial laundry with funds provided by the famous Moscow confectioner Dmitry Filippov. Beginning with the black door that bore its name scrawled in irregular red letters, the Poets' Café stood as a monument to the revolutionary turmoil that surged around Russia's artists. Berliak and his Cubist friends had smeared the walls with black paint, over which they had emblazoned an array of swollen female torsos and many-legged horses' rumps, among which they had interspersed green, yellow, and red stripes and detached eyes. "I love to watch children dying." A line from one of Mayakovsky's pre-revolutionary poems had been scrawled across one wall. They had painted the wall behind the stage a vivid orange. The cafe's patrons, artists, poets, journalists, Red Army soldiers and sailors laden with weapons and hand grenades, and a strange assortment of speculators, whom the management disparagingly referred to as bourgeoisie who hadn't had their throats cut yet, sat on stools arranged around crude tables covered with gray homespun cloths. Yakov Blyumkin, the soon-to-be assassin of the German ambassador Mirbach, could be seen there, his solicitous attention reminiscent of a benevolent godfather. In the days before Dzerzhinsky destroyed them and their nearby headquarters, Moscow's anarchists, dressed in black, with automatic pistols and daggers bristling from bandoliers that bore the slogan "Death to Capital," lounged along the cafe's walls between street battles with the police or other gangs. The city was hungry in those days and growing hungrier. Yet food and excitement always could be found at the Poets' Cafe. At the Poets' Cafe, Ehrenberg remembered, I often saw a Mauser automatic pistol beside a plate of cakes on a table. On some evenings, slogans ruled the Poets' Cafe. Once the slogan was "Down with all kings." Another time, it was "A stage for all." Heavily made up, his lorgnette delicately raised, Berliak sometimes would mount the stage to declaim, "I am fond of pregnant men." Urged on by Berliak and Mayakovsky, artists sitting in the audience performed. Opera singers whose voices were too powerful for the long, narrow room, dancers not dressed to dance, and popular singers whose voices seemed flat and one-dimensional without their accompanists. Still finding his way and not yet part of the Soviet cultural establishment, the young composer Sergei Prokofiev sometimes played his latest works. The poet-singer Aristarch Klimov, accompanied by several girls from the all-girl commune over which he reigned in Petrovsky Park, sang romantic ballads. Sometimes the king of clowns Vladimir Durov presided. Night after night, week after week, the parade of performers to the cafe's stage never ceased. Once, even Lunacharsky gave a speech in which he criticized futurism, praised Mayakovsky's talent, but condemned his never-ending self-promotion. No matter what the occasion, events and performances at the Poets' Cafe turned around Mayakovsky, irrepressible, irresponsible, and determined to enjoy a full measure of fame in his lifetime. At tea times silent and brooding, at others, stormy, rude and disdainful, yet often generous and charming, Mayakovsky remained the futurist among futurists. He had abandoned the vivid yellow and black-striped tunic that had been his badge of office before and during the war. Now, he wore a worker's cap tilted back on his head set off by a red scarf tied in a large knot at his neck. Often, as he listened to the cafe's poetry and music, Mayakovsky sketched the performers and gave his drawings away. Sometimes he would autograph his books with his favorite inscription, "For internal use only." On several occasions, Mayakovsky read from Man, his newest poem. "You must sit quietly," he would begin, his hands stuffed into his trouser pockets, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, "as quiet as buttercups." Before the Poets' Cafe closed and they went to the provinces in the spring of 1918, Moscow's artists celebrated May Day by decorating the city with futurist and suprematist paintings. According to Bonchbrovich's report, the idea of decorating Moscow in such a way as to give it an entirely different appearance from any other city in Europe had come from Lenin himself, who had suggested mounting key slogans from Marx and Engels on prominent buildings. Turned over to Lunacharsky, the project of decorating the capital quickly got out of hand, and Moscow's revolutionary artists went to work with their brushes on the rows of vendors' booths and long board fences to produce something very different from what Lenin had in mind. Demented squares battled with rhomboids on the peeling facades of colonnaded empire villas. Ehrenberg later wrote, "Faces with triangles for eyes popped up everywhere." Unable to comprehend what meaning the artists had intended, one old woman was heard to lament that "they want us to worship the devil," as she looked at a cubist painting with a large fish eye in its center. Then, on the eve of the May Day celebrations, some of Moscow's artists painted the trees along the Kremlin wall in vivid shades of violet, brick red, blue, and crimson. Cursing the decadentism that had produced such work, Lenin ordered a massive cleanup, only to find that Moscow's revolutionary artists had worked with paints that no amount of scrubbing would remove. Nearly a year later, some of the paintings still remained for visitors to comment upon. Arthur Ransom saw them in February 1918, pronounced them delightful, and thought that something about thief primitive brilliance fit especially well with the atmosphere of Moscow at that time. They seemed less like futurist paintings, he wrote, than like some traditional survival, linking new Moscow with the Middle Ages. Although Lunacharsky shared some of Lenin's distaste for abstract art, he remained more willing to tolerate the excesses of Russia's volatile young futurists because they, as revolutionary artists, sympathized with the revolution and supported the Bolsheviks at a time when most other writers and artists would not. It is better to make a mistake by giving the people something which will never gain their sympathy, he warned at the end of 1918, than to hide a work that may bear fruit in the future under a bush on the grounds that it does not suit somebody's taste just now. Even as conservatives demanded that the Commissariat of Enlightenment restrain Russia's exploding arts, Lunacharsky stubbornly held his ground. I say that there must be freedom in the cultural field, he insisted 2 years later. I consider that one of my functions, as Commissar of Enlightenment, is the defense of the rights of free culture against red sycophancy. In Petrograd, a number of futurists employed in the Department of Literature and Art at the Commissariat for Enlightenment tried Lunacharsky's patience even further when they began to publish an explosive small weekly paper entitled Искусство коммуни, Art of the Commune, at the end of 1918. In its pages, the artists Natan Altman, Uryanenkov, Kazimir Malevich, and Mark Chagall joined with Mayakovsky and a pleiad of poets and writers to publish an astonishing array of revolutionary statements that looked only to the future, demanded the eradication of the past, and recognized no authority beyond themselves. There is no beauty without struggle, the first issue of Искусство коммуни proclaimed. There are no masterpieces without violence. Art, they insisted, must know no limits, recognize no authority, and break out of every traditional constraint. What we need is not a dead cathedral of art, where dead masterpieces can languish, but a living factory of the human spirit, Mayakovsky exclaimed. We need raw art, raw words, raw deeds, he concluded. Art ought not to be collected in lifeless cathedral museums. It should be everywhere, on the streets, in streetcars, in factories, in workshops, and in workers' apartments. Искусство коммуни summoned Russia's artists of the left to join the battle against tradition and the classics and demanded the immediate consignment of the nation's entire artistic past to history's trash bin. I must confess that I am embarrassed, Lunacharsky wrote after he looked over the first issues. I am painfully shocked, he added in a rough draft that he did not publish. And I blush for Mayakovsky. Mayakovsky dismissed all criticism and pleas for moderation with scorn. Once, he had urged his countrymen to throw Pushkin, Dostoevsky, and Tolstoy overboard from the steamer of modernity. Now he demanded to know why Pushkin and the other generals of the classics have not yet been attacked. The time had come for bullets to begin to ricochet against museum walls, he insisted. The streets are our brushes, he announced in his order of the day to the army of art, and city squares, our palettes. The revolution in art must continue, and it must not slacken pace. Form into columns, Mayakovsky ordered at the beginning of Left March. Left, left, left. As his famous poem moved toward its conclusion, its urgency deepened. Who there moved his right? He demanded. Left, left, left. Mayakovsky had decided that poets and artists could not march alone. When he returned to Moscow in the spring of 1919, he dedicated himself anew to the people of Russia and began to speak not to dozens but for millions. 150 million are the authors of this poem, he insisted, as he began to write 150 million. 150 million speak with my lips. In Moscow, Mayakovsky went to work for Rosta, the Russian telegraph agency, where his friend, the graphic artist Mikhail Cheremnik, had conceived the idea of spreading political commentary and educational propaganda among the masses by placing large sheets of captioned cartoons in shop windows. As perfected by Cheremnik and Mayakovsky, Rosta Windows of Satire translated political messages into easily remembered two-liners illustrated by cartoon figures that dramatized the main points for men and women who still found it difficult to puzzle out the letters. Often made with stencils that could be cut rapidly and reproduced on any surface, Rasta windows made it possible to send powerful political messages quickly to semi-literate men and women and, at the same time, to conserve paper, which, by 1919, had become one of the most scarce resources in Bolshevik Russia. Convinced that the failure of the Romanovs and their provisional government successors to communicate with Russia's workers and peasants had been a key factor in their downfall in 1917, the Bolsheviks had searched for effective ways to explain their aims to the masses and enlist their support. For the first time, a government on Russian soil had thought it worthwhile to build a base of political support among the masses. As the popularity of Rasta windows of satire spread to towns and cities across Russia, Mayakovsky and his friends worked at a frenzied pace, usually on the floor of a shabby room not far from where the Poets' Café had been the year before. A burzwika, one of those legendary small portable stoves that burned the smallest scraps of wood and paper to provide minimal quantities of heat in Russia's fuel-starved cities, smoked ineffectively in one corner. Mayakovsky and his friends used it mainly to keep their glue, inks, and paints from freezing. Our hands swollen with cold, we wore fur hats and felt boots while we worked, Cheremnik remembered. Mayakovsky also wore his overcoat and gloves. Mayakovsky wrote most of the two-line captions in those days, while Cheremnik and Lilia Breek, Mayakovsky's longtime mistress and the wife of one of his best friends, did most of the illustrations and cut stencils. Sometimes they worked for days and nights without sleep in a never-ending race to convert the latest news bulletins into cartoons and captions. It would often happen, Mayakovsky remembered, that we would receive word by telegraph of a victory at the front and, within 40 minutes, an hour at most, colorful posters about it would be hanging in the streets. Sometimes the cartoons and captions would be stenciled directly onto fences, building walls, and sidewalks if paper could not be found. Within a year, Rasta had nearly 50 workrooms in other cities with some of the greatest Russian artists and satirists working at the tasks that Cheremnik, Mayakovsky, and Lilia Breek had begun. Although Rasta's windows of satire communicated with the tens of millions of toilers as the Red Army pushed back the forces of Kolchak, Denikin, and Yudenik in 1919, they were by no means the Bolsheviks' most dramatic effort. Emblazoned with slogans and heroic paintings of peasants, soldiers, and workers striving to build a new world of social justice and proletarian solidarity. Propaganda trains bearing such names as Lenin, October Revolution, Red Banner, Red Cossack, and Red East carried the gospel of communism across Bolshevik Russia in 1919 and 1920. Each train carried autos to transport speakers to villages beyond the railroad's reach, a printing press, huge quantities of books, brochures, and pamphlets written in simple language, and an assortment of specially prepared films that brought Russia's new leaders to the people. At the same time, these moving propaganda centers brought provincial Russia closer to the Bolsheviks. Together with Red Star, a large riverboat that towed a floating movie theater capable of holding up to 800 people, these trains allowed Bolsheviks who had spent their adult lives in cities and foreign exile to see at firsthand the land they had come to rule. Even though Nicholas II had ruled Russia for 20 years longer than the Bolsheviks, thanks to the work of propaganda trains and riverboats, peasants knew far better by the end of the Civil War what Lenin looked like, what his voice sounded like, and what he hoped to accomplish. The impact of that experience upon the lives of men and women for whom the technology of the industrial age still remained a distant mystery must have been staggering. At the very least, it gave them a sense of participation in the political life of Russia, and when the leading Bolsheviks traveled on propaganda trains and riverboats themselves, that sense must have deepened appreciably. Certainly, a number of influential Bolsheviks rode the propaganda trains for that reason. Lunacharsky spent several weeks aboard propaganda trains in order to see at firsthand the problems his commissariat faced, and so did the Civil War commissars of Justice, Public Health, and Internal Affairs. In order to see how rural teachers lived and worked, Krupskaya spent several months on the Red Star as it worked its way along the Volga and Kama rivers under the watchful eye of Vyacheslav Molotov, the young party activist who became Stalin's faithful henchman and commissar of foreign affairs. The Bolsheviks insisted that complaints and petitions must be heard and attended to during such journeys to strengthen the masses' belief that their new leaders listened and acted in their interests. Yet it proved very difficult for city-bred Bolsheviks to assure suspicious peasants that workers and peasants were equal partners in Russia's new order. To do so became the task of Mikhail Kalinin, president of the Central Executive Committee and affectionately known to the masses as Papa. Born a peasant in the central Russian province of Tver, Kalinin at 44 used his peasant origins to further the Bolsheviks' cause as he rode the October Revolution propaganda train across central Russia, the Ukraine, and western Siberia in 1919 and 1920. "I want to know how things are going, comrades," he would tell his listeners, the whiteness of his beard and his potato-like nose making him appear older and less sophisticated than he was. As the peasants reeled off their complaints, he would answer them simply, but with a firmness that left no doubt that he and his comrades intended to pursue the course they had set. Yes, he knew that life for the peasants was hard and that Bolshevik agents had taken their grain, horses, and cattle. But, he would point out, such requisitions were caused by events over which the Bolsheviks had no control. Once the Bolsheviks drove the whites from the grain fields of the Kuban, Ukraine, and western Siberia, Kalinin promised his listeners such requisitions would end. In the meantime, he urged them to remember that, at each step of a new life, especially the first one, it is only natural to have misunderstandings and problems. It is impossible, he counseled them in his best village elder fashion, to move to the next step without them. In the meantime, Kalinin insisted, he wanted to know if the authorities had dealt fairly with his listeners. Had they paid for the cattle and grain they had taken? If not, had the peasants kept their receipts? If so, he would personally see to it that they received payment immediately. Were the local authorities just? Were they honest or did they steal? Were they sober or did they get drunk too often? All these things, Kalinin explained, were of direct concern to the Bolsheviks. "We want to regulate life in such a manner that there will be complete justice for all," he assured his listeners. "The law must work for all of us," he insisted, "not the other way around." Then, after he had dealt with those complaints that could be settled quickly, Kalinin would ask, "Well, comrades, have we fixed things up?" Yes, they would assure him that had been done. "Well, comrades," he would conclude as he made ready to leave, "I wish you peace, harmony, and a good harvest." Over and over Kalinin repeated the same ritual with the same results. His dedication kept him in the countryside for nearly 9 months in 1919, for no other senior Bolshevik had his gift for speaking to Russia's peasants. Comrade Kalinin embodies the essence of our workers' and peasants' Russia. Frunze once announced to a mass meeting in Orenburg, the fact that Kalinin, a peasant and one of the most simple men imaginable, had come to be president of the Central Executive Committee of Bolshevik Russia, Frunze explained, showed clear proof of the great transformation that the working class and peasants of Russia have accomplished. While Kalinin's rise allowed the Bolsheviks to claim that a lowly peasant had bridged the chasm that had separated Russia's masses from the pinnacle of political power before the revolution, his simple verbal magic could not so easily or quickly close the gap that traditionally had separated town from country. For the better part of 2 centuries, Russia's Europeanized rulers, upper classes, and city folk had lived in a world apart from those millions of peasants who had tilled the soil as they had in the Middle Ages. Until well past the middle of the 19th century, such men and women knew virtually nothing of peasant life, and even those writers and artists who had tried to paint peasants or write about them had produced idealized accounts at best. Educated Russians remained appallingly unaware of the want and misery in which most rural folk lived, just as they remained ignorant about the peasants' dreams, hopes, and aspirations. How peasants hoped to structure their lives should they have the opportunity to live in the best of all possible worlds continued to be a question about which the Russian intelligentsia knew almost nothing. Comforting images of rural lives lived simply but well, in which buxom peasant women kneaded dough, spun flax, and nursed infants, while their strong, vigorous husbands cut wood and reaped grain, prevailed. In a society based upon serf labor, educated Russians dared not challenge that view or look beneath the veneer of peasant life they witnessed during their infrequent summer visits to their estates in the country. Few wanted to know the truth. It would have been too fearsome to admit that every serf was a potential enemy who might at any time plunge a dagger into the throats of those who thought themselves such benevolent masters. They therefore continued to cling to their illusions and found even the challenges posed by so modest an abolitionist tract as the hunting sketches that Ivan Turgenev published in 1852 disquieting. Just how ignorant educated Russians were about peasant life became strikingly clear after the emancipation of the serfs in 1861. In the mid-1870s, Several thousand young men and women from urban, educated Russia plumbed the depths of rural want and village misery when they went into the countryside to preach the gospel of socialism to the peasants and came away with their preconceptions shattered and their illusions dashed. Until that point, I had never seen the true ugliness of peasant life at first hand. The terrorist leader Vera Finer remembered. Under those horrible impressions that I drew from seeing the material side of the people's daily life, those 3 months in the village were for me a terrible experience. Only among the peasants did Russia's radical young men and women begin to sense the extent of the gap. Yet the experience of the 1870s gave the city-bred revolutionaries of Russia no understanding about how to bridge it. Russia's revolutionaries of the late 19th century therefore tried to urbanize their dealings with the peasants and build the first foundations of a proletarian revolutionary movement among those rural folk who came to Russia's growing industrial centers in search of new and better lives. Lenin and his Bolsheviks had entered 1917 with only the most crudely formulated agrarian program, and after the October Revolution they had borrowed much of their plans for bringing the revolution to Russia's countryside from their socialist revolutionary rivals. Not unlike those czarist champions of Russian modernization who, in the 1880s and 1890s, had squeezed the surplus capital needed to finance Russia's industrial development from the peasantry, they drew too heavily upon the resources of the countryside to rebuild Russia's war-torn cities. In 1891, that sort of program had produced the greatest famine of the 19th century in the Russian countryside. Now, as the Bolsheviks began to focus their reconstruction efforts upon Russia's cities and factory workers at the expense of her peasants and countryside, their urban-centered policies threatened to produce some of the same negative results as had the economic programs of their late 19th century czarist predecessors. That the Bolsheviks could begin to think of reconstruction at the end of 1919 indicated the extent of their victories during that year. The armies of Kolchak and Yudenik had been driven from the field. Denikin's forces were being pushed back toward their bases in the Crimea, and only the invading armies of newly independent Poland still seemed to pose a serious danger. Yet the Bolsheviks had won their battles only by draining every resource and straining every fiber of their national economy to the utmost. Certain that if they did not win today they would not live to face the problems of tomorrow, they had lived only in the present, and long-term dangers of short-term solutions could not concern them. With no thought for tomorrow, desperately needed urban housing had been torn down for fuel, and factories that did not produce military goods had been stripped to meet the perpetual emergencies of wartime supply in a nation whose industrial capacity had all but collapsed. Only as the Civil War's urgency receded at the end of 1919 and they faced the full extent of Russia's domestic crises did the Bolsheviks begin to realize how dearly the victories of 1919 had been bought. Bolshevik Russia, Viktor Shklovsky concluded then, had ruined whole factories to make boots out of machine fan belts. For more than 2 years, Russians had consumed more than they had produced, as their leaders drained every resource to keep their armies in the field and their ship of state afloat. The struggles of 1920 thus would center less upon defeating the white armies and more upon economic survival, as the domestic crises created by war and revolution deepened. We were living on our last reserves, Shklovsky remembered. Our hardships kept piling on. We wore them like clothing. In the struggle to survive, men and women became just another resource to be used and expended by the state as circumstances demanded, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, acting in the name of the people's will, began to shape Russians' lives in cruel and brutal ways. A country outside the law, that is what Russia is turning into, one bitter citizen wrote. Russia, he concluded with disgust, was becoming a dungocracy ruled by rigid and insensitive bureaucrats. Part 3, 1920. The struggle to survive. During the first 2 years of Russia's civil war, the Bolshevik survival had hinged upon transforming the Red Guards units they had led into the streets of Petrograd in October 1917 into the sternly disciplined Red Army forces that defeated Denikin, Kolchak, and Yudenik. That single task had required all their energy and had consumed all their resources. All institutions must be adapted to the war and placed on a military footing. Lenin had insisted during the dark days when Denikin had opened his offensive against Moscow. Workers and peasants must understand that probably the most critical moment for the socialist revolution was upon them. They must pull themselves together like soldiers and concentrate directly on the tasks of the war. Everything that was not absolutely indispensable had to be set aside. "It is our right and our duty," Lenin had announced firmly, "to mobilize the whole population for war to a man." During the summer and fall of 1919, the slogan "All out for the fight against Denikin" had been the rallying cry that the Reds had carried into battle. Featured in Rasta windows all across Russia and spread across the headlines of Pravda, it told Russians that Bolshevik promises of a new world of social justice and prosperity must be postponed and that more sacrifices still must be made. That year, nearly 2 million Russians had been drafted into a Red Army that now lived by discipline as stem as any known in the Tsarist forces. Although some senior commanders protested against the bloody discipline that imposed thousands of capital sentences and carried out hundreds of executions during those difficult days, the Bolsheviks insisted that Trotsky's principle of applying a red-hot iron to the festering wound of cowardice and disobedience in their ranks could not be relaxed. Offenses that may be condoned in an uneducated, unenlightened and Trotsky said in the summer of 1919, cannot be excused in a member of the party that stands at the head of the working classes of the world. Little of the freewheeling, grassroots democracy of the elected soldiers' committees of 1917 remained in Trotsky's forces, nor did the Red Army of late 1919 bear more than a foggy resemblance to those Red Guards who had brought the Bolsheviks to power. The day was soon to come when junior Red Army officers would have to request permission to speak or even light a cigarette in the presence of a superior. When the 2.5 million-man Red Army of 1919 more than doubled in 1920, it suffered critical shortages of weapons, ammunition, and clothing. At its best, Bolshevik Russia's armaments industry could manufacture only about 50,000 rifles a month during the Civil War. Even when combined with the output of small arms repair shops, this provided the Red Army with only enough rifles to arm 1 out of every 2 of its soldiers by the end of 1920. Other industries did no better. Crippled by shortages of fuel, raw materials, and skilled labor, Soviet factories produced scarcely enough overcoats, shirts, trousers, and boots to supply half of the Army's needs during the last year of the Civil War. Red Army men thus wore uniforms patched together from Tsarist leftovers and foreign military clothing captured from the Whites, while they carried an assortment of weapons every bit as mixed as any that their Tsarist predecessors had taken into battle. Nonetheless, by anyone's standard, the 5.25 million-man Red Army of late 1920 stood as a monument to the Bolsheviks' single-mindedness. Undeniably, they had proved their ability to extract greater sacrifices from the people they ruled than any other government in Russia's modern history. While the Red Army grew strong by draining an entire nation's resources during 1919 and 1920, Russia's city folk lived from hand to mouth. As the administrative and supply networks that once had provided them with food, fuel, repair services, medical care, and public utilities crumbled, only scattered shards of the once rich civic life that had flourished in Russia's cities before the revolution remained. Since all effective city cleaning services had ceased at the beginning of the revolution 3 years before, a report that appeared in Pravda calculated 17 cartloads of refuse and human waste had accumulated for every house in Moscow. Waste-filled courtyards, back alleys, abandoned apartments, and even main streets. There was a report that, after a group of soldiers had gutted the first floor of one Moscow house, they had moved to the second floor, cut a hole in the floor, locked the apartment below, and used the hole as a toilet for the entire winter of 1919 to 1920. Conditions were worse, perhaps, in Petrograd, where grass and even wild flowers had begun to grow in once busy streets. Sanitary conditions are simply not to be described in the language of decency. One Petrograd professor wrote as he tried to describe the effects of the spring thaw on wastewater pipes that had frozen and burst that winter. Not constrained by such delicacy, the anti-Bolshevik historian and Moscow University professor Yuri Goat spoke more bluntly. Everything is strewn with shit and pissed upon such as it never was under the old order. He wrote in his diary at the beginning of 1920. The reformers of Russian life, he concluded bitterly, should have in the first place taught people how to use the latrines. As he looked back on those days a few years later, the literary critic Viktor Shklovsky took a more charitable view of his countrymen's faults. It wasn't so much swinishness, he explained, as the use of things from a new point of view. Life became geared to necessity, not choice, as Moscow and Petrograd fought a losing battle to remain respectable as Russia's past and present capital cities. Everything had its own time, Shklovsky remembered. Girls with thick braids surrendered themselves at 5:30 in the afternoon because the streetcars stopped running at 6. Shklovsky had a friend who wrote a learned book about the similarities between the Malayan and Japanese languages in a tiny shelter he had erected in the middle of his old lodgings out of 4 chairs, a tarpaulin, and some rugs, which he warmed with his breath and an electric light during those times when there was electricity. Men and women began to measure success by the possession of life's necessities, not its luxuries. Nina is busy with preparations for the winter, the most elementary and unexpected, such as drying turnips. Goat wrote in an account about how his severely diabetic wife spent some of the last days of her life in the late fall of 1919. All these are matters of fife and death, he added, arising from the contemporary situation. Everyday life was prehistoric, the everyday life of the cave age, Ilya Ehrenberg remembered. To obtain a few potatoes, a piece of fat, a bit of soap, or a desperately needed article of clothing all counted as triumphant accomplishments. With the production of consumer goods still at a virtual standstill, everything in civilian Russia began to move through a perpetual recycling process that reshaped frivolous cast-offs into everyday necessities. Green hats made from felt that once had covered billiard tables, dresses sewn from velvet curtains torn from palace windows, and bearskin rugs converted into overcoats became the height of fashion as people struggled to preserve some shred of the lives they had known before. That is when I realized what a pair of trousers means to a man of 30, Ehrenberg confessed. To get his trousers at one of the Bolshevik supply centers, Ehrenberg had to choose between them and a desperately needed overcoat, and then, to get the overcoat, he had to sell a fortnight's bread ration on the black market. No one had enough, everyone was in need, and the quantity of goods available to meet basic human needs seemed to have become rigidly fixed. Everything was as bare and open as a watch with its back off, Shklovsky remembered. Our dominant impression of things Russian, reported H.G. Wells, who visited Petrograd and Moscow in the fall of 1920, is an impression of a vast irreparable breakdown. With the bitter humor that so often sustained them in times of crisis, the Russians shared Wells's conclusion. Petrograd is paradise, one of them remarked cynically to a British journalist that fall. Here men eat apples and go naked. There was very little food, fewer goods, and almost no services in Russia's cities during the winter of 1919 to 1920. Stores and shops had long since given way to Soviet ration centers that passed out carelessly assembled meager portions of frostbitten potatoes, rotten fish, and coarse bread. What meat there was usually came from horses that had died of hunger and overwork. One of the first sights that greeted the British journalist Arthur Ransom when he arrived in Moscow in 1919 was a flock of starving crows that followed a sledge of emaciated horse carcasses, tearing greedily at the meat despite the driver's efforts to drive them off. Often, by the time such meat reached distribution centers, it was slimy and rotten, almost runny, Shklovsky remembered. Everyone craved fats and sugar. Our dream were always full of eating, especially eating pounds of butter and other fats, the Petrograd sociologist Pitirim Sorokin confessed, while Shklovsky never forgot how hard it was to get a few pieces of sugar home without eating them. Shklovsky especially savored the fond memory of an occasion when the ration center had given out small pieces of beef. "What a fantastic taste it had," he exclaimed. "It was like the first time you slept with a woman. Something entirely new." People with official meal tickets ate in communal dining rooms. As a privileged foreigner, Ransom had one meal a day of very good soup, together with a second course of a scrap of meat or fish at Moscow's National Hotel. At the Hotel Metropole 3 long blocks away, Ilya Ehrenberg found only thin soup, millet gruel, or frozen potatoes, even though it had taken a note from the Deputy Commissar of Foreign Affairs to put him on the daily dinner list. Assigned to even more modest facilities, Goat complained of indescribable filth and portraits of the god Marx and his disciples that dominated the scene at the Moscow University dining room. Sorokin remembered that his Petrograd colleagues, standing in line with dishes and spoons, which everyone had to bring from home, were like the beggar's line at church doors in former times. One of the scientists in their group, he explained, calculated that we wasted more strength in walking and in waiting there at the dining room than we received in vitamins and calories from the food. Still, Sorokin and his friends made their way to the university dining room every day from points spread out across the city. The words dinner "And I have dined," he wrote. "Had a pleasant sound and gave a sort of impression that we still were getting something to eat," he wrote. Afterward, Sorokin and his friends took their leave with the words, "Goodbye, I hope you will be alive tomorrow," and went their separate ways. As the days went by, he remembered sadly, fewer and fewer of us were left to say it. Desperate citizens of the Bolsheviks' new order supplemented their starvation rations with purchases on the black market. In Moscow, this meant slipping into nearby peasant villages or visiting the Sukharevka, once described by a visiting journalist as a crowded study in need and greed, where anything could be had for a price. Here gathered proletarian and aristocrat, communist and bourgeois, peasant and intellectual, the deported American anarchist Emma Goldman wrote. Here they were bound by the common desire to sell and buy. Rare Bokhara rugs, precious antiques, and priceless Chinese vases shared pride of place with such czarist leftovers as silk underwear and French cosmetics, although such prosaic items as butter, eggs, and flour attracted larger crowds and commanded exorbitant prices. Goat traded a felt jacket for potatoes and shoes for butter. "We sold a lady's cloak," he added, "and with the money bought flour." Prices rose higher that fall. Flour cost 6,000 or 7,000 rubles, for a pud, or 36 pounds. Goat wrote in mid-November. "We spent 1,000 rubles yesterday buying 10 eggs and 4 pounds of soap." Fear crept into his diary entries as winter deepened. "The matter of hunger is becoming so urgent," he wrote at the end of 1919, "that you think that no matter how many things you sell there still won't be enough money. Prices seem to rise according to some fearsome law of mathematics that could not be brought under control. Millet costs 9,500 to 10,000 rubles a pud," Goat reported in mid-January 1920. "Flour has risen to 13 to 15,000 rubles," he added 6 weeks later. "Millet to 16 to 17,000. Even Lenin admitted that the people of Moscow could not survive without the black market. "It was found this spring and summer," he reported to a conference of factory committees and trade unions in May 1919, "that the urban worker obtained about half of his food from the Commissariat of Food Supply and had to buy the rest on the open market at Sukharevka." In vain, Lenin condemned food profiteering as sheer plunder and the most infamous corruption. "The Bolsheviks want to clamp down on Sukharevka," Goat wrote. "But then a Sukharevka would spring up on every comer and crossing. People without goods to trade for food turned to other mediums of exchange. Young Soviet office girls exchanged sex with high officials for flour, sugar, and silk stockings. Other women had to settle for less." When she arrived in Petrograd at the beginning of 1920, Emma Goldman found crowds of women selling their bodies for a pound of bread, a piece of soap or chocolate. Only Red Army soldiers who received extra rations could pay their price. "It was too ghastly, too incredible to be real," Goldman wrote. Yet there they were, those shivering creatures for sale and their buyers, the red defenders of the revolution. As the winter of 1919 to 1920 continued, the situation grew worse. "The problem of food supplies overshadows everything else except the problem of heating," Goat confided to his diary. "This is the lifestyle of Eskimos. Everyone and everything began to freeze. Families and friends huddled with strangers for warmth around the tiny, smoking iron stoves called burzwiku. The secret of using a burzbika was to stoke it with splinters cut as thin as straw," Konstantin Postovsky once explained. This produced a fierce, though short-lived flame to heat food or water, and used up only the smallest amount of fuel. Even a burzbika could be heated only for brief moments with the scraps of fuel at hand. "Our brains are beginning to rattle in our skulls from the cold," Goat wrote as he watched the temperature inside his Moscow apartment fall to 3 degrees below freezing. At work it was no better. "It is now below zero inside the building of the Rumiantsev Museum," he added on the 59th anniversary of the emancipation of Russia's serfs. "Ink is freezing, hands grow numb." In Petrograd, bone-chilling dampness made the cold worse. In normal times, this produced the unusual frost that coated cold stone and turned the granite pillars of St. Isaac's Cathedral into ethereal silver-pink shafts. In the winter of 1919 to 1920, Such frost began to coat the outer walls of uninhabited buildings with a silvery coating that was broken only by the city's rare heated rooms. These, Shklovsky wrote, showed up from the street as occasional dark patches on the silver. As a general cry arose that patients were freezing to death, the Bolshevik Commissar for Health decreed that city hospitals had first claim to any firewood that reached Petrograd and Moscow. Everything was now divided into two categories, combustible and non-combustible. Shklovsky explained as he recalled how people came to his apartment to get warm because its temperature sometimes rose as high as 45 degrees. The most valuable present one could give or receive, the ever-observant sociologist Sorokin remembered some years later, was a piece of firewood. More imprisoned by tradition than they cared to admit, the Bolsheviks tried to solve the crises of daily life by creating more of those instruments of bureaucracy that had plagued life in Imperial Russia. Institutions, commissions, committees, councils, and collectives are sprouting like mushrooms. One high-ranking army officer reported after he fled to Finland. But, far more than in the old days, a lack of direction and purpose marred their function. Institutions and ideas, thrown into a common heap, rage in primitive passion and wildly seek to disentangle themselves. The Jewish Russo-American anarchist Alexander Berkman wrote as he observed the chaos of Soviet offices in Moscow. Despite a severe paper shortage, Russia's new Bolshevik bureaucracy produced an avalanche of papers and documents. I felt in the whirl of a huge machine, its wheels unceasingly grinding out slips of paper, endless paper for the guidance of the millions of Russia. Berkman wrote after a visit to the Bolsheviks' Central Committee headquarters. All of this had a direct impact upon Russians' daily lives because all of the agencies and slips of paper, for the guidance of the millions, caused more waiting and created even longer delays. Ehrenberg waited in line all day merely to obtain the coupon that entitled him to begin his search through Moscow's supply centers for a pair of trousers. Our existence was filled with queues, Sorokin remembered. The real scientific definition of communism, based on experience, he once wrote, is queues, endless queues. Responsibility for providing the goods and services that had been supplied by private enterprise before the revolution now fell into the hands of petty Soviet bureaucrats. People had to apply to the proper government office for a plumber, for house repairs, for train tickets, for meal tickets, for clothing vouchers, for firewood, even for coffins and burial permissions. Every new Bolshevik official could demand bribes and favors because each controlled some permission or paper that people needed to conduct their lives. People communicated perfectly by means of hints or even without saying anything at all. One official on the Central Timber Committee later wrote as he described bureaucrats who spent hundreds of thousands of rubles on cards and liquor. An atmosphere of utter corruption reigns in government offices, he continued. Those communists and semi-communists who occupy the most responsible posts are particularly expert practitioners of this art. Some saw in this proliferation of corruption and bureaucratic interference a cynical attempt to discourage people from laying claim to scarce goods and services. All kinds of red tape were especially introduced, Shklovsky concluded as he recalled the endless lines of people waiting to receive rations of food and firewood, so that people would give up and go away. Although the new Bolshevik bureaucracy had obvious links with Russia's fallen past, it displayed a meanness not known in former times. Perpetually fearful of offending their superiors in their anxiety to carve places for themselves in Die New Order, Russia's new bureaucrats became boorish, brutish, and cruel to those who stood beneath them in the hierarchy of daily life. Every apartment house had a bureaucracy that allocated space and assigned public chores, and every workplace, whether factory, library, or laboratory, had a similar organization responsible to the collective, of which all workers were a part. Although he once had remarked that an intelligentsia that has by its own efforts brought things to the point where it has to saw wood itself, is good for nothing else. Goat joined readily in the labors of his collective. We live like everyone else here and participate in the common work. He wrote of a few days spent in the country in 1920. My responsibilities include carrying water and firewood and watering the garden. Strong, young, and accustomed to do manual work himself, Sorokin nonetheless found the compulsory labor required of university professors in Petrograd by despotic Bolshevik bureaucrats in the winter of 1919 to 1920 painful to behold. Covered with mud and blood in their threadbare clothing, middle-aged and elderly men and their wives, who had never in their lives done other than intellectual work, now had to move wood and trash for the betterment of what some of them had begun to call the Russian surely fantastic Soviet Republic, instead of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, its proper designation. As Bolshevik-influenced peddlers and bureaucrats reached into the most personal and private comers of Russians' daily lives to settle scores for real or imagined injuries suffered in days past, they stirred outrage that became all the more bitter because it had to remain impotent. Unable to bear such insult and injury, men and women sought refuge in death. Suicides are becoming more frequent every day. Information compiled by white military intelligence about conditions in Petrograd reported in midsummer 1919. Everyone seemed to know cases that allowed them to put several human faces on that generalization. Mrs. D.'s beautiful daughter, Vera, threw herself out of the fifth-story window of our apartment. Sorokin wrote in his journal. Vera was like a flower that could not live in this soil of cruelty and bestiality. Starting in early 1920, Sorokin's notes became a litany of death. Professor Kvostov hanged himself. Yesterday, Professor Inostrancev took potassium cyanide. Professor Rosenblatt has just put an end to his life. Professors Razin, Dyakonov, Tuvalkovs, Vilyev, Kapustin, Pokrovsky, Batushkov, Kulisher, Ostrogorsky, Karpinsky, Arseniev, one after another have died and others are dying. Accounts left by others confirm Sorokin's reports. Professor V.M. Kvostov has hanged himself, apparently as a result of an acute attack of melancholy. Goat wrote in his diary on February 14, 1920, "Death, cold and hungry, is everywhere," he added 5 days later. Reports of deaths are pouring down like rain. While suicide liberated some, other sorts of death claimed others. For all Russians, death was as near as the nearest typhus-bearing louse. As the disease that had taken such a toll during the first 2 years of the Civil War continued its deadly rampage, people starved and froze to death. They died from cholera, from colds that turned into pneumonia, and because life-saving operations could not be performed. During the winter of 1919 to 1920, Russians died from any disease that required medical treatment because there was almost no medicine. "Gentlemen, I beg you not to die so rapidly," Petrograd University's rector pleaded with grim gallows humor. "In dying you find relief for yourselves, but you cause us a great deal of trouble. For you know how difficult it is for us to get coffins for you." All across Russia, shortages of coffins combined with the studied unconcern of Russia's new Bolshevik bureaucrats to add to the grief of men and women who lost loved ones that winter. When Goat's wife slipped into a diabetic coma and died in a sanatorium outside of Moscow at the end of 1919, her coffin had to be fashioned out of the rough remains of a broken garden fence. Grateful to those who had sacrificed fuel so that his wife could be decently buried, Goat placed the coffin on a small horse-drawn sledge, which he drove himself to the graveyard at Moscow's Virgins Convent 30 miles away. He drove all one night to avoid the police. The moon was shining and the whole sky was sown with stars, he told his diary. Her last ride was in this magical setting. Like so many Russians, even those who greeted the revolution with great hopes, Goat now saw only emptiness ahead. "The revolution has devoured everything that was most dear to me," he wrote on the last night of 1919. "There is nothing ahead," he added a few days later, "but terrible loneliness and fear of hunger." Life in other Russian cities was no easier than in Moscow and Petrograd. In Kharkov, Emma Goldman found lines of emaciated and crippled figures, men and women, waiting for their turn to receive their pittance in the form of rations, in the corridor outside the offices of the Commissariat of Social Welfare. Things seemed even worse in Odessa. Everywhere, numerous employees deliberately wasted their time, while thousands of applicants spent days and weeks in the corridors and offices without receiving the least attention. Goldman wrote as she recalled her disgust at the studied indifference of Russia's new bureaucrats to human suffering. Everyone, she added, was busy with something other than the work entrusted to him. Berkman found the same thing in Kiev. Like Goldman, he was appalled at the callous cruelty of petty Bolshevik officials who passed their days gossiping while long lines of worn, tired people, looking hungry and apathetic, jammed the corridors outside their offices. Few were willing to help. Few even seemed to care as officials insulated themselves from the people they were supposed to serve by a curtain of mean-spirited unconcern. The ordinary work in the government offices of Russia is shockingly done. H.G. Wells wrote as he compared the Russia he had known in 1914 with that which he saw in 1920. The slackness and inaccuracy are indescribable. Even in cities closer to the source of supply, food seemed no more plentiful than in Moscow and Petrograd. In Kharkov, the heart of the Ukrainian breadlands, Berkman found that a pound loaf of bread cost a third of a worker's monthly salary on the black market. The Soviet salary of 20 of the most noted Russian professors, he reported, equals, according to the present purchasing power of the ruble, the amount allowed by the old regime budget for the support of the watchdog at government institutions. Further to the south, at the once bustling port city of Odessa, Konstantin Postovsky found only starvation rations. Day after day, we consumed 2 or 3 spoonfuls of coarse barley gruel flavored with a green, Vaseline-like substance. He wrote of his meals in Odessa during those days. The bread had one remarkable quality, he added. The crust was quite separate from the inside, and the space between the two was filled with a sour, slightly fermented liquid. Postovsky remembered how he and his friends suffered from finger joints swollen from malnutrition and cold, and how the swellings broke open and bled. Everywhere it seemed to be the same. H.G. Wells may not have been far off the mark when he wrote that ruin is the primary Russian fact of the present time. Bolshevik officials thought the same thing. The workers of the towns and of some of the villages choke in the throes of hunger. A gloomy report from the Central Committee for Labor Conscription announced in Pravda early in 1920. The railroads barely crawl. The houses are crumbling. The towns are full of refuse. Epidemics spread and death strikes to the right and to the left. Industry is ruined. The continuing failure of Bolshevik Russia's railroads to recover from the Civil War's devastation underlay all the other domestic crises of 1919 to 1920. Only about 1 in 5 of Russia's 70,000 kilometers of track remained undamaged by the end of 1919. The Civil War's fighting had destroyed close to 3,000 bridges, and only 2 out of every 5 of Russia's 16,000 wartime locomotives remained in working condition. Most of these had been manufactured before 1900, and some had been in service since 1870. Many still consumed enormous quantities of wood, the fuel most needed to heat Russia's freezing cities. Bolshevik planners therefore had to burn wood to transport wood at a time when the supply available to railroads had fallen to a third of what it had been on the eve of the revolution. The supply of rails for repairing Russia's war-damaged lines at the beginning of 1920 amounted to a mere eighth of the amount needed. There were so few parts to repair worn-out locomotives that less than half of the railroad engines that had to be taken into depots for repairs in 1919 returned to service by the end of the year. Desperate mechanics cannibalized those in the worst condition to keep others running for a while longer and, in the process, turned Russia's rail sidings into vast graveyards for dead locomotives and broken freight cars. Even then, locomotive repair shops in Bolshevik Russia could put fewer than 10 engines a day back into service. Statesmen began to fear that a catastrophe could not be averted. However badly the Tsarist ministers may have managed, however destructive the imperialist war may have been, Lenin's chief railway expert stated at a meeting of economic experts that winter, "In the last account, it is the revolution and the civil war that have destroyed our railroads." Other sectors of Russian industry broke apart in a similar fashion. Turkestan, Russia's only source of raw cotton before the revolution, had established a Soviet republic in the spring of 1918, but the violently anti-Bolshevik Orenburg Cossacks had kept it, and the desperately needed supplies of cotton fiber it produced, cut off from Bolshevik Russia's mills for 2 years. Able to manufacture no more than a 20th of the cotton thread they had spun before the First World War, Russia's cotton mills came to a virtual standstill. Nor could the production of linen or wool be expanded to take the place of cotton. As hungry Russians killed their sheep for meat rather than feed them scarce grain, the production of raw wool plummeted, and as the Baltic countries of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania proclaimed their independence, Bolshevik Russia lost one of its major sources of flax. So long as the Allied blockade continued, the men and women of Lenin's Russia had to do without new cloth. The Bolsheviks also had to do without oil from Baku until the end of 1919, and without iron and coal from the Ukraine until 1920. Russia's production of coal in 1920 scarcely reached a quarter of what it had been in 1913, while oil production stood at slightly more than a third. Russia's mills and factories faced the winter of 1919 to 1920 with only a tenth of the fuel they needed. By the spring of 1920, the fuel shortage had become so severe that Lenin ordered textile workers into nearby bogs to dig peat for Russia's idle electric generators. With too few raw materials and too little fuel, iron production in 1920 fell to about a 40th of the pre-war figure. Steel stood at a 60th and copper production stopped altogether. Russia produced less than a 15th of her pre-war output of sugar, and her factories now turned out only a 50th part of the axes, scythes, and sickles. Men are plowing with burnt staves instead of plowshares, Arthur Ransom reported in 1920. In the countryside, one could buy 10 eggs, which sold for 300 rubles in Moscow, for a small box of matches. Salt had become so scarce that, in some places, peasants would sell their produce for nothing else. In the cities, workers had no food, clothing, or fuel. In the countryside, the peasants had no matches, boots, salt, or tools. Such a decline in the productive forces of an enormous society of 100 million, a leading Soviet economist wrote a few years later, is unprecedented in human history. Absenteeism rose in an appalling crescendo. Factory workers saw their revolutionary victory as an emancipation from the discipline of the workplace, and their productivity fell to a mere fifth of what it had been 6 years before. Absenteeism at the Kolomensky metalworks rose above 40% at the beginning of 1920. The average worker missed more than 4 days on the job every month, and some railway workers failed to report for work as often as every other day. Although they pleaded illness, most men and women spent their illegitimate absences searching for food for themselves and their families. Anarchy in production, or, as Professor Grunowitsky has said, the revolutionary disintegration of industry, Nikolai Bukharin stated flatly in 1920, is an historically inevitable stage in our development. As if to emphasize that point, the Bolsheviks deprived workers of their last incentive to be productive by leveling wages just when the real prices of food and consumer goods soared to 14 times their pre-war levels. An average worker's wages in MID 1920 would buy slightly less than a 50th of what they had bought at the beginning of the First World War. A moving sea of people intent upon finding food spread across Russia. Like maddened ants, they cover every inch of space. Alexander Berkman wrote of the crowds that rode the train he took to the south that summer. Even gunfire could not stem the desperate crowds of men, women, and children who tried to flee Russia's towns and cities, as nearly 3 out of every 5 Petrograders and 2 of every 5 Muscovites fled into the countryside. Death from a bullet, Berkman concluded sadly, is no more terrible to them than starvation. So many men and women had fled Russia's cities by the end of 1920 that her industrial labor force numbered only a third of the number needed to produce economic recovery. Chronic unemployment had been a key factor in driving Russian workers into the revolutionary movement before the First World War. Now, a shortage of factory workers threatened to make economic recovery impossible. For a society being built on the principle that its revolutionary industrial proletarians would show its conservative peasants the way to a better future, the flight of Russia's factory workers raised troublesome problems, for it returned factory workers to a world many Bolsheviks knew to be hostile to socialism. Young Nikolai Bukharin first began to worry about the disintegration of the proletariat as a class in March 1918, and although he had extolled the political consciousness of Russia's workers as an inexhaustible reservoir of organizational energy during the Civil War, he renewed his warnings in 1920. The petty bourgeois character of the peasant society to which Russia's factory workers had returned between 1918 and 1920, Bukharin insisted at the Bolsheviks' 10th Party Congress, had cooled their revolutionary ardor and had deadened their class consciousness. This gangrenous infection of workers, Bukharin warned his comrades, constituted the greatest danger of the present moment. The peasantization of the proletariat now threatened to obliterate the workers' sense of themselves as a revolutionary force. As unskilled and semi-skilled peasants replaced those dedicated communist workers who had fallen in the battles against Kolchak, Yudenik, and Denikin, Russia's proletariat threatened to fall victim to a variety of petty bourgeois ailments. Just as Trotsky had called for dedicated communists to stiffen the backbone of Bolshevik Russia's collapsing armies in 1918 and 1919, so he and his comrades now tried to use examples of proletarian behavior worthy of emulation to spur reluctant workers to greater effort. Communist Subotniki, days of voluntary unpaid labor when Bolshevik workers put their backs to the tasks that needed to be done most urgently, became one means to that end. The first to do so were 200 workers on the Moscow-Kazan Railway who, after vowing that communists must not grudge their health and life for the gains of the revolution, worked 1,000 hours without pay on Saturday, May 10, 1919. The enthusiasm and team spirit displayed during work were extraordinary, a reporter wrote in Pravda. At the sight of this collective effort, he continued, one's conviction was strengthened that the victory of the working class was unshakable, as the Moscow-Kazan Railway workers, with the light of joy in their eyes, joined in singing the Internationale. The Pravda account concluded ecstatically. It seemed as if the triumphant strains of the triumphant anthem would spread through the whole of working-class Russia and shake up the weary and the slack. Stirred by the attention their comrades on the Moscow-Kazan Railway received, other workers vowed to continue such Subotniki until complete victory over Kolchak has been achieved. Reports of Subotniki poured in, some of them claiming to have raised productivity by more than 1,000%. Subotniki marked the actual beginning of communism. Lenin explained in a special pamphlet entitled A Great Beginning. If in starving Moscow in the summer of 1919, the starving workers could start this great work, even greater things would be achieved once the Civil War had been won. Lenin saw in Subotniki a possible key to unlocking the enigma of the peasantry. It is precisely proletarian work such as that put into communist Subotniki that will win the complete respect and love of the peasants for the proletarian state, he insisted. Such work and such work alone, he concluded, will completely convince the peasant that we are right, that communism is right, make him our devoted ally, and hence will lead to the complete elimination of our food difficulties. All too typically, the Bolsheviks' passion for organization and control led them to institutionalize Subotniki in an effort to make them a part of daily life in their new society. Our Subotniki are still weak, and each reveals a host of defects in arrangement, organization, and discipline. Lenin wrote as he urged the Bolsheviks to organize this new discipline of work in common, on a larger and larger scale. We shall work for years and decades practicing Subotniki, developing them, spreading them, improving them and converting them into a habit, Lenin promised. That way, we shall achieve the victory of communist labor. By the time the Bolsheviks celebrated May Day 1920 with an all-Russian Subotnik in which nearly 500,000 workers took part in Moscow alone, what once had been voluntary labor by dedicated communist workers had been transformed into an arduous new burden for all. The Subotniki drain my energies completely, an exhausted woman complained to Emma Goldman in Petrograd in the fall of 1920. At first, we all felt inspired, especially when we saw our leading comrades take pick and shovel and pitch in. But this is all a matter of the past. The Subotniki have become gray and spiritless, beneath an obligation imposed without regard to inclination, physical fitness, or the amount of other work one has to do. The institutionalization of Subotniki reflected Bolshevik leaders' efforts to conscript Russia's able-bodied citizens into a national army of labor to rebuild their nation's shattered economic life. They had first spoken of such a mobilization at the end of 1918, when they had announced that the militarization of labor is the consequence of the wartime mobilization of industry and is its logical conclusion. A few months later, they had restated their position at the 8th Party Congress by calling for a universal mobilization of everyone fit for work, but they had preferred only to state their principle of universal labor mobilization rather than implement it. Even when Trotsky urged them to apply the methods that had defeated Yudenich, Denikin, and Kolchak to the extreme breakdown of productive forces and economic chaos that confronted Russia at the end of 1919, his comrades on the Central Committee hesitated to take so radical a step. Unpopular though it was, Trotsky continued to call for mobilization of Russia's workers. Mines and factories must be put back into operation, railroads brought back into service, and fields brought back under cultivation. Our economic situation, he stated bluntly in a speech to Bolshevik trade union leaders in mid-January 1920, is 100 times worse than our military situation was at its very worst. He therefore urged that Russia's civilian workers be subjected to the military discipline that had enabled the Red Army to defeat the Whites on several fronts at once. Few besides Lenin supported that extreme position. Out of 36 Bolshevik trade union leaders who heard Lenin speak in favor of Trotsky's proposals, only 2 voted for them. 2 ready to be rid of the wartime discipline. Other Bolsheviks condemned such proposals as a return to Arakshevshchina, the tyrannical rule of General Arakchev, who had served as Alexander I's confidant a century before. With Lenin's support, Trotsky already had begun to test his plans for massive labor mobilizations elsewhere. On January 15, 1920, he transformed the Third Red Army, then serving in the Urals against the remnants of Kolchak's forces, into the First Revolutionary Army of Labor. Within a fortnight, he formed the Second Revolutionary Army of Labor to rebuild the Moscow-Kazan Railway and organized the Ukrainian Labor Army for reconstruction work in the mines of the Donbass. Somewhat later, he sent units of the Fourth Red Army to build a railway for transporting oil from Turkestan and assigned parts of the Seventh Red Army to dig peat around Petrograd. As his legendary train sped from Moscow toward the Urals at the beginning of February 1920, Trotsky announced that these forces would lead the fight against hunger and cold. "Bread for the starving," he proclaimed grandly. "Fuel for the freezing. These are our slogans now." He insisted that commanders and commissars must bear the same responsibility for their men's behavior as they did in battle, and that deserters from the labor front must be punished as deserters from the Red Army. A deserter from labor, Trotsky announced in one of his orders, is as contemptible and despicable as a deserter from the battlefield. Trotsky's plans to mobilize the talents and labor of every Russian for the tasks of economic reconstruction seemed more compelling on paper than in practice. It was one thing to allocate complex tasks to labor regiments and divisions according to their training and abilities, but it was something very different to translate those plans into actual men, women, equipment, raw materials, and food and put them to work in a certain place at a specific time. Soldiers who had fought willingly against the whites saw little reason to work in distant parts of Bolshevik Russia when their own untilled fields beckoned them home, and Trotsky's assurances that the work of the labor armies was not slave labor but high service to the socialist fatherland could not convince them that building railroads and digging coal for the Bolsheviks should take precedence over seeing their families. Only the severest restraints kept unwilling men in the Urals, the Transcaucasus, and the Ukraine when they wanted to be elsewhere, but compulsion could not make them into efficient working forces. Despite his glowing pronouncements, inefficiency and gross waste of scarce resources characterized the work of Trotsky's labor armies. Although they proved to be far more than the empty bureaucratic fantasy that some of their enemies claimed them to be, Trotsky still found it extremely difficult to apply military organization and discipline to recalcitrant civilian workforces. As if to insulate himself from the human nature that defied his best efforts, he took refuge in a flurry of blueprints for even more ambitious schemes. He displayed astounding originality and inventiveness, his leading biographer concluded, but his imagination worked feverishly in a vacuum and his ideas were out of joint with reality. For a moment Trotsky became so isolated from reality that, when his private train derailed in the Urals during a February blizzard, a full day passed before anyone noticed its absence. The collapse of Russia's economic life had become so complete by the beginning of 1920 that nobody paid any serious attention to the whereabouts of the Commissar of War and President of the Supreme War Council. To allocate scarce resources and labor in a society in such dire straits as Civil War Russia required precise and careful organization, and it was an organization that the Bolsheviks had always excelled in comparison to other revolutionaries. While other arrogant, impractical, and improbable revolutionaries had squabbled over interpretations and principles and had split repeatedly into weakened factions during the decade between the revolutions of 1905 and 1917, the Bolsheviks' organizational ability had kept them more closely united. It had been that same emphasis upon organization that had enabled them to seize power in October 1917. Although many able Bolsheviks fell during the first 2 years of the Civil War, it proved to be the measure of Lenin's organizational genius that their party always could renew itself from those seemingly endless wellsprings of proletarian consciousness that flowed among factory workers and poor peasants. Bolshevik party membership therefore grew steadily to more than 250,000 at the beginning of 1919, and then almost doubled before the Ninth Party Congress met in March 1920. By then, Bolshevik men and women dominated every level of government and authority throughout the Soviet Republic to give the party an unassailable monopoly of power. Cemented by common hopes, aspirations, and beliefs, and directed by stern directives from above, the Communist Party provided what may have been the single greatest source of psychological stability in a society where many traditional points of reference had disappeared. As Lenin and Trotsky called upon Zakopny Bolsheviki, hardened Bolsheviks, to accomplish tasks that seemed all but impossible, their many victories in 1919 showed that their confidence had not been misplaced. Only because tens, hundreds, thousands, and, in the last account, millions marched as one man when the Central Committee gave the order, Lenin later said, "Were we in a position to conquer?" As they battled against the whites, hardened Bolsheviks also fought to take full control of Russia. The Communist Party has set winning decisive influence and complete leadership in all organizations of the working classes as its goal. The Eighth Party Congress announced in March 1919. In particular, the Communist Party aims to gain control over the Soviets and to win the full implementation of its program. Thus began the Year of the Party, in which the Communist Party worked to eradicate the last vestiges of non-Bolshevik groups in the Russian labor movement and win unchallenged authority in Russia's trade unions, cooperatives, and Soviets, where the masses had first expressed their power in 1917. Yet the party went further in its efforts to dominate Russia. As the Soviets and trade unions came under its control, it took on so much responsibility for Russia's government that more than half of all party members took positions in her civilian or military administration. By 1920, the bureaucracy that ruled Russia had become Bolshevik to its very core. The bureaucracy through which the Bolsheviks controlled Russia and the Russians had more than its share of dark and seamy qualities. As the intensity of the fighting diminished toward the end of 1919, the number of men and women who supported the Bolsheviks to feather their personal nests began to increase. Everyone had stories to tell about the greed and insensitivity of radish communists, whose red exterior masked a white core, and who lived comfortably while others froze and starved. Arrayed in the contraband finery of the empire's fallen aristocrats, they became the new tyrants of Russia's towns and cities. Deeply embedded in the tightly woven administrative fabric of Bolshevik Russia, such men and women survived repeated attempts to purge the party of what Lenin once called the offal of the old capitalist system. Bureaucratism became the curse of the party and Soviet Russia. You can throw out the Tsar, throw out the landowners, throw out the capitalists, Lenin remarked at one point. But you cannot throw out bureaucracy in a peasant country. You cannot wipe it off the face of the earth. You can only reduce it by slow and stubborn effort. We shall be fighting the evils of bureaucracy, he warned, for many years to come. Even as Lenin spoke, Bolshevik bureaucrats spread an avalanche of regulations, restrictions, forms, and permissions across Russia that made the most simple things difficult. Everything had its controls and counter-controls. Everywhere plans were drafted, proposed, discussed, and, on the basis of extensive suggestions for improvements and revisions, redrafted, resubmitted, and discussed all over again as Bolshevik bureaucrats prepared elaborate proposals to build schools, hospitals, and modem housing when Russia's workers had not yet even begun to produce medicines, hospital equipment, electricity, or even building materials. Perhaps nothing expressed better the chasm that separated such bureaucrats from the people they ruled than the unified economic plan that Trotsky presented to the Ninth Party Congress at the end of March 1920. First and foremost must come the improvement of transportation, shipment and storage of essential grain reserves, fuel, and raw materials, he explained. Then, Russia's economic reconstruction would proceed by firm and logical steps. Production of machines for transportation and for the production of fuel, raw materials, and grain. Intensified development and production of machines to produce consumer goods. Intensified production of consumer goods themselves. Such flat, factual statements took no notice of the barriers that loomed ahead. The realization of this proposed plan, Trotsky concluded, will be made possible not by means of the separate, one-time, heroic efforts of the advanced elements of the working class, but by dogged, systematic, and well-planned labor that draws into its sphere ever-increasing numbers of the toiling masses. The same ruthless energy that had served him so well in building the Red Army led Trotsky to ignore the stubborn skepticism of Russia's civilians. Russians desperately needed to put the ruin and deprivation of war behind them, and it was unlikely that they would produce the huge quantities of raw materials, grain, fuel, and machines needed to complete the first three stages of the unified economic plan, in return for nothing more than the Bolsheviks' oft-repeated promises that their labor would make a better life possible. More detailed plans only muddied further the already turgid waters in which Russian men and women searched to find the shape of things to come. One of the sins of the economic organizations of Soviet Russia, one observer wrote sadly, is not that there are no plans but that there are too many of them. Unworkable plans drawn up according to unrealistic estimates based on unavailable resources could do little to repair Russia's economic devastation. Nor could they create that sense of civic responsibility that builds political consensus and frees governments from the need to rule by force. Many Russians shared no common vision with their new leaders and had yet to develop any sense of loyalty to the Bolsheviks' government. The Bolsheviks' extensive propaganda and educational campaigns had made certain that, even in distant villages, most people had heard of Lenin and Trotsky, and, of course, they knew the story of Mikhail Kalinin, the peasant who had risen to become president of the Russian Soviet Republic. But very few Russians knew much about the principles that underlay their new government or the men who served it. In a survey taken in one of the provinces that lay along the Volga River, not one person could identify Georgy Shishirin, Trotsky's successor, as Commissar of Foreign Affairs. Another survey showed that many Russians did not know what words such as project, memorandum, and intrigue meant. Some thought that a diplomatic note had something to do with music. Rather than admit that the real enemies they faced were an acute lack of civic responsibility among the people they ruled, the Bolsheviks proclaimed bungling, shirking, and sabotage to be the reason for their inability to mobilize the working men and women of Russia in the cause of economic reconstruction. To deal with such spectral foes required a massive invasion of Russians' daily lives. For the first time in their modern history, the men and women of Russia became responsible not only for what they said and did, but for what they thought. Now openly acknowledged by the Bolshevik Central Committee as an instrument for fulfilling the will of the party and the proletariat, Dzerzhinsky's Chaika became the Bolsheviks' chief defense against their inability to mobilize Russians to rebuild their nation's economic life. Although its brutality against the whites continued unabated in those areas where Bolsheviks still vied for control, the Chaika now became an instrument to coerce a nation as it began to search for enemies of the people among peasants, Red Army soldiers, workers, bureaucrats, and even loyal Bolsheviks. The form of our struggle against our enemies must change, Dzerzhinsky told the Central Executive Committee in February 1919 as he argued, very prematurely it turned out, that the battle against the whites had been won. They now are trying to worm their way into our Soviet institutions so that, once they have infiltrated our ranks, they can sabotage our work. Nothing could have expressed more clearly the Bolsheviks' increasingly paranoid response to the crises that surrounded them. We know that we have enemies in almost all our institutions, Dzerzhinsky concluded, but we cannot smash our institutions. We have to dig out clues and try to catch them. Its resources now focused upon government offices, trade unions, factories, villages, and party headquarters. The Chaika declared war against the Russians. In this struggle, the organs of the Chaika must become an instrument for realizing the centralized will of the proletariat, Lenin told the Fourth Conference of Provincial Chaikas a year later. He therefore insisted that the Chaika must become a weapon for creating the sort of discipline that we have been able to establish in the Red Army, in society as a whole. Dzerzhinsky shared all the fears of internal enemies that plagued Lenin and his comrades. Power had not softened him physically or morally, for he had continued to live a thoroughly ascetic life, even when others had begun to enjoy the comforts that their newly won positions made possible. Although he had exercised the power of life and death over men under the most trying conditions, Dzerzhinsky still remained true to his once stated ideal that a Chekist always must have a cool head, a warm heart, and clean hands. His features sharpened by age and the burdens of office, Dzerzhinsky now resembled the Grand Inquisitor more than ever. When his appointment as Commissar of Internal Affairs in March 1919 enabled him to combine the personnel of the Chaika with the much larger institutional and financial resources of one of Soviet Russia's most important commissariats, he shaped the two into an institution of uniquely pervasive coercive abilities. Eventually, the Chaika became reorganized as the GPU, the acronym for Gosударственное политическое управление, State Political Administration, which, popular gallows humor bitterly remarked, really stood for the phrase Gospodi, Pomilui Urshik, or Lord, have mercy upon the dead, with a clear mandate to act as the party's special instrument to rout out sedition and sabotage wherever it might threaten the Bolsheviks' efforts to move ahead with Russia's economic reconstruction. Dzerzhinsky's Chaika became in every sense the avenging sword of the revolution. As the Chaika expanded its work beyond those civil war fronts where it faced enemies in open battle, it took control of Russia's railways, waterways, frontiers, cities, large towns, factories, and government offices. Everywhere, it searched for white guardists, saboteurs, and shirkers who might be trying to undermine Russia from within. Far distant were the days when Dzerzhinsky had carried the Chaika's entire files around Petrograd in a briefcase. Now the Chaika's dossiers about real, suspected, and imagined enemies numbered in the tens of thousands. How a person's parents and grandparents had been employed, where and how they had lived, and whom they had entertained in their homes all became important, as things written or said in days long past returned to haunt innocent Russians. Inheritor of the Tsarist belief that it was in man's nature to do evil, the Chaika lived with the frustrating conviction that most crimes inevitably would go undiscovered and unpunished. Its agents always tried to uncover new crimes in the course of every inquiry. One should never confront a suspect with material evidence convicting him of guilt at the beginning of an interrogation. The Chaika instructed its interrogators. It is important to ascertain first other participants in the case and the possibility of other as yet undisclosed crimes. As they violated the minds and bodies of their victims, the Chaika's inquisitors abandoned every moral principle that guided the behavior of civilized men and women. Usually, prisoners were questioned late at night after they had been kept without sleep and fed starvation rations for long periods. Hunger and disease were part of everyday life in Chaika prisons, but so were physical and psychological tortures. Rapes of female prisoners by Chaika guards and interrogators were so commonplace that they occasioned comment from superiors only if performed in some particularly brutal or perverted fashion. Threats against relatives, whippings, and beatings, during which interrogators sometimes gouged out one of the victim's eyes, were everyday methods of extracting confessions. But each Chaika headquarters evidently developed certain specialties. The Chaika in Voronezh rolled its prisoners around inside a barrel into which nails had been driven, while the Chaika in Kharkov used scalping as a preferred form of torture. In Armavir, the Chaika used a death wreath that applied increasing pressure to a prisoner's skull. At Tsaritsyn, they separated prisoners' joints by sawing through their bones. And, in Omsk, they poured molten sealing wax on prisoners' faces, arms, and necks. In Kiev, Chekists installed rats in pieces of pipe that had been closed at one end, placed the open end against prisoners' stomachs, and then heated the pipes until the rats, maddened by the heat, tried to escape by gnawing their way into the prisoners' intestines. Like the sword of Damocles, the threat of death hung over every prisoner of the Chaika, not only because interrogators terrorized prisoners with mock executions, but because real executions occurred very often. Estimates of men and women killed by Chaika executioners between 1918 and the end of the Civil War in 1921 vary wildly from a few thousand. Dzerzhinsky's Lieutenant M. Martin Latsis set the total for this period at 12,733, into the hundreds of thousands, and one estimate set the number of Chaika victims for the somewhat longer period between the October Revolution and Lenin's death at the astronomical figure of 1.75 million. Although they do not take into account those killed when the Chaika suppressed hundreds of insurrections against Soviet authority, the best estimates set the probable number of executions at about 100,000, or about 7 times the number killed by the Tsarist government during the entire century before the revolution. That staggering statistic becomes even more appalling if we remember that it does not include those who died in Chaika prisons from disease, hunger, or beatings. To this day, it remains impossible to do more than guess at the number of men, women, and children whose lives were snuffed out by the Chaika between 1918 and 1921. If any estimate of the Chaika's victims must remain an uncertain conjecture, the methods by which they met their deaths are far better known. Chekist executioners sometimes crucified their victims in Ekaterinoslav and Kiev. In Odessa, they favored chaining white officers to planks and pushing them slowly into furnaces or boiling water. The Sevastopol Chaika preferred mass hangings. In other places, the Chaika beheaded its victims by twisting their necks until their heads could be torn off. Some executioners had their victims stoned to death. Denikin's investigators discovered corpses whose lungs, throats, and mouths had been packed with earth. Other victims died after being chopped apart with axes. Still others were skinned alive, severing arms and legs, disemboweling, blinding, cutting off tongues, ears, and noses, and various sorts of sexual mutilation often prolonged victims' agonies before the executions. Most commonly, an executioner fired a single bullet into the base of his victim's skull. When larger numbers of prisoners needed to be killed quickly, as in cases where sudden advances by white forces threatened their liberation, Chayka firing squads and machine gunners did the killing. As the armies of General Denikin advanced toward Kiev, more than 400 Chayka prisoners met their deaths in that fashion on the night of August 26, 1919. In Kharkov, the Chayka killed 79 in a single night, and there were reports that some 2,000 died in Ekaterinodar during one 24-hour period in August 1920. The whole of it was coated with blood ankle deep, and horribly mixed with human brains, chips of skull bone, wisps of hair, and the like. Investigators from Denikin's forces reported after they visited the main Chayka slaughterhouse in Kiev. A conspicuous object, their report concluded, was the wooden block upon which the victims had to lay their heads for the purpose of being brained with a crowbar, with, in the floor beside it, a trap hole filled to the brim with human brain matter from the shattering of the skulls. The largest numbers of killings occurred in the Crimea, where the Chayka unleashed a wave of atrocities that claimed close to 50,000 victims when Wrangel's White Armies fled in November 1920. Reputedly based on the testimony of eyewitnesses, some accounts claimed that close to 30,000 people died in Balaclava and Sevastopol alone. In the words of one report, the main streets of Sevastopol became richly garnished with wind-swayed corpses, as the Chayka proceeded to hang suspected whites wherever they found them. In the seaport city of Feodosia, ancient wells that had been dug by 13th-century Genoese traders became burial pits, and when the wells could hold no more, the Chayka marched its prisoners into the countryside to dig mass graves before they were shot. At nearby Kerch, at the entrance to the Sea of Azov, the Chayka organized trips to the Kuban, during which they took large numbers of victims out to sea and drowned them while the frantic wives and mothers of the victims looked on. At times, women did the killing. Rosalia Zalkind, one of the most notorious Chayka executioners, had smuggled the revolutionary newspaper Iskra, Spark, into Russia from Western Europe as a young woman and had been a dedicated Bolshevik since the beginning of the century. The daughter of a wealthy Jewish merchant from Kiev, she had deployed armored streetcars during the Moscow uprising of December 1905, in what has been called a rehearsal in miniature of the days when, as a leading political commissar in the Civil War, she would assist in disposing of armored trains and divisions of men. Known to friend and foe alike as Zemlyaka, she served as a commissar in the 8th and 13th Red Armies during the Civil War and became legendary for her cruelty. In her 40s, when the Civil War began, Zemlyaka dressed in the stereotypical leather garb of a Bolshevik commissar and killed with a vengeance. "We need pitiless, unceasing struggle against the snakes who are hiding in secret," she announced in Krasnyi Krym, Red Crimea, the newspaper that the Bolsheviks began to publish when they drove Wrangel's forces from Simferopol. "We must annihilate them, sweep them out with an iron broom from everywhere." Together with the Hungarian Bolshevik Bela Kun, Zemlyaka spread a reign of terror across the Crimea that, she promised, would enable the worker titans of Russia to bear peace to the whole world through a sea of precious blood. Others spoke similar words. With the punishing, merciless sword of Red Terror, one of her associates promised, "We shall go over all the Crimea and clear it of all the hangmen, enslavers, and tormentors of the working class." At the beginning of 1921, Zemlyaka received the Order of the Red Banner for her tireless, selfless, and energetic organizational and political work, which, her superiors announced, had helped to bring about the final victory of the Red Army. Forced labor camps and prisons awaited those who escaped death at the hands of the Chayka inquisitors. The People's Commissariat of Justice operated 267 prisons, which in October 1920 contained slightly more than 14,000 men and women imprisoned by the Chayka in addition to another 34,000 who had been sentenced by revolutionary tribunals and regular Soviet courts. Perhaps the most notorious of these were Buturki, the Tsarist prison to which Dzerzhinsky and many of his Bolshevik comrades had been condemned in the days before the revolution, and the Chayka prisons on Bolsha Lubyanka, the street behind present-day Dzerzhinsky Square. Well into the 1920s, the Russian émigré press overflowed with complaints of prison bread rations that came to as little as 1/8 of a pound a day, and of soup made from spoiled and rotted ingredients. Supplemented by unpeeled potatoes, the prison soup ration consisted of putrid chunks of horse head, some scraps of horsehair and hide, some rags, and morsels of a sort of jelly-like substance, all floating about together in a dark-colored, evil-smelling liquid. One woman wrote as she recalled how her fellow prisoners at Vyatka prison threw themselves with a perfect animal avidity upon it. Survivors from Soviet prisons spoke repeatedly of toilet facilities that overflowed with human excrement, which, according to one official British report, was piled up to such an extent that the prisoners were unable to sit down when using them. Other former prisoners complained about food prepared without salt, about temperatures in cells that stood just a few degrees above freezing, and, in at least one case, that only cold water was issued for washing, and that but once a day. All of Russia was starving in those days, and the Chaika can hardly be condemned because its prison rations were no better than what ordinary Russians had to eat. Nor can it be blamed for toilets that functioned no better than those many Russians found in the apartments of Moscow and Petrograd. The soup at Vyatka prison seems to have been scarcely worse than the insufferable concoction that Alexander Berkman bought in a central Moscow street market, and its jelly-like substance calls to mind the Vaseline-like material that flavored the few spoonfuls of barley gruel that comprised Postovsky's daily ration in Odessa at about the same time. What was not part of life on the outside, and what made prison life more justifiably terrifying under the Bolshevik regime, was the capricious brutality of the guards, the immensely crowded conditions, and prison officials' frequent refusal to separate prisoners suffering from such deadly contagious diseases as typhus, influenza, and cholera from healthy inmates. General Denikin's investigators reported that, in one of Tsaritsyn's jails, a cell measuring slightly over 200 square feet held 40 prisoners, and that one only a bit larger had held more than 100. More than one witness has likened the prison of the Extraordinary Commission, i.e. the Chaika prison on Bolsha Lubyanka, to the Black Hole of Calcutta. An official British report, based in part on the testimony of British citizens who had spent time in Chaika prisons, added a year later. People were huddled together so closely that there was no room to lie or even sit down. Infectious diseases spread with lightning speed under such conditions, and there can be no doubt that Chaika jailers' refusal to observe even the simplest quarantine rules killed many prisoners. Although crowding was less severe, life in Chaika concentration and forced labor camps was no less brutal than in its prisons. At first, forced labor camps had been organized for workers who failed to adapt themselves to the rules of the Soviet workplace, and since their main purpose was to re-educate such workers and return them to society, their regimen had not been severe. That changed very quickly when the camps became detention centers for prisoners of war and Chaika prisoners. In late 1920, Dzerzhinsky's Commissariat of Internal Affairs operated 84 such camps, which held slightly more than 25,000 civilians, about half of whom had been sent there by the Chaika, in addition to Civil War prisoners. Almost three-quarters of all prisoners listed as having committed such anti-Soviet crimes as counter-revolutionary activity, speculation, or desertion were workers and peasants, precisely the men and women who were supposed to be the Bolsheviks' closest allies. Within a decade, these forced labor camps evolved into the massive slave labor network of the Stalin era, with all the inhumanity that Stalin's system entailed. Even the Stalin slave labor camps at their worst did not rival the brutality of the Chaika's concentration camps during the Civil War era. Designed to isolate and punish the Bolsheviks' class enemies, these camps still remain shrouded in mystery. Anxious to preserve security and to draw a curtain of silence around them, the Chaika located many such camps behind the thick and sturdy walls of the ancient monasteries that once had defended the Russian countryside, especially in the far north. Near Kolmogorye, some 40 miles upstream from Arkhangelsk on the Dvina River, the Chaika built one of its first and most notorious camps late in 1919. Once described as a camp of death, where many prisoners were executed and where the rest perished, slowly and surely, of ill treatment and neglect, the Kolmogorye camp eventually evolved into a broad network of concentration camps known as SLON, the Russian acronym for Sevomai Ligeria Osobogo Nazначения, or Northern Camps of Special Purpose. SLON, Slon also is the Russian word for elephant, absorbed thousands of prisoners, of whom very few survived. Its northernmost camp was on the shores of the Arctic Ocean in an ancient monastery at Pertyminsk, some 70 miles north of Arkhangelsk. Commanded for some time by a sadist who shot prisoners for entertainment, Pertyminsk's death rate at one point rose so sharply that a commission of inquiry relieved its commandant, although the practices that had caused the prisoners' deaths, indiscriminate shootings, disease, and torture, continued unabated. In fact, They soon increased as the Chaika embarked upon a campaign to exterminate tens of thousands who had been shipped north for that purpose. A favorite method of execution at Pertaminsk and Kolmogorye was to load prisoners onto a barge, tow it out to sea, and then drown all on board by sinking the overloaded vessel with gunfire. Toward the end of the Civil War, the ancient Solovetsky Monastery became the center of the SLON network. Founded in 1429 by Saints Hermann and Sabatius on Solovetsky Island at the point where the White Sea flows into the Gulf of Onega, this was one of Old Russia's greatest fortress monasteries and one of its richest. Isolated from the mainland by ice floes between October and June, the monastery also had a dark side to its history, for Russia's rulers had incarcerated some of their most stubborn political foes within its walls ever since the time of Ivan the Terrible. Colloquially called Solovki, it became the Chaika's chief concentration camp for hostile class elements, incorrigible criminals, anarchists, and non-Bolshevik socialists. It was the Chaika's intent that few prisoners at Solovki should survive very long. The sooner we get rid of them, Dzerzhinsky once said of these prisoners, the sooner we will reach socialism. He therefore called for a struggle the final result of which must be that not one counter-revolutionary survives. Whenever they judged that flogging, starvation, disease, and overwork did not claim the lives of their prisoners quickly enough, the Chaika jailers turned to shootings and mass drownings. These repeated massacres, one expert concluded, make estimates of the concentration camp population at this time meaningless. In carrying out tortures and executions, the Chaika saw itself as the self-righteous builder of the new world that the Bolsheviks had promised. For us there do not and cannot exist the old systems of morality and humanity invented by the bourgeoisie for the purpose of oppressing and exploiting the lower classes, the weekly newspaper of the Ukrainian Chaika explained. To us all is permitted, for we are the first in the world to raise the sword, in the name of freeing all from bondage. Only the complete and final death of that old world, it insisted, will save us from the return of the old jackals. Even low-ranking Chekists justified their behavior in such terms. After all, one of them told an acquaintance in Odessa as he described how he had killed 2 of his bourgeois victims, "I have only done my duty as a revolutionary." Lenin himself condoned the Chaika's lawlessness and provided a moral justification for it. "Is there such a thing as communist morality?" he once asked. "Of course there is," he told a group of young communists in the fall of 1920. "Communist morality is what serves to destroy the old exploiting society and to unite all the working people around the proletariat, which is building up a new communist society. Communist morality," Lenin concluded, "is that which unites the working people against all exploitation. The destruction of class enemies therefore became a morally and socially responsible act. A good communist," Lenin told the Ninth Party Congress, "is at the same time a good Chekist." Even after Russia's aristocracy, bourgeoisie, and so-called rich peasants had been thoroughly destroyed, the numbers of prison and concentration camp inmates continued to rise. Solovki had about 300 inmates at the end of the Civil War, but in less than a decade its population rose to 500,000. Unable to reconcile the rigid precepts of party discipline with the individual initiative that Russia's economic reconstruction required, the Bolsheviks deepened their repression against the masses. Yet Bolshevik coercion did not go unchallenged. The year 1920 saw anti-Bolshevik uprisings spread from the Ukraine to Siberia. Some 50,000 insurgents marched with the peasant rebel leader Antonov in central Russia's turbulent Tambov province that fall, and rebels in western Siberia's Tyumen province rose in even greater numbers. By the beginning of 1921, the Chaika reported no fewer than 118 revolts in various parts of Russia. Just to crush Antonov's revolt in Tambov required nearly 40,000 Red Army troops. The peculiarity of such revolts, a Soviet historian once wrote, was that, as a consequence of the increasing dissatisfaction of the peasants at this time, middle and poor peasants took part. Few among the Bolsheviks failed to sense the extent of the danger. Relations between the working class and the peasants, Lenin told the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, are not what we had believed them to be. Quickly, he warned his listeners that the explosive tensions between town and country during 1920 were a far greater danger than all the Denikins, Kolchaks, and Udeniks put together. To offset that danger, the Cheka destroyed entire villages, rounded up their inhabitants, and shipped them to concentration camps during the next several months. The Bolsheviks insisted that all such measures, in addition to burning homes and entire villages, were to be carried out mercilessly. A number of Chekists earned the Order of the Red Banner for their dedicated efforts to carry out those measures. Unrest among angry workers and peasants because of nationwide crises in transportation, agriculture, industry, and fuel production were not the only dangers that the Bolsheviks faced in 1920. In April, General Baron Petr Wrangel formed the tattered remnants of Denikin's armed forces of South Russia into a new army and, from within the natural fortress of the Crimean Peninsula, launched a new assault against the Bolsheviks. The armed forces of newly independent Poland opened a campaign against Russia at the end of the same month. Led by Marshal Józef Pilsudski, who dreamed of a greater Poland that would reach from the Baltic to the Black Sea, the Polish army brushed aside the Red forces defending the approaches of Zhytomyr and took the city in a single day. Pilsudski's distrust of all Russians, red and white, had led him to refuse a joint campaign with Denikin the previous fall. Now, his army sped across the 150 miles of Ukrainian plain that separated the Polish frontier from Kiev and took the city in less than 2 weeks. Before the middle of May, the Soviet government found itself dangerously threatened by a major foreign war. In battle against Poland, the anvil upon which so many Russian dreams had been shattered in the past, the struggling Soviet state now received its final tempering. Give us Warsaw. For almost 1,000 years, East and West had clashed at the Russo-Polish frontier. In the Middle Ages, Roman Catholic Poland had stood as the eastern outpost of Western civilization facing Orthodox Russia, heir to the polyglot autocratic heritage of Byzantium and the Mongol East. Like her Western neighbors, Poland had reveled in the cultural brilliance of the Renaissance before the painful turmoil of the Reformation's religious wars had come upon her. Poland, too, had built great universities then, beginning in the 14th century with the University of Krakow, where printing had flourished a scant 2 decades after Gutenberg had printed his first Bible. Copernicus, the first proud bearer of Polish science to the centers of Europe, had studied at Krakow, and so had many of the great scholars who followed in his footsteps. Poland had given the music of Chopin to the West, the science of Madame Curie, née Maria Skłodowska, and the poetry of Adam Mickiewicz. The Polish nobleman Tadeusz Kosciuszko had fought for America's freedom in her Revolutionary War against England. A century earlier, Poland's King Jan Sobieski had stemmed the infidels' advance into Europe by his victory over the Ottoman Turks before the walls of Vienna. Poland's contributions to Western culture stemmed from deeply set, well-nourished roots. Like much of the West, a long tradition of self-government in Poland's towns and cities had instilled a strong sense of civic responsibility in its citizens as the modern age began. Constitutional government, in which the people limited the power of their kings and obliged them to rule within the law, therefore had been a long-standing part of Poland's experience. From the councils of Poland's princes and the local diets of her gentry in the 13th and 14th centuries had come the same, the great assembly that had legislated for the Polish nation 300 years later. Poles cherished the law and respected the rights of men before it. Before it was destroyed by invading Russian armies, none other than England's Edmund Burke had lauded the Polish Constitution of 1791 as one of the greatest any nation ever had received. Like their European brethren, the Poles believed that the borders they shared with Russia marked a vast historical and cultural abyss that divided Europe from Asia. Russia's Christianity had come from Byzantium, not Rome, and her early churchmen had been renowned for their asceticism, not their learning. The pursuit of knowledge thus had been much less a part of life in medieval Russia than in Poland. Nor had self-government and constitutional monarchy figured in Russia's experience, for the dual heritage of Byzantine autocracy and Mongol despotism had encouraged her tsars to remain above the law and to rule outside it as God's special representatives. In the Orthodox Christian world, autocracy is the highest level of power. The 19th-century Russian poet Vasily Zhukovsky had explained. It is the last link between the power of man and the power of God. Many Russians took pride in their government and lauded the virtues of autocracy. A state without an absolute ruler, one of them wrote in 1847, is like an orchestra without a conductor. Others even insisted that the emperor is not only the representative of God, He is the embodiment of the creative power itself. Regrettably, such exalted visions of the emperor's benevolent power never could be transformed into reality. At best, Russia's rulers treated their people as benevolent conquerors might treat vanquished foes. Although her 18th-century autocrats and aristocrats had become Europeanized, Russia's very different historical experience had continued to keep East and West apart. The East is not the West, one Russian writer had proclaimed in the 1850s. We have a different temperament, a different character, different blood, a different physiognomy, a different outlook, a different cast of mind, different beliefs, hopes, desires. We have different conditions, a different history, he concluded. Everything is different. Indeed it was. To the Marquis de Custine, the French apostle of monarchy whom a visit to Russia in 1839 transformed into an avowed partisan of constitutions, Russia was a prison without leisure. Any European who had well examined Russia, de Custine concluded after he returned to France, will be content to live anywhere else. Certainly none held that view more ardently than the Poles, whose state had slipped from the maps of Europe after the Third Partition of 1795, in which Russia had taken a leading part. Poland, her great national poet of Friedrich Mickiewicz concluded, was the embodiment of the idea totally opposite to that of Russia. At the Russo-Polish frontier, Poland stood for freedom against slavery, for law against tyranny, and for Western civilization against the barbarism of Asia. Much of historic Poland, including its capital at Warsaw and its eastern Lithuanian borderlands, became a part of the Russian Empire during the 19th century. Briefly, the Emperor Alexander I had championed a resurrected Poland endowed with a liberal constitution and united to Russia by dynastic ties at the Congress of Vienna in 1814. Yet the hostility of the Russians and the Poles' demands for the return of their Lithuanian borderlands soon ended the ill-fated experiment of a czar who ruled as an autocrat in one realm but hoped to pass for a constitutional monarch in another. In November 1830, the so-called Congress Kingdom of Poland exploded in a revolt that cost the Poles their constitution and all that remained of their independence. The Polish Charter of 1815 joined Russia's other trophies in the Kremlin armory, and Alexander's successor, Nicholas I, proceeded to rule Poland as an autocrat. Nicholas built a citadel in the midst of Warsaw, garrisoned it with Russian troops, and vowed to turn its guns upon the city at the first hint of new trouble. Nor could the next generation of Poles reverse their father's failure to free their nation from the Russian yoke. The Polish Revolution of 1863 ended even more disastrously than its predecessor. Beginning in the 1860s, uncompromising Russification made Poland an integral part of the Tsar's domains until the armies of Imperial Germany drove the Russians out in 1915. Russia's defeats in 1915 did not bring independence to the Poles. Although the Allies spoke out loudly in the cause of Polish independence, the Germans still ruled in Warsaw, and they hoped to shape Poland into a buffer between Germany and Russia after the war. Russia must not for the second time advance her armies to the undefended frontier of East and West Prussia, Germany's Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg announced in April 1916. Neither should she once again establish a gate for invasion against undefended Germany on the Vistula. When the Germans began to speak of recreating a Polish kingdom in November 1916, they therefore had serious limitations in mind. Poland cannot pursue a foreign policy of her own. Bethmann Hollweg and Austria's Foreign Minister Baron von Buren agreed. Poland can only be allowed to conclude treaties with other states insofar as the contents of those treaties are not in conflict with the limitations imposed by the Central Powers. Germany insisted that she must remain free to take Eastern Europe's Baltic lands for herself, and her statesmen urged Poland to look for compensation elsewhere. Your hopes, Poles, should be directed toward Galicia and the Ukraine. A close advisor to the Governor-General of German-occupied Poland once said, "We will help you in that." Yet, as national consciousness and national pride began to rise among the peoples of Eastern Europe in 1917, the possibilities for such compensation grew dim. The Kaiser takes the view, one of Emperor Wilhelm's friends wrote, that whatever may be the solution of the Polish question, it will always be wrong. This question cannot be solved, he concluded. One has only to choose a modus which may be least bad. No German could understand just how closely Poles linked their destiny to the lands the Kaiser intended to claim. Ever since the marriage of Poland's young Queen Jadwiga to the Grand Duke Jagiełło of Lithuania in 1386, Poland's union with Lithuania had been the key to her greatness. For 300 years, a great Polish-Lithuanian state had stretched from the Baltic to the Black Sea to fill the 700-mile-wide strip of rich forest and farmlands that spread from west to east between the Oder and Dnieper rivers. This was historic Poland, and its heart lay as much in Lithuania as in the lands around Warsaw. "Lithuania, my homeland, you are health," Mickiewicz had written in the opening lines of Pan Tadeusz. "One only realizes how precious you are after you have been lost." Almost 100 years later, as German armies replaced the Russians in Lithuania, Mickiewicz's agony still burned in the depths of every Polish soul. "Germans have today replaced the Russians in Poland," General Józef Pilsudski announced. "We must resist the Germans." The year 1915 was not the time to do so, nor was 1916. Pilsudski and his Polish legions therefore fought on the side of the Germans for the better part of 2 years, and they played an important part in halting Brusilov's Russian offensive in the summer of 1916. Then, in the space of 6 weeks, the balance of world affairs shifted. Revolution broke out in Russia, and on April 2, 1917, America entered the war in Europe. Although the German occupation authorities now allowed the Poles more control over their schools and courts, they still were in no mood to give them free rein at home or abroad. The armies of Germany had just stopped France's Nivelle offensive and had taken over 400,000 British lives at Passchendaele. German submarines claimed more than 500,000 tons of Allied shipping every month that summer, and German armies stood triumphant everywhere in the east. When Pilsudski moved to put distance between himself and the Germans as a prelude to greater Polish resistance, he quickly found himself in a cell of the fortress at Magdeburg. As Russia's broken armies fell apart like so many pieces of wet mud in 1917, Germany remained free to move her Polish pawn as she saw fit. With her triumphant armies spread from the English Channel to the shores of Russia's Lake Peipus and the eastern Baltic, Germany stood as the arbiter of Europe's eastern lands, and it seemed inevitable that she would determine the fate of the millions of Eastern European men and women who once had been ruled by the Tsars of Russia. She did not do so to the Poles' advantage. Even when Lenin's government had been brought to its knees and forced to sign the brutal peace at Brest-Litovsk, Germany's General von Hoffmann allowed the Bolsheviks to keep portions of those rich Lithuanian borderlands that the Poles still claimed as their own. But the future whose course had seemed so certain in mid-1918 again shifted dramatically before the end of the year. A scant 8 months after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the German armies crumbled in the west. Germany's defeat threw all of Eastern Europe into turmoil. Peace brought nearly a dozen new states into being, all newly independent from their fallen Russian, Austrian, German, and Turkish masters, and each intent upon realizing its broadest historic frontiers. To the south and east, Romanian faced Hungarian and South Slav faced Italian. In Eastern Europe's borderlands, Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians faced Russians. Reds fought whites in the Baltic lands, in Finland, and in the Ukraine. German, Hungarian, and Slovak Reds fought in Munich, Berlin, Budapest, and Košice to spread the world revolution whose triumph Lenin and Trotsky continued to promise from Moscow. At the very center of Eastern Europe's conflicts stood the Poles, ready to fight Czechs, Germans, Slovaks, Russians, and Ukrainians, and, if necessary, Estonians, Lithuanians, and Latvians. "The War of the Giants has ended," Winston Churchill remarked to Lloyd George on the night the armistice was signed. "The quarrels of the pygmies have begun." The pygmies thought of themselves as giants nonetheless, and none more so than Józef Pilsudski, who entered Warsaw on the day of the Western Armistice to become Poland's chief of state and commander-in-chief of its armies. Just short of 51, Pilsudski wore his steel-gray hair closely cropped in the style of a Prussian officer and his mustache long and drooping in the manner of the ancient Cossacks. His deep-set eyes of hard blue-gray bored through men's defenses and probed the souls that lay beneath. Britain's Viscount Diabemin thought him so striking as to be almost theatrical, spoke admiringly of his immense courage, and more reluctantly of his passion for intrigue. None knew Pilsudski's inner thoughts or plans, for he kept much to himself, yet no one ever doubted his love for Poland or his dedication to the cause of her freedom. Those were the fires that burned within him and stirred the passions of the Poles he led. Long oppressed men and women, worn by hunger and tormented by war, suddenly stood proud and tall. Nothing seemed too difficult or too daring. Crowds of thin and anemic people who, England's Sir Esme Howard remembered, had sunken cheeks and great hollow eyes, came alive in the winter of 1918 to 1919. To Howard they seemed like a people raised unexpectedly and almost miraculously like Lazarus from the dead. Reborn, the Poles turned to claim their place in the sun. Certain that their time had come, they set out to restore the greater Poland of olden times. Pilsudski's heart lay in the Polish-Lithuanian borderlands, especially in his native city of Wilno. "One of the most lovely things in my life has been Wilno," he once wrote. "All that is beautiful in my spirit has been touched by Wilno." Wilno was a better Poland, a Lithuanian Poland, one of Pilsudski's contemporary biographers explained, and Lithuanians were for him the salt of the Polish earth. "I am never really happy except there," he once confessed to a British diplomat at a dinner in honor of the Inter-Allied mission in Warsaw. "Even when I was a fugitive proscribed by the Russian police, I never could let a year go by without seeing my homeland." In the shadow of Wilno's ruined castle, monument to Lithuania's medieval greatness, Pilsudski had attended the Russian gymnasium, the symbol of the Tsarist yoke that had come in the wake of the Polish Revolution of 1863. At that accursed Russian school, Pilsudski remembered, he had learned to hate the Russians and to love Poland in the manner of the great poets Mickiewicz and Julius Slowacki, who had grown to manhood in the same place. Like them, he dreamed of a greater Poland. To them he owed his romantic vision of Poland's Lithuanian past and his hope for her glorious future. Love of country, dreams of her future, and hatred for all things Russian sustained Pilsudski during the 5 years he spent as a political prisoner in Siberia between 1887 and 1892. When he returned to Wilno, it was to continue his work against the Tsarist government on behalf of a free Greater Poland, whose boundaries were determined by his romantic vision of the Polish-Lithuanian state that had flourished in the 14th to 17th centuries. For almost a decade, 1896 to 1905, he lived in exile in London. He spent the year after the revolution of 1905 feigning madness in a Russian insane asylum in order to avoid harsher punishment, then escaped, and in 1908 organized a train robbery near Wilno that captured almost 250,000 rubles for the cause of Poland's revolutionaries. His life between 1887 and 1914 thus had some of the hallmarks that had distinguished the early revolutionary careers of Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky, although he possessed neither the theoretical genius of Lenin nor the oratorical brilliance of Trotsky. Pilsudski, the radical journalist, train robber, and revolutionary street tactician, won no broad following among Poles before the outbreak of the First World War, and Roman Dmowski, his arch-rival, who urged Poland's conservative National Democratic Party to follow a pro-Entente, pro-Russian course, continued to be more popular. Dmowski's pro-Allied sentiments kept him out of Poland during the war, while Pilsudski's willingness to work with the Germans allowed him to remain in his homeland. Germany's defeat in November 1918 therefore found him able to reach Warsaw quickly, while Dmowski and his other political adversaries languished in Paris and London. As leader of those Polish legions that had fought against the Russians from 1915 to 1918, Pilsudski took command of Poland. Warsaw's beautiful Belwederska Palace became his headquarters. Pilsudski's beginnings as Poland's chief of state were not destined to be peaceful. As the Germans withdrew from Oberkommando Ostfront, the area that stretched 1,500 miles southward from the Baltic to separate the infant Polish state from its year-old Bolshevik rival, Polish and Bolshevik units moved into the vacuum. When 62 officers and men from the Polish Wilno detachment took 80 Red Army soldiers prisoner on February 14, 1919, in a brief engagement at Bereza Kartuska, an inconsequential point some 50 miles southwest of Baranowicz, the Polish-Soviet War, whose beginnings Soviet historians traditionally date from Pilsudski's attack against Zhytomyr and Kiev nearly 15 months later, had begun. During the 440 days that separated the skirmish at Bereza Kartuska from the clash at Zhytomyr, the fighting flared, sputtered, and flared again in an incoherent staccato of dashes along railways and defenses at riverbanks and railheads as Russian and Pole each tried to impose some form upon hundreds of spasmodic conflicts that began and broke off according to no apparent pattern or plan. This was no repetition of the monster sledgehammer artillery assaults with which Germany's generals had battered their way forward during the campaigns of 1915 and 1916. With small units spread thinly across vast areas, the battles of 1919 matched man against man and pitted both sides against nature. From early fall to late spring, storms roared in from the east to freeze men and beasts in a single night, only to be countered by storms from the west that, in the same span of time, thawed frozen rivers and marshes into morasses of raging meltwater and mud. Drawn by the false lure of campaigns unhindered by great natural obstacles, some of the world's greatest captains had pitted themselves arid their men against this land of sparse settlements and great distances in years past. Against the adversaries of climate and space, Sweden's Charles XII had suffered defeat in 1709. Napoleon had failed similarly in 1812, and, in the years 1941 to 1943, the massive formations of Hitler's Wehrmacht would meet the same fate. Here, in 1919, Russian confronted Pole at crossroads, on forest trails, and in hedgerows on what each thought to be his native soil in battles that had no real beginning or end and brought neither victory nor defeat. As the Poles once again made ready to defend the culture of Europe at the Russo-Polish frontier, the great chasm that had separated Russian from Pole for centuries still yawned. Again, Polish ideas of liberty faced Muscovite absolutism, now called the dictatorship of the proletariat. Poland stood for Catholicism, patriotism, and dedication to the political and social principles of the bourgeois and aristocratic West. Soviet Russia stood against private property, for nationalization of private enterprises, eradication of aristocracy, and destruction of the bourgeoisie. The Bolsheviks dreamed of a world that lay much further in the future than any among them imagined. The Poles fought to resurrect a past that had long since passed irrevocably into history. Neither side was ready for war in February 1919, but each insisted that the borderlands of Eastern Europe could not belong to the other. More quickly than the Poles, the Bolsheviks moved into the borderlands almost as soon as the Allies had signed their armistice in the West. The process of liberation of the western border regions goes forward. Stalin reported as Commissar of Nationalities on December 22, 1918. In Lithuania, the revolutionary conflagration is growing. Wilno is already in the hands of the Soviet of Workers and Landless Peasants deputies. He concluded with satisfaction. Things are moving. Soviet Socialist republics appeared in Lithuania and Belorussia before the end of 1918 and combined into the Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania-Belorussia 2 months later. Although the Bolsheviks vowed to support these fragile governments, which had little popular support and even less authority, they could not do very much as long as the much stronger armies of Denikin, Kolchak, and Yudenik continued to challenge them on other fronts. When the Poles launched their first attacks in February 1919, the entire Bolshevik force on the Western Front numbered 46,000 men, a scant tenth of the army the Red High Command had sent against Kolchak. Only the Poles' extreme military weakness at the beginning of 1919 made it possible for the Bolsheviks to assume that they could avoid any serious confrontation in the western borderlands for the time being. At that point, the Poles faced armed threats on several frontiers. Poland's army numbered less than 200,000 at the beginning of April, and it had to be divided between Silesia, East Prussia, Eastern Galicia, and the Russo-Polish borderlands, where enemies challenged Poland's territorial claims. Not until General Józef Haller brought 50,000 Poles from France, General Luke Jaruzelski marched his Polish division from Odessa to Lwów, and 10,000 survivors of Colonel Rums's Polish Siberian Brigade landed at Gdansk after sailing 3/4 of the way around the world from Vladivostok in the summer of 1919, did Poland's army become a formidable force. Until then, General Iwaskiewicz Lithuanian-Belarusian Division, supported by such volunteer units as the Samobrona forces of Wilno, Minsk, and Grodno, had to defend Poland's eastern lands against the Russians with weapons gathered from every First World War front. Supported by field guns that came from England, France, Austria, Russia, and Italy, Polish units carried rifles made in Japan, England, France, Germany, America, and Russia. Some of these weapons had been made before the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878, and no two types fired the same ammunition. That men trained to use one type of rifle had to carry another into battle could not be the concern of Poland's handful of desperate ordnance officers. It required all their ingenuity just to match ammunition to rifles at the front. Nor were shortages of men, weapons, and ammunition the only problems Poland's leaders faced. During their occupation of Eastern Europe, the Germans had converted many of the region's wide-gauge rail lines to the standard European track, while those under Russian control to die east remained laid out in the 4-inch wider Russian gauge. Trains set to accommodate one gauge could not run on the other. For a time, the railroads themselves barred east-west movement in the Russo-Polish borderlands. All these difficulties did not prevent the Poles from greeting spring in 1919 with a well-planned assault against Wilno, the only major city on the Russo-Polish front. This was the city closest to Pilsudski's heart, the source of the romantic patriotism that nourished his dreams of a restored Greater Poland, and he therefore commanded the campaign against the Reds himself. On April 21st, after 2 days of hard fighting in which the workers of Wilno turned upon the Reds, Pilsudski led his forces into the city in triumph. During the previous 26 months, the people of Wilno had lived under 8 regimes, whose political views had ranged from the stern conservative monarchism of Tsarist Russia and Wilhelmian Germany to the unfettered political and social radicalism of the Lithuanian Belarusian Socialist Republic. Now they had been freed by one of their native sons, the liberator he always had longed to be. Pilsudski spoke to the people of Wilno in a manner that stirred memories of those long-ago Jagiellonian days when the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Poland had been joined. "The Polish army brings liberty and freedom to you all," he proclaimed. "In this land which God seemed to have forsaken, liberty must reign." Pilsudski continued, his quaintly archaic sentiments seeming strangely out of place when cast amid the cynicism of post-war Europe. "Wilno's and Lithuania's state of perpetual subjection to foreign conquerors must be removed once and for all," he insisted. "The nationality problems and religious affairs of Lithuania must be settled in a manner determined by the Lithuanians themselves." Lenin saw Wilno as a key to Russia's western borderlands and ordered its recapture immediately, so as not to give the Whites a chance to bring up more forces and strengthen their position. Yet this was more than his commissars and commanders in Lithuania could accomplish. Red forces had just been driven out of Estonia and Latvia. Kolchak's legions had marched to within 70 miles of the Volga, and Denikin's army of South Russia was advancing in the Donbass and against Tsaritsyn. In retreat along the Baltic coast, forced to fight major campaigns in the south and east simultaneously, and obliged to defend the recent occupation of the Ukraine, the Soviet High Command had no resources left to fight in the west. When the Poles renewed their attack in July, they had no choice but surrender their next line of defenses at Minsk, Rauno, Luniniec, and Lwow. With his armies at the Dwina and Berezina rivers by the end of August, Pilsudski had virtually regained the eastern limits of the ancient Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but he had failed to reach an understanding with those Lithuanian nationalists who refused to see union with Poland as the key to their future greatness. Nor could he move much further into Russia with the very limited resources at Poland's command. Pressed by enemies on Poland's other frontiers, in desperate need of every resource required to make war or enjoy peace, and fearful that the Entente might bestow Poland's newly occupied territories upon the Whites should Denikin or Kolchak reach Moscow, Pilsudski tried to preserve Poland's new frontiers by negotiating with the Bolsheviks. Although shaped by different events and aspirations, the view from the Soviet side was no more optimistic than from Pilsudski's. The Bolsheviks continued to think of Poland as their bridge to the West, the Red Causeway that could link revolution in Russia to revolution in Germany. "The path of the world conflagration passes over the corpse of Poland," Tukhachevsky once remarked, and few Bolsheviks were prepared to abandon their dream of world revolution so quickly. But as Denikin advanced against Orel in October, Yudenik took Gachina and turned toward the revolution's red cradle in Petrograd, and the Russians faced their third winter without food and fuel. The Bolsheviks were in no position to open a road to Germany. In an effort to sacrifice, as Lenin said, space in order to gain time, Russia's Commissar for Foreign Affairs Georgy Shishirin addressed peace proposals to Finland, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania. On October 11, 1919, just 3 days before Denikin's army broke through the Red defenses at Orel, Julian Marchluski, the Polish communist whose contacts with the Spartakists in Germany and the Bolsheviks in Russia made him a personification of the Red Bridge between East and West, met with Pilsudski's representatives at the remote Mykaswix railway station, in Polish-held territory, some 60 miles east of Pinsk. Briefly, peace seemed possible, as each side made appropriate concessions. When joint action with the Whites might well have shattered the Bolshevik southern front, the Poles refused to support Denikin's advance against Moscow. "Poland is not the gendarme of Europe and does not want to be," Pilsudski instructed his representatives to tell the Bolsheviks at Mykaswix. "Poland wants to, and will, look solely and exclusively after her own interests. At the same time, Lenin's negotiators accepted most of Pilsudski's conditions for a ceasefire, and peace seemed close enough for Lenin to announce publicly that we can see that the Polish offensive on the Western Front is coming to an end. When the Red Army launched its first successful counterattacks against Denikin, there was even some talk, which Lenin quickly squelched, of using Polish guerrilla units to blow up trains, bridges, and ammunition dumps in Denikin's rear. Despite these encouraging signs, the Poles trusted neither Reds nor Whites enough to allow the ceasefire to develop into peace if an end to the fighting would require them to reduce their forces in the borderlands. Any powerful Russian state threatened Pilsudski's dream of an Eastern European confederation centered upon a Greater Poland, and he insisted that Poland therefore must preserve her eastern defenses. Irrespective of what her government will be, Russia is terribly imperialistic. Pilsudski told a group of French journalists as he explained that a Russia ruled by Kolchak or Denikin would threaten Poland fully as much as one ruled by Lenin. The Poles could only hope that the Russian Civil War would exhaust victor and vanquished alike and leave a strong Poland triumphant in the borderlands. Confident that the Bolsheviks sought peace only as a temporary expedient, the Poles rejected any thought of more than a ceasefire. Peace negotiations therefore broke up in mid-December. Both delegations vowed to revive discussions later, but neither ever returned to Mykolaiv. Some 3 weeks before their representatives reached Mykolaiv in October, the Poles had sent urgent requests for weapons and supplies to the Allies. From the French, who had been their major suppliers of arms and equipment, they requested 150,000 rifles, 400 machine guns, well over 100 million rounds of rifle ammunition, and more than 1 million artillery shells to supplement the weapons and supplies ordered earlier that year. A fortnight later, the first wintry blast struck the tattered and torn Polish army in the field. As reports of sentries standing guard without overcoats and marching in freezing mud and slush without boots flooded in, Poland's Prime Minister Ignacy Paderewski, the world-famous pianist who had turned to politics in his twilight years, begged help from the British. "We are determined to hold our own against the barbarian Bolshevist forces," Paderewski insisted, "but, unassisted, we cannot any longer oppose the enemy." Poland's soldiers needed at least 300,000 uniforms and pairs of boots within a fortnight. If Poland's defenses were not to crumble, England must supply them as well as the locomotives and freight cars to transport them to Warsaw. If such assistance is not granted immediately, Paderewski concluded, the entire line of our Bolshevist front may break down at any moment. Britain's Secretary for War Winston Churchill could not at that point convince his cabinet to support the Poles against the Bolsheviks. France proved somewhat less reluctant, and so did the United States. From French reserves in Salonika, American war supplies left behind in France, and captured German and Austrian weapons stockpiled in Italy and Germany, Poland received rifles, ammunition, uniforms, and aircraft before the year's end. But this was marginal aid at best. France's loan of nearly 400 million francs in September 1919 equaled the cost of keeping Poland's army in the field for less than 2 weeks. Uncertain about the true state of affairs in Poland, the Allies had concluded that Paderewski had overstated the danger and had modified their response accordingly. At the meeting of the Allied Supreme War Council that discussed France's loan to the Poles, Lloyd George claimed that there were not more than 80,000 Red troops on Poland's eastern frontier. According to his estimate, they faced 250,000 Poles. Although the Allies worked with grossly exaggerated estimates of troop strength on both sides, the balance that Lloyd George had seen in the Poles' favor began to shift at the beginning of 1920. Now freed from the triple burden of fighting simultaneously in the Baltic, Siberia, and South Russia, the Bolsheviks turned their attention to their Western Front. "We must direct all our attention to preparing and strengthening the Western Front," Lenin insisted when he ordered that men and material be transferred from Siberia and the Urals to the Polish frontier with all speed at the end of February. "It is necessary," he concluded, "to announce the slogan, 'Make ready for war with Poland,' perhaps remembering Trotsky's vow that, when we have finished with Denikin, we shall throw the full weight of our reserves onto the Polish front, in order to deprive the Poles of what he once had called their temporary marauders' victory." Willing hands did Lenin's bidding. By the time the spring floods dried, 65,000 combat troops, with 3,208 machine guns and 665 cannon, had moved into position on the Soviet side of Russia's Western Front. These did not take into account rear echelon and support troops, which outnumbered the Red Army's combat forces by margins of 8 or 9 to 1. Like their Polish foes, these Bolshevik units went to war with Allied weapons, only theirs had come not as reluctant Allied gifts but as spoils of war taken from the shattered forces of Kolchak, Yudenik, and Denikin. The Poles thus fought Allied-made tanks, artillery, and airplanes with limited quantities of weapons of the same sort. If the Allies had been reluctant to arm the Poles as fully as their vast reserves permitted in 1919, they unwittingly had armed the Bolsheviks much more generously. As the spring sun warmed the plains of Eastern Europe in 1920, a war that contrasted sharply with the experience of Europe's great captains took shape on the Russo-Polish frontier. None of the grand strategies of the Great Wars campaigns had any meaning here, nor did the tactical lessons that commanders had learned so painfully in Europe's trenches. In Europe's far-flung eastern borderlands, men did not fight shoulder to shoulder, packed into miles of sodden trenches, to win a few hundred yards of shell-tom, blood-soaked ground. The Russo-Polish War of 1920 became a mobile war of sudden decisions and unpredictable outcomes. Here, cavalrymen paid a final tribute to the tactics of a bygone era at the same time as they experimented with strategies that younger commanders would apply with brutal effect in battles that ranged from the English Channel to the Volga a scant generation later. Perhaps more than the Bolsheviks, the Poles could not tolerate a war without movement. Passive defense with badly trained soldiers, insufficient strength, and inadequate equipment would inevitably have caused the breaking of the front, General Władysław Sikorski later explained. Passivity, Sikorsky insisted, was one of the worst blunders a commander can commit, as only an offensive is able to bring about a decision. Pilsudski therefore favored what he called a strategy de plein air, a strategy of open spaces in which, as one Polish general later explained, swiftness of movement, suddenness of concentration, and tactics of surprise became the keys to victory. For that reason, the Poles disdained a new flurry of Soviet peace notes that spring and countered the Bolshevik buildup with plans for an attack. What the Bolsheviks desire is a peace extracted by fists, Pilsudski told a French newspaper correspondent. I know that the Bolsheviks are concentrating big forces on our front, he concluded. They are making a mistake. To attack under such circumstances was to Pilsudski's taste and in his nature. One is tempted to liken him to a rhinoceros, indestructible, myopic, unpredictable. A historian once wrote, having once been provoked, there was always the possibility that he would charge again. Pilsudski had men, weapons, and machines ready for war in the spring of 1920, but he hoped to come to terms with Lithuania before he attacked the Russians. When he had occupied Wilno during the Easter holidays of 1919, he had tried to moderate the impact of his army's eastward march by public statements that the Lithuanians themselves must decide whether their state would become part of a Polish-Lithuanian federation or be independent. But vehement criticism of his statements from Poland's National Democrats robbed his effort of much of its intended effect. As a rival elected Lithuanian government with clearly national aims emerged at Kaunas in the course of 1919, it became certain that any effort to recreate a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth could succeed only at the cost of some of Pilsudski's most cherished dreams. Courted by the Bolsheviks as part of their Baltic peace offensive, viewed sympathetically by the Allies, and given de facto recognition by the British, Lithuania's infant national government at Kaunas rejected the long-standing identification of its nobility with Poland. Pilsudski therefore could not look to Lithuania to support him should he attack the Red armies that were massing to his east unless he openly supported the policies of the enemies of his aristocratic Lithuanian allies. Unable to do so, and without allies elsewhere in the east, he turned to Simon Petlura, who had taken refuge in Poland along with the last tattered shreds of his fallen Ukrainian nationalist government. Petlura held no political power. Only a handful of men followed him, and the Bolsheviks now ruled his homeland. But he still claimed to speak for the Ukraine and offered the alliance Pilsudski needed before he marched east. The Ukraine remained Eastern Europe's richest granary, and its Donbass coalfields and Krivoy Rog iron pits held the wherewithal to build an industrial base of awesome dimensions. The Bolsheviks intended to use those resources to feed the Russians and to forge an industrial complex greater than any shaped by their Tsarist predecessors. For Pilsudski, the Ukraine offered an alternative to Lithuania as a base for his long-dreamed-of confederation of Europe's eastern borderlands. The grain, iron, and coal of the Ukraine could become the raw materials from which to shape a political structure that stretched from the Black Sea to the Baltic and to erect an anti-Bolshevik barrier between Russia and Poland. During the third week of April, Piłsudski's government therefore signed a series of treaties with the Ukrainian government in exile that recognized Petlura as the head of state in an independent Ukrainian People's Republic, granted limited territorial concessions to Poland, provided for mutual economic cooperation, and placed all Ukrainian armed forces under the authority of the Polish High Command. Choosing a fortuitous moment when the desertion of one brigade and the mutiny of another had thrown the 12th and 14th Red Armies into turmoil, the Poles attacked the Soviet forces in the northwestern Ukraine on April 25, 1920. With the Polish 4th and 6th Armies moving in support on its flanks, Pilsudski's 3rd Army Group stormed into the Soviet-held city of Zhytomyr at dawn on April 26, having covered more than 50 miles in 24 hours. With one well-timed stroke, the Poles had split the 14th and 12th Red Armies and swept away all opposition. 11 days later, they marched into Kiev to liberate the city for the 15th time in 3 years. Yet, unlike those who had come to Kiev before him, Pilsudski vowed that his was to be no conquering army. From the moment that the free Ukrainian nation is strong enough to settle its own fortunes, he promised, the Polish soldier will return beyond the frontier, having fulfilled his honorable task in the struggle for the freedom of nations. A few days later, the Poles crossed the Dnieper and established a 10-mile-wide bridgehead on its eastern bank. For the first time in 250 years, the Dnieper stood at the backs of Polish soldiers who looked toward Moscow. An historic road filled with danger lay ahead. Between Kiev and Moscow lay 500 miles of empty space into which Russian armies in years past had retreated without giving battle as they drew invaders further from their bases of supply. There lay the fateful field of Poltava, where Russia's would-be conqueror Charles XII of Sweden had met destruction at the hands of Peter the Great, and the town of Maloyaroslavets, where Napoleon had suffered the first great defeat of his Russian campaign. If Pilsudski remained in Kiev, he risked having his army crumble beneath the weight of those tensions that filled every corner of the Ukraine. If he advanced, he risked losing his army into the void that separated him from Moscow. His Soviet adversaries therefore encouraged him to continue his march. Less than a week after the 3rd Army Group took Zhytomyr, the Red High Command urged that Poland's army be enticed into Russia in order to suspend it in midair. In the meantime, the Red High Command summoned General Tukhachevsky to Smolensk to take command of the counteroffensive they intended to launch further north. Tukhachevsky had amassed a spectacular string of victories since he had offered his services to the Bolsheviks in the fall of 1917 as a young nobleman freshly escaped from a German prison camp. Brilliant, impetuous, and cruel, he looked to do the unexpected and to win fame or death before he turned 30. His strength lay in his raw military genius, which had won him the respect of Trotsky, whose concept of permanent revolution was reflected in Tukhachevsky's idea of permanent offensive. But Tukhachevsky had his weaknesses, too. Most important of all, some of his most brilliant successes had embarrassed Stalin's closest allies and had earned him Stalin's hatred. Tukhachevsky took command of Russia's Western Front on April 29, 1920, less than 3 months after turning 27. At that age, his idol Napoleon had taken command of the Italian campaign for revolutionary France, and Tukhachevsky was determined to accomplish no less than he. Dedicated to winning glory for Bolshevik Russia in its first foreign war, he soon was to have a wealth of resources such as no Red Army commander had yet enjoyed. By the late spring of 1920, he later wrote, "We were in a position, after defeating Yudenik, Kolchak, and Denikin, to transfer almost all our military forces to the Western Front. Tukhachevsky had more than men and weapons to support him. At his back he had a rising wave of Russian chauvinism, which, despite Lenin's warnings against mixing national prejudices with proletarian internationalism and other leading Bolsheviks' assurances that war with Poland is a class war, and is as far from being a national war as heaven is from the earth, buoyed men's spirits and drew many not yet committed to the Bolshevik cause into its ranks. The number of communists at the front soared, and they helped to cement units of raw recruits into disciplined fighting forces. We have obtained a new communist order of samurai, which, without any caste privileges, knows how to die and teaches others to die for the cause of the workers' class." Trotsky exulted as he extolled the men and women who gave their lives so readily. With these forces, Tukhachevsky planned to march directly against Warsaw. It was a daring plan, but, as Pilsudski himself later said, logically correct. While Tukhachevsky made his preparations at Smolensk, the First Red Cavalry Army attacked the Poles in the Ukraine. Called the Konarmia, the Cavalry Army, by the Russians, this elite strike force proved to be unlike any other to emerge from the Civil War's conflict. Formed at the end of 1919 to offset the Whites Cossack cavalry, it drew many of its recruits from the ranks of renegade Cossacks and bandits. Well-clad and well-armed, the Konarmia enjoyed the best that Red quartermasters and ordnance officers had to offer. 3 air squadrons provided reconnaissance for its advancing columns, and each of its 4 divisions had the support of an armored train. The fact that 1 trooper in 5 was a worker, often a communist miner or metal worker from the Donbass, helped to neutralize the stormy backgrounds of the others and made the Konarmia one of the best disciplined forces in the Red Army. The Konarmia fought with assurance and could move with surprising speed. The first days of April had found it resting at Maykop in the Kuban after having destroyed the remnants of Denikin's shattered army of South Russia. On May 13th, 39 days and 750 miles later, the troopers of the Konarmia cantered into Uman, just 125 miles southeast of Kiev, having bloodied their sabers in an attack against the defenders of Makhno's Ukrainian partisan stronghold at Guliai Pole on the way. Credit for transforming brawling Cossacks and bandits into dedicated communists belonged to the chief political officer of the Konarmia, Kliment Voroshilov, the metal worker of Lugansk who had joined the Bolsheviks in 1903, endured prison and exile during the twilight of Imperial Russia, and risen to high rank in the Red Army under the protection of Stalin. Dedicated to producing communists in Konarmia squadron schools, the stolid and precise Voroshilov made the ideal political commissar for the Konarmia and the perfect counterbalance to its dashing, no less stubborn leader Semen Mihailovich Budenyi. Under Voroshilov's tutelage, the men of the Konarmia learned to read as they marched and used the ABCs of communism as their primer. A sharp sense of class conflict shaped their view of the world around them and defined their relation to it. "I am a son of the arisen masses, a soldier in the toilers' ranks," they sang as they moved across the steppes of South Russia. "I am in the vanguard of the vanguard. I am your faithful knight. O freedom!" The troopers of the Konarmia drew their inspiration from their commander Budenyi, a cavalryman's cavalryman who, at the age of 40, had spent half his life in the saddle. Budenyi's almond-shaped, heavily lidded eyes resembled Dzerzhinsky's, but that was the only resemblance between the two. Slender and aristocratic, Dzerzhinsky overpowered men with his iron will. Budenyi met his foes face to face, always confident that his physical strength would carry him through. He led the Konarmia into battle like a squadron commander, always in front, always seeking to engage the enemy. To the end of his days, even after he had worn the 2-inch-wide stars and heavy oak leaf braid of a marshal of the Soviet Union for more than a quarter-century, Budenyi remained at heart the Cossack cavalryman who had cut his way through 100 forays, the wild horsemen of the steppes whom dedication to the Bolsheviks' cause had tamed. As they launched their first attacks on May 27th, Budenyi's troopers learned that the Poles were more stubborn adversaries than the white forces they had fought in South Russia. Wild cavalry charges across open ground had struck fear into the hearts of Denikin's men and shattered their defenses, but Polish infantry proved more steadfast and better able to hold their ground. As repeated attacks against entrenched Polish infantry ground up his forces and took the lives of several key officers, Budenyi quickly shifted tactics, turned his cavalry into infantry, and attacked in scattered formations. On June 5th, 3 of his divisions broke through the Polish lines. 2 days later, they stormed into Zhytomyr and Berdychev to liberate 5,000 Red Army prisoners of war. Within 6 weeks, the Konarmia had taken Pilsudski's headquarters at Rauno and had crossed the river's Bruch in the direction of the great Polish industrial center of Lwów. The successes of the cavalry army of Budenyi have so completely demoralized our troops in the entire theater of war, one of Pilsudski's generals reported at the end of June, that it seems that there is nothing we can do to offset them. Behind Budenyi's raging cavalry came the infantry of the 12th and 14th Red Armies under the command of Alexander Igorov, commander-in-chief of the Southwestern Front and a proletarian officer who also stood in Stalin's inner circle. A burly peasant who had been a stevedore and a blacksmith before he entered the army, Igorov, like Budenyi, had taught himself to read as an adult. A left socialist revolutionary until mid-1918, he had become a Bolshevik in the wake of the Left SR's abortive Moscow uprising. Later that year he served with Voroshilov and Budenii at Tsaritsyn and, like them, had become one of Stalin's allies. Now Igorov moved quickly to support Budenii's early successes. Together they returned Kiev, Zhytomyr, and several other key cities east of the River Syx to Russian hands and swept the Ukraine clean of Poland's armies before the middle of June. Pilsudski's effort had weakened Poland's armies, precipitated a cabinet crisis in Warsaw, failed to establish a sympathetic government in the Ukraine, and stirred anti-Polish sentiments in Russia sufficiently to broaden support for the Bolsheviks dramatically. Budenii's and Igorov's early victories in the Ukraine had come before Tukhachevsky was ready to open the offensive for which the Red High Command had given him unqualified support. In part due to the valiant efforts of the 43rd Regiment's young commander Vasily Chukov, who later would command the Red Armies at Stalingrad and Berlin, a portion of Tukhachevsky's forces had crossed the Berezina River in the middle of May. But Chukov's valor could not offset the imperfect supply lines on the Western Front, and Tukhachevsky needed more time to move men and supplies into position before he could attack the Poles in force. After Chukov's first battles, he withdrew to more defensible positions while he assembled all the resources Bolshevik Russia had to offer. For the next 6 weeks, Lenin, Trotsky, and their comrades all urged Russians into the battle Tukhachevsky was preparing to begin. The entire internal life of the country must be subordinated to wartime needs. Lenin told a meeting of workers, soldiers, and peasants that spring. Only those people who cannot help at the front should remain here. Mobilize your best fighters to defend the cause of the socialist idea, Trotsky urged at the same meeting. Our task is not yet finished. Forward to the Western Front. A few days later, he cursed the self-interested and power-hungry Polish lords, landowners, capitalists, and exploiters of the toiling masses, as his special train carried him to Russia's Western Front. Ukrainian, White Russian, Lithuanian, and Russian workers and peasants, Trotsky insisted, must join with the workers' and peasants' Red Army to replenish its ranks with volunteers, maintain its supplies, and provide everything else needed so that we can smash this predatory tribe of Polish lords who are trying to rob and enslave our toiling masses. At the end of 1919, Lenin and Trotsky had summoned Russia's Zakaleni Bolsheviki, hardened Bolsheviks, to the heavy tasks of peaceful reconstruction. Now, less than 6 months later, they called them back to war. By the thousands, dedicated communists put down their tools and plows and turned toward the Western Front. A special appeal from General Brusilov summoned Tsarist officers and non-coms to support the Bolshevik cause against the Poles, and Trotsky transformed his abortive labor armies into real armies once again. That summer, the number of men in the Red Army soared past 5 million. Although 9 out of every 10 were rear echelon support troops, some of them still without rifles. The forces assembled to fight the Poles, therefore, were much less overwhelming than such huge numbers indicate. Estimates of Soviet troop strength on the Western Front at various times in 1920 vary wildly, and not even Tukhachevsky knew for certain how many men served under his command. Probably somewhere between 90 and 100,000 men at the beginning of June, with perhaps another 30 to 40,000 added to the combat forces before the end of the month, comprised his fighting forces. With nearly 600 guns to support their advance, these formed a powerful assault force with which the Poles would find it difficult to reckon. At the beginning of June, Tukhachevsky formed the 3rd Cavalry Corps, the Kavkar, as a powerful mobile strike force similar to Budenii's Konarmia in the southwest. For its commander, he chose Gaya Gai, the eldest son of a Persian mother and an Armenian socialist who had taken refuge in Persia from the Russian authorities during the 1880s. Guy had lived the sort of exotic, adventurous life from which legends are made. Born in Persia, he had returned to Russia in his teens, had been a radical journalist in Georgia's capital of Tiflis, and had spent 5 years in jail for his revolutionary activities, all before the Tsarist authorities had drafted him at the age of 21 in 1914. Because of his background, Guy had been assigned to the Turkish front, where repeated bravery under fire won him a battalion commander's stars, the Cross of St. George, and the Order of St. N. Captured by the Turks, he escaped and returned, badly wounded, to Russia on the eve of the February Revolution. Guy had become a Bolshevik before the October Revolution. During the latter part of 1918, he had become one of Tukhachevsky's most trusted commanders, first as chief of the 1st Red Army against Kolchak and then, at the end of 1919, as commander of a special cavalry corps on the Southern Front. When Tukhachevsky needed a similar mobile shock force on the Western Front, he thought immediately of Guy and summoned him to Smolensk. Using the drive that Budenyi and Igorov had launched from the south to support his flank, Tukhachevsky on July 4 sent 5 armies crashing across the Berezina and Gaina rivers on a front that stretched some 200 miles southward from Drissa to Bobruisk. Spread out on Tukhachevsky's right, Guy's Kafka repeatedly rolled up the Poles' left flank in a series of daring attacks that brought them to Minsk in a week. The following day, the Bolsheviks recognized Lithuania's independence and agreed that Wilno, which Guy's forces occupied 2 days later, would become its capital. Despite their prime minister's cynical remark that the Russians had not given them Wilno for our beautiful eyes or from goodwill, the Lithuanians supported Russia's march into Poland. With their independence fully recognized, they were in no mood to complain, and as Tukhachevsky's armies swept past, they were in no position to do so. With Guy's Kafka turning its left flank again, and with their armies reeling from the incessant hammering of Tukhachevsky's infantry columns, the Poles fell back upon their defenses at the Niemen and Sksara rivers. Directly in Guy's line of march stood Grodno, once a major link in the western fortress defenses of Imperial Russia and now the anchor of the Polish left. With Tukhachevsky's 4th, 15th, 3rd, and 16th Red Armies still 50 miles to the east, Guy burst into Grodno on the morning of July 19 to fight against stiffening Polish resistance without reinforcements or infantry support. Then, as the Poles weakened their right flank to strengthen their forces at Grodno, the 3rd and 16th Armies stormed across the Sksara, while the 4th Army advanced along the Wilno-Grodno railway line and moved into position northwest of the city. On the morning of July 21, Guy later wrote, "The 8th, 10th, and 5th Divisions of the 4th Red Army closed the trap upon the enemy. With heavy losses, the Poles broke out of the Bolshevik encirclement to the south, but only after they had abandoned most of their artillery. With Grodno's riverfront in ruins and its railroad station in flames, Tukhachevsky's Red Armies held the 3rd great prize of Europe's eastern borderlands. During the first 3 weeks of his campaign, Tukhachevsky had driven Pilsudski's forces from those eastern borderlands that no great power would agree to bestow upon the Poles. But the victory at Grodno drastically changed the diplomatic climate within which the Russians would have to fight if the war continued to move forward to Brest-Litovsk. Tukhachevsky's next logical objective meant crossing the river Bug, the so-called Curzon Line, which the Allies had agreed, on December 8, 1919, was to mark Poland's eastern frontier. 3 days before Tukhachevsky's forces took Wilno, England's Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon had dispatched a note to Russia's Commissar of Foreign Affairs Shishirin in which he had urged an armistice and restated the Allies' view that the Bug frontier marked Poland's eastern boundary. Evidently, with almost the entire Politburo behind him, Shishirin had rejected Curzon's ultimatum and insisted that the Russo-Polish frontier approved by the Allies had been drawn up under the influence of counter-revolutionary Russian elements and could not be the basis for serious negotiation. Poland must negotiate directly with Russia, Shishirin replied to the British. There could be no intermediaries. Shishirin's reply to the Allies left no doubt about Tukhachevsky's course. Brest-Litovsk should be taken in a fortnight, a dire cry from his headquarters stated on July 23, and Warsaw should be occupied not later than August 12. For a moment, the strain of constant advance drained the energy that had driven Tukhachevsky's columns forward. Sheer weight of numbers breached Poland's 4th line of defense at the Bug, and even Guy's Kafka advanced without its usual reckless intensity. It took the Kafka a full week to break through the Poles' defenses at Lomza at the end of July, and although the 16th Red Army crossed the Bug at Brest-Litovsk at the beginning of August with more of the elan it had shown earlier in the campaign, it was driven back by a Polish counterattack. Polish resistance and Russian lethargy both proved transitory once the Bug had been decisively breached. As they moved westward across the lands their fallen comrades in the armies of Imperial Russia had been forced to abandon to German arms during the Great Retreat of 1915, Tukhachevsky's men took pride in their new power. Now they marched confidently to songs of certain victory. Like lava, the Soviet soldiers' slash will sweep away all the dirt forever, they sang. Warsaw will become red. Slash, and so will all the cities of the world. Ostroyka and Przasnysz, both scenes of Russian defeats in 1915, now fell to Tukhachevsky's forces. Pilsudski described the Polish lines as a kaleidoscope of chaos and spoke of the heavy, monstrous, unattainable cloud of red forces that hovered to the north, south, and east of Warsaw. By early August, Red armies stood only a few miles from Warsaw. Delegates to the Second Comintern Congress meeting in Moscow followed Tukhachevsky's progress with increasing excitement as the Bolsheviks hung a huge map on the wall of their assembly hall and marked the Soviet positions with a thicket of tiny red flags. The delegates every morning stood with breathless interest before this map. The Congress's President Zinoviev remembered. The best representatives of the international proletariat all perfectly realized that, if the military aim of our army was achieved, it would mean an immense acceleration of the international proletarian revolution. To the east of Warsaw, red flags stood in profusion. The Polish bridge that could carry Russia's revolutionary armies into Germany's industrial heartland was being crossed more rapidly than anyone had expected. Again moving in advance of Tukhachevsky's main force, some units of the Kavkar were only 200 miles east of Berlin and only 100 miles south of Gdansk. "You have inflicted upon the attacking force of White Poland a shattering defeat," Trotsky rejoiced from Moscow. "Forward, men of the Red Army. Heroes on to Warsaw." Although the red flags moved forward day by day, victory proved to be more elusive than the Russians expected. Tukhachevsky's dash to Warsaw had cost him a third of his assault force and up to 90% of those hardened Bolsheviks, whom Lenin and Trotsky had summoned to the struggle a scant 4 months before. Guy had outrun his supply lines and had led the Kavkar so far to the west that he could no longer turn to close the right wing of Tukhachevsky's offensive around Warsaw from the north. At the same time, Budenyi and Igorov had begun to shift their columns away from Warsaw toward Lwów. Especially Budenyi slowed his line of march as he changed direction. The cavalry commander, whose troopers had raged unchecked across the Ukraine in May and June, had advanced a mere 57 miles in July, while Guy covered 400. A complex combination of caprice, vanity, and military necessity were responsible for the positions in which the forces on Russia's western and southwestern fronts found themselves in mid-August 1920. In search of a personal triumph to counterbalance that of Tukhachevsky and his patron Trotsky, Stalin, as chief political commissar for the southwestern front, wanted to capture the important industrial center of Lwów. As a metallurgical and textile center situated in the vicinity of the Berezio-Drogobyk oil fields, Lwów was a prize worth having, but it was not the equal of Warsaw, nor was it the objective toward which the Reds' offensive had been committed. For that reason, Stalin's outright refusal to transfer Budenyi's Konarmia and the 12th Red Army to Tukhachevsky when the Red High Command ordered him to do so has been counted as nothing less than an act of outright insubordination. Who on earth, Lenin asked in amazement at one point, would want to get to Warsaw by going through Lwów? Yet, apart from Stalin's personal vanity and his increasingly bitter rivalry with Trotsky, there were military considerations that justified the reluctance of the Southwestern Front commanders to support Tukhachevsky, and these have to be taken into account. On June 6, the remnants of South Russia's White armies under the command of General Baron Wrangel had burst out of their Crimean containment in a final desperate attempt to salvage their shattered hopes for a White victory. Within a week, Wrangel's forces had taken 8,000 prisoners, seized 30 guns, captured 2 armored trains, and reached the lower Dnieper. 3 weeks later, they annihilated the 1st Red Cavalry Corps. Contrary to all Bolshevik expectations, the exhausted Whites had become a force to be reckoned with once again. Range PS front line in July stood nearer to the Donbass and the great Ukrainian industrial center of Kharkov than the forces of Budenyi and Igorov were to Warsaw, and Russia's strategy in the south, therefore, had to take into account the possibility that he might strike into the rear areas of the southwestern front. Wrangel is operating in the rear of our armies engaged against the Poles, that is, in the most dangerous place for us, Stalin warned in an interview with a Pravda correspondent. It is ridiculous to talk of a march on Warsaw, or, in general, of the lasting character of our successes against the Poles. He concluded, so long as the Wrangel danger has not been eliminated. The danger of Wrangel and the personal vanity of Stalin therefore meant that, as Tukhachevsky moved his armies into position along the Vista for a final assault against Warsaw, the closest units on the southwestern front were nearly 200 miles away, with no chance of advancing quickly enough to give him any support. While their armies had been losing bat after battle to Tukhachevsky's Russians, Poland's leaders had been working feverishly to strengthen their reserves. At the beginning of July, Deputy War Minister Kazimierz Sosnkowski had told the Poles that they were living through the war's most critical moments, and had spoken bluntly of the rigors that lay ahead. "The clock is striking midnight, the hour which will decide the fate of the war," he said. "Let everyone who does not give everything to our motherland, anyone who shows weakness in this time of trial, remember that the heavy responsibility for the fate of our nation will lie upon his conscience." As Sosnkowski had hoped, Tukhachevsky's advance welded Poland together and strengthened her will, and when Polish workers and bourgeoisie set aside those conflicts upon which the Russians had depended to erode their enemy's national unity, the class war that Lenin had envisioned never took shape. Without hesitation, Poles placed their historic hatred for Russians ahead of any class, economic, or political interests, and feelings against the Russians ran so deep that summer that, out of 24,000 Poles subjected to communist indoctrination in Russian-held areas, a paltry 123 joined the Bolsheviks. In many areas, the Polish Socialist Party formed the workers of Poland into special battalions to fight their historic Russian foes as men all across Poland took up arms. By the time that Tukhachevsky's forces approached the suburbs of Warsaw, over 160,000 volunteers had joined the 150,000 fighting men who had been drafted in July. These were not the dull, slow-to-learn, hard-to-train peasant conscripts who had filled Poland's regiments earlier that spring. Men with technical training and high intelligence now came forward to fill the gaps in Poland's defenses. Almost immediately, Trotsky sensed the change. This was not the army of slaves, held by force, steeped in priests' lies and bourgeois deceit, of which he had spoken publicly earlier. "We have operating against us for the first time," he warned the Central Committee. "A regular army led by good technicians." By the middle of August, Poland's army reached the strength of the combined forces on the Soviet western and southwestern fronts. With the balance in numbers even, the key factors now became strategy, tactics, luck, and, above all, will. The moral imperatives that cast the Battle of Warsaw as a struggle between communism and Christianity for the gateway to Europe caused contemporaries to exaggerate its significance. Britain's Viscount d'Auvergne, who arrived in July to head the inter-allied mission to Poland, called the Battle of Warsaw the 18th decisive battle of the world, comparable to Marathon, Sedan, and the Marne. Certain that the very existence of Western civilization would have been imperiled by a Soviet victory in Poland, d'Auvergne ranked Sutsky's triumph over the Russians on a moral par with Charles Martel's victory over the Saracens at Tours more than 1,000 years before. "The Battle of Tours saved our ancestors of Britain and our neighbors of Gaul from the yoke of the Koran," he concluded. "It is probable that the Battle of Warsaw preserved Central and parts of Western Europe from a more subversive danger, the fanatical tyranny of the Soviets." Pilsudski himself had no such delusions. The battle, he later wrote, was a bijatica, a brawl, where standard methods and doctrines simply did not apply, and where the bulk of Poland's forces had to be committed to the absurdity, both logically and strategically, of defending Warsaw while their commanders struggled to launch a counterattack from a different point altogether. Especially from Pilsudski, the situation at Warsaw demanded a willingness to do the unexpected and the will to see it through. As Tukhachevsky's armies closed in at the beginning of August, Pilsudski therefore disposed his forces not merely to bar the approaches to Poland's capital, but to launch a counteroffensive just when the Russians opened their final assault. Neither commander had a clear strategy in mind until the last moment, and although circumstances would eventually prove more favorable to the Poles than the Russians, confusion saturated both sides. While Tukhachevsky appeared to emulate the strategy of attacking Warsaw from the north and northeast that the Russian General Paskevich had followed when he had crushed the Poles in 1831, Pilsudski shifted some of his best forces to the south, away from his adversary's main thrust, to the region where the Weepers River passed between Tbilin and Koch. From that point, he hoped to drive his striking force of some 20,000 men into Tukhachevsky's rear to produce enough chaos to allow the forces defending Warsaw to open a counteroffensive. Should that effort fail, he expected to have Tukhachevsky's 16th, 3rd, and 15th Red Armies, as well as the smaller Moser group that stretched between Tukhachevsky's left and Igorov's right, fall upon him with a weight that would almost certainly bring defeat. Although he had to take the risk, it was not one that any general could have relished because the success depended too much upon the actions of commanders other than himself. It was Pilsudski's good fortune to be able to rely upon some of Poland's best commanders to defend Warsaw and shift to a counteroffensive against the Russians at the proper moment. Between August 12th and 16th, General Sikorsky, Haller, Latnik, Razuski, and Zelinsky defended both the Kra River front in the north and the vital Vista bridgehead that centered upon the suburb of Praga to Warsaw's northeast against the raging Kafkar and the Fourth Red Army. With over 130,000 men, they outnumbered Tukhachevsky's force by more than a tenth. But they had to bear the full weight of the battle while Piłsudski moved his striking force into position. With singular dedication, the Poles fought with whatever weapons came to hand. At the Vista bridgehead, the best armed and best trained Poles fought with heavy concentrations of machine guns, artillery, and even tanks, while on the Kra, one unit actually tried to defend a fort at Modlin with cannon from the Napoleonic Wars. Yet it was on the Kra, 100 miles to the north of Pilsudski's position, that events made the success of his striking force certain. On August 15th, General Sikorsky first realized that his Fifth Army, with nothing more than 3 infantry and 1 cavalry divisions, faced not the Kafkar and the Fourth Red Army, but Tukhachevsky's main assault force. What Pilsudski had not known when he moved his striking force into position was that Tukhachevsky had fully committed his 16th, 3rd, and 15th armies to the attack against Warsaw from the north and northeast rather than from the east, and had left the Moser Group with less than 7,000 men to hold more than 50 miles of front that stretched between the 16th Red Army on his left and the 12th on Igorov's right. This made the Gblinka sector the weakest point in the Russians' line, and once the Red commanders had committed themselves to attacks against Warsaw and Lwów that drew their main forces away from the Moser Group, it became the hardest to reinforce. Therefore, when Pilsudski launched his counterattack on the morning of August 16th, his forces brushed past the Moser Group and drove directly into Tukhachevsky's undefended rear. By nightfall, Pilsudski had seized the heavy guns that the Russians were moving up to batter Warsaw. Then, with Tukhachevsky caught by surprise and off balance, the striking force struck deadly blows at the 16th, 3rd, and 15th Red Annies, while the units assigned to defend Warsaw advanced against them in a maneuver that completely cut off the 4th Red Army and Gaius Kafkar from the rest of Tukhachevsky's force. Out of food, fodder, and cartridges, and with the entire Polish army between them and their line of retreat, Gaius Kafkar and the 4th Red Army crossed the frontier to internment in Germany rather than face annihilation at the hands of the pursuing Poles. Although the Poles' victory shifted the balance dramatically, it did not end the war. Budeniai's powerful Konarmia and the 12th and 14th Red Armies remained in action in Poland's southeast, and in late August they broke off their attack against Lwów and turned to support Tukhachevsky's retreat. At Zamość, Poland's cavalry clashed with the Konarmia in the last great cavalry battle in Europe's history, and one from which Budeniai extricated his forces with heavy losses and only at the last possible moment. While Budeniai fought in the south, Tukhachevsky faced the Poles along the Niemen River, where, after several days of battle, he had to leave the field to the enemy. Throughout September and into October, the Poles reclaimed their lands. Komaro, Kowal, Luk, Rauno, Świeszno, Molodeczno now saw the Russians fall back in defeat a second time. Wilno, by virtue of a fictitious mutiny, to assuage the consciences of the Allies, fell to the Poles before the middle of October, and despite angry calls for a second war with Poland, Lenin's government sued for peace. On October 12th, the Poles signed an armistice with the Russians. A week later, the fighting stopped. For the first time since August 1914, all was quiet on Europe's eastern front. "Soldiers, you have made Poland strong, confident, and free," Pilsudski proclaimed as he announced the armistice. "A country which, in 2 years, has produced soldiers such as you," he concluded, "can regard its future with tranquility." The Russian reaction was less assuring. "In those localities which we give her according to the peace agreement," Lenin said, "Poland will maintain herself only by force. The Bolsheviks," he promised, "would use the peace for strengthening our army. A time for reckoning would come later. In the meantime, the Bolsheviks would gain a desperately needed respite to deal with Russia's economic crises and wrangle's continuing attacks in the south." "We have won," Lenin insisted elsewhere. "Anyone who examines the map will see that we have won, that we have emerged from this war with more territory than we had before it started." In fact, both sides could claim victory in the armistice of October 1920 and the peace their negotiators signed at Riga on March 18, 1921. Poland regained some of the historically Polish towns in Europe's eastern borderlands, including Grodno, Lwo, Rauno, and, after 1923, Wilno, and moved her eastern frontier more than 100 miles east of the Curzon line that the Allies had established at the end of 1919. For the Russians, the claim to victory inevitably was weaker. Still, as Lenin pointed out in a speech on October 15, the Russo-Polish border was 50 miles west of the line the Russians had offered to accept during their peace talks with the Poles in April. Perhaps more important, peace spared the Bolsheviks from fighting a third major winter campaign and allowed them to concentrate their resources against Wrangel's army. The fighting of the Civil War now had come full circle. As the conflict died down in the West, the Red High Command turned its attention once again, and for the final time, to the south. In the Crimea, scene of Imperial Russia's only lost war before 1914, the Russian Empire breathed its last as the Bolsheviks made their final march to victory. The end of the Whites. 600 miles south of Moscow, the narrow thread of the Perekop Isthmus suspends the Crimean Peninsula into the waters of the Black Sea. Ancient Scythian conquerors had claimed its northern and central lands early in the millennium before Christ, while Greek colonists from Chersonesus and Theodosia had settled on its fertile southern shores. 700 years later, Imperial Rome had claimed allegiance from the descendants of the Greeks, who had continued to flourish under Roman protection for another 300 years. Goths, Huns, Avars, Khazars, Byzantine Greeks, and Tatars all had entered the Crimean sanctuary as conquerors in the centuries after Rome fell before medieval Venetian and Genoese traders arrived to make the Crimea the northeastern terminus of their far-flung sea lanes. After them, the Tatars, now tributaries of the Turkish Sultan, had ruled the Crimea from their seat at Bakhchisarai, the legendary Garden of the Khans, until Catherine the Great had annexed it to Russia in 1783 as a trophy from her first war against the Ottoman Empire. The playground of tsars and nobles from the moment Catherine added it to Russia's domains, the Crimea was a geographical world apart from Moscow. Palaces, villas, and sea resorts dotted its sun-soaked southern shores, where ancient Greek ruins and Genoese fortresses stood interspersed with Muslim minarets and Russian monasteries in an exotic architectural jumble. Groves of cypresses, magnolias, mimosas, figs, olives, and pomegranates, all so unlike the vegetation of Great Russia, mixed with forests of oak, beech, black pine, and fir. Before war and revolution had shattered the Crimea's economy, nearly 20,000 acres of vineyards had produced 3.5 million gallons of wine every year. In winter, its gardens had grown the flowers that special trains had brought to the Empress Alexandra's boudoir each week. Even when there had been no trains to carry weapons, ammunition, and warm winter clothing to the men who filled the frozen trenches on Russia's Western Front during the second and third winters of the Great War. In this fertile haven, so often called Russia's Riviera, the tattered soldiers of Denikin's volunteer army had taken refuge after their disastrous flight from the South Russian port of Novorossiysk. When, as a gray, wet dawn had broken on March 26, 1920, they had rushed headlong onto waiting ships and left horses, artillery, and more than 20,000 of their comrades fighting and cursing on the quay. In the Crimea, they joined hordes of nobles and churchmen of the old regime, together with the liberal politicians, writers, publicists, and lawyers of the provisional government. To the Crimea had come statesmen without offices, governors without provinces, lords and ladies without lands and manor houses, and financiers and industrialists with neither banks nor factories, politicians without constituencies, and generals without armies. The list of those who once had, whom the revolution had transformed into those who had not, seemed endless. Bitter enemies during the last days of Imperial Russia all had come together in the Crimea, their union cemented by their hatred for the Bolsheviks and their common dream of regaining their lost wealth and homeland. None believed that the Bolsheviks could be conquered after the defeats of Yudenik, Kolchak, and Denikin, yet none knew how to make peace. Destined to remain in limbo for 8 months more, theirs was a cause without hope, a future without promise. Shattered after their almost certain victory of October 1919 had turned into defeat, the Whites thus could envision no course in the spring of 1920 but to regroup their forces against the rapidly strengthening Red armies. As long as we have even one chance in 100, we ought not to lay down our arms. Their chief of staff insisted as Denikin prepared to turn over his command to General Baron Petra Wrangel at the beginning of April. If we had even one chance, that would be true, another commander replied. But I think the enemy has not only 99 chances out of 100, but 99.9. Even the most optimistic of the whites now settled for modest goals. Russia cannot be freed by a triumphant march from the Crimea to Moscow, General Wrangel insisted as he issued his first orders as the whites' commander-in-chief. At best, the whites could hope to preserve the honor of the Russian flag entrusted to the army and create, in no matter how tiny a corner of Russia, a form of government and way of life that will attract those who now suffer under the red yoke. Although a fighting general accustomed to winning against heavy odds, Wrangel thus took command not to defeat the Reds but to negotiate the best possible terms with them. "It was clear to me that the situation really was hopeless," he wrote some years later. "The cavalry had no horses, and none of the units had transport, artillery, or machine guns. The men were in rags and very bitter," he concluded. Under these conditions, the remains of the volunteer army no longer constituted an effective fighting force. Although many white survivors have remembered him as being too arrogant and too ready to demand rapid solutions to complex problems, none have denied the immense force of Wrangel's will. A man who found it easy to instill in others his own stem sense of purpose, Wrangel took over Denikin's shattered armies with a determination that no other white officer could match. Passionate patriotism and icy hatred for those Bolshevik politicians who had destroyed the Russia he loved made him willing to pay any price and work with any ally against his enemies. Aristocratic to the core, he had no scruples about the strange bedfellows that politics in a democratic world brought his way. "I need men of strong character, who know how the masses live and how to shape their lives," he stated bluntly. "For me, party or political colorings are completely meaningless." Wrangel therefore continued Denikin's contacts with the French, English, and the Americans, but he also turned to the Ukrainians, the Metropolitan of Kiev, and even to Mothma. "Even with the devil," he once proclaimed of his willingness to seek alliances that Denikin had shunned. But for Russia and against the Bolsheviks. Bolshevik propagandists called him the Black Baron and admired his genius while they cursed his politics. In terms of quality, one Soviet military expert wrote a few years later, "Wrangel's army was the best fighting force ever organized by the Russian and international counter-revolution in the armed struggle against the Soviet republics." Wrangel did not plan a new march against Moscow, but he had no intention of relinquishing that tiny corner of Russia in which he and the whites had taken refuge. This last strip of native soil was to become Wrangel's Crimean bastion, a haven for men and women who preferred exile to life under the Bolsheviks. Here, in a territory of less than 16,000 square miles, more than 3/4 of which were rough grazing lands for sheep, food and housing had to be found for some 25,000 fighting men and nearly 20 times that number of war invalids and refugees who looked to them for protection. To make the Crimea safe, Wrangel needed to fortify the Perekop Isthmus and bring under control the insurgent mountain forces that fought Reds and Whites with equal fury. These tasks demanded great dedication and even greater ingenuity. "We had nothing with which to re-equip the army," Wrangel remembered. "We had just enough rifles to go around, but we had almost no machine guns or artillery. Nearly all the tanks, armored cars, and airplanes had fallen into the hands of the enemy at Novorossiysk," he continued. "Our stock of ammunition, especially artillery shells, could only last for a very short time. Most of all, Wrangel needed food for his army and the hordes of civilians who clogged its rear. Although its orchards and vineyards had long supplied Russia with fruits and wines that her mainland fields could not produce, the Crimea grew very little grain or beef. Completely lacking in natural resources, the tiny Crimea had been obliged to feed and support not only the army but its endlessly growing rear echelons for months," Wrangel later explained. In peacetime, it lived at the expense of the fertile northern Taurida on the mainland. He went on. Now, it could feed neither its own population nor the army. Separated from the northern Taurida by the same Perekop Isthmus, whose growing fortifications he intended to use to prevent the Reds from bursting into his Crimean sanctuary, Wrangel needed other sources of supply. Bread grains, meat, coal, and oil all had to be found, as well as uniforms, weapons, and ammunition. Without them, the whites could not survive for more than a few weeks. White leaders from Alexeyev and Kornilov to Yudenik and Kolchak, and General Denikin perhaps most of all, had expected the men and women of Russia to support their cause because duty as loyal Russians demanded it. Better attuned to public opinion despite his strong monarchist views, Wrangel set out to win the masses' support by offering them a stake in his government. He therefore turned to two genuinely talented statesmen whose talents Denikin had too long ignored. One was Petr Struve, who had made Russian culture and Russian politics his lifelong concern, and who became Wrangel's foreign minister. The other was Alexander Krivoshein, the aging Tsarist statesman who became his prime minister. A man whose perpetually rumpled appearance contrasted sharply with Wrangel's precise elegance. Struve ably represented Wrangel in Paris and London. He had an erudition that few could match and a sense of humanity that stood above the petty political squabbles that embroiled so many whites during those days. Convinced that the unstable international situation might combine with Soviet economic and political weaknesses to produce crises that could enable a small but stable white government to expand its geographical boundaries, Struve sensed that Wrangel's leadership might yet enable something to be salvaged for the whites' cause. "Cautious people now say there is hope," he wrote to one of his close friends as Wrangel took command. "Until recently they used to speak in terms of utter hopelessness." After a brief infatuation with Marxism in his youth, Struve had greeted the 20th century with the statement that the cultural and political liberation of Russia must become a national cause. He had moved considerably to the right in the spectrum of liberal opinion at the time of the Revolution of 1905 and, during Russia's brief flirtation with constitutional government, had stood in the innermost circles of the Cadet Party until he had resigned from its Central Committee in 1915. 2 years later, Struve's writings on economic theory had won him membership in the Russian Academy of Sciences. Although he had fled to the south to become a member of the Volunteer Army's Council immediately after the Bolsheviks' victory, he had returned to live illegally in Moscow as a member of the National Center for much of 1918, until his anti-Bolshevik publishing activities made him a marked man. Struve had wandered as a fugitive in North Russia for 3 months before he had escaped to Finland. After some brief dealings with Yudenich and Mannerheim in Helsinki, he had moved on to London and Paris, where he had worked with a number of prominent white diplomats before he moved to Novorossiysk to edit one of the leading newspapers in Denikin's Russia. During the winter of 1919 to 1920, Struve had shared a railway car with Wrangel. After both of them left South Russia at the beginning of 1920, the two men had continued to discuss Russian politics at length in the coffeehouses of Constantinople. Struve urged Wrangel to implement a leftist policy with rightist hands in order to cement a firm union between the masses and his government. Krivoshein, a man of subtle political instincts who had been a close associate of Russia's first great Prime Minister Stolypin and had served as Minister of Agriculture during the first years of the Great War, fully shared those views. As one who had urged the government of Nicholas II to seek broader public participation, Krivoshein understood the failings of Russia's agriculture and the conditions in which her peasants lived as few others did. Like many other Tsarist statesmen, the Bolshevik Revolution first had driven him to the German-occupied Ukraine and then to Paris. Unlike many of his associates, he had left the safety of Paris late in 1919 to return to South Russia, where, convinced that Denikin could no longer hold the white movement together, he had worked to oust him from his post. Wrangel thought Krivoshein, a distinguished administrator who always chose first-rate subordinates, and a man of outstanding intelligence with an extraordinary dedication to his work. Krivoshein therefore quickly found a place in Wrangel's inner circle along with Struve, whom he had known since the war years and with whom he had renewed his association on the eve of the debacle at Novorossiysk. During the winter of 1919 to 1920, Krivoshein had joined Struve and Wrangel frequently in Constantinople's coffeehouses. When Krivoshein returned to the Crimea the next spring, Wrangel immediately brought him into his inner circle. Just as they had insisted that decisions about the fate of the men and women who wanted to break free from Russia's borderlands must be set aside until the Civil War's end, Denikin and his advisors had made every effort to postpone land reform. By doing so, they had weakened support for the whites' cause among those millions of poor peasants whom the Bolsheviks enticed with Lenin's widely publicized program to abolish all private landholding. Convinced that Denikin's failure to support far-reaching land reforms had denied him the support of Russia's land-hungry peasants, Wrangel moved quickly to rectify his predecessor's tactical mistake. "We had to tear our enemy's principal political weapon from their hands, ignite the imagination of the army and the masses, and make a favorable impression on opinion abroad," he explained later. The present situation would not allow us to wait any longer. This Gordian knot had to be cut. Wrangel's effort to cut the Gordian knot of land reform reflected Krivishine's long experience as an agricultural reformer in the government of Nicholas II, but his personal flair for publicity gave it a more striking character. After he entrusted the task of drafting land reform law to one of Krivishine's most trusted former assistants in the Imperial Ministry of Agriculture, Wrangel hastened to publish his own views in support of the Commission's work. The land should belong to those who till it, and its ownership should be based on the rights of private property. He wrote as he called for the distribution of land at a specially established price among those who have little or none at all. Wrangel would not go so far as to make a free gift of the land or give it to every person who wanted it, but his effort to force concessions from Russia's reluctant aristocrats marked a major shift in the politics of the declining white movement. I am deeply convinced, one observer wrote, that if the land decree published by General Wrangel on May 25, 1920, had been issued by General Denikin on May 25, 1918, the results of the Civil War would have been entirely different. If the volunteer army, with English tanks and cannon, but without the land decree and in spite of the hatred of the entire peasant mass, could have advanced as far as Orel, he added, then with the land decree which would have brought the peasant masses over to its side, it might well have reached Moscow. Such words overemphasized the appeal of Wrangel's program to Russia's peasants, but they highlighted one of the whites' most serious failings. Reluctance to concede that old Russia could never return had made it impossible for them to build the strong social base needed to rival the growing support of Russia's masses for the Bolsheviks in 1918 and 1919. If Wrangel's willingness to woo Russia's peasants with land reform contrasted sharply with Denikin's reluctance, so did his insistence upon law and order in his rear, where peasants still called the volunteer army, Dobrarmia in Russian, the Grabarmia, the looting army. Wrangel had taken command in South Russia as commander-in-chief and regent with dictatorial powers, and his plan to implement a leftist policy with rightist hands in no way restrained his willingness to use his extraordinary authority. We are in a besieged fortress and only a firm and unified governing power can save us, he warned. The essential task, he continued, is the creation of a rule of law for the people of the part of South Russia which is occupied by my troops, so that the people's aspirations might be satisfied in the broadest possible manner. Convinced that one of the main reasons for the dissolution of General Denikin's army was the absence of a firm ruling structure and a sense of lawfulness, Wrangel set out to establish a police force that could put down lawlessness and build a counterintelligence service that would wipe out the Bolshevik underground that had operated so effectively in Denikin's rear. I will let nothing stop me from carrying out my duty and will get rid of anyone who gets in my way, he stated coldly, when the angry mayor of Simferopol protested the summary hanging of men found guilty of looting and desertion. I warn you, he concluded, that I shall not hesitate to add one more to the number of people who have been hanged, even if that one should be you yourself, to build a state in which it would become possible for the peasant, after having gained full ownership of the land he tills, to devote himself to peaceful labor, for the honest worker to be assured of bread in his old age, and for true freedom and law to reign in Holy Russia. Wrangel believed that stern discipline, applied in a fair and even-handed manner, must replace the habits of tyranny and corruption that Bolshevik officials shared with their predecessors in the fallen imperial government. Life without control, he concluded, had had its day, and civic responsibility must replace gross self-interest among the Russians. Yet Wrangel also insisted that party politics, so much a part of civic life in the West, had no more place in the Crimea than did officials who filled their pockets at the people's expense. Until the struggle against the Bolsheviks is over, all parties must work as one and do whatever needs to be done without any partisan spirit, he insisted. For me, he stated flatly, there are neither monarchists nor republicans, but only knowledgeable workers. Whatever Wrangel hoped to accomplish by orderly government and land reform in the civilian sector, he knew that the shattered army to which he had fallen heir must be rebuilt if the whites hoped to survive the summer. He needed weapons, ammunition, and equipment from the Allies, and he needed more fighting men to hold the Crimea's defenses. As sprawling staffs clogged his army's rear to the point where colonels became more prevalent there than in the fighting line, Wrangel cut bloated support units, ordered recovered casualties back to the front, and ended long stays in the Crimean cities of Simferopol and Sevastopol for men who no longer required medical attention. I gave orders that anyone who was fit to fight was not to leave his unit without a valid reason, and that all the wounded who had recovered were to leave the hospital and return to the front. He wrote of his first weeks in command. Convinced that it was better to be too stern than too lenient, Wrangel also enforced regulations about military courtesy and proper dress to restore discipline and strengthen his soldiers' esprit de corps. One of Denikin's greatest failings as commander-in-chief of the armed forces of South Russia had been his inability to control plundering by his soldiers and corruption among their senior officers. Less tolerant, more stern, and more confident, Wrangel shared none of Denikin's misplaced confidence in the honor of his commanders and ordered that deserters, looters, and lawbreakers be punished relentlessly despite vigorous protests from men who represented special interests. In contrast to Denikin, who had issued a flood of draconian laws but rarely enforced them, Wrangel issued few but insisted upon death sentences for convicted offenders. As his stern measures took effect, people began to speak of the sudden and miraculous change in the army's disposition, and the miracle that had given the army new courage and faith in itself. After its long retreat and the disasters of the previous winter, the volunteer army, now renamed the Russian Army, began to look and behave like an army at war once again. If Denikin had been unduly lenient with men who stole and plundered, he had been unreasonably harsh with those who had fought in the Red Army. Although his propaganda leaflets promised otherwise, he sent Red Army officers and men who defected to the Whites to prison or left them to languish under a heavy cloud of suspicion. We had not brought peace and pardon, but a cruel and vengeful sword. Wrangel complained of the days when Denikin had marched on Moscow. This unwise and cruel policy antagonized those who were ready to become our allies and transformed those seeking our friendship into enemies. Convinced that, as both sides had turned to conscription in 1919, the composition of their armies had changed, and that Denikin's suspicion of men who had served the Bolsheviks or the separatist cause of any non-Russian national group had far less grounds than had been the case 18 months before, Wrangel rejected what he called Denikin's one-sided, intransigent policy in favor of a moderate one. Certain that men now fought not for ideas or beliefs but because they had no choice, he insisted that their presence in either army depended in large measure on the vagaries of geographical circumstance, and treated them accordingly. Anxious to strengthen his armed forces and convinced, as Denikin never had been, that there were many honest Russian men in the ranks of the Red Army, Wrangel urged men to desert the Bolsheviks and join his tiny Crimean force, which, he insisted, was the true Russian army. This force was the legitimate heir to the military legacy of Peter the Great and Marshal Kutuzov, conqueror of Napoleon. In its ranks, loyal Russians might still carry on the traditions of the once invincible Russian army, to which generations of men had given their lives so that Russia might be happy. Wrangel called upon all men who still carried within their hearts a love of country to accept his offer of patriotic atonement. As an old officer who has given the best years of his life to our motherland, he concluded in one of his proclamations to the Red Armies in South Russia, "I promise you that I shall forget what is past and give you an opportunity to redeem yourselves." Wrangel withdrew Denikin's insistence upon a united, indivisible Russia and made the same promise to the Ukrainians and even the Georgians, whose food supplies Denikin once had tried to interrupt. Men and women who wished to be free of Russia's control no longer needed to set their dreams aside while they fought with the Whites to destroy a common enemy. If Wrangel's stern discipline and personal charisma restored the fighting spirit of his armed forces, his efforts in the diplomatic arena brought more mixed results. Denikin's and Kolchak's defeats had convinced the British government that the White cause was utterly and hopelessly lost, and that the time had come to end the conflict in Russia. There was no point, Britain's Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon insisted, in running a really grave risk with no possibly good result, especially at a time when the British government hoped to reopen Anglo-Soviet trade. Convinced that the prolongation of the civil war in Russia is, on the whole, the most disquieting element in the European situation at present, Lord Curzon had instructed Britain's High Commissioner at Constantinople on April 24, 1920, to state his government's views to Denikin in such a way as to make certain that he retained no hopes that all is not really and finally over. To ease the bitter pill, Curzon promised that England would negotiate with the Soviet government to arrange an amnesty for the population of the Crimea in general and for the personnel of the volunteer army in particular, and would offer Denikin and his chief supporters a hospitable refuge in England. should the Whites decide to prolong an obviously hopeless struggle. Curzon now stated flatly, the British government will find itself obliged to cease, from that moment, all assistance or subvention of any sort. Since he already knew that Denikin intended to resign, Britain's High Commissioner communicated Curzon's instructions directly to Wrangel, to his mind the most probable successor to Denikin, at lunch aboard his flagship in Constantinople's harbor. Given the Bolsheviks' overwhelming superiority in men and weapons, Wrangel felt that England's refusal to give us any further help took away our last hope. Even though the White officers who elected him commander-in-chief on April 4 agreed that his chief task must be to negotiate through Allied mediation the best possible terms with the Bolsheviks, Wrangel would not capitulate as Curzon demanded, nor would he be forced into direct negotiations with his enemies. The English, he warned, must bear the burden of the negotiations and the responsibility for any settlement. If we reject their mediation, our refusal will give them the opportunity to stand aside and wash their hands of us entirely, he explained to his senior commanders. I will never agree to direct negotiations with the Bolsheviks, he insisted. But I think that it is essential not to give the English a chance to pull out of the game. We must transfer the odium of the negotiations to them, he concluded, and draw them out long enough so that we can strengthen our fortifications, put our combat forces and our rear area in order, and secure coal and oil for the fleet in the event that an evacuation becomes necessary. Wrangel thus intended to keep every option open. He demanded that the British guarantee the safety of all those who are part of our armed forces, the population of the territories they occupy, those refugees who wish to return to Russia, and those who have fought against the Bolsheviks and now are detained in the prisons of Soviet Russia. In any agreement they might negotiate with the Bolsheviks, and warned that he could not order those who consider it a dishonor to accept an amnesty at the hands of the enemy. At the same time, he opened negotiations with the French to develop new sources for armaments and munitions. With no cash and almost no economic resources, Wrangel could offer only extremely speculative enticements, but the richness of the possible returns helped to offset the risk. To attract credits to buy munitions, Wrangel therefore offered the French access to the vast resources of South Russia. The coal of the Donbass, the oil of Baku, and the grain of the Taurida and Kuban. None of them lay within his control, but he hoped to conquer them all that summer. To win supporters for Wrangel's program in Paris, Struve began to speak of attaching vast significance to the correlation between Russian interests and the economic interests of the Allied powers, especially France. With the help of Vladimir Burtsev, publisher of a weekly Russian newspaper in Paris and one of the few Russian socialists who had sided with the Whites from the beginning of the Civil War, Maurice Paleologue, formerly France's ambassador to Russia and presently Secretary General of the French Foreign Ministry, and Eugene Petit, Chief of Chancery to the new French Prime Minister Alexander Millerand. He launched an intensive propaganda campaign in Europe that warned against dealing with the Bolsheviks and emphasized the progressive policies of Wrangel's government. The Whites in South Russia thus began to play their allies against each other for the first time. Denikin had stubbornly refused to engage in such maneuvers to better his political and military situation. Wrangel had no such compunctions. The French made Wrangel's task easier by urging the Allies to support the border states of Eastern Europe against the Bolsheviks, just as the British called for an end to the conflict and a reopening of East-West trade. As it had been since the 18th century, Poland remained the focus of France's interest in Eastern Europe, and Pilsudski had no intention of making peace with Lenin's government that spring. When the French hinted that they would help Wrangel as part of a broader effort to support Poland's attack against Russia, Krivoshein and Paleologue began to speak not only of joint action against the Red Army but even of subordinating troops to the Polish High Command. The Russians could not have chosen a better moment to make such an approach to the French. Krivoshein held his first meeting with Paleologue on the very day that Pilsudski's armies crossed the Dnieper at Kiev. With Pilsudski's legions facing Moscow, the Bolshevik High Command had to shift the forces they had been massing against Wrangel's Crimean bastion to the Ukrainian and Polish fronts. This offered the Whites a priceless opportunity to establish defensive beachheads on the mainland and improve their food supplies. After more than 2 years of watching opportunities slip away from his predecessors, Wrangel now moved quickly. He had assembled every available weapon and shell within reach during his 2 months as Supreme Commander, and he therefore had considerably more resources at hand than his memoirs would have us believe. His fighting forces numbered just under 32,000 infantry and cavalry, supported by more than 100 pieces of artillery, 630 machine guns, 36 tanks and armored cars, 4 armored trains and 24 airplanes. Perhaps most important, he had taken men who had stood at the brink of defeat and restored their will to fight. In place of the bony specter of death, he wrote later, there now flamed a radiant vision of victory. As Pilsudski's columns advanced, Wrangel ordered his newly strengthened forces into action. The Russian army marches to liberate its native land from the Red Vermin, he proclaimed. Help me, Russian people. Help me to save our motherland. To delay a rupture with the British, Wrangel insisted that his forces advance, not with any aggressive intention but solely to obtain food, from the rich grain-growing northern Taurida that lay just beyond his Crimean refuge. The British knew otherwise. General Wrangel, the permanent undersecretary of the Foreign Office, remarked crossly, seems to be engaged in a crooked game and to be hoodwinking us in order to gain time. A strong supporter of Wrangel, England's High Commissioner at Constantinople openly regretted his superior's decision to withhold support from Wrangel's disciplined, organized, and efficient force. Yet Wrangel's supporters among Britain's generals, admirals, and diplomats could not alter their government's stand. Should he advance into northern Taurida, Lord Curzon warned Wrangel flatly, His Majesty's government will be unable to concern themselves any further with the fate of your army. The break between the Whites and their British allies that Denikin had avoided at all costs had come. British naval forces, the Admiralty telegraphed sternly to its High Commissioner at Constantinople on June 11th, are to afford no, repeat no, support to Wrangel in offense or defense. Without the British, and not yet certain of the French, who continued to promise much but deliver little, Wrangel moved forward alone and in deadly earnest at the beginning of June. For at least a fortnight, his counterintelligence staff had been sending false signals to deceive the Bolsheviks into thinking that his main attack would be a seaborne assault in the vicinity of Odessa, Novocherkassk, or Korly, where the Whites had attempted a landing in mid-April. In fact, he planned to concentrate his forces considerably further east. General Iakov-Slashchev's Second Corps of slightly more than 6,000 men would open Wrangel's offensive with a landing at Kirilovka in the rear of the 13th Red Army. Then, General Pisarev would follow with an attack across the railway bridge that spanned the Savash at Chang'ar, and the main White force under General Kutupov would launch a frontal assault against the 13th Red Army from Perekop. Coming in the midst of a heavy summer storm at dawn on June 6th, Slashchev's landing, which included artillery and several tanks and armored cars, took his opponents so completely by surprise that his advance units reached the Sevastopol-Melitopol Railway, some 20 miles south of Melitopol, that same evening. The next day, Pisarev opened an artillery barrage and took up the attack at the Chang'ar Bridge, while Kutupov, supported by artillery, tanks, 2 armored trains, and Wrangel's small air force broke out of his fortifications at Perekop. As his commanders reported victory after victory, Wrangel looked for heroes to personify the new Russian army he had brought into being. On the second day of the fighting, he bestowed his new Medal of Honor, the Order of St. Nicholas the Miracle Worker, upon a tank lieutenant, and the high command drank champagne in his honor. 3 days later, Slashchev took Melitopol, the provincial capital of the northern Taurida, while Pisarev and Kutupov continued to drive back the weakened 13th Red Army. Even the most optimistic Whites had not expected success to come so swiftly or completely. "The Reds are retreating," one delighted officer wrote in his diary. "The gates of the Crimea have been thrown wide open." As thousands of prisoners and captured weapons poured into the Crimea during the next few weeks, it seemed as if the White movement had found new life, yet Wrangel, the dispassionate Baltic German, knew too well the extent of his success and the limits of his followers' dedication. "Russians are inclined to shift from deep depression to joyous optimism in a single moment," he wrote later. Those who only recently had thought of the Crimea as a tomb now regarded it as an impregnable fortress. By the middle of June, Wrangel's armies held the left bank of the Dnieper from Oleshka to the vicinity of Nikopol and had established a defensive line from that point southeastward to Berdyansk on the Sea of Azov. They had doubled the territory under their control in a fortnight and had won rich stores of meat, grain, and horses. Every success of the Wrangel rebels, no matter how small or temporary, threatens us with still greater calamities. the Bolsheviks' Central Committee reported to senior party officials. Wrangel's forces now posed a serious danger to Russia's grain, coal, and oil supplies. "We can delay no longer," they concluded. Wrangel must be destroyed. That task would prove more difficult than the Bolsheviks wanted to believe became clear when the Red High Command ordered a counteroffensive against the Whites at the end of June. Within a week, Wrangel's troops smashed their attackers' front and cut to pieces the elite Red Cavalry, led by the Donbass miner Dmitry Zloba. By the beginning of July, the Bolsheviks knew that they had to take the reborn White Army seriously. Yet, as the numbers of Red Army soared past 5 million that summer, they also must have sensed the fragility of Wrangel's early summer triumphs. Certainly, his former allies spoke of that hard and certain truth among themselves, and perhaps none did so more sadly than Winston Churchill, the most ardent defender of intervention in England's War Office. As soon as the Bolsheviks are able to divert their main strength from Poland, he warned his colleagues in the cabinet, they will crush him, a new figure of unusual energy and quality. Churchill wrote a few years later, Wrangel, too late, had reached first place in White Russian councils. On a number of occasions, Wrangel had criticized Denikin for his ill-planned, precipitous race toward Moscow in the summer and fall of 1919. Now, as the temptation to continue his advance into the Ukraine rose before him, he remained determined not to outrun his lines of supply. Although he could draw food supplies from the northern Taurida, he remained critically short of men, weapons, and ammunition, and despite their victories, some of his senior commanders had proved less reliable than he had hoped. By far the worst was General Slashchev, who always carried a caged crow into battle for good luck. When Slashchev visited his headquarters that summer, Wrangel found him thoroughly addicted to narcotics and alcohol, a man who had crossed that fragile boundary that separates eccentricity from madness. When he returned Slashchev's visit the following day, Wrangel found the commander of his Second Corps sprawled amid a jumble of liquor bottles. Despite the summer heat, Slashchev wore a fantastical uniform made out of a long white Turkish robe trimmed with gold lace and fur and shared his quarters with a menagerie of tame birds. There was a crane and a raven, a swallow and also a starling, Wrangel noted in amazement. They were hopping about on the table and the sofa, he added, fluttering here and there and perching on their master's head and shoulders. Appalled, yet pitying Slashchev's fallen state, Wrangel ordered a doctor to examine him. His appearance left me with no doubt, he stated firmly, that I was dealing with a man completely overcome by mental illness, with strong reassurances of his personal affection, but firmly insistent that one of the Whites' best fighting generals needed medical treatment. Wrangel relieved Slashchev of his command. Although Wrangel had lessened his food supply problems by taking the northern Taurida, he still required other resources to keep his army in the field. He needed foreign oil and coal to fuel his fleet, and his new French allies continued to be anything but generous in extending credits without security. In mid-July, Struve reported that Millerin had insisted that he could not even extend de facto recognition until Wrangel's government agreed to recognize all financial obligations of previous Russian governments corresponding to the territory presently occupied. Soon, the French demanded even more. Before they would extend armaments credits to Wrangel, they insisted that he open his ministries of finance, trade, and industry to French agents and grant them monopolies in South Russia that included control of its customs and railroads. For raw materials that he could exchange directly for weapons and supplies, Wrangel therefore again turned toward the Kuban, the scene of the Whites' icy march in 1918 and their refuge during much of the Civil War. There, he expected to take advantage of the powerful anti-Soviet guerrilla movement that had gathered some 15,000 insurgents into the Caucasian foothills after the Reds had driven the Whites from Ekaterinodar that March. By adding these insurgents to his armed forces and by sweeping the Kuban free of Bolsheviks, Wrangel hoped to exchange his newly won economic base in the northern Taurida for the much richer Kuban. Eager to return to their native fields, the Kuban Cossacks held the key to the summer campaign that Wrangel launched under the command of the Cossack General Ulagai, an officer whom Wrangel once described as a man of exemplary courage and great military talents, who understood the art of getting out of difficult situations and knew how to take advantage of them. Ulagai stood out as one of those rare men whose integrity had remained unblemished throughout the Civil War. He could lead the often rebellious Cossacks into battle and be counted upon to prevent the looting that Wrangel so despised. But his failing was that he responded too slowly to new tactical situations and could not change strategy as the shifting sands of civil war campaigns often required. When he took on a task, he seemed to look for obstacles which would hinder its completion, Wrangel later wrote. But once he made up his mind, he would carry out his decision brilliantly. Evidently, Ulagai's ability to prevent the plundering that had made Denikin's army so unpopular in the Kuban and South Russia the year before overshadowed Wrangel's doubts about his faults. I knew about his weaknesses, especially his lack of organizational ability, Wrangel later wrote. But I was so completely occupied by political questions and the problems of commanding our troops on the Northern Front that I gave little attention to how my generals executed the plan for the campaign in the Kuban. Ulagai and his commanders also had no sense about security. Unlike Slashchev's surprise landing at Kirilovka at the beginning of June, Ulagai's plans for invading the Kuban soon became an open secret. People are discussing the landing openly in the bazaars. One of Wrangel's worried staff officers confided to his diary a few days before Ulagai's soldiers embarked. Everyone ignored the false information with which Wrangel's general staff hoped to draw the enemy's attention away from Ulagai's landing site. Red and white alike knew where and when Ulagai's landing would take place and made their plans accordingly. Ulagai's landing at Primorsko-Akhtarsky on August 13 brought more than 4,000 horses and 16,000 men, about half of whom were non-combatants, to the Kuban coast. Confident of victory, Ulagai had allowed a horde of support groups and refugees who wanted to return home to accompany his combat units to the Kuban, and the sea of civilians that flowed in his wake threatened more dangers than any sensible commander should have taken on. General Ulagai's gigantic staff gave the impression of a disorderly mob of people chosen at random. Wrangel wrote when he described the worries that plagued him as he watched their embarkation. An enormous number of Kuban refugees trailed along after the troops, he added. The crowding at the embarkation point was unbelievable, and some of the young military cadets actually fainted from lack of air. After announcing that only a decisive advance can bring us success, and that our base is in the Kuban, we have burned our ships, Ulagai left his host of refugees and huge reserves of arms, ammunition, and provisions at Primorsko-Akhtarsky and seized the important railroad junction at Timashevskaya, some 50 miles inland and only 30 miles north of Ekaterinodar. For a moment it seemed that he might press forward, seize Ekaterinodar, and link up with the partisan army of the regeneration of Russia that had operated in the Caucasian foothills to the southeast since the Reds had taken Ekaterinodar in March. Yet the horde of camp followers at his rear did not allow him to think only of the road ahead. Ulagai therefore hesitated at Timashevskaya and then withdrew toward Primorsko-Akhtarsky, hoping to strengthen his strike force with more local peasants and Cossacks before he tried to take Ekaterinodar. The days Ulagai wasted at Timashevskaya allowed the Bolsheviks to gather their forces and seize the initiative. People of the Don and the Kuban, if you want a peaceful life and the chance to work in peace, help the Red Army crush the White Guard bands of Wrangel the last-born at the water's very edge, Trotsky exclaimed as his special train raced toward the south to meet Wrangel's new threat. The Kuban has not risen to greet Wrangel, he rejoiced 3 days later. The Kuban has turned its back on this German baron. On September 7th, scarcely 3 weeks after his first landing, the Reds drove Ulagai's forces from the Kuban. Thanks to the Red Army deserters he recruited, Ulagai returned to the Crimea with more men than he had taken, but Range FS' effort to establish a stronger, richer territorial base lay in shambles. The number of mouths that the government had to feed now came to something like 250 or 300,000, and the cost of feeding all these people far exceeded our resources, Wrangel remembered sadly. Grain remained our sole export, he continued. Our hopes for a foreign loan had become very dim, for the future of the government of South Russia seemed extremely precarious. Certain that the Bolsheviks would mass their forces against him if they made peace with the Poles, Wrangel decided to press his northern front deeper into the grain-rich Ukraine, support the Poles against their common enemy, and keep Pilsudski at war with the Red Army. If Poland accepted the peace that the government of Lloyd George insisted upon and that was being put forth so urgently by the Bolsheviks, it would have been the end for us, Wrangel later explained. Once freed from the Western Front, 3.5 Bolshevik armies would have been able to fall upon us, and the outcome of such an attack could easily be foreseen. Fearful that the Poles would accept the Bolsheviks' offer of peace once Pilsudski had driven the Red Army back from Warsaw, Wrangel planned a new offensive that would carry his armies across the Dnieper and link them up with the reluctant Poles before Soviet diplomats enticed them into an armistice. Although the Allies had showered aid upon Denikin when he had launched his ill-fated offensive against Moscow the year before, they gave Wrangel only the most meager support for his coming campaign in the southern Ukraine. The British had become so stubborn in refusing support to the Whites that they would not even allow private businessmen to sell Wrangel's quartermasters used saddles and bridles, and the French, still vociferous in their talk about aid, continued to send very little. Now garbed in a sad assortment of tattered uniforms combined with odd shirts and trousers, Wrangel's men lived from day to day, always short of food, clothing, weapons, and ammunition. What terrible, scandalous destitution the men suffered, Wrangel lamented when he reviewed them at the beginning of September. Yet they marched with firm and vigorous steps, he added proudly, as if the regiments of old Russia had arisen from the grave. Unlike Denikin's shattered armies a few months before, these men still believed in themselves and had the will to fight. To relieve the pressure from the 13th Red Army against his northeast flank at the beginning of September, Wrangel attacked Mariupol on the Sea of Azov. As he pressed his attack to the north and east, his forces advanced into the Ukraine and approached what remained of Makhno's main base at Guliai Pole. So unwilling to strike an alliance with the hated Zolotopoganshkiki that he hanged Wrangel's emissary, Makhno negotiated a truce with the Reds and sent a brigade-strength partisan force against the Whites. At first it seemed that the clever partisan leader had chosen the losing side. When White cavalry detachments raided the important rail junction of Sinelnikovo to the east of Ekaterinoslav, captured the ancient Cossack stronghold at Khortytsa, and seized the important river town of Alexandrovsk at the beginning of October, it began to look as if Wrangel had successfully defied those who had so confidently predicted his army's demise. Success seemed even more possible when Wrangel's forces crossed the Dnieper on October 8, the day after his raid against Sinelnikovo, and established a bridgehead some 15 miles deep on the right bank of the Dnieper within the first 24 hours. Out of the tangle of contradictory reports that poured into Moscow, Trotsky even concluded that Wrangel might now survive the winter. "They have much experience, great initiative, and a lot of guts," he wrote of Wrangel's forces. "The struggle for the Black Sea coast is going to take a number of weeks and, if the campaign does not require the entire winter, it will in any case last well into the winter months." Trotsky's fears proved groundless, for Wrangel's success continued for only 2 more days. As his commanders lost their nerve against counterattacks by heavy Red reinforcements, Wrangel's exhausted armies stumbled back across the Dnieper on October 13, only to learn that the Poles had signed an armistice with the Soviets at Riga the day before. "We are now alone in a struggle that will decide the fate not only of our country but of the whole of humanity," Wrangel told his soldiers. "Our brothers in the Red Butcher's dungeons put their faith in you, and I, your old comrade in arms, trust my invincible eagles. This is not the first time that we have waged unequal warfare," he concluded. "God stands on the side of right, not might." Wrangel now mustered every man and weapon to meet the Reds' attack. Counting his reserves, he had 23,070 infantry and 11,795 cavalry, supported by just more than 200 field guns, 1,663 machine guns, 14 armored trains, 45 armored cars and tanks, and 42 planes. The quality of men and machines had deteriorated since his first victories in the northern Taurida. Armored cars, tanks, and planes had been reduced to a desperate state of disrepair by the last month of fighting, and some of his best commanders, including the brilliant cavalryman General Babiv, had been killed. Although the numbers of fighting men under Wrangel's command remained relatively constant, the heavy casualties of the summer's campaigns had forced him to replace seasoned veterans with Red Army captives, recruits, and draftees who had neither the experience nor the dedication that 3 years of civil war had forged in the men whose places they had to fill. As the strategic situation became more desperate, and as the pressures of a society under siege weighed more heavily upon them, too many of Wrangel's soldiers began to think only of escape. Inexperienced frontline troops turned their thoughts to the rear because they understood that raw self-interest had overwhelmed the spirit of self-sacrifice among the Crimea's civilians. As those vices that fed upon the misery of the unfortunate sank their roots into the decaying hopes of Russia's last Whites, only things related to survival retained any value. Trade in gold, precious stones, passports, and exit visas flourished, and the prices of food, medicines, and shelter soared. People began to know real hunger for the first time since Wrangel had taken command, and they now suffered as their Red brethren had done during the previous 2 winters. "We are dying of hunger," one desperate wife wrote to her husband at the front. "We have sold everything we had. I have only my body left to sell." Such letters shattered the morale of even the most hardened fighters, and men began to talk about leaving the front to shoot all those worthless bastards in the rear. As white soldiers turned their thoughts away from the enemy at the front, the moral and strategic initiative shifted to the Red High Command. Red soldiers now felt confident of victory. The genius of the commanders who led them gave them every reason to feel that way. On September 27th, Mikhail Frunze, the Bolshevik Milhan Tum general, had arrived in Kharkov to take command of the Southern Front. Fresh from a string of triumphs that stretched from Siberia to Turkestan, the iron-willed Frunze was not a man to accept anything short of victory. Wrangel must be smashed, and that is what the armies of the Southern Front are going to accomplish, he announced in his first general order. The victory of the Workers' Army, despite all the efforts of our enemies, is inevitable. So let's get down to work. By the end of October, Frunze's infantry outnumbered Wrangel's by more than 4-1. His cavalry enjoyed a superiority of 3-1, and the artillery a margin of better than 2-1. The Reds had 1,000 more machine guns than did the Whites, and although the numbers of tanks, armored cars, armored trains, and planes on each side remained about equal, the Reds were of higher quality and in much better repair. Perhaps most important of all, Frunze had better troops. As thousands of trade union activists and dedicated party members joined the fight, the portion of Frunze's soldiers who belonged to the Bolshevik Party or were candidates for membership rose to 1 in 8. White commanders always fought to bring more Russian territory under their control, but Frunze fought only to destroy the enemies of his Soviet government. "Our task is not the occupation of territory," he told one of his commanders, "but the destruction of the living forces of the enemy." To do so, he called upon some of the Red Army's best commanders. On Frunze's orders, Budenyi brought his Konarmia to the south as soon as it could be released from the Polish front. Even before he arrived, Vasily Blucher, the poor wagon-maker whose tactical genius had won him high praise in the fighting against Kolchak, added his legendary 51st Division to Frunze's forces. Seriously wounded during the Great Retreat of 1915, Blucher had been discharged from the Tsarist army some 2 years before the revolution, had taken up arms for the Bolsheviks in 1918, and had performed such feats of valor that he became the first recipient of the Bolsheviks' new Order of the Red Banner. Now, against Wrangel, he was about to win still greater acclaim. In a desperate effort to defend his grain supply, Wrangel and his generals decided to hold the northern Taurida against the likes of Blucher, Frunze, and Budenyi rather than retreat into the Crimean bastion that offered more protection. Not only would a retreat into the Crimean Peninsula have condemned us to hunger and privation, but it would have been a sign of our inability to continue an active struggle, he explained later. Once shut up in the Crimea, we would have ceased to be a danger to the Soviet government and would have lost all interest in the eyes of the Western powers. Yet, in fighting the Reds outside the Crimea, Wrangel risked being cut off from his fortress by the powerful forces that Frunze had positioned on his left flank at the Kakhovka bridgehead. The risks were huge, the chances for success very small. It was a desperate gamble, Wrangel confessed. But any other decision inevitably would have brought us immediately to the end. Before the end of October, Frunze had deployed 5 armies, the 4th, 6th, and 13th Red Armies, and the 1st and 2nd Red Cavalry Armies supported by Mokhno's partisan forces, in a shallow arc that stretched from Kherson at the mouth of the Dnieper on his western flank to Nogaisk on the Sea of Azov some 250 miles to the east. Confident that he could break Wrangel's front, and hopeful that he could cut off his retreating armies before they reached the Crimea, 100 Frunze planned to attack the Whites along the eastern 2/3 of his front, while Budenyi's Konarmia, the 1st Cavalry Army, would advance toward Perekop and the Savash from Kakhovka to cut off the Whites' escape. When the first Red units stormed forward at daybreak on October 28th, the temperature had fallen to 15 degrees below freezing. There had not been such a frost in the Crimea for decades, Wrangel wrote when he recalled how the temperatures tormented his men that day and for more than a fortnight afterward. In Moscow, Lenin called for more boots and greatcoats to be sent to Frunze's soldiers and insisted that only the shortage of warm clothing and footwear stood between the Red Army and victory. On the other side, Wrangel's men could only stuff their shirts with straw. Their ragged uniforms had barely survived the summer. They had nothing more to protect themselves from the unexpected cold. Wrangel's ragged soldiers gave way slowly before the great weight of the Red Army during the next week of bitter fighting, and Frunze's first assault failed to produce the triumph he had anticipated. Blücher's and Budenyi's forces had advanced more than 75 miles in less than 3 days in a desperate effort to reach the railroad that could cut Wrangel's line of retreat into the Crimea, but the Red units to their east had to fight for every piece of ground and moved more slowly. "I am amazed at the enormous energy of the enemy's resistance," Frunze reported to his superiors in Moscow. "There is no doubt that he fought more fiercely and stubbornly than any other army could have." Wrangel's retreating army therefore won the race to the Crimea, where the desperate efforts of military cadets and headquarters units prevented Blücher's riflemen from taking the Salkovo Pass and bursting through the first line of defenses at Perekop. Yet the Whites paid dearly for their brief successes. As they battered their way through the northern Taurida, Frunze's forces took nearly 20,000 prisoners, 100 field guns, a great number of machine guns, tens of thousands of shells, and millions of rifle cartridges. The army remained intact, Wrangel later reported, but its fighting abilities were not what they had been, or had the food supply for which he had risked so much been saved. More than 36,000 tons of grain that Wrangel's quartermasters had stockpiled from the fall harvest at railheads in Melitopol and Genechesk fell into Frunze's hands. By failing to encircle Wrangel's army before it reached the Crimea, Frunze had missed his best chance to score a decisive victory. Now obliged to storm the Whites' Crimean fortress, he added more weight to his forces and sent the aerial photographers who had joined his recently strengthened air force to chart Wrangel's line of defenses. By the end of the first week in November, he had assembled 188,771 men, supported by nearly 3,000 machine guns, over 600 field guns, and 23 armored trains, to attack the 26,000 White regulars and 16,000 ill-armed reserves who manned the Crimea's defenses. Frunze planned his main attack against the Turkish Wall, an 18th-century Turkish barrier along which Wrangel had strung heavily sheltered machine gun and artillery emplacements, all with interlocking fields of fire that concentrated upon the heavy barbed wire barriers that comprised the first line of defenses at Perekop. Behind them, the Whites' remaining armored trains could move back and forth along the Risendy extended Sevastopol-Armyansk branch railroad to keep the wall's approaches under fire from their heavy guns. When Frunze ordered Blücher's 51st Division to lead the attack, Blücher concentrated his riflemen so heavily that in some places he had one man for every 43 inches of front and a machine gun to support every 17 men. On Blücher's left, facing the salt marshes of the Savash and the Chonger Bridge slightly further to the east, Frunze placed Budenyi's Konarmia, the 4th Red Army, and Makhno's partisans, while he held the better part of 3 armies in reserve. According to Soviet accounts, these forces all were in a fighting mood, ready to celebrate the 3rd anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution on November 7th by defeating the last major White force on Russian soil. Despite the men and weapons that Frunze had assembled for the coming bat, the sense of defeat that had overwhelmed Denikin and the Whites at Novorossiysk at the end of 1919 had not yet infected the defenders of the Crimea. Wrangel had begun to make preparations for a massive evacuation, but he had done so quickly and had gone to great lengths to mask his purpose. "The measures we had taken had calmed the anxieties that had been aroused," he later wrote. Behind the lines all remained calm because everyone believed in the impregnability of the Perekop fortifications. Wrangel's recollections did not exaggerate. The newspapers of the Crimea still spoke confidently of the defenses that guarded the Perekop Isthmus, the Chonger Bridge, and the shoreline in between. "The fortifications of the Savash and Perekop are so strong that the Red High Command has neither the men nor the machines to breach them," the newspaper Vremya, the Times, promised on November 4th. "All the armed forces of Savdipia together cannot frighten the Crimea," perhaps still hoping to halt Frunze, but more intent upon buying enough time to carry out an orderly evacuation. Wrangel unified his 1st and 2nd armies under General Kutupov, the best and most durable of his remaining frontline commanders. Universally known for his vicious cruelty toward Bolsheviks and Bolshevik sympathizers, and widely suspected of taking huge bribes in return for export and import permits when he had been in charge of Novorossiysk, Kutpov nonetheless held Wrangel's full confidence as a commander who could deal with any situation, a man of great military prowess and exceptional tenacity in pursuing what he set out to accomplish. Kutpov would hold the Turkish wall if any man could. If he could not, then Wrangel would know for certain that the end had come. After giving the last of his orders for the disposition of his troops on the morning of November 7th, Frunze went to Budenyi's headquarters, where he, Budenyi, and Voroshilov drafted a special telegram to congratulate Lenin on the third anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution and to promise him a final victory for the occasion. In the name of the armies of the Southern Front, now having made ready to deliver the final blow against the den of the mortally wounded beast, and in the name of the renowned Eagles of the 1st Cavalry Army, they began, "Greetings, our iron-hard infantry, daring cavalry, invincible artillery, and clear-sighted, swift airmen will free this last bit of Soviet land from all enemies." They promised Lenin. Perhaps more than any other unit in South Russia, Blucher's 51st Division merited those superlatives, and it was upon its frontal assault against the Turkish wall defenses that Frunze, Voroshilov, and Budenyi counted to break open to Wrangel's Crimean bastion. Yet the unforeseen and the unexpected aided their cause more than any amount of valor could have done. Nature, whose forces had so tormented the people of Bolshevik Russia for the past 2 bitter winters, this time took the Bolshevik side and opened for them new avenues of attack that no one had anticipated. Perhaps only twice or thrice in a lifetime, a strong wind blows toward the Crimea from the northwest and forces the shallow waters that cover the Savash salt flats eastward to expose the foul-smelling mud that lies beneath. On November 7, 1920, nature combined such a raging wind with temperatures so severe that, on the night of November 7th to 8th, the Savash's rarely exposed mud bottom froze hard enough to support men and horses. At 10 o'clock that evening, while most of Blucher's 51st Division were preparing to assault Kutpov's positions along the Turkish wall, the 15th and 52nd Rifle Divisions along with the 51st Division's 153rd Rifle and Cavalry Brigades moved to take advantage of this unforeseen opportunity. Heavy fog swirled around them and obscured their approach from Wrangel's lookouts on the Lithuanian peninsula as they advanced across the 4 miles of the Savash. All too quickly the feet of the leading ranks of men and horses churned the frozen sea bottom into freezing muck, forced those who followed to slow their advance, and increased the chances for discovery. Nonetheless, the entire force reached dry land undetected just as the direction of the wind changed and the water began to rise. As dawn broke on November 8th, Frunze's mud-soaked soldiers attacked the weak forces that Wrangel had left on the Lithuanian peninsula to guard against the improbability of an amphibious attack. What commanders on both sides had expected to be an obscure comber of the battle for the Crimea now became its key as Kutpov ordered counterattacks to support the peninsula's defenders just when Blucher's 51st Division moved forward against the Turkish wall. All day the battle's outcome remained uncertain, and the red and white positions seemed equally perilous. Should Blucher's assault troops fail, it would be a simple matter for Kutpov to turn and destroy the small red force that threatened his rear from the Lithuanian peninsula now that the sea waters had returned to the Savash, and Frunze could neither reinforce nor recall it. On the other hand, should Blucher's attack succeed and should the Reds advance beyond the Lithuanian peninsula, Kutpov's main force risked encirclement by a far stronger enemy. The outcome depended upon Blucher breaking through the defenses at the Turkish wall and the ability of the Red forces on the Lithuanian peninsula to hold until he could do so. After delaying for several hours because of the thick fog, Blucher opened his first artillery barrages against the Turkish wall just as the units that had crossed the Savash reached the Lithuanian peninsula. For hours later, his infantry moved ahead. At first, no amount of supporting fire seemed able to diminish the firestorm that Kutpov's artillery and machine gunners unleashed upon their attackers. In some of Blucher's regiments, casualties soared to 60% as murderous gunfire drove back 3 successive waves of infantry. Only at 3:30 o'clock on the morning of November 9th did the 51st Division's 4th assault overwhelm the wall's defenders. "A mountain fell from my shoulders," Frunze later confessed. With the capture of Perekop, the danger of the 2 divisions that had been cut off by the rising waters of the Savash being destroyed slipped away. Frunze's relief marked the beginning of Wrangel's darkest hours. General Kutpov reported that, in view of the developing situation, the enemy's penetration of our position at Perekop and the danger of being surrounded, He had just given the order for a retreat to the next line of fortified positions. Wrangel wrote of the evening of November 9th when he received word that the Turkish wall had fallen. "We were at the brink of disaster," he concluded. The limits of the army's ability to resist already had been exceeded, and fortifications could stop the enemy no longer. Urgent measures were needed to rescue the army and the civilian population. In sharp contrast to Denikin's wretchedly botched withdrawal from Novorossiysk the year before, Wrangel had planned for evacuation while he had worked for victory. He therefore had sufficient reserves of coal and oil to fuel every ship over which the Whites had control, and he now moved to stretch every resource to the utmost. The least hesitation, the slightest blunder, could ruin everything, he warned. On November 11th, he ordered all White ships to previously selected embarkation points. Some to Evpatoria, some to Sevastopol and Yalta, and still others to Feodosia and Kerch. Then, while Kutupov fought rearguard actions to slow the Reds' advance, Wrangel made the last of his preparations. All the sick and wounded, then government officials, civilians, and the entire armed forces must be evacuated before the Reds arrived. The next day, Wrangel gave his final orders. Troops were to break away from the enemy and move to the nearest ports of embarkation, leaving all heavy supplies and heavy weapons behind, while all those who have shared with the army its journey to Calvary, the soldiers' families, the families of civil officials, and anyone else who might be in danger if they fell into the hands of the enemy, were to proceed to the ports with them. It was brilliant evidence of Wrangel's ability to control troops and civilians that the evacuation took place with a minimum of panic and disorder. By mid-afternoon on November 14th, Sevastopol had been evacuated, and having received word that the evacuation of Evpatoria also had been accomplished, Wrangel left the quay and boarded the cruiser General Kornilov, which was to carry him into exile. At Yalta, the same scene was repeated at 9 o'clock the next morning. The following morning it was repeated again at Feodosia, and, a few hours later, yet again at Kerch. By 4 o'clock on the afternoon of November 16, 1920, the last of the Whites, 145,693 men, women, and children, were aboard 126 ships en route to Constantinople. By then the rare November cold had lifted, and the southern sun warmed the ship's decks. "I felt an immense weight lift from my heart," Wrangel confessed later. Then, for him and for the masses of refugees with him, "Farewell, my homeland," he wrote as he recalled those last moments 3 years later. "Farewell, Russia." Another of the passengers aboard the General Kornilov added in his diary, "As the shores of the Crimea slipped beyond the horizon, the White Crusade that General Alexeyev had proclaimed against the Reds on the day of Lenin's victory 3 years and 9 days before had reached its end. The Reds reveled in their victory. Our triumphant Red standards are now firmly planted on the shores of the Crimea, and the last stronghold and hope of the Russian bourgeoisie and their foreign capitalist accomplices has been destroyed," Frunze announced to his troops on the day after Wrangel turned his flotilla toward Constantinople. "Long live the valiant Red Army! Long live the final worldwide victory of communism!" No less a voice than Mayakovsky's spread Frunze's news across Soviet Russia. "Glory to you, O heroes who wear the Red Star," he exclaimed triumphantly. "To you, comrades, glory, 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 forever and ever." Each in its turn, White armies in North Russia, in the Northwest, in Siberia, in the Ukraine, and in South Russia had stumbled and broken apart as the Bolsheviks had spread their control outward from Russia's Red Center during 1919 and 1920. The armies of Poland had been held in check, and the remnants of Mokhno's insurgent army, which now broke its temporary alliance with the Reds and left the Crimea to renew its fight against the Bolsheviks in the Ukraine, would be crushed in another few months. The Bolsheviks had fought against armies supported by the strongest nations on earth, had survived the struggle, and now wielded power in nearly all of the lands from which Russia's emperors had claimed allegiance in the days when they had held sway over a sixth of the Earth's surface and the sun never had set upon their domains. Lenin had every right to claim, as he did in a speech celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the October Revolution, that despite the unparalleled efforts of our enemies we have won, and that the victory he invited his comrades to celebrate was a gigantic victory, one that previously none of us would have believed possible. Although the Bolsheviks' second gathering of the Russian lands was nearing an end as Wrangel's ships steamed away from their Crimean ports, some of the most glittering gems in the imperial crown, had yet to be returned to Russia's new Soviet masters. Between the Black Sea and the Caspian, just to the south of the Kuban territory that had formed the heartland of Denikin's Russia, lay the Transcaucasus, the fabled lands of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Thence, Jason and his Argonauts had sailed in their quest for the Golden Fleece, and their Prometheus had been chained. From the lands of Azerbaijan, the ancient sage Zoroaster had first spoken, and out of the fusion of Persia with Azerbaijan, called Media by the ancients, had come the empire of Cyrus the Great. Further to the east, Turkestan stretched from the Caspian more than 1,500 miles east to China. Through its mountain passes, the Huns had traveled in their migration from the Chinese plains to Europe. The great Asian conqueror Tamerlane had taken the same route, crossing the Pass of 1,000 Stones, in which, according to legend, he had ordered each man to place a stone upon a pile from which, on his return, each would remove one so that those which remained would serve as a monument to those who had fallen in battle. Its deserts and steppes cut by 6 great rivers along which fields of cotton, wheat, and rice flourished, Turkestan had been the last addition to Russia's domains, with some of the last conquests coming a scant quarter-century before the revolution. For centuries, Turkestan's key cities of Tashkent, Samarkand, Bokhara, Kokand, and Khiva had flourished as great centers of trade and culture between East and West. In the days when it was renowned as the center of Central Asia's trade, nearly 500 mosques and centers of religious study had crowded behind the 8 miles of earthen walls that surrounded Bokhara. 160 miles to the east, Samarkand, which already had celebrated its millennium when Tamerlane had made it his capital in 1369, had entertained Alexander the Great in earlier times. There, not far from the site from which the massive sky-blue dome of his tomb, the Guramir, would rise one day, Tamerlane had built the Mosque of Bibi Khanum in honor of his favorite wife. Hosts to a dozen conquerors, but now only pale shadows of their former greatness, these ancient cities held the key to Bolshevik control in the vast Turkestan lands. In Tashkent and the surrounding region resided a comparative handful of Russian workers and soldiers, a bit more than 10% of the region's population, whose political activism allowed them to dominate the region's illiterate and inarticulate Muslim majority. Samarkand, Bokhara, Khiva, and Kokand remained the focus of the traditional Muslim and anti-Russian influences that opposed Turkestan's handful of Russian Bolsheviks in their attempt to link their destiny to that of Russia. Rich in history, these lands were even richer in natural resources, not the least of which were the world's largest oil fields at Baku and the sprawling cotton fields of Turkestan. Fought over for centuries by Russia and her neighbors, these regions held vital riches that no Russian ruler could be without, and they commanded key gateways into the Russian heartland that no responsible government dared leave unattended. It therefore had been no accident that the Bolsheviks had tried to woo the peoples of the Transcaucasus, Siberia, and Turkestan with a declaration of rights to the peoples of Russia and the Muslim tribes of Russia and the East before they had been in power a month, or that the Asiatic scene had remained one of Stalin's preoccupations even during the Civil War's darkest days. Have not the inestimable natural resources of the Alast been an apple of discord between the imperialists of all countries? He asked not long after the Bolsheviks' first anniversary had passed. The East should not be forgotten for a single moment, he warned. It is the task of communism to break the age-long sleep of the oppressed peoples of the East. Without this, the definite triumph of socialism, complete victory over imperialism, is unthinkable. In their most optimistic moments, men such as Stalin envisioned millions of Europeans marching beneath the banners of socialism with tens of millions of Russians. Yet even this awesome vision paled next to the prospect of hundreds of millions of Asians marching for the same cause. Stalin spoke of this in his article about the October Revolution and the national question in November 1918, when he cheered the Bolsheviks for having erected a bridge between the socialist West and the enslaved East. Less than a year later, Trotsky joined him in lamenting that we have up to now devoted too little attention to the situation in Asia, and urged that, somewhere in the Urals or in Turkestan, the Sovnarkom should establish a revolutionary academy, the political and military headquarters of the Asian Revolution. Before such dreams could be dreamed, the incorporation of Turkestan, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia into the Bolsheviks' domains had to be accomplished. The formation of a Turkestan Soviet Republic less than a week after the Bolsheviks seized power in Petrograd, and its brutal destruction of a Muslim effort to establish a rival government in Kokand early in 1918, marked the beginnings of that process. The history of the civil war in Turkestan was dominated by the stubborn survival of the Turkestan Soviet Republic despite long isolation from the red center of Soviet Russia. Some 1,200 miles to the northwest of the Republic's center in Tashkent, the Orenburg Cossacks stood astride the Tashkent-Orenburg-Moscow Railway and prevented all overland contact with Moscow at the same time as the Emirate of Bokhara, the Khanate of Khiva, and the violently anti-Bolshevik trainmen who controlled the railroad that ran from Tashkent to Krasnovodsk via Ashgabat closed all access to the Caspian in the west. Deprived of fuel and grain from Russia and abroad, the people of the Turkestan Soviet Republic starved. At times the fuel crisis became so acute that desperate trainmen burned railroad ties, cottonseed oil, and even dried fish to fuel the handful of trains needed to continue the railway war between Reds and Cossacks that flowed back and forth from one railhead to another. During 1919, the capture of Orenburg by the Reds in January, Kolchak's failure to retake the city that summer, the British decision to withdraw their support from the anti-Bolshevik forces at Ashgabat and Krasnovodsk, and the Red Army's steady advance against Kolchak's crumbling armies during the last half of the year opened the way for the 4th and 1st Red Armies, now called the Turkestan Army Group and commanded by Frunze, to lift the Cossack blockade of the Orenburg-Tashkent Railway. As supplies from Russia began to relieve the shortages of grain and fuel in Tashkent during the fall and winter of 1919 to 1920, Frunze's forces began to carry out Lenin's order for the complete liquidation of the Ural Cossacks. Only a few hundred of this once numerous and powerful Cossack host escaped their fury by trekking some 800 miles across the Trans-Caspian Desert to Persia. Then Frunze turned to open the western frontier of Turkestan to the Caspian, where the armed forces of the Turkestan Soviet Republic already had taken Ashgabat in July and had begun their advance against Krasnovodsk. Joint efforts by the Russian and Turkestan Reds captured Krasnovodsk and Khiva in February 1920. Bokhara held out until the beginning of September, when the Red artillery finally smashed its gates and took the city by storm. The Emir of Bokhara then fled to Afghanistan to become a trader in karakul, a kind of tightly curled sheep's fleece that enjoyed great popularity as a material for well-to-do elderly women's coats in the West, while Frunze took command of the campaign against Wrangel. Although the Basmachi, guerrilla bands of Muslim bandits and rebels who opposed Russian authority, continued to fight against Turkestan's Soviet government for several more years, the region had been effectively returned to the Russian fold by the end of 1920, along with all the religious and racial tensions that it had suffered under the Tsars. These would prove very difficult to overcome, and it would take years of effort by the authorities in Moscow before Turkestan's Russian minority would concede a larger role in government and party affairs to the region's Muslims. The bitter racial, religious, and national conflicts that so poisoned the early days of Soviet power in Turkestan also plagued Bolshevik efforts to restore Russian control in Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Armenia. In Turkestan, the conflict had been primarily one of Turkic Muslims against Russians, but in the Trans-Caucasus it proved to be even more bitter and complex. Muslim Azerbaijani Tatars and Christian Armenians had been foes for centuries, and the pogroms that the Muslims had waged against the Armenians in Baku during the first years of the 20th century had been every bit as vicious as those that the Ukrainians and Russians had inflicted upon the Jews at the same time. Outside of Baku, which was by far the largest, most cosmopolitan city in the entire region, Armenians predominated in the Azerbaijanian district of Karabakh, while Azerbaijanis inhabited several enclaves in Armenia. In the mountainous western regions of the Transcaucasus, the Georgians despised the Azerbaijanis only slightly less than did the Armenians, yet they and the Armenians, who inhabited the tablelands overlooked by the towering Mount Ararat to the southwest, shared little in common beside their Christianity. Historically, Georgians and Armenians had been enemies, although Armenians outnumbered Georgians in the Georgian capital of Tiflis by a considerable margin. Economic and social tensions made religious and racial conflicts more explosive still. In Azerbaijan, Beys and Khans ruled as feudal overlords over a devoutly Muslim and almost entirely illiterate peasantry. The Christian princes of Georgia ruled their peasants in similar fashion. A small commercial class had emerged by the beginning of the 20th century in Armenia and Georgia, although in Azerbaijan the Tatar business class numbered no more than a scant handful. Apart from a few railway workers, neither Armenia or Georgia had an industrial proletariat worthy of the name, Only Baku had a working-class population of any significance. As political conflicts stirred the seething cauldron of religious, racial, national, economic, and social unrest in the Trans-Caucasus, the tension mounted. In Armenia, the Dashnak-Sushan, sometimes called the Dashnak Party in Western accounts, championed the liberation of all Armenians from Russia and Turkey and maintained loose ties with the Russian socialist revolutionaries, while the Musavat Party of Azerbaijan, made up mainly of the handful of educated and trading classes, sought closer ties with the Turks against the Russians, Armenians, and Georgians. 200,000 refugees from the Turks' 1915 massacre of Armenians in Anatolia brought still another source of conflict to Armenia and Azerbaijan on the eve of the civil war. In Georgia, the Mensheviks played the dominant role as a national party. Although allied with their Russian namesakes, the Georgian Mensheviks followed a nationalist program designed to establish Georgian independence and strengthen Georgian authority over other nationalities living within their borders. More than their Russian counterparts, Georgia's Mensheviks disdained the Bolsheviks. "We prefer the imperialists of the West," the Georgian Menshevik leader Noy Zordania once stated bluntly, "to the fanatics of the East." Georgia's Mensheviks therefore signed an alliance with Germany in May 1918, which brought a German garrison to Tiflis and placed all of Georgia's raw materials, especially her manganese, at Germany's disposal for the remainder of the First World War. In doing so, they gained for the moment a protector against the Bolsheviks and spared themselves the fate of large parts of Armenia and Azerbaijan, which had been overrun by the armies of Germany's Turkish ally that spring. While the policies of Armenia and Georgia remained staunchly anti-Russian and anti-Bolshevik after the October Revolution, the workers of Baku chose a very different course. Located on the western shore of the Caspian Sea, Baku stood at the center of the world's largest oil field, from which, on the eve of the Great War, some 3,000 oil wells had pumped crude oil for all of Russia. A raging boomtown for at least 4 decades before the war, its population of 334,000 had risen by more than 2,000% since the mid-1870s, and much of that increase had been skilled Russian and Armenian workers. By 1917, more than 6 out of every 10 office workers and more than 7 out of every 10 skilled industrial workers in Baku were Russian or Armenian, while fully 3 out of every 4 unskilled laborers were Muslims. Many of these workers lived without women, and there was a grim grayness about their lives that nothing seemed able to erase. Outside the city's aristocratic center, oil stood in puddles and filled the air, and its vapors stained clothing, skin, and lungs. Subterranean naphtha gas bubbled up through mud volcanoes. Elsewhere it rose from fissures in the earth and, in at least one place, even rose from a spring beneath the sea. The road to hell, I thought, would be very similar, one visitor observed after she had driven through the forest of oil derricks that surrounded Baku some years before the war. It was a picture of unremitting and hopeless gloom. Nonetheless, the workers of Baku had been slow to anger and slower to become radicalized. There is not the slightest interest in politics. One Bolshevik had complained in a letter to Lenin in the spring of 1914. Even though they had strengthened their position in Baku as the Transcaucasus had slipped from Russia's control during 1917, Baku's Bolsheviks continued to support a coalition government for several months after their comrades had seized power in Petrograd. Yet they did so uneasily. None among them had forgotten the Azerbaijani pogroms against the Armenians in 1905, and they worried that the Turkish atrocities of 1915 against the Armenians in Anatolia might encourage their coreligionists in Baku to follow their example. Fearful that the city's Muslims might at any moment launch a nationalist counter-revolution that would submerge Russians and Armenians in its fury, Baku's Bolsheviks joined with the city's Dashnaks in 3 days of bloody street fighting that claimed the lives of nearly 3,000 Muslims during the first part of April 1918. While Georgia and Armenia declared their independence that spring, the Bolsheviks of Baku, led by Stepan Shamian, a Georgian-born Armenian of great personal magnetism who has sometimes been called the Lenin of the Caucasus, took control of the city and drew closer to Russia. On April 25, 1918, Shamian and his followers organized the Baku Commune, modeled upon Marx's and Lenin's visions of the Paris Commune of 1871, and began what one commentator has called a short-lived experiment in maximalist socialist administration. Just a few months past his 39th birthday, Shamian became chairman of Baku's Soviet of People's Commissars and Commissar of Foreign Affairs. Following his lead, Baku's Bolsheviks dedicated themselves to restoring the shipment of oil to their comrades in Moscow. At first, they enjoyed such success that they increased the March export figure of 26,500 tons by almost 20 times before the end of June. But Shamian's Moscow allies could not send him in return the grain needed to relieve Baku's terrible famine, and his too hasty nationalization of the oil industry stirred bitter feelings among those foreign industrialists whose companies controlled Azerbaijan's oil production. Starving workers and angry oil barons made poor allies at a time when Shamian and his comrades needed support against the Musavat leaders, who had begun to raise an army against them. As the Musavat forces, supported by Turkish troops fresh from their successful invasion of Armenia, advanced against Baku, the Dashnaks abandoned the Bolsheviks. Fearful for their lives in any city in which the Turks and Azerbaijanis ruled, the Dashnaks now demanded that the Baku Soviets seek more powerful defenders. Over the violent objections of Shamian and his comrades, but with images of the 1905 Azerbaijani massacres of the Armenians still fresh in their minds, the Dashnaks convinced a small majority of the Baku Soviet to seek the protection of a British expeditionary force then in North Persia under the command of General Dunsterville. As their farewell message proclaimed, the Bolsheviks' leaders, later known as the 26 Baku Commissars, left Baku angrily at the end of July with bitterness in our hearts and with curses on our lips. Yet their hope of escaping to Soviet-held Astrakhan to the north proved illusory. While their successors at Baku struggled to halt the Turks at the city's gates, the 26 commissars suffered arrest and imprisonment. Eventually, their captors took them to a remote place in the desert between Krasnovodsk and Ashgabat and shot them all on the morning of September 20th. By then, Dunsterville's force had left Baku in disgust, thoroughly sick of local politics and local watermelons, an uninteresting fruit sold at an enormous price, in Dunsterville's opinion, and the Turco-Azerbaijani army had taken the city, which they held until the collapse of the Central Powers in November. The Allies' victory over the Central Powers meant that England replaced Germany and Turkey as the chief foreign influence not only in Azerbaijan, from which the oil-hungry British exported more than 330 million gallons of oil and nearly 500,000 tons of manganese in less than a year, but in Armenia and Georgia. Of the latter two, Armenia led the most precarious existence. When she declared her independence in 1918, Turkish troops held 2/3 of her territory, and half of the people living in the unoccupied Armenian lands were refugees. Spared from famine only by the American Relief Administration, her economy shattered by a currency whose value fell by more than 5,000% in 8 months, Armenia's government spent more than 10 times its income during its 2 years of independence and lived largely upon the contributions of Armenians living abroad. This crushing combination of poverty, hunger, and military weakness did not prevent Armenia's leaders from following bellicose policies toward its neighbors. In December 1918, less than a month after the armies of defeated Turkey had withdrawn from the Transcaucasus, Armenia fought Georgia for the Borchalinsk region. The next year, she fought Azerbaijan for the Karabakh and, the year after that, for the region of Zangezur. During her first winter of independence, Armenia ordered her troops to occupy parts of Turkish Eastern Anatolia, proclaimed the annexation of Turkish Armenia in May 1919, and went to war with Turkey to defend her claim in 1920. As in Azerbaijan, British forces replaced those of the Central Powers in Georgia after the Allied victory. Like the Germans before them, the British interfered little in the internal affairs of the Menshevik-dominated Georgian government, which introduced a broad program of land reform, nationalized Georgia's few industries, and struggled to maintain an army with which to war against its neighbors. Such perpetual fighting destroyed any hope that Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan might combine under a single government, and this left each of them particularly vulnerable to attacks by the Red Army when the British withdrew their forces in 1919. From his stronghold in the Kuban just to the north, Denikin only made matters worse with short-sighted policies that weakened them still further. Teo Denikin, Menshevik Georgia and Musavat Azerbaijan stood as avowed enemies of his belief in a great, united, and undivided Russia. When the British withdrew, he created more unrest among these self-made entities, which are openly hostile to Russian statehood, by blocking food shipments to their starving people. As the armies of Denikin, Yudenik, and Kolchak crumbled, the Red High Command laid its plans to retake the Transcaucasus. Desperate to reopen the oil lines that once had flowed from Baku, they planned their first assaults against Azerbaijan, whose government unwisely had shifted most of its armed forces to the southwest for a new campaign against Armenia during February and March 1920. Supported by armored trains, the battle-hardened 11th Red Army moved into position in Derbent, just beyond Azerbaijan's undefended northern frontiers, at the beginning of April. As it did so, Bolshevik agents organized an underground force of some 4,000 men to seize power when it marched against Baku. Well planned and well executed, the campaign ended in 5 days with the occupation of Baku by Red forces on April 28. Victorious without firing more than a handful of shots, the soldiers of the 11th Red Army scarcely broke their cadence as they turned westward and crossed into Georgia and Armenia the following week. Then, as Polish troops opened their first attacks against Kiev and Belorussia, the 11th Red Army halted. Until the armies of Poland and Wrangel had been dealt with, the Bolsheviks would settle for consolidating their power in Azerbaijan and nourishing their dreams of Asian revolution through such symbolically satisfying events as the First Congress of the Peoples of the East, which they organized in Baku at the beginning of September. Presided over by the ebullient Zinoviev, the Bolsheviks' master of rhetorical pyrotechnics, who used the opportunity to conjure up visions of 800 million Asians marching in a real holy war against the British and French capitalists. The First Congress of the Peoples of the East brought some 2,000 delegates, including Turks, Persians, Armenians, Chinese, and representatives of most of the Asiatic nationalities living in lands under Soviet control, together in Baku. As they basked in the memory of the triumphs won by Genghis Khan and Tamerlane and spoke of the day when the Red East would rise to build a new communist culture, they heard John Reed, who would die just 5 weeks later in Moscow, deliver his final condemnation of America's capitalists and warn for one last time that whoever believes the promises of Uncle Sam will pay in blood. In practical terms, the Congress accomplished little, although it is quite probable that Stalin and his close associate, the cruelly efficient Georgian revolutionary Grigory Organa, used it to form the Revolutionary Committee of the Soviet Socialist Republic of Armenia, to which the Bolsheviks would demand that the Armenian government relinquish its authority at the end of November. Scarcely 3 weeks after the Baku Congress ended, the armies of Turkey invaded Armenia to dispute her occupation of eastern Anatolia. After 2 days of fighting, they halted their offensive for a month, and then moved quickly toward Armenia's capital city of Yerevan. As Armenia's statesmen sued for peace, the 11th Red Army crossed their eastern frontier. Backed by Soviet bayonets, the Revolutionary Committee of the Socialist Republic of Armenia took power on November 29. Long live Soviet Armenia, Stalin proclaimed joyfully in Pravda. Armenia, so long martyred and tormented, with its people condemned by the grace of the Entente and the Dashnaks to starvation and ruin, has now found salvation by proclaiming itself a Soviet land. Well before Christmas 1920, the leading Dashnaks had been arrested, the Red Army of Armenia formed, and the laws that the Sovnarkom had decreed for Russia imposed upon Armenia. Compulsory food requisitions conducted in savage fashion became a part of everyday life in newly Sovietized Armenia as the new year began, and before the end of January 1921, the officers of Armenia's army had been deported to Azerbaijan or Russia. Now that Azerbaijan and Armenia had been absorbed, only Georgia, Stalin's homeland, which he now condemned as the main base of British and French imperialist operations, remained free of Russian occupation. Georgia's turn had come. Georgia, Stalin promised at the end of November, is in its last gasp. Home of such brutal and uncompromising Bolsheviks as Stalin, Organa, and Lavrentiy Beria, Georgia was, nonetheless, a traditional stronghold of Menshevism. Most of the Mensheviks in the Tsarist Duma before the revolution had come from Georgia. Several of them had played a major part in the revolutionary events of March and April 1917 in Petrograd, while such others as Akaki Chkenkeli, Yevgeny Gejikory, and the senior statesman, Bora in the same year as Lenin Noy Zordania, had struggled to guide the revolution's course among the fiercely nationalistic people of their homeland. Well known in European and Russian socialist circles, they all remained Georgians first and foremost. National interest therefore always took precedence over international socialism, and the overwhelming strength of their Menshevik party in Georgia gave them a political base such as few politicians enjoyed anywhere else. Georgia had no centers of powerful resistance to national policy as the Musavat Azerbaijanis endured in Baku or the Dashnak Armenians faced in their Turkish, Azerbaijani, or Georgian districts. Georgia, after 1917, was a more cohesive state than any other nation in the Transcaucasus. Yet the Georgians' very passion for nationhood caused them difficulties. As they drove all non-Georgians from their army and civil service in 1918 and 1919, Georgian chauvinism became as extreme as the Bolsheviks' revolutionary leveling in Russia. United in a common cause, Georgia's leaders moved quickly to widen their borders at the expense of their Armenian and Azerbaijani neighbors, and their territorial greed astounded foreign observers. The free and independent social democratic state of Georgia will always remain in my memory as a classic example of an imperialist, small nation. One British journalist wrote a year later. Both in territory snatching outside and bureaucratic tyranny inside, its chauvinism was beyond all bounds. Although Georgia could press her demands against crumbling Armenia and divided Azerbaijan, she had no force capable of withstanding the Red Army. Evidently fearful of British intervention, Lenin had opposed Stalin's plan to take Georgia by force, but Stalin and his deputy Organa pressed ahead, reassured, it seems, by Lloyd George's statement to Russia's representative at the Anglo-Soviet trade treaty negotiations that England considered the entire Caucasus as lying within the Soviet sphere of influence. When the Red Army launched its first attack against Georgia on February 17, 1921, the British did nothing. A month later, they signed the Anglo-Russian Trade Agreement, which promised to remove forthwith all obstacles hitherto placed in the way of the resumption of trade between the United Kingdom and Russia. As Turkestan, Armenia, and Azerbaijan had done before her, Georgia faced the Red Army alone. Advancing across the rugged Caucasus Mountains through the Daryal Pass in the north, while other units moved west from Azerbaijan, the Red Armies converged on Tiflis 2 days later. Outnumbered more than 3-1, the Georgians held out for a week until large Red reinforcements from Baku overwhelmed their defenses. On February 25, the Red Army entered Tiflis. The red banner of the Soviet regime is aloft in Tiflis, Organa telegraphed triumphantly to Lenin. Long live Soviet Georgia! Still apprehensive about the virulent anti-Russian sentiments for which the Georgians were so well known, Lenin continued to counsel caution, even in victory. Bear in mind, he warned Organa a few days later, that Georgia's domestic and international positions both require that her communists should avoid any mechanical copying of the Russian pattern. They must skillfully work out their own flexible tactics, based on bigger concessions. During the next several years, incessant uprisings against the Soviet authorities by Georgia's hardy mountaineers proved the wisdom of Lenin's call for caution, but it did not alter the fact that, by March 1921, all of the Transcaucasus had come under Soviet control. In the mountains of the Caucasus, in the central Russian province of Tambov, and in the faraway lands of eastern Siberia, revolts against Soviet authority would flare for several more years, but none would ever challenge Bolshevik hegemony, as had those great white movements of the years 1918 to 1920. After more than 3 years of civil war, the process of regathering the Russian lands had come to an end. The last of the hostile armies has been driven from our territory, Lenin told the Bolsheviks who assembled to hear him address the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party on March 8, 1921. That is our achievement, victory's bitter fruit. By the beginning of March 1921, the Bolsheviks reigned supreme over all but a few corners of the lands that once had been the Russian Empire. From Murmansk and Arkhangelsk in the north to Odessa, Tiflis, and Baku in the south, from Minsk in the west to Khabarovsk in the far east, the red flag waved proudly where Russia's imperial eagles once had soared. With outlets on 4 seas, Soviet Russia now welcomed ships from many comers of the globe. No longer the fortress besieged by world capital that Lenin had described some 20 months earlier, Red Russia had moved decisively onto the international stage as a legitimate state in the eyes of her one-time adversaries. There is a great change in Russia, from the wild extravagant communism of a year or two ago, or even a few months ago, Lloyd George assured the House of Commons. There has been a complete change in the attitude of the Bolshevik government to what is called capitalism, towards private enterprise, towards communal effort, towards nationalization. What Europeans regarded as a striking transformation in Soviet attitudes had begun after 1919, a year in which Lenin's Russia had suffered complete isolation from the outside world. Convinced that Bolshevism was, as Churchill once said, a foul baboonery, and that, in the words of the Times of London, the best fate that we should desire for Bolshevism is that it should commit suicide. 14 nations had sent troops to fight on the side of the whites that year. Yet the isolation of 1919 could not continue, for neither Soviet Russia nor her enemies had the resources to wage warfare without end. Nearly 6 years of fighting had exhausted red and white alike, and all longed to return to peace and prosperity. As they shifted from the production of armaments to consumer goods, Europe's factories hungered for Russia's raw materials, and, as Lenin told the 8th Congress of Soviets in 1919, Russia needed to buy from England as soon as possible the machinery necessary for our extensive plan to rehabilitate the national economy, which had been shattered by so many years of turmoil. Having failed to destroy Bolshevism, Europeans now resolved to accommodate it into the framework of international politics through peaceful means. "We have failed to restore Russia to sanity by force," Lloyd George remarked just before Denikin resigned his command in South Russia. "I believe we can save her by trade." As the British withdrawal from North and South Russia, Siberia, and the Transcaucasus signaled the Western Allies' retreat from their commitment to reshape revolutionary Russia in their own democratic image, senior Bolsheviks publicly refocused their vision of the triumph of world revolution upon a more distant time. Both sides began to speak of peace. An address to the Polish people in February 1920 insisted that the Soviet government was not striving and cannot strive to plant communism by force in other countries. When Lenin spoke of prosecuting the war for peace with extreme energy at the 9th Bolshevik Party Congress a month later, Soviet Russia already had made peace with Estonia and had concluded an agreement with England for the repatriation of war prisoners. A modus vivendi must be found in order that our socialist states and the capitalist states may coexist peacefully and in normal relations with one another, Commissar for Foreign Affairs Shishirin insisted during the months that followed. This is a necessity in the interest of all. Trotsky stated his government's desire for accommodation in even more conciliatory terms. "Not only can we live with bourgeois governments," he told the socialist American journalist John Reed that September, "but we can work together with them within limits that are very broad. By no means do we think that history has imposed upon Russia's worker-peasant government the obligation to bring about a revolution in every country," he added in an interview with a British correspondent later that same day. "In fact, we think that the workers and peasants of Russia can be of greater service to the toilers of the world at this moment by concentrating all their efforts on work in economic and cultural matters." When the Allies lifted their economic blockade of Soviet Russia in mid-January 1920, a succession of understandings, agreements, and treaties began to shape the modus vivendi of which Shishirin and Trotsky had spoken. After peace with Estonia and the Anglo-Soviet repatriation agreement came an unofficial trade agreement with Sweden and peace treaties with Lithuania, Latvia, and Finland. An armistice in October 1920, followed by a formal treaty early in 1921, ended the Russo-Polish War that had postponed British and Soviet negotiators' efforts to conclude an Anglo-Soviet trade treaty the previous summer. "We have achieved tremendous successes and have won not only a breathing space but something much more significant," Lenin told a group of Bolsheviks from Moscow province in November. "We have entered a new period in which we have won the right to our fundamental international existence in the network of capitalist states." Perhaps more than any other event that year, the Anglo-Soviet Trade Treaty, which opened a new era in economic relations between Russia and the West in March 1921, and which Shishirin grandly proclaimed a turning point in Soviet foreign policy, gave substance to Lenin's claim. A series of trade agreements with Germany, Italy, Austria, and a number of lesser states followed. This did not make Soviet Russia a willing or ready ally of Western nations, nor did it produce a flowering of East-West trade, as some of its architects had hoped, but it did mute the raw antagonism that had dominated East-West relations during the Civil War years, and it did shape a new era of relations among them. Sadly, Russia struck her closest alliance in this new era with Weimar Germany. During the first 5 years that the Anglo-Soviet Treaty was in effect, Britain traded only reluctantly with the Soviet Union, to the modest tune of just more than £100 million, but Germany and Russia became much closer economic partners from the moment they shocked Europe by signing the Treaty of Rapallo in the spring of 1922. Thus, one expert wrote, "The two outcasts of European society, overcoming the barrier of ideological differences, joined hands, and in so doing, recovered their status and their self-esteem as independent members of the society." Less than 2 decades later, history revealed the tragic consequences of that union in the alliance between Stalin and Hyder. Despite Soviet Russia's promising diplomatic beginnings in 1920 to 1921, the fruit of victory at home proved more bitter than sweet. More than 6 years of war had devastated every area of Russian life. Only 2/3 of the land under cultivation at the beginning of the First World War was being farmed at the Civil War's end, and without fertilizers, agricultural machinery, or even sufficient hand tools, that land produced a great deal less than it had before the war. The Russians in 1920 therefore reaped barely 2/5 of what they had harvested in 1916, the year before the turmoil of revolution and civil war had come upon them. To make matters worse, no rain fell in the summer of 1920 and little snow came the next winter. In the summer of 1921, average temperatures in the Middle Volga grain fields rose to the level of those in Cairo, and many of Russia's best fields yielded less than her peasants planted. Before summer ended, Pravda reported that famine from the drought had touched about 25 million people. Their reserves long since seized by Bolshevik grain requisitioning detachments, Russia's peasants diluted their scant supplies of flour with acorns, weeds, bark, even clay and dried manure. A year later, more than 2 out of every 3 people in southeastern Russia were starving. Then, hunger-crazed men and women ate flesh torn from rotting, once-buried animal carcasses. One knew a starving village by its utter desolation. One observer explained. Not a living soul could be seen in the street, which seemed to have given up its function and become merely a dividing line between rows of silent huts. As in all starving societies, cannibalism made its grim appearance. Village folk spoke of eating human flesh with a curious quietness. One representative of the American Relief Administration reported. In the western Siberian city of Orenburg, the city authorities forbade the sale of ground meat after they learned that a murderer had sold the flesh of his victim in the bazaar. I ask all honest European and American people for prompt aid. Maxim Gorky wrote in a desperate appeal. Give bread and medicine. Fearful of reducing the workers' daily rations after 3 years, in which they rarely had risen above the subsistence level, Bolshevik officials had ignored the poor harvest of 1920 and had postponed the inevitable day of reckoning. Then, as grain collections fell short of their expectations, they had to reduce daily food allotments by as much as 1/3 just when Russia's working men and women needed extra calories to face another winter of fuel shortages. We failed to see the full danger of the crisis approaching with the spring and succumbed to the natural desire to increase the starving workers' ration. Lenin told the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. It was a mistake typical of all our work, he continued. The transition from war to peace confronted us with a whole number of difficulties and problems, and we had neither the experience, the training, nor the requisite material to overcome them. This worsened, intensified, and aggravated the crisis to an extraordinary extent. Once again, workers went without food, and their hunger, combined with shortages of fuel and raw materials, had a disastrous impact upon the Bolsheviks' efforts to rebuild Russia's industry. At the beginning of February 1921, fuel and food shortages forced the authorities to close more than 5 dozen of Petrograd's largest plants, including the Putilov Works, whose workers had supported the Bolsheviks so energetically in 1917. Even when enough fuel and raw materials could be assembled, hunger lowered workers' productivity by as much as 2/3 of what it had been in 1913. That, in turn, left town and country desperately short of manufactured goods. At one point, officials in the Commissariat of Food Supply reported that they had been unable to ship grain to Russia's cities from Siberia and the Kuban because a shortage of sewing machines had made it impossible to sew enough grain sacks. For 3 years, Russia's peasants and workers had surrendered their grain and labor to the Bolshevik cause. Grudgingly, they had allowed the Bolsheviks to postpone the prosperous, free, and just future that Lenin had promised in order to defeat Kolchak, Denikin, Yudenik, the Poles, Wrangel, and the Western nations that supported them. So long as the fighting had continued, they had endured the shortages, the coercion, the labor armies, and the requisitions that war communism had imposed. But once the whites had left the field, Russia's working folk expected relief from their burdens, especially from the hated grain requisitions. The cumbersome, unstable, wasteful, oppressive, hand-to-mouth policies of war communism that continued as 1920 moved past its midpoint therefore deepened the Russians' discontent. Then, as the Soviet government began to demobilize the Red Army's 5 million soldiers, hordes of men poured back into civilian life to swell the armies of unemployed in town and country. Hungry men without work and in search of the better world, the Bolsheviks had promised added another element of instability to an already volatile situation. Men who had lived by the law of the gun during the months and years when they had fought the whites would not readily accept platitudes piously mouthed by rear-echelon Bolshevik bureaucrats who had grown fat while they had risked their lives. Peasants who traditionally had known how to fight against government repression only with scythes and pitchforks now knew how to fight with modem weapons. While Russia's workers, peasants, and demobilized soldiers looked for greater opportunities and wider choices to replace the coercive, militarized society that war communism had produced, Lenin insisted that UVA must not give up measures of compulsion, lest Russia slip into the abyss of economic collapse on the brink of which we are standing. In reply, an old peasant at the 8th Congress of Soviets had vented his countrymen's anger against the double meanings with which the Bolsheviks had endowed their revolutionary promises. "The land belongs to us, but the bread belongs to you," he declared bitterly. "The water belongs to us, but the fish to you. The forests are ours, but the timber is yours. We welcome Soviet power," another peasant added cynically. "But give us plows, harrows, and machines and stop seizing our grain, milk, eggs, and meat," unwilling to trade their dreams of land and freedom for more promises of a brighter, ever-distant future. The toiling men and women of Russia began to voice their protests in the centuries-old language of mass revolts. Near the western slope of the Urals, in the pine woods of Vyaka province, the fires of peasant war, bitter, elemental, and cruel, flared across the Russian countryside in June 1920 for the first time since 1918. From Vyaka, the revolts spread in September to Vladimir, scarcely more than 100 miles northeast of Moscow. From there, their flames raced into the Ukraine, the Crimea, the Don Territory, the Kuban, the Transvolga lands, and western Siberia as the peasants, supported for the first time by demobilized Red Army men, turned upon the Bolshevik grain requisitioning detachments that came to take their crops that fall. By February 1921, the Chaika reported no fewer than 118 revolts within Soviet Russia. "We find ourselves in a new kind of war, a new form of war, which is summed up in the word banditry," Lenin told the 10th Party Congress when it assembled the following month. "This is when tens and hundreds of thousands of demobilized soldiers, who are accustomed to the toils of war and regard it almost as their only trade, return, impoverished and ruined, and are unable to find work. This was not the time for embroidering upon the truth," and Lenin made no attempt to gloss over the danger Russia faced from the men he and Trotsky had cheered so often as the revolution's heroes. Given the very much worse conditions and incredible hardships in the countryside, he told the assembled party delegates bluntly, demobilization had led to a continuation of the war, but in a new form. Tens and hundreds of thousands and possibly even larger numbers of people see no way out of this disastrous situation, he confessed in a closing speech to the Congress a few days later. "The peasantry," he concluded, "have some very deep grounds for dissatisfaction, especially in the province of Tambov, in the midst of Russia's Black Soil lands some 250 miles southeast of Moscow. The peasants had reason for complaint. Almost everyone in Tambov, 927 out of every 1,000 of its 3,650,000 inhabitants, lived on the land, making it one of the most densely populated rural areas in Russia. Although the accuracy of all Civil War statistics remains in dispute, perhaps as many as 93 out of every 100 peasant households in Tambov worked less than 15 acres of land in 1920. Many of these peasants still broke their land every spring with a soka, a primitive wooden instrument drawn by man, woman, or beast that did little more than scratch the soil's surface. Tambov folk still planted their seed by hand, and their women still reaped with sickles and threshed with flails. According to a survey done by Kerensky's government, only one Tambov household in 7 owned such simple agricultural machines as planters or reapers. Ever since the serf emancipation of 1861, plentiful labor and rich soil had not produced abundant crops in overpopulated, land-hungry Tambov, and deep poverty remained the rule. Since the province had many more workers than could be employed on its farmlands, the draft levies of the First World War actually had come as a modest blessing in disguise, for they had taken mainly surplus workers, and Tambov's modest grain output had not declined appreciably before 1917. Fought much closer to home, the Civil War had made Tambov's long-standing economic difficulties much worse. Denikin's advance toward Moscow had laid waste to large parts of the province, and a combination of war damage and peasant resistance to grain requisitioning had shrunk precipitously the amount of land under cultivation. Too many peasants struggling for too long to farm too little land with too few of the implements of modern agriculture had produced deep economic and social tension. There was really a malignant discord here. One observer had remarked in 1914. Revolution and civil war had made the discord much worse. Tambov's peasants only needed a way to focus their discontent and a means to express it. By 1920 they had both. For centuries, bandits had lived by their wits and in defiance of the authorities in the ravines of eastern Tambov. Thickly wooded with birch, willow, and pine, these havens connected with the great forests that stretched across the middle Volga from the Urals to the far north, and men on the run could travel through them for hundreds of miles without emerging into the open. On the eve of the revolution, army deserters had begun to take refuge in the robbers' ravines. And during the spring of 1918, those energetic and resourceful peasants who stood to suffer the most from the depredations of the Soviet regime in the Tambov countryside joined them. They called themselves Greens, a name that probably came from the forests in which they lived. Some were well educated and had a broader view of the world around them. Others focused their concerns more narrowly upon the province or district whence they had come. Although they formed alliances with the local peasants and remained hostile to Reds and Whites alike, the Greens of Tambov posed no serious threat to Bolshevik authority until after the Whites' defeat. Then, as demobilized Red Army men swelled their ranks in 1920, the Greens became the peasants' champions against the Bolsheviks. To the extent that they had any political sympathies, the Greens of Tambov shared the views of those left socialist revolutionaries who had survived the uprising of July 1918. Socialist revolutionaries had always been the most peasant-oriented of any radical party in Russia, and Tambov had been a socialist revolutionary stronghold since the beginning of the century. Like the peasants, the socialist revolutionaries disdained the culture and politics of the city, and they shared the farmers' hatred for the men from the city who seized their grain and left them to make their bread put of roots and bark. Socialist revolutionaries naturally played an important part in organizing the Union of the Working Peasantry that swore in May 1920 to fight the Bolsheviks to the end. And they helped to establish a wide-ranging network of representatives in Tambov's villages and hamlets. Although the Socialist Revolutionary Party officially spoke against open revolt, many of its members took up arms on the side of the Greens in 1920. Alexander Antonov, a colorful, ruggedly individualistic man somewhere between 30 and 35 years of age, whose daring exploits soon cast him as a modern-day Robin Hood in the peasants' imaginations, became their leader. A childhood spent in a small town on the edge of the forest had given Antonov a close identification with rural life even though he did not come from peasant stock. After spending his teenage years in trouble with the authorities, he had joined the Socialist Revolutionary Party, been sentenced to 12 years penal servitude in Siberia for robbery soon after the Revolution of 1905, and returned home only after the February Revolution. Dissatisfied with the Socialist Revolutionaries' passivity during the Kerensky era and anxious for decisive action in Russia's provinces, Antonov had shifted his loyalties to their extensive left wing, which had allied briefly with the Bolsheviks after the October Revolution. In those days, the left SRs had made Antonov chief of the militia in his native district until the ill-fated left SR uprising in Moscow had forced him to go into hiding in the forests. When Bolshevik grain requisitioning detachments seized the poor harvest of Tambov's peasants that fall and spring, Antonov began to organize the Greens into a rebel force. Satisfied with minor forays against those Reds and Whites who threatened his forest sanctuary, Antonov remained in the shadows for the better part of 2 years. Then, as the Poles halted Tukhachevsky's armies at Warsaw and as Wrangel pushed into the Ukraine from his foothold in the northern Taurida late in the summer of 1920, he led his forces in open rebellion against the Reds. Well-schooled in the details of Tambov's terrain, Antonov ranged at will across the southern counties of the province. With fewer than 6,000 men at their command, the authorities could do little to stop him, and his partisans massacred several large Red forces that ventured beyond the safety of Tambov's larger towns. As the peasants began to see Antonov as the invincible avenger of their violated interests, they offered him shelter and supplies. That fall and winter, the flames of peasant war began to sear the Tambov countryside. What Soviet commentators have called black terror, blind and merciless, claimed hundreds of lives that fall. Tambov partisans nailed known and suspected Bolsheviks to trees, often by driving a single railroad spike through the victim's left arm and foot and leaving him to dangle in agony a few feet above the ground. With all the brutality of those savage armies that Genghis Khan had led across their land 700 years before, the Greens maimed and mutilated their victims, flaying some, quartering others, and disemboweling still others. Vengeful partisans gouged out eyes, chopped off limbs, mutilated sexual organs, slashed tendons, and unraveled intestines. They often buried captured enemies alive, but took care to leave their victims' heads above ground, so that peasant women could urinate on them before the village dogs closed in to gnaw the still living flesh from their faces and skulls. By the end of the year, the Greens had erased Soviet power in several large counties in southern Tambov, and Lenin began to fear that the Antonov Fire, the Antonovshchina as the Russians called it, might bum out of control. The swift and complete liquidation of the Antonovshchina, Lenin told Trotsky's deputy at the Commissariat of War in mid-October, must be accomplished without delay. The most swift and exemplary liquidation of Antonov's forces, he added in a note to Dzerzhinsky a few days later, had become absolutely essential. At the urging of Lenin and his lieutenants, Red Terror came to Tambov during the winter of 1920 to 1921. Without the institutional strength and human resources to impose it as resolutely as they had in Russia's larger cities, the Bolsheviks at first alternated between wholesale cruelty, in which they burned entire villages suspected of supporting the Greens, and extreme leniency in which they pardoned prisoners en masse. Then, Antonov Ovchinko, the street fighter who had played a prominent role in Bolshevik military affairs ever since he had arrested the provisional government in the wee hours of October 26, 1917, took charge of the campaign against Antonov's rebels. Known by the code name Bayonet before the revolution, Antonov Ovchinko could be counted upon to be resolute in his brutality. When it became clear that Antonov Ovchinko's chief talent lay in warfare against civilians, the Bolshevik Central Committee appointed Tukhachevsky to command the military operations against Antonov at the beginning of May 1921 and left the bayonet free to concentrate his cruelty on the forces of the Tambov Chaika. Freed from the pressures of war against the Poles and Wrangel, and with Lenin warning the Commissariat of War of the need to drive its commanders forward by the main and by the tail to speed up the capture of Antonov, the Soviet High Command poured men and material into Tambov's rebel-infested woodlands. Before the spring thaw, the Red forces in Tambov reached 40,000. Nearly 500 machine guns, 6 field guns, armored cars and trains, and 2 squadrons of planes bolstered their strength still further, while the Green forces probably never rose above 20,000 ill-armed men. As Tukhachevsky pressed forward in the field, Antonov Ovchinko opened a campaign of terror that held entire villages hostage for the conduct of rebel relatives, neighbors, and friends. Any weapon found concealed on a peasant's person or in his home brought death by shooting. Any family that sheltered a bandit or a bandit's family lost its property, suffered banishment, and forfeited the life of its eldest breadwinner. Helpless hostages faced similar fates, and many Tambov peasants had to pay for the deeds of their neighbors with their lives, while others suffered deportation to Chaika concentration camps in the far north. War is war, Lenin stated flatly then. Guns are not just for decoration. As the Bolsheviks prepared to crush Antonov's Greens, they tried to separate them from their peasant supporters by abolishing grain requisitions and substituting a more modest tax in kind. This new tax, Lenin explained to a plenary meeting of the Moscow Soviet at the end of February 1921, marked an attempt to solve Russia's food shortages in a manner satisfactory to the non-parta peasants and to the mass of the people. This meant that, after the peasants turned over about a fourth of their crops to the government, they could dispose of the rest as they saw fit. The tax in kind, Lenin wrote in a pamphlet bearing that title, is a transition from war communism to a regular socialist exchange of products. In fact, the tax in kind marked the beginning of a hasty retreat from the dogmatic principles of war communism to a new economic policy, proclaimed in Moscow on March 21, 1921, that encouraged private enterprise in what Lenin conceded was an attempt to use freedom of trade and a limited return to capitalism to induce Russia's food producers to set to work on their farms with greater confidence and with a will. Only in this way could Bolshevik Russia overcome the devastation of the Civil War and the peasants' stubborn resistance to full-fledged socialism. The national economy must be put on its feet at all costs, Lenin insisted. The first thing to do is to restore, consolidate, and improve peasant farming. In Tambov, the Bolsheviks offered peasant rebels both the wolf's fang and the fox's tail. As the saying went, those who wished to could lay down their arms and rejoin their countrymen in Tambov's villages. Those who refused this final offer of peace would be dealt with mercilessly by Antonov Ovchinko and Tukhachevsky. As the weight of the Soviet forces began to crush Antonov's partisans, they broke into ever smaller groups that met the Bolsheviks' advances with more terrorist killings. Black Terror reached its lowest depths of bestiality during the summer of 1921, as the Reds smashed one partisan group after another, and the Greens responded with the desperation of men who had lost all hope of victory. By the end of August, all of Antonov's lieutenants had fallen, the Union of the Working Peasantry had been smashed, and Tambov's Antonov fire had been quenched. Antonov, it seems, may have fled to nearby Saratov province, or he may have remained in hiding within the ravines of Tambov. Soviet sources claim that he survived the ruin of his movement for the better part of a year. Then, on July 29, 1922, Pravda carried a brief announcement that on July 24, after a 2-hour firefight between the Tambov section of the GPU, the acronym for the reorganized Chaika, and the well-known leader of the SR movement Antonov and his brother Dmitry, both bandits were killed. Some have doubted the truth of Soviet accounts about Antonov's death, but it seems virtually certain that he did not emerge alive from the ruins of his movement. Soviet authorities had every right to claim, as Pravda did at the end of 1922, that Kulak banditry had been effectively suppressed. What emerged from the repression of the Antonovshchina and similar revolts in Siberia, the Kuban, and the Ukraine was a modified economic and social order that represented a retreat from the uncompromising principles that had shaped war communism. Over a long period to be measured in terms of years, the 10th All-Russian Bolshevik Party Conference explained at the end of May 1921, the peasant was to be left free to dispose of his surpluses as he saw fit, for the linchpin of the new economic policy was to be the exchange of goods. Although this shift did not come soon enough to avert the dreadful famine of 1921 to 1922, which took millions of lives, the new economic policy came close to restoring Russia's supplies of food and consumer goods to their pre-war levels before Stalin abolished it in 1928. Such success in the production of food and consumer goods quickly brought new problems, including a dramatic resurgence of what Bolshevik loyalists called the trading industrial bourgeoisie, whose numbers, according to the best estimates, soared beyond 2 million before the end of 1924. Ultimately, these had no more place in the Soviet system of things than did other holdovers from the old regime. Like the leftovers from Tsarist society, the new trading industrial bourgeoisie also would be destroyed before the decade's end. With more than 40,000 churches, 50,000 deans and priests, 20,000 monks, almost 75,000 nuns, and an annual appropriation on the eve of the revolution of more than 60 million rubles, $30 million at the official exchange rate, the Russian Orthodox Church stood prominently among those old regime institutions that the Bolsheviks marked for destruction. For centuries, the Orthodox Church had buttressed the Tsar's authority, prayed for his safety, and called upon Russia's faithful to do the same. Orthodox clergy had summoned their flocks to defend Holy Russia against the Poles in 1611, against the invading Swedish armies of Charles XII in 1708, the Grand Army of Napoleon in 1812, and the Modem hosts of the Habsburgs and the Hohenzollerns in 1914. Then, when revolution threatened, the Church had urged the Russians to stand behind the Tsar. Fear God and honor the Tsar. The Metropolitan Makariai of Moscow had told Russia's people just a month before the February Revolution, "Let us unite around our mighty Orthodox Tsar. Let us stand in defense of the divinely established authorities appointed by the Tsar." To fight for Tsar and country meant to fight for God and the true faith. To take up arms against them meant to stand against God and Christ. The Metropolitan of Moscow had made that clear half a millennium earlier when he had condemned as enemies of Christ those who opposed the conquest of other Russian princes' domains by the Grand Prince of Moscow. In those long-ago days, the Russian Orthodox Church had punished the Tsar's enemies with excommunication. Yet excommunication had remained a weapon in the Church's arsenal long after medieval Russia had disappeared. As recently as 1902, the Procurator General of Imperial Russia's Holy Synod had pronounced the sentence of excommunication upon the great novelist Lev Tolstoy. Despite its wealth, its churches, and its legions of priests, monks, and nuns, The Church influenced the attitudes of the Russian masses toward the revolution far less than Russian conservatives expected. Ever since Peter the Great had abolished the Patriarchate and shaped the Church into an instrument of state policy, Russia's peasant millions had grown suspicious of orthodoxy. Linked to the official church only by the village priest, and dependent upon him for their only access to salvation, Russia's common folk made him the butt of cruel jokes and obscene humor because he spoke too often for the government and too seldom for God. By the beginning of the 20th century, many Russian country folk reserved their reverence for those holy fools who wandered from village to village and for itinerant holy men, of whom Rasputin was but one, albeit the most accomplished among many. Farsighted clerics knew the need for reforms, but since the Church functioned within the larger framework of the Russian government, they faced difficulties unfamiliar to churchmen in the West. Only after the Revolution of 1905 had they succeeded in convincing Nicholas II to allow them to begin making plans to summon the first church council to be called in almost 250 years. Hindered at every step by Russia's secular and religious bureaucracy, the council's planners had moved at a glacial pace. Because the February Revolution had come and gone before even proper elections could be held, the delegates faced a very different political situation than any of them had anticipated as they prepared to assemble in Moscow. Revolution, therefore, had caught the Orthodox Church in a state of flux. It was ill-prepared to face the rapidly changing world in which it suddenly had to function when the first church council to sit since 1667 assembled in Moscow in mid-August 1917. Beginning its deliberations just when Kerensky summoned the Moscow State Conference to hear sober-minded Russians plead for the restoration of law and order, the Church Council found itself at the very vortex of the events that soon would drag Russia deeper into revolutionary turmoil. For more than 2 months, liberals and conservatives among the clergy squabbled while Russia moved to the brink of armed insurrection. Then, while Bolshevik artillery shelled the Kremlin's Borovitsky gates at the beginning of November, the council voted to restore the Patriarchate, which had fallen into abeyance in 1700. Three names placed in an and set before the icon of the Blessed Mother of Vladimir, the eldest monk at the council drew forth that of Tikhon Belavin, newly elected Metropolitan of Moscow and the man who had received the fewest votes of the 3 candidates in the preliminary balloting. Bishop of the Aleutian Islands, Yaroslavl, and Wilno before he became Metropolitan of Moscow in the spring of 1917, Tikhon, at the age of 51, had every right to be modest about his accomplishments. His enemies described him as a humble man, definitely not noted for anything soft, characterless, and poorly educated, although sympathetic churchmen thought him shining with Russian popular simpleness and modesty. Even they confessed that learning, political acumen, and the gift of words were not among his virtues. Given the circumstances of his election, the council viewed Tikhon as the choice of God and hoped that he might inspire a spirit of unity and fraternal harmony among all sons of our suffering fatherland. Some among the delegates still believed that he needed only to speak and the people would answer. If a strong man should appear, who spoke in an authoritative, mighty voice, one priest exclaimed, millions of Russian people would hear his voice, and peace and quiet would be established. Thus it had been in the past. But the Russia of November 1917 was not the Russia that the council members had known when they had assembled in August. In the world into which Tikhon went forth after the council, the virtues of humility and piety, so loved for so long by the Russian Church, no longer moved men as they once had. No one gives us our salvation / not God, the Tsar, nor heroes. The Red Guards who marched through Moscow streets had sung as Tikhon's name had been drawn from the sacred urn. We shall strike the final blow for liberation with our hands alone. Quickly, the blows began to fall upon the Church. Before 1917 ended, the Bolsheviks confiscated all its lands and buildings, removed all schools from its control, transformed marriage into a civil ceremony, and abolished its long-standing prohibition against divorce. Tikhon heaped anathema upon the enemies of Christ, who now ruled in the Russian land, and swore that all believing and true sons of the Church would come forth in its defense. Yet this had no more effect upon the Bolsheviks' policies than had the Petrograd Metropolitan Veniamin's earlier promise that the people would stand like a wall in defense of their holy things. Although the Petrograd crowd on one occasion had prevented Kalantai from taking over the city's great Alexander Nevsky monastery, and although the common folk in other cities supported the Church from time to time, they would not rise up to protect it against the Bolsheviks. When the Sovnarkom announced the complete separation of church and state at the end of January 1918, the Church Council could only reply with words that showed its appalling failure to come to grips with the world in which it now had to live. "We have cast down the Tsar and subjected ourselves to Jews," one delegate lamented in a speech which showed that adversity had not moderated Russian clerics' anti-Semitism. "The Russian people have now become the plaything of the Jewish Masonic organizations behind whom is seen Antichrist in the form of an international Tsar," the priest concluded. "They are forging for themselves Jewish Masonic slavery." Certain that the church would never be other than a counter-revolutionary force, the Bolsheviks forbade the teaching of religious doctrine to anyone under 18 years of age, confiscated church treasures, and transformed churches into schools, workers' clubs, and warehouses. Even though they had deadly enemies among Russia's churchmen, the Bolsheviks' quarrel during the Civil War does not seem to have been so much with the personnel of the church as with its institutions and the role it insisted upon playing in Russian life. More than a few Reds openly cursed the black magpies of the church, and many priests and monks met cruel deaths during the Civil War. But many more churchmen seem to have died at the hands of hostile crowds or as punishment for leading local anti-Soviet uprisings than as a result of capricious executions. Although none of the casualty figures of the Civil War years can be considered accurate, it seems that other social and professional groups may well have suffered more than Russia's priests. A commission appointed by General Denikin to look into Bolshevik atrocities indicated that more than 5 times as many teachers and professors, and more than 7 times as many physicians, died at the hands of the Bolsheviks than did priests. Although Tikhon refused to bestow the church's blessing upon them, the Orthodox clergy organized several regiments of Jesus, an Order of the Holy Cross, and a Brotherhood of the Life-Giving Cross to fight against the Bolsheviks, and these militant defenders of the church proclaimed their hatred for Bolsheviks and Jews until the Civil War's final days. Less than a month before Wrangel's final defeat, leading churchmen in the Crimea urged their flocks to launch a pogrom against the Jews, who had enslaved the Russian people through the Bolsheviks. In the Crimean city of Simferopol, it required Wrangel's direct intervention to prevent such a pogrom from breaking out. Such efforts to lead the masses against the Bolsheviks did not alter the fact of the church's impotence against them. In fact, because the Bolsheviks found the church less formidable as an adversary than they or Russia's conservatives had expected, they did not turn their full attention to it until after the last of the whites had been defeated. Then, to help with famine relief in 1921 to 1922, the Sovnarkom ordered the confiscation of the gold, silver, and precious stones with which the church adorned its icons and holy relics and severely punished any church authorities who attempted to stand in its way. Even when Communist Youth League members began to perform anti-religious parodies in Russia's streets, the masses did not protest. Other concerns held their attention. Clearly, by the Civil War's end, the Bolsheviks' authority had grown too strong for the church to challenge. Against their disorganized clerical and secular opponents, the Bolsheviks used the precepts Lenin had set down nearly 2 decades before to construct a monolithic, authoritarian political organization that could take full control of Russia. Before 1917, democratic centralism, a key element in Lenin's system of organization, had kept the party's leaders in touch with the men and women they led and helped them to command efficiently in times of revolutionary upheaval. Yet the discipline imposed from above inevitably came into conflict with democracy that arose from below, and it became all too easy to sacrifice democracy in the name of expediency. The debate over ratifying the Brest-Litovsk Treaty in March 1918 had been the last major policy issue that the Bolshevik Party had decided by a majority vote at a party congress. After that, policy became the province of party chiefs, who argued that only centralized decision-making could respond effectively to the Civil War's many crises. The party finds itself in a situation where the most strict centralism and the most severe discipline are absolutely essential. The 8th Party Congress declared in 1919, "Every party decision must first of all be carried out, and only after that has been done can it be appealed to the responsible party authority." The Bolsheviks also turned away from democracy after 1917 because they had grown too large too quickly. There had been fewer than 25,000 Bolsheviks when Lenin had returned to Russia in April 1917. A year later, the number had grown to 390,000, and by March 1921, it had soared to 732,521. Now a massive party, the Bolsheviks ceased to be a party of the masses. By mid-1919, fewer than one party member in 9 actually worked in a factory, 6 out of 10 were employed in government or party offices, and a quarter of all party members served in the Red Army, often in positions of political or military authority. Fighting in the Civil War, not conspiring against Tsarism, became the key experience in forming the views of these men and women, and it bred in them different priorities. Theirs was not the dogged patience to persevere, the willingness to work for an ideal world of equal opportunity and social justice against overwhelming odds that had been the moral mainstay of the revolutionaries who had dedicated their lives to the struggle against Tsarism. Moved too much by self-interest and too little by the spirit of self-sacrifice, too many of these resourceful, brutal men and women were impatient to reap the rewards of power and privilege that only the party could bestow as the Civil War came to an end. Corruption, greed, and a voracious appetite for personal gain, the very sins that had so stained the government of Imperial Russia, thus appeared very quickly among those men and women who, Lenin once had insisted, must dedicate their entire lives to the revolution. The party that once had claimed to draw its strength from the masses rapidly became isolated from them by virtue of its members' privileged position in the new order. As always, privilege bred arrogance and arrogance bred misconduct. Horrifying facts about the drunkenness, debauchery, corruption, robbery, and irresponsible behavior of many party workers. One Central Committee member complained at the 8th Party Congress in March 1919, had become so widespread that one's hair simply stands on end. The word commissar has become a curse, another added. The man in the leather jacket has become hateful among the people. Few seemed willing to disagree. One is beginning to observe very unhealthy signs in the party's organization. The Congress resolved a few days later. Elements that are not sufficiently communist and are mainly opportunistic hangers-on are flooding into the party. It continued. A serious puree in Soviet and party organizations is absolutely necessary. Although the Bolsheviks hoped to cleanse their ranks, they were not prepared to admit that proletarians could be every bit as corruptible as the men and women of the old regime. The 8th Party Congress therefore resolved to be extremely careful about admitting non-proletarians, but since the numerical growth of the party can be progressive only to the extent that its ranks are infused with healthy proletarian elements from town and country, it insisted that it must continue to open wide the door of the party to working men and women. Corruption, the Bolsheviks tried to convince themselves, stemmed from those opportunists who had joined their ranks after the provisional government had been overthrown. So that special measures of control can be applied to those who entered the party's ranks after October 1917. The 8th Party Congress announced, all Bolsheviks would be required to reapply for party membership. The re-registration campaign of mid-1919 removed 1 Bolshevik in 10 from the party's ranks, and the Whites' victories that summer reduced its membership even more drastically. As party leaders mobilized the rank and file against Denikin, Kolchak, and Yudenik, tens of thousands resigned rather than go to the front. So many who did remain in the party were killed in the fighting that spring and summer that, by August 1919, the party had shrunk to less than half of the membership it had boasted in March. Cowards and good-for-nothings have run away from the party, Lenin announced. Good riddance, he went on. This reduction in the party's membership represents an enormous increase in its weight and strength. In a series of special party weeks held between September and November, the Bolsheviks recruited between 160,000 and 200,000 new members from among Russia's workers, soldiers, and peasants. By definition, they promised themselves, these recruits must be reliable because of their proletarian origins and because a new wave of white victories seemed to have made it a poor time for opportunists to proclaim their Bolshevik sympathies. Only sincere supporters of communism will join the party now, Lenin explained as Denikin's armies approached Orel. The Central Committee's bulletin put the matter even more directly a few months later. To get our party card in such conditions, it remarked, signified, to a certain extent, becoming a candidate for the Denikin gallows. To assume that workers, soldiers, and peasants would be more honest and more willing than anyone else to sacrifice their personal interests for the sake of building a communist society exhibited a degree of ideological naivete that went beyond all bounds of common sense. The simple truth was that the Soviet system, the iron system with the iron discipline, in Lenin's words, opened the way to power. For men and women BOM and bred to the Russian system, in which power and corruption had gone hand in hand for centuries, the temptations proved too strong to resist. To cleanse their ranks again, the Bolsheviks expelled a quarter of their members during the second half of 1921, but they still could not overcome their own ideological blindness. The Central Committee urged its purge commissions to be particularly wary of party members who came from bourgeois, white-collar, or kulak backgrounds, and they continued to insist that genuine poor peasants and workers must be kept in the party at all costs. The Bolsheviks' belief in a Marxian version of the noble savage meant that the real targets of the purge with which they celebrated their Civil War victory were not corrupt officials who abused their power as party members, but those who belonged to several emerging opposition groups within the party. Despite the sense of crisis that had pervaded the Bolsheviks' ranks between 1917 and 1921, and despite the party's stern discipline and growing centralization, many old Bolsheviks were not yet ready to allow their leaders to decree a permanent end to genuine debate about party decisions. Every member of the Central Committee had to defend party decisions at the party congresses and conferences that met annually during those years, and the criticisms that lesser members leveled at the views held by their chiefs could be severe. On a number of occasions, even Lenin had found himself in the minority, and it had taxed his genius as an orator and politician to the utmost to win acceptance for his views. Despite such criticism and debate, the Bolsheviks had remained united against their foreign and domestic enemies. When the Civil War drew near its end and the opportunity came at last to shape Russia's course according to their beliefs, real opposition, the opposition of divergent visions of Russia's future, began to divide Bolsheviks more sharply than at any time since they had broken with the Mensheviks at the beginning of the century. Disagreement about the shape and direction of Russia's future thus became another bitter fruit of the Bolsheviks' victory. Like the peasants and workers from whom they had demanded so many sacrifices, the Bolshevik rank and file felt they had endured the restraints of iron discipline imposed from above for too long. And like the men and women who had chafed at the shortages of food and fuel and endured the indignity of compulsory grain requisitions, they looked for an easing of those restraints as Wrangel's forces retreated from the Crimea. Demands for still more discipline and further sacrifice therefore stirred animosities among them that none of the Bolshevik elders had anticipated. During 1920, a group made up mostly of intellectuals who called themselves the Democratic Centralists attacked the atrophy of party democracy that had resulted from the Central Committee's emphasis upon centralization during the Civil War. Many of these men once had stood among those daring young left communists who, at Nikolai Bukharin's urging, had called for an all-out revolutionary war against Germany rather than accept the humiliating terms of the Brest-Litovsk surrender. Now they dissented from the authoritarian manner in which the patriarchs of the party made decisions and called for a restoration of true democratic centralism. Comrade Lenin says that the essence of democratic centralism consists in the fact that the Congress elects the Central Committee and the Central Committee manages the party, Valerian Obolensky-Osinski stated at the Nth Party Congress. We cannot agree with this original definition, he continued. We consider that democratic centralism consists of local party organs putting the directives of the Central Committee into effect, in the independence of these local organs, and in these organs having to take responsibility for what they do. As he looked back upon nearly 15 years of service to the party, Obolensky-Osinski feared that centralization would destroy the party's ability to respond effectively to crises by separating it from the wellsprings of new talent. More immediately, he thought that Trotsky's call for militarizing Russia's labor force for the tasks of peacetime reconstruction would undermine the very foundations upon which the Bolsheviks hoped to build a just society. A close associate of Bukharin's since those long-ago days when they had organized a student rally at Moscow University in 1910, he now had to face the scorn of his old comrade, who undertook to tutor him in public about the principles upon which socialism must be built. Militarization is nothing other than the self-organization of the working class and the organization by the working class of other classes that stand close to it, Bukharin explained loftily as he urged the Congress to reject his old friend's criticisms. For us, militarization is not self-asphyxiation, he concluded. For us, it is self-organization. Bukharin's defense of militarization in 1920 marked the high point of the extreme centralization that Obolensky-Osinski and his comrades feared. Yet they preferred to bear their comrades' scorn than risk splitting the party they had served so long. While other opponents of militarization prepared to challenge its advocates because they threatened to transform Russia's trade unions into institutions that represented the state and not the workers, the democratic centralists muted their opposition in the hope of preserving the party's unity. Broader support among Russia's workers and a willingness to press their arguments further allowed the workers' opposition to pose a more serious challenge to the party's centralized control than the Democratic Centralists had done. Headed by Alexander Shliapnikov, a metal worker who had risen to the post of People's Commissar of Labor in the First Sovnarkom, the workers' opposition drew its main strength from the communist trade unions that dominated the factories of the Moscow region and the coal mines of the Donbass. Ever since 1917, a confrontation had been brewing between Bolshevik leaders and these trade unions over the latter's belief that the best way to restore Russia's industry was to place her factories in the hands of the workers themselves. Certainly the Bolsheviks' call for workers' control of the factories in which they worked had drawn Russia's proletarians to them before the October Revolution, but the gross incompetence of worker management in practice had stopped Lenin from speaking in glowing terms of the masses' talent for organization, planning, and production very soon after the Bolsheviks had taken power. Worker management, Lenin warned at the beginning of 1920, involves a tremendous waste of forces and is not suited to the rapid and accurate work demanded by the conditions of centralized large-scale industry. To test performance and hold the men and women in charge of industry accountable for it, he insisted that the principle of one-man responsibility is the only correct method of work, the only system that best ensures the most effective utilization of human abilities. Just as Trotsky had drawn heavily upon the Tsarist officer corps to command the Red Army during the Civil War's darkest days, so Lenin urged the Bolsheviks to recruit bourgeois specialists from the old regime to restore Russia's shattered industries. At the same time, his idea of placing Russia's factories under one-man management threatened to deprive the trade unions of any effective control over the factories in which they worked. Faced with that grim prospect, the workers' opposition urged the Sovnarkom to transfer Russia's entire economic administration to their trade unions, and when they attacked Lenin's proposals to give bourgeois specialists one-man responsibility for the factory's management, Lenin convinced the Ninth Party Congress to support his views. There must be a better understanding of the complex economic problems facing the nation and the importance of technical education and experience, the Congress had resolved in March 1920. All party members, it continued, must wage a relentless struggle against the crude conceit of those who think that the working class can resolve its problems without placing bourgeois specialists in the most responsible positions. Although stilled for the moment, the workers' opposition would not remain silent. At the root of their discontent in 1920 lay their outrage at Trotsky's rough and ready attempts to restore Russia's shattered railroad and river transport network. As People's Commissar of Transport and chairman of the Central Transport Committee, Trotsky had ridden roughshod over the trade unionists' call for workers' control, and he had urged the Sovnarkom to extend his tactics to the rest of Russian industry. This had brought a storm of protest from the trade unions. Without faith in the proletariat, and with the purpose of stifling mass participation in the revolution, they complained the party had begun to cater to the bourgeoisie at their expense. Once again, the workers' opposition demanded that the trade unions take direct control of Russia's economy. This time, it seemed that they might win support among a Bolshevik rank and file that had grown discontented with Lenin's dictatorial methods. Toward the end of 1920, Lenin began to lose patience with his critics. When opposition turns into opposition for the sake of opposition, we should certainly put an end to it, he told a Moscow Provincial Party conference in November. We have wasted a great deal of time on altercations, quarrels, and recrimination, and we must put an end to all that, he went on. Otherwise, we cannot exist when we are surrounded by enemies at home and abroad. Unlike Trotsky, Lenin preferred to negotiate rather than throw down defiant challenges to his opponents, but these were ominous warnings nonetheless. Trade unions have an extremely important part to play at every step of the dictatorship of the proletariat, he assured the assembled delegates at the 8th Party Congress of Soviets at the end of December. Trade unions are not just historically necessary, they are historically inevitable. Yet this did not mean Lenin insisted that trade unions should control the economic life of Soviet Russia. A trade union is not a state organization, he told his listeners magisterially. It is, in fact, a school of administration, a school of economic management, a school of communism. As he had done so often in the past, Lenin masterfully tempered firmness with flattery and assurance while making no real concessions. But this time, more would be needed to restore peace. Not until the workers' opposition had openly challenged his authority at the 10th Party Congress could their opposition be brought to an end. When Alexandra Kollontai, the apostle of women's liberation and one-time commissar of public welfare, joined the ranks of the workers' opposition in January 1921, her passion for freedom quickly blended with the masses' hatred for the new aristocracy of privilege embodied in the swaggering figure of the arrogant Bolshevik commissar. The workers' opposition, she wrote in February in a pamphlet published at her own expense, was not the work of self-serving individuals but had sprung from the depths of the industrial proletariat of Soviet Russia. With more passion than sound understanding of Russia's present situation, Kollontai insisted that a new, homogeneous, unified, perfectly arranged communist industry would emerge most quickly from the collective efforts of the workers themselves, not from decrees imposed from above. The trade unions, she insisted, must be more than the mere schools for communism of which Lenin spoke. Because only workers could generate in their minds new methods of organizing labor as well as running industry, the trade unions must be the managers and creators of the communist economy in Russia. Lenin thought that such utopian dreams were utter nonsense. Rather than argue against Kollontai's views, he attacked her personally and hinted nastily that her liaison with Shliapnikov was the reason for her support of the workers' opposition. Such attacks showed the depths of his frustration, but they also revealed that the Bolsheviks' leadership had become far more sensitive to criticism from below than had once been the case. When the 10th Party Congress assembled in Moscow on March 8, 1921, it met under the very dark shadow of the Kronstadt uprising, the most serious revolt the Bolsheviks had ever faced. This revealed the rank and file's deep dissatisfaction with the party's iron discipline and demonstrated that the Bolshevik leadership would tolerate no opposition to its absolute authority. As a result, when Shliapnikov urged a larger role for trade unionists in the management of Russia's economic and political life, Lenin declared that the time had come for the unions to end their criticism and complaint. The political conclusion to be drawn from the present situation is that the party must be united and any opposition prevented. He stated flatly in summing up the report that the Central Committee presented to the Congress. The party faced too many dangers to squander its resources in debate, and it must deal sternly with its critics. This is no time for an opposition, Lenin warned. Either you're on this side or on the other, but then your weapon must be a gun, not an opposition. I think the party Congress will have to draw the conclusion that the opposition's time has run out and that the lid's on it. He concluded bluntly. We want no more oppositions. Lenin let the delegates mull over his stem words for more than a week. Then, on the last day of the Congress, March 16, 1921, he introduced resolutions on party unity and on the syndicalist and anarchist deviation in our party that were designed to put the lid on the opposition. Taken together, these condemned the workers' opposition as radically wrong, a radical departure from Marxism, and an expression of syndicalist and anarchist deviation that was incompatible with membership in the Russian Communist Party, the title that the Bolsheviks had taken in 1918. These closed the last avenues for Bolsheviks to express legitimate dissent and condemned what once had been viewed as honest differences of opinion among comrades as a sign of blatant disloyalty. All class-conscious workers must clearly realize that factionalism of any kind is harmful and impermissible. Lenin's resolution on party unity stated, even though criticism of the party's shortcomings was absolutely necessary, he insisted that every critic must see to it that the form of his criticism takes account of the position of the party, surrounded as it is by a ring of enemies. At the very least, criticism that damaged the party was dangerous. Sometimes it could even be equated with treason. The party Congress must order the workers' opposition and the democratic centralists to dissolve themselves immediately. Non-observance of this decision, Lenin's resolution concluded, shall entail unconditional and instant expulsion from the party. When its delegates adopted Lenin's resolutions by an overwhelming majority, the 10th Party Congress abolished the last vestiges of revolutionary democracy in Soviet Russia. Henceforth, all opposition stood condemned as counter-revolutionary, no matter whether it came from survivors of the old regime, workers, peasants, or loyal party members. Although some delegates at first hesitated to follow Lenin's course, many thought that they would consolidate the power of the Communist Party in Russia and could assure the victory of the revolution by doing so. In voting for this resolution, I feel that it can well be turned against us, but nevertheless I support it, one senior Bolshevik declared as he cast his ballot. Let the Central Committee in a moment of danger take the severest measures against the best party comrades. He continued. Let it even be mistaken. That is less dangerous than the wavering that is now observable. What the 10th Party Congress had accomplished, in fact, was what one expert termed the consolidation of power in the Central Party apparatus. And the Communist Party in Russia now became more important than ever before. The party, not the people, not even the workers, ruled Russia. As Stalin's rise to power would make clear, whoever commanded the apparatus of the Communist Party could impose his will upon the Russians more effectively than any autocrat had ever done. The decisions of the 10th Party Congress thus began to give a rigid form to the Bolsheviks' new Russia. Soviet Russia had become monolithic, Bolshevik, and undemocratic, with its decision-making processes concentrated at the highest levels of the party. This meant that the modest concessions of the new economic policy that followed less than a week later held no real promise of lessening the rigidity of the Bolshevik system. Precisely because the party now wielded undisputed control over the upper reaches of Russia's government, it could permit a brief restoration of private initiative at the lowest levels of the nation's economy to quench the flames of peasant discontent that still burned in Tambov, the Ukraine, and western Siberia. In terms of altering the shape of Soviet Russia's political system or the manner in which key policy decisions were made at the top, the new economic policy therefore had no real significance. Lenin and the Bolsheviks had come to power in 1917 with promises of peace, land, and social justice to Russia's poor, hungry, and war-weary proletarians. For a moment at the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, they and the masses had shared a vision of a future bright with hope, although its dimensions admittedly had not yet been defined. 3.5 years later, that vision had been darkened permanently by clouds of repression. The Tsar had been overthrown and the Civil War won, but the Bolsheviks' domestic security forces continued to be larger than any their imperial predecessors had ever possessed. So did their bureaucracy. In town and country, the living standard of Russia's masses remained far below what it had been in 1917. The general death rate had doubled, and that grim statistic did not take into account some 7 million men, women, and children who had died from malnutrition and epidemics since the Bolsheviks had taken power. In the cities, some began to mutter that the key to Russia's future could be found by spelling malat and serp, hammer and sickle, backwards to produce pre-Stalin, meaning to the throne. That is, a restoration of the monarchy. Others insisted that the Russians must bear the burdens of their own stupidity and lack of foresight in allowing the Bolsheviks to take power in the first place. There is no point in cursing anyone, the historian Yuri Goat wrote with grim fatalism in his Moscow diary not long before the 10th Party Congress assembled. A people that has ruined itself has no right to demand anyone's help and sympathy. In contrast to the peasants, who had never been willing partners of the Bolsheviks and whose resentment still burned in Tambov and other parts of the Russian countryside, Russia's factory workers had borne their burdens more willingly during the dark days of the Civil War. Yet the wave of urban discontent that arose during the weeks before the 10th Party Congress indicated that the patience of even these Bolshevik loyalists had worn thin and that Shliapnikov, Kalantai, and the workers' opposition spoke for a much broader group than the Bolsheviks cared to admit. Neither adroit political maneuvering nor the threat of force could contain the proletarians' bitterness at a dream gone sour. In February 1921, there had been strikes in Petrograd. Then, at the end of the month, the resentment of Russia's proletarians had burst into flame at the Baltic naval bastion at Kronstadt. Kronstadt sailors had stood in Russia's revolutionary vanguard from the moment the first shots of the February Revolution had rung out in Petrograd streets. They had been the first to cheer Lenin's return, and they had formed a citadel of Bolshevism ever since. As these dedicated heroes of the revolution took up arms against the party in the name of the revolution, the Bolsheviks faced their gravest domestic threat and the greatest test of their resolve to hold to the course Lenin had set. The Kronstadt uprising, 20 miles west of Petrograd, almost exactly midway between the northern and southern shores of the Finnish Gulf, Kotlin Island forms an elongated triangle some 7.25 miles in length and just over a mile across at its widest point. Kotlin sits with its base facing Petrograd, while its needle-shaped, slightly hooked tip points into the deeper waters of the Gulf. Its shores are rocky and difficult to approach by sea. At the beginning of the 18th century, Peter the Great had laid the beginnings of a town and fortifications at its eastern end to bar all approaches by water to his new capital of St. Petersburg. Named Kronstadt, Peter's early fortifications had grown into the Russians' key naval base in the Baltic. Until the middle of the 19th century, 5 stone fortresses, each with 3 tiers of heavy guns, had formed its principal defenses. Then the Russians had extended Kronstadt's defenses across the entire 17-mile span of the Gulf by building in the shallow waters that separated it from the mainland 7 low-lying forts supplemented by 13 stone and concrete batteries that housed heavily armored 6-, 10-, and 12-inch Krupp guns. All the waters of the eastern Finnish Gulf lay within their intersecting fields of fire. Some 15 miles to the west, the heavy shore batteries of Krasnaya Gorka on the southern Baltic coast could add their long-range guns to Kronstadt's firepower if needed. The fortifications of Kronstadt, the editors of Baedeker's Russia informed their readers on the eve of the First World War, are deemed impregnable. In one of the many paradoxes that fill the pages of Russia's history, Kronstadt, the impregnable bastion that defended Imperial Russia against the warships of foreign enemies, became one of its most fertile seedbeds of revolution. Home to some 25,000 sailors and artillerymen, Kronstadt harbored a powerful but volatile armed force. Fiercely independent, restless, and quick to anger as seamen often are, these Kronstadt men had a close, unspoken kinship with those free-spirited rebels who had lived on Russia's frontiers in days gone by. Buntarstvo, the spirit of spontaneous rebellion, burned in their breasts as hotly as it had among the followers of the great rebel chieftains Stenka Razin and Emelian Pugachev. Trained to fight and die for Russia, they were only slightly less ready to rise against her. For that reason, Kronstadt sailors and dockyard workers had close connections with the rising wave of labor unrest that began to sweep across Russia at the beginning of the 20th century. Men who lived in the grim world that excluded Russian soldiers and sailors from the interior of streetcars, forbade them to walk on the sunny side of the street, and posted signs that closed public gardens to them and to dogs were sympathetic to revolutionary preachings about a better world of equality and opportunity. When, in 1901, Russia's Marxists had begun to publish their newspaper Iskra in Germany, some of the first copies to reach Russia came through Kronstadt. After that, revolutionary pamphlets circulated widely among the Kronstadt garrison. To crush the rebellious spirit of the Kronstadt men, the fortress officers became notorious for their brutality. Their cruelty soon earned Kronstadt the name of the Seamen's Sakhalin, after Russia's island penal colony in the northern Pacific. In October 1905, the sailors and gunners of Kronstadt joined striking workers all over Russia. For 2 days they rampaged through Kronstadt streets, built barricades, and burned buildings. At the cost of nearly 100 dead and wounded, loyal troops from the Petersburg garrison crushed their rebellion and arrested more than 3,000 of them. When Kronstadt again burst into flames less than 9 months later, the authorities shot 36, sentenced 228 to hard labor in Siberia, and sent more than 1,000 to prison. For a decade, the rebellious spirit of Kronstadt remained silent, except for one brief moment in 1910, when the authorities had snuffed out an attempted revolt by shooting more than 100 and drowning several boatloads of captured seamen. It exploded with renewed force in February 1917, when the Kronstadt men killed close to 40 of their senior officers in one night. Anchor Square, the huge parade ground that stood in the shadow of the immense Seamen's Cathedral and dominated Kronstadt Center, became the sailors' execution ground and meeting place. In mass meetings there, Kronstadt sailors and gunners brewed their own mixture of libertarian, anarchist, socialist radicalism, which they quaffed in heady draughts while they proclaimed Kronstadt the Paris Commune of 1871 reborn in 1917. Disdaining the provincial government and recognizing no authority but their own, the Kronstadters proclaimed themselves the sole power in revolutionary Petrograd. Kronstadt men played a prominent part in the demonstrations that toppled Russia's first provisional government in April, and they stood at the very center of the street violence that nearly cost the socialist revolutionary leader Chernov his life during the July days. Kronstadt sailors were the first to call for General Kornilov's arrest and execution at the time of the abortive Kornilov uprising against Kerensky's government in August. They took part in storming the Winter Palace during the October Revolution, provided the main military force that the Bolsheviks used to break up the Constituent Assembly, and, in one of the most shameful episodes in Russia's revolutionary annals, murdered 2 of the provisional government's fallen ministers in their hospital beds. During the Bolsheviks' tenuous first days in power, Lenin used them as a Praetorian Guard to defend his government. 40,000 black-jacketed sailors from Kronstadt and the Baltic Fleet fought for the Red Cause at Pulkovo, at Sviazhsk, and on scores of lesser-known faraway battlefields during Russia's Civil War. Yet, even as their comrades fought against the Whites, the men at Kronstadt grew fearful that the Bolsheviks had begun to betray the revolution and to establish a new autocracy. Some Kronstadt men supported those left communists who urged the Bolsheviks to declare a revolutionary war against Germany at the time of Brest-Litovsk. Others fought on the side of the left socialist revolutionaries in July 1918, and still others called for armed resistance against the Germans in the Ukraine. Meetings at Kronstadt's Anchor Square condemned the Chaikaz attack against Russia's anarchists in the spring of 1918 and denounced those who took part in the Bolsheviks' grain requisitioning detachments as thieves and plunderers of the peasants. Always, the Kronstadt men defended proletarian democracy and opposed all forms of political restraint and government coercion. Any departure from the most primitive forms of communal socialism stirred their anger. As the Civil War took its toll, the Kronstadt men grew more restless. At the beginning of 1921, many of them still had not received their clothing allotments for 1920. Their food rations, a traditional cause for complaint in the Russian Navy, were worse than ever, and they had been asked to surrender the last of their oil reserves to Petrograd's fuel-starved factories. Although most of the sailors who served aboard the great warships anchored in Kronstadt harbor that winter had begun their service before the revolution and, therefore, had fewer ties to the countryside whence they had come, there were considerably more men of recent peasant origin in the Kronstadt garrison itself. Because the Bolsheviks had replaced many of the Kronstadters who had been killed during the Civil War with peasant draftees, the plight of Russia's villages stirred discontent on the island fortress as never before, especially since many of the new men came from the turbulent Ukraine. Every letter bearing a report of hunger, every tale of starvation, every complaint about the arrogance of the Bolshevik commissars who had taken control of Russia's countryside after Wrangel's defeat stirred their wrath. Party membership at Kronstadt fell by half in less than 6 months, and Bolshevik speakers complained that they found it particularly difficult to gain a hearing among the Kronstadt men. In some cases, poor planning was at fault, for party-sponsored lectures about the origin of man, Italian art, Greek sculpture, and the morals and customs of the Austrians could hardly be expected to attract much of a following in such tumultuous times. But there was more to the sailors' apathetic response than mere disinterest. The work of cultural educational enlightenment has come to a standstill, one party activist reported. Demobilization of the army, the possibility of going home, that is all the sailors want to talk about. As had so many of Russia's soldiers during the summer and fall of 1917, the Kronstadt men now began to desert. During just the first month of 1921, nearly 500 of its garrison did so. The soil for an uprising in Kronstadt and in the fleet, one Soviet commentator later wrote, was fully prepared. The situation in nearby Petrograd was as explosive as in Kronstadt, perhaps more so. Petrograd suffered such an acute fuel shortage during the winter of 1920 to 1921 that, by December 1920, the flow of coal from the Donbass had nearly halted, and the supply of fuel oil had fallen to scarcely a quarter of what it had been in October. Petrograd's leaders tried to make up for the shortages of coal and oil with wood, but the city received less than a sixth of the 18,000 freight cars of wood needed in January because heavy snows and driving blizzards stalled those few trains that Trotsky's railway repair crews had kept in operation up to that time. In January, the Sovnarkom purchased 300,000 tons of coal abroad, but that only delayed the crisis for another month. Between November and the end of January, the Petrograd authorities allowed city folk to raise 175 buildings for fuel. In February, they authorized the destruction of 50 more. None of these efforts could heat the city or fuel its factories in the dead of winter. In view of the problems that are developing with the transportation of fuel, the Petrograd Soviet's Executive Committee decreed on January 18, 1921, all factories and mills in the city of Petrograd will be closed from January 19 through January 23. Then, before the middle of February, the Petrograd Soviet cut the workers' rations by a third and closed 93 of the city's largest factories. Cold, on short rations, and out of work, Petrograd's workers faced skyrocketing food prices and falling wages. At the end of 1920, real wages stood at less than a tenth of what they had been in 1913, while the price of bread during that single year had risen 1,000%. Then, just between January and February 1921, the prices of potatoes and rye bread nearly tripled. The price of a pound of butter increased by more than 2,000 rubles, and the cost of a pound of sugar rose by a third to nearly 20,000 rubles in the same 30-day period. Gold rubles had sold at slightly less than 8 times the value of paper rubles in 1918. Now it took 10,000 paper rubles to buy a gold one, as gold entered a spiral that would reach a ratio of 240,000 paper rubles to 1 by May 1922. Petrograd's workers protested these conditions with sporadic work stoppages. But until February 1921, these had been scattered, small, and easily dealt with. Closing the city's largest mills stirred larger protests in the middle of the month as angry workers demanded that the Bolsheviks answer before the representatives of the people for their deceit, their robberies, and all their crimes. Insensitive to how frayed the workers' tempers had become, the city Soviet called out special detachments of Kursanty, officer trainees who could be counted on to defend the Bolsheviks at all costs, to break up a street protest by more than 2,000 workers on February 24. The authorities followed that order with a declaration of martial law that forbade public meetings, set an 11 o'clock nighttime curfew, and deprived the workers of their rations by closing every factory where a demonstration had occurred. But other workers joined their comrades the following day in protests that seemed ominously reminiscent of the events which had ushered in the February Revolution, for years and a day before. The differences between these street demonstrations and those that had toppled the Romanovs in 1917 were much greater than the similarities. Weakened by nearly 4 years of hunger, demoralized by never-ending shortages, and terrorized by the Cheka, Petrograd's workers had no taste for direct confrontation with Russia's new masters. Nor did they have the strength. The strikers were overawed. The exiled American anarchist Alexander Berkman wrote, "The labor unrest was crushed with an iron hand." For any who were not willing to abandon their protests in return for the Bolsheviks' promise of special holiday rations that would include up to 4 pounds of meat, a quarter pound of chocolate, a can of condensed milk, and 2 pounds of rice, heavily armed patrols of Kursanty remained an ever-present reminder that a very large stick loomed behind the small carrot Russia's rulers had offered. So did the armed squads that factory defense committees had organized to keep Petrograd's workers at their benches once the factories reopened. One might have thought, wrote one of the Kronstadt representatives who visited Petrograd's factories at the end of February, that these were not factories but the forced labor prisons of Tsarist times. Punishment of any who refused to return to work remained the order of the day at the end of February. The handling of the strikers, Emma Goldman remembered with deep sadness, was by no means very comradely. Reports of the workers' demonstrations reached Kronstadt at the same time as did wild rumors about their suppression by Cheka firing squads. Although untrue, these tales deepened the sailors' restlessness. At the same time, the bitter feud that Zinoviev had waged with Trotsky ever since Trotsky had replaced him as Lenin's confidant in 1917 took on new and complex dimensions that added to the tension in Kronstadt. Zinoviev posed as a champion of party democracy and condemned Trotsky, who, as Commissar of War, controlled the fleet whose command Zinoviev coveted, as an advocate of dictatorial centralization. Translated into concrete political terms, Zinoviev, as chief of the Petrograd Party organization, demanded control of the political administration of the Baltic Fleet, while Trotsky and his deputies resisted. The Kronstadt sailors, whose tradition of resisting any authority imposed from above once had led Trotsky to call them the pride and glory of the revolution, now readily supported Zinoviev's call for democracy against Trotsky's defense of dictatorship. Although neither the Petrograd Party chief nor the Commissar of War had any intention of restoring the sort of democracy that had allowed the Kronstadt men to play such a key role in the events of 1917, their feud weakened the Bolsheviks' control just when the island fortress began to feel the full effects of Petrograd's fuel and food shortages at the beginning of 1921. Frozen into the ice less than a stone's throw apart, their heavy steel hulls connected by a crude ice-bound pontoon walkway, the great battleships Petropavlovsk and Sevastopol seethed with discontent in Kronstadt harbor. As one of the Baltic Fleet commissars later recalled, the Communists had absolutely no authority there. Between them, the two ships carried a dozen 350 mm and 16 120 mm guns. all of them capable of serving as heavy artillery against targets on shore. In 1917, their crews and their guns had been vital to the Bolshevik success, but memories of their shared triumph did not mean that they would support the Bolsheviks now. When Bolshevik censorship had cut them off from news of the workers' demonstrations in Petrograd, the crews of these ships had sent a special delegation into the city to learn the fate of the workers' protest, and on February 28, that delegation had reported their observations to a joint meeting of both ships' companies aboard the Petropavlovsk. Combined with the impressions that some of the ship's crews brought back from home leaves to their villages, the report heightened the sailors' outrage. When we returned home, Stepan Petrochenko, the senior ship's clerk on the Petropavlovsk, later wrote, our parents asked why we fought for the oppressors. That set us thinking. True to their revolutionary tradition, the Kronstadt men moved very quickly from thinking to making political demands, this time directed against the Bolsheviks. Presided over by Petrochenko, the meeting aboard the Petropavlovsk called for freedom of assembly, speech, press, and the liberation of all peasants, workers, sailors, and soldiers imprisoned in connection with worker and peasant movements, as well as the freeing of all political prisoners belonging to socialist parties. The sailors also called for new elections in view of the fact that the present Soviets do not express the will of the workers and peasants. Asked that equal rations be given to all working men and women except for those who worked in trades which endangered their health, demanded the abolition of the hated roadblock detachments that interfered with private trade between town and countryside, and called for the abolition of all political education, agitation, and propaganda departments in factories, villages, and military units. Certainly these demands showed no sympathy for the values of the old regime, nor did they embody those petty bourgeois attitudes for which the Bolsheviks perpetually blamed the Russian peasants. Aside from attacking those principles of war communism that Lenin and his associates were about to abandon in any case, the Petropavlovsk resolution embodied mainly those revolutionary socialist principles that Lenin himself had advocated in 1917. But 1921 was not 1917. Demands for open elections and freedom of expression for all proletarians in Russia challenged the Bolsheviks' now firm monopoly of power. As such, Lenin and Trotsky insisted they were counter-revolutionary. Any force that threatened the Bolsheviks as the self-styled guardians of the revolution could not be thought otherwise. The Bolsheviks therefore sent Papa Kalinin to represent them at the mass meeting that the sailors organized the next day on Kronstadt's Anchor Square. More than Lenin or even Trotsky, Kalinin, who had learned to read and write in a tiny country school and had left his native village before the age of 18 to work in Petrograd's mills, spoke the language of Russia's common folk. It had been Kalinin who had convinced Petrograd's men to join the Bolsheviks' grain requisitioning detachments during the hungry spring of 1918, and it had been he, a scant week before, who had persuaded many of Petrograd's disgruntled proletarians to return to work. The Bolsheviks' political high command undoubtedly was counting on him to repeat those successes at Kronstadt, and so, perhaps, were some of the sailors who thought of themselves as the Bolsheviks' loyal opposition, not as counter-revolutionaries. Bands and an honor guard therefore greeted Kalinin at Anchor Square, but all signs of goodwill disappeared when the sailors who had gone to Petrograd repeated the report they had made aboard the Petropavlovsk the previous day. As they heard how armed Bolsheviks had forced Petrograd's hungry workers back to their benches, the men and women on Anchor Square grew more hostile. When Kalinin began to speak, hecklers drowned his words. "Knock it off," one voice called out. "You're keeping warm enough. You've got a whole bunch of jobs." A bearded Red Army soldier called out from another corner of the square. "I'll bet you're collecting rations for each one of them." Nikolai Kuzmin, the commissar of the Baltic Fleet, who had accompanied Kalinin, tried to divert the crowd by recalling how they had worked together to defend the revolution during the Civil War. As he began to speak about Kronstadt's glorious revolutionary traditions, an angry voice shouted, "Have you forgotten how you had every 10th man shot when you were assigned to the Northern Front?" Kuzmin had served on the Revolutionary Military Council of the 6th Army on the Northern Front at the height of the White successes, when it had not been uncommon for commissars to order every 10th man shot when Red Army units fled in battle. Others, including Trotsky himself, had done the same, and in those days the men of Red Kronstadt had approved. Yet, when Kuzmin stirred those memories, he struck a hostile response. "We have always shot traitors to the workers' cause, and will shoot them in the future," he replied to the men who had recalled his bloody work on the Northern Front. In 1919, Talk about shooting class enemies would have stirred cheers. Now it brought shouts of "Enough! Get rid of him! Run him out!" When Petrochenko read the resolution that had been passed at the Petropavlovsk meeting, 16,000 voices cheered. Only Kalinin, Kuzmin, and the chairman of the Kronstadt Soviet, who had come with them to the square, voted against it. The evening of March 1st brought the sailors at Kronstadt close to an open confrontation with the Soviet authorities. The anarchist Emma Goldman, who, with Alexander Berkman, reported on the Kronstadt events from Petrograd's Astoria Hotel, later wrote that, even after he and his comrades had attacked the sailors and condemned their resolution, Kalinin had been escorted back to the station in the greatest friendliness. But other evidence indicates that the Kronstadters held Kalinin for several hours before they allowed him to return to Petrograd. At the same time, 30 delegates whom the crowd on Anchor Square sent to look into conditions in Petrograd were arrested the moment they reached the city. It was the first blow struck by the communist government against Kronstadt, Berkman reported sadly. The fate of the committee of delegates, he added, remained a mystery. That night and the following morning, the men from the ships and barracks of Kronstadt chose representatives to elect a new Kronstadt Soviet. When these men met at the House of Enlightenment, formerly the Imperial School for Naval Engineers, on the afternoon of March 2nd, they posted armed sailors from the Petropavlovsk to guard against any outside interference. According to the newspaper that the rebels began to publish the next day, Commissar of the Baltic Fleet Kuzmin again angered the sailors by stating flatly that, if the delegates wanted an open arms struggle they would get it, for the communists would never voluntarily give up power and would fight to the very last gasp. After several hours of debate about how to ensure that the election for a new Kronstadt Soviet would be truly free and secret, the meeting, with a roar of approval, resolved to arrest Kuzmin and the chairman of the Kronstadt Soviet on the spot. The men of Kronstadt had taken a very long step toward breaking with their government. As the gulf between the sailors and the Soviet authorities widened, Stepan Petrochenko took control of Kronstadt. A peasant from the Ukraine who had served in the Russian Navy since 1912, Petrochenko was a strong, good-looking man of about 30 who spoke in the clear and direct manner of the peasants from whose midst he had come. A natural leader and an experienced seaman, he was a dedicated revolutionary who believed in the system of equal opportunity and social justice that the Kronstadt sailors had defended so stubbornly against the provisional government in 1917. Although he had no more than 2 years of formal schooling, he knew the meaning of words and understood how to use them to sway men's minds. When a seaman from the Petropavlovsk burst into the House of Enlightenment during the debates of March 2nd to exclaim that 15 truckloads of well-armed communists were about to attack the assembly, Petrochenko urged his comrades to establish a provisional revolutionary committee of 5, later expanded to 10, to administer Kronstadt until the elections for a new Soviet could be completed. The Communist Party, now ruling the country, has cut itself off from the masses and does not have the strength to pull Russia out of her complete economic collapse. He announced to the people of Kronstadt in the first issue of his Vestia Временного Революционного Комитета, News of the Provisional Revolutionary Committee, that appeared the next morning. The party, he insisted, had lost the confidence of Russia's toiling masses. Only a government which held that confidence could give bread, firewood, coal, shoes, and clothing to those who need them, and pull the republic out of its present blind alley. The Soviets must once again be allowed to become the true representatives of working men and women by new elections that fairly represented all the toilers of Russia. Historians have argued about whether the arrests of Kuzmin and the chairman of the Kronstadt Soviet or the formation of the Provisional Revolutionary Committee marked the beginning of the uprising. But the combination of those two incidents in the afternoon and early evening of March 2nd left no doubt that the Soviet government must crush the Kronstadt dissidents or lose its monopoly of political power in Russia. As Kronstadt's handful of Bolshevik loyalists began to leave, Petrochenko and his comrades turned the Petropavlovsk into a headquarters for the Provisional Revolutionary Committee and occupied all key points on Kotlin Island. The voice of all people, they insisted, must be heard. The task of the Provisional Revolutionary Committee is to organize, through friendly and cooperative effort in the city of Kronstadt and its fortress, the conditions necessary for proper and fair elections for a new Kronstadt Soviet, Kronstadt's Revolutionary Izvestia announced the next day. And so, comrades, Petrochenko explained in his first proclamation, the people of Kronstadt must work together for order, for civic calm, for firmness, and for a new honest socialist organization to promote the welfare of all toiling people. The Bolsheviks' belief that all challenges to their authority must be treated as counter-revolutionary meant that the Provisional Revolutionary Committee's direct challenge had to be met with armed force, and the retreat of Kronstadt's communists to the mainland on the afternoon of March 2 drew the lines for Russia's greatest battle of red against red. Yet Kronstadt was no mere revolt of the disgruntled and disaffected. Kronstadt's sailors still believed in the revolution and demanded its defense. Kronstadt was in the front lines in the February and October revolutions. They insisted. Now it is the first to raise the standard of revolt for the third revolution of working men and women. All the old underpinnings of mass movements in Russia, populism, anarchism, and fervent Slavic nationalism, had a place in Kronstadt's revolutionary consciousness as Petrochenko and his comrades preached their messianic doctrine of a third revolution. The autocracy has fallen, they proclaimed. The Constituent Assembly has departed to the realm of the damned. The commissarocracy is collapsing. The moment has come for a true government of toilers, a government of Soviets. Here once again was the peasant hatred for alien authority and a state imposed from above. It was us and them. A headline in the March 8 issue of the Rebels Izvestia proclaimed, Kronstadt men who told the truth against communists who spoke falsely, the popular democracy of Kronstadt against the privileged commissarocracy of Soviet Russia. Kronstadt championed equal rights for all, privileges for none, Alexander Berkman remembered. In the Soviets, transformed once again into the forums of Russia's working men and women, the Kronstadt rebels hoped to find the true road of liberation from the oppression of communist bureaucracy. Within a week, the headlines of the Rebels Izvestia trumpeted the Kronstadters' revolutionary message. All power to the Soviets, not to political parties. Down with the counter-revolution from the left and the right. The power of the Soviets will liberate the toiling peasantry from the communist yoke. Victory or death. With the Bolsheviks denouncing the Kronstadt sailors as tools of former Tsarist generals who, together with socialist revolutionary traitors, have staged a counter-revolutionary conspiracy against the Proletarian Republic. There could be no common ground upon WMCH former comrades could stand. As such influential foreign anarchists as Berkman, Emma Goldman, and Victor Serge pleaded in vain for mediation, the soldiers, sailors, and workers of Kronstadt made ready to face what Berkman later called the Tatar despotism of the communist dictatorship. On February 5, Trotsky stormed into Petrograd to face the men who had been his most loyal allies in 1917. In those days, the Kronstadt men had carried him on their shoulders. They had cheered his speeches and had marched to his defense when the provisional government had ordered his arrest. Kronstadt's Red Sailors had helped Trotsky turn the tide in the dark days of 1918, when victory had seemed so remote, and he had turned to them the next year, when Yudenika's divisions had approached the suburbs of Petrograd. Now he offered them no compromises or concessions. Only those who surrender unconditionally, he warned, may count on the mercy of the Soviet Republic. Angrily, the Kronstadt sailors rejected Trotsky's ultimatum. The toilers' revolution, they replied, will sweep the foul slanderers and rapists from the face of Soviet Russia. But it was Zinoviev, not Trotsky, who turned the anger of the Kronstadt men to outrage. The day Trotsky arrived in Petrograd, Zinoviev's Petrograd Defense Committee demanded that the Kronstadt insurgents surrender within 24 hours, or be shot like partridges. They also ordered the arrest of all families and relatives of Kronstadt rebels who could be found on the mainland. If but a hair falls from the head of a detained comrade, the Petrograd Defense Committee stated in regard to the 3 Bolshevik officials whom the Provisional Revolutionary Committee had not allowed to return to the city, it will be answered by the heads of the hostages. Again the rebels met the threat of force with stubborn resistance. At the price of the blood of toilers and the suffering of their arrested families, the communists hoped to restore their tyranny and force sailors, soldiers, and workers to bow again before them. The rebels replied, "This is enough. The toilers will no longer be deceived. Your hopes, communists, are in vain and your threats have no force." These were brave words from 15,000 men who faced the armed might of Soviet Russia's multimillion-man armed forces. Certainly Kronstadt's massive fortifications and powerful armaments inspired some sense of confidence, and the fact that attackers would have to cross at least 5 miles of open ice in the face of heavy machine gun and artillery fire was enough to give pause to the bravest troops. But if Kronstadt had massive emplacements of weapons, its stores of ammunition were small, and its reserves of food and fuel even smaller. Bread supplies might last for 2 weeks at the most. Potatoes and fuel would not last much longer. But there was still another hope, and it was not an entirely false one. If Kronstadt could hold off its attackers until the ice melted, and in March that could happen at any time, the Bolsheviks would no longer be able to reach it by ice. At the same time, since the Kronstadt rebels commanded the most powerful ships in the Baltic Red Fleet, supplies, ammunition, and reinforcements might be sent to them by sea. A number of émigré groups had precisely that in mind. Although the Bolshevik charges that the Kronstadt uprising was part of a larger plot hatched by whites in the West cannot be supported by anything but the most questionable and circumstantial evidence, the whites did greet the Kronstadt uprising with a jubilation that was strikingly out of keeping with its radical aims. The National Center, now recovered from the Chaikaz decimations of 1919 and restored to a semblance of its former political authority among the émigrés that thronged the capitals of the West, saw the Kronstadt uprising as a last chance to liberate Russia. Setting aside for the moment the petty squabbles that had drained their energies, émigré groups worked with uncharacteristic efficiency to collect 2 million Finnish marks, nearly 1 million French francs, 5,000 pounds sterling, $25,000, and 900 tons of flour for Kronstadt's defenders within 2 weeks. Although impressive as testimony to the ability of feuding émigrés to work together against the Bolsheviks, these efforts were fruitless in the end. Finland, as an American diplomat pointed out, was zealous in respecting the peace treaty she had concluded with the Soviet government in the fall of 1920, and she therefore refused to allow military supplies or food for the insurgents to cross her frontiers. From the beginning of the uprising until its end, the men of Kronstadt faced their enemies on the mainland alone. While Petrochenko's Kronstadters patrolled the defenses of Kotlin Island, Tukhachevsky massed the Soviet forces at Sestroretsk and Lizhyi Nos on the Finnish Karelian coast and at Krasnaya Gorka and Oranienbaum on the southern rim of the Finnish Gulf. Tukhachevsky knew that he must find a way to drive reluctant and fearful men across 5 to 15 miles of unobstructed ice against heavy machine gun and artillery fire. Each artillery shell that exploded in their midst would plunge everyone in the vicinity into a watery grave, and each machine gun in Kronstadt's defenses would enjoy an unobstructed field of fire against everyone who advanced against it. Yet the island could be reached in no other way. Tukhachevsky therefore assigned battalions of Kursanty to lead his assault. Behind them, he placed the best units of Red Army regulars at his command, and at their rear 4 IE assembled Chaika machine gunners to provide supporting fire. He also ordered the Chaika to open fire on any Soviet troops who broke under enemy fire. At 6:45 on the evening of March 7th, Tukhachevsky's guns at Lizhyi Nos and Sestroretsk fired the first of the 2,435 shells they would send that day against the forts that lay between Kronstadt and the Finnish coast. Thus the first shots rang out, Petrochenko remembered. Standing waist-deep in the blood of Russia's toilers, the bloody Field Marshal Trotsky opened fire on revolutionary Kronstadt. A few minutes later, the guns of Krasnaya Gorka began to fire from the south. Soon, the heavier guns of the Sevastopol and Petropavlovsk joined those of Kronstadt's forts in reply. In Petrograd, Alexander Berkman heard the thunder of gunfire and knew its purpose. The battle of red against red shattered the last vestiges of his faith in the Bolshevik experiment. "Something has died within me," he confided to his diary that day. "The people on the street look bowed with grief, bewildered. No one trusts himself to speak." The grief and bewilderment would continue, for the sounds that Berkman heard in Petrograd streets that night marked only the overture to 10 days of heavy gunfire. Emma Goldman remembered the fearful suspense, the days and nights filled with the rumbling of heavy artillery that followed, and she remembered her friends, the men and women who had once been revolutionary torchbearers, who felt too broken by the collapse of all human values to speak out against the Bolsheviks' assault. That first night, swirling snow and heavy fog forced the gunners on both sides to halt their shooting, which in any case did little more than damage a few buildings in Sestroretsk and Oranienbaum and injure 2 soldiers at Kronstadt. This storm was no briefly passing flurry, such as those that come so frequently upon cities in the eastern Baltic as winter nears its end. On the night of March 7th to 8th, the men fighting at Kronstadt faced a blinding snow gale, a metal porga the Russians called it, in which visibility sank to zero and snow piled in drifts that shifted like sand dunes in a desert. Long before dawn, Tukhachevsky ordered an attack, hoping that his men could use the cover of the blinding snow to move closer to Kronstadt. Clad in white shrouds, they advanced from both shores, spread out in thin lines for fear that the ice might give way beneath them. Under the cover of the snow, the Kursanti from Sestrovetsk reached Kronstadt before they were discovered, but they were heavily outnumbered and driven back. Those approaching from the south fared even worse. Exploding shells from the fortress and the nearby battleships shattered the ice and plunged some of the attackers into watery graves. From the end of the breakwater that stretched far into Kronstadt harbor, 3 Colt machine guns cut great gaps in the attackers' ranks. In desperation, one battalion commander stormed the defenders' positions only to have other machine guns take up the slaughter where the captured Colts had left off. Without reinforcements, the attackers fell back. All along the line, Tukhachevsky's other units suffered a similar fate. Before noon, most of them had retreated, leaving 500 dead and nearly 2,000 wounded on the ice behind them. Kronstadt's defenders thus celebrated International Women's Day and the 4th anniversary of the February Revolution on March 8 with a victory over their Bolshevik foes. To the thunder of guns and the sounds of exploding shells, we send greetings from Red Kronstadt from the Kingdom of Freedom, they radioed from the Petropavlovsk. Long live the free revolutionary women workers. Long live the world's socialist revolution. There is no middle ground. We must triumph or die. An article entitled, "What We Are Fighting For," proclaimed that day in the Rebels' Izvestia. A great new revolutionary phase is being completed. The standard of rebellion has been raised to free men and women from the communists' 3-year reign of violence and oppression. At last, the article concluded, the police cudgel of the communist autocracy has been broken. These were daring words. A heady atmosphere reigned in Kronstadt in those days as Petrochenko and his comrades worked to take command of their revolutionary destiny. Without program or strategy, they lived and worked from day to day, guided mainly by the vision of absolute freedom that had directed their fight against all forms of government authority in 1917 Teothem, the euphoria of 1917, when the revolution had flourished and men and women had worked in common to build a world free of bureaucracy, coercion, and state control, seemed once again within their reach. They spoke of it repeatedly during Kronstadt's last glorious rebellious days. Victory or death was their slogan, just as it had been in the days when they had marched against the government of Nicholas II. Let the whole world know, they proclaimed. The power of the Soviets frees the toiling peasantry from the yoke of the communists. Other issues of the rebels' Izvestia rejoiced that the throne of the communists is shaking. And on March 12, the 4th anniversary of Nicholas IP's abdication, they proclaimed that today is the anniversary of the overthrow of the autocracy and the eve of the fall of the commissarocracy. As the Kronstadt men celebrated their liberation from the Bolshevik yoke during the first 2 weeks of March, Tukhachevsky faced an increasingly difficult situation. The 10th Party Congress had opened in Moscow on March 8, and the first assault against Kronstadt had in part been an effort to end the uprising before the delegates took their seats. Lenin had been obliged to devote several minutes of his keynote report on the political work of the Central Committee to the petty bourgeois counter-revolution in Kronstadt, and every day that its discordant clouds hovered over the Congress added to the embarrassment. Eventually, Kronstadt became such a central issue at the Congress that, on the evening of March 11, 320 of its delegates, most of whom had extensive experience as political commissars, volunteered to help suppress the uprising. Given their visibility and importance, the departure of these men to join Tukhachevsky's forces on the morning of March 12 transformed the Kronstadt uprising from the comparatively minor incident that Lenin had said would be put down within the next few days, if not hours, into a centerpiece of Russia's political attention. "This is Thermidor, but we shan't allow ourselves to be guillotined," Lenin reportedly remarked at that time. "We shall make a Thermidor ourselves." In the meantime, the calendar moved relentlessly toward spring. At any moment the ice around Kronstadt would begin to break up, and with it would disappear Tukhachevsky's best hope of invading the fortress in force. Throughout the second week of March, the Red High Command rushed men, weapons, and ammunition to the Kronstadt front. But Tukhachevsky faced other problems that massive infusions of men and material could not solve. Chief among them, the men who had faced machine gun fire in the open and had seen their comrades drown beneath the ice on March 8, had little desire to face Kronstadt's guns again. When Tukhachevsky ordered an attack from Sestroretsk and Lizhai Nos on March 10, it failed miserably, as did another from Oranienbaum 2 days later. Heavy artillery bombardments seemed to have no effect on Kronstadt's defenses, nor did clumsy attempts to bomb the fortress from the air. Instead, Tukhachevsky's troops grew more fearful and more doubtful about firing upon men with whom they had fought shoulder to shoulder throughout the Civil War. Sporadic mutinies broke out in Bolshevik units on both sides of the Finnish Gulf. "We're not going to the front," insisted the men of a division in which 1 man out of every 12 was a dedicated communist. "There's been enough war. Give us bread." In addition to weapons, ammunition, and military units, the Bolsheviks therefore rushed in hordes of young communists and Kursanti from as far away as Smolensk, Ryazan, Pskov, and the textile center of Ivanovo-Voznesensk to stiffen the morale of Tukhachevsky's forces. Men singing the Internationale marched through Petrograd's streets toward the front. Each of them deeply felt that some sort of great sacred force stood with them. One of the delegates from the 10th Party Congress remembered, each felt that to fail in his duty to the Republic was impossible, that here were the best people of the nation who would not hesitate to give their lives. Some Soviet experts have estimated that, as they prepared for the final assault against Kronstadt, Tukhachevsky's units had the highest ratio of communists to non-party fighting men of any forces put into the field during the Civil War. Certainly the proportion was high, from 15 to 30% in some units to as much as 70% in others. Even then, there was no certainty that Tukhachevsky's forces would not flee in the face of Kronstadt's guns. Then, on March 15, Tukhachevsky and his commissars received the moral weapon they needed when Lenin called upon the 10th Party Congress to abolish the hated forced grain requisitions and substitute for them attacks in kind, along with assurances that the peasants could sell the remainder of their produce on the open market. Not even Lenin could have anticipated how quickly the abolition of one of the most despised programs of war communism would rally the Russians behind the Bolsheviks and against Kronstadt. Almost overnight, Bolshevik commissars began to report a radical change in mood among the soldiers who faced Kronstadt's guns. Tukhachevsky's men were no less fearful about facing machine guns and artillery on the frozen waters of the Finnish Gulf, but Lenin's words had given them a sense that 3 years of Bolshevik promises were about to be realized at last. The effect, one American scholar wrote some years ago, was remarkable. Quickly, the Soviet press and hundreds of Bolshevik agitators built upon this sudden shift in sentiment among Tukhachevsky's troops to emphasize the threat that the Kronstadt rebels posed to demobilization, Lenin's HEW program, and Russia's economic recovery. Everywhere, Bolshevik political leaders spoke of the danger that Kronstadt's betrayal of the communist cause posed to Russia's future. Again and again, they emphasized the counter-revolutionary character of the revolt and condemned the petty bourgeois attitudes that had produced it. "We have suffered 3 years of hunger, lack of fuel, and the like," one newspaper proclaimed. "Now we'll settle their hash." As Tukhachevsky's Red soldiers faced the Red sailors of Kronstadt across the thinning ice, Lenin understood, just as Russia's 19th-century Tsars had understood, that nothing posed a greater threat to the survival of any Russian government than those anarchic waves of mass revolt that had swept the Russian land in the 17th and 18th centuries. Unlike Russia's Tsars, Lenin sensed how deeply that rebellious spirit lay embedded in the Kronstadt tradition. Yet that spirit had not been kindled at Kronstadt, only nurtured and concentrated there. For the Kronstadt men had carried its flame to the fortress on Kotlin Island from the remote villages whence they had come. That spirit tied the Kronstadt men to Russia's masses and joined them to Russia's villages. Should the fires of rebellion spread from Kronstadt and begin to burn their way back to their sources, Russia would collapse into a jumble of 1,000 pieces. While Tukhachevsky strengthened his forces, a firm belief that their revolt was but the first wave of a flood that would engulf Russia and free her from the Bolsheviks' tyranny sustained the Kronstadt men who patrolled the ice in sandals because they had no boots, and lived on a quarter-pound of rye and potato biscuit a day, supplemented by bits of horse meat and an occasional handful of oats. Certain that their third revolution could undo the 3-year bloody destructive work of the communists, they summoned all Russians to join their cause. Kronstadt has begun the heroic struggle against the hateful Bolshevik government for the liberation of the workers and peasants, they announced on March 11th. The Kronstadt men have raised the banner of rebellion and are confident that tens of millions of workers and peasants will answer their call. It cannot be that the dawn which has begun here will not become a bright day for all of Russia. Arise, comrades, for the struggle against the autocracy of the communists. Yet Russians had become too beaten and too apathetic to respond. There were no uprisings anywhere in Russia in support of Kronstadt, and even Petrograd, whose workers' unrest had stirred the Kronstadters to action in the first place, remained quiet. The Petrograd strikers, Emma Goldman reported, were weakened by slow starvation and their energy sapped. They had no more fight nor faith left to come to the aid of their Kronstadt comrades, who had so selflessly taken up their cause and who were about to give up their lives for them. Kronstadt, she concluded, was forsaken by Petrograd and cut off from the rest of Russia. Kronstadt's time had run out. By mid-March, Tukhachevsky's forces had increased to about 45,000 men, led by some of the best commanders that the Civil War's battles had produced. Planes and artillery had been moved in to give them support, and they had shells and bombs in profusion. Urged on by agitators and propagandists drawn from the elite group that had attended the 10th Party Congress, these soldiers had set their doubts aside and were beginning to blame the Kronstadt rebels for the difficulties Russia faced. As he received reassurances from the commanders of units spread along both shores of the Finnish Gulf, Tukhachevsky prepared his final orders. Dated Petrograd, March 15, 11:45 p.m. They began. On the night of March 16th to 17th, the fortress of Kronstadt is to be taken by a frontal assault. 2:20 p.m. On March 16th, the guns of Tukhachevsky's southern group opened fire upon Kronstadt from Oranienbaum and Krasnaya Gorka. Precisely 2 hours and 40 minutes later, the artillery of the northern group joined in and continued for several hours. Quickly, the guns at Kronstadt and those on the Petropavlovsk and Sevastopol answered. In Petrograd, Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman heard the ceaseless firing of the guns. The rebel shelling had little effect on shore, nor did the fortress suffer serious damage from Tukhachevsky's guns. Neither the Petropavlovsk nor the Sevastopol were so fortunate. During the next 24 hours, both rebel battleships sustained direct hits from the heavy guns at Krasnaya Gorka, and although the casualties totaled fewer than 100, the explosions of huge 12-inch shells within close confines of the ships began to break the rebel spirit. Sleepless nights spent on watch for Bolshevik surprise attacks had taken a further toll upon the defenders' morale, while extra rations, warmer clothing, and incessant exhortations to defend the revolution against White Guards and counter-revolutionaries had strengthened their enemies. When Tukhachevsky launched his final attacks, Kronstadt's defenders were not as well prepared to stand firm against them as they had been 10 days before. This time, Kronstadt's defenders faced a three-pronged attack. Starting from Lizyinos and Sestrovetsk on the northern shore of the Finnish Gulf, Tukhachevsky assigned his northern group to capture the forts that spread between Kotin Island and the mainland and, from there, to attack the northern shore of the island itself. At the same time, he ordered the southern group to advance in 2 columns from Oranienbaum on the Russian mainland and attack the island's southern edge and its eastern end. Before them lay the frozen expanses of the Gulf, in places covered by water from the beginnings of the thaw. At some points, the water stood only a few inches deep, with solid ice underneath. At others, the surface water masked huge holes in the ice through which entire units could, and would, disappear into the black waters of the Gulf. There had been no way to chart a safe course across these treacherous expanses of surface water, whose smooth surface was broken only by patches of yet unmelted snow. Nor did Tukhachevsky's intelligence experts know that the Kronstadt rebels had turned the snow into deadly minefields. Early on the morning of March 17th, Tukhachevsky's forces moved forward. With shock troops drawn from the ranks of the best Kursanty in the lead, their uniforms covered by white shrouds and capes to blend with the snow and ice, they began their advance from Lizyinos and Sestrovetsk at 3 m. and from Oranienbaum an hour later. At first, heavy fog shrouded their movements. Then, as they approached the forts and batteries that spread out across the Gulf, they moved forward on their hands and knees. As the attackers approached the forts, Searchlights and flares turned the night into day, blinding them and lighting the way for Kronstadt machine guns and artillery to cut them down. In the face of lesser obstacles, Tukhachevsky's men had broken during the attacks of March 7th to 8th, 10, and 12. Their ranks heavily laced with communists and Kursanti, they did not do so now. As they hurled themselves against the machine guns of the outer forts, gunfire tore huge gaps in their ranks. Repeatedly, they regrouped and charged again, using hand grenades to blast their way through the wall of machine gun fire. One battalion of Kursanti lost all but 18 men when it stormed one of the fortified batteries north of Kotlin Island. Others suffered only slightly fewer casualties as death upon and beneath the ice bore them to a glacial Valhalla the likes of which Odin and Siegfried had never imagined. The fighting grew more intense as the sun broke through the fog that morning. Sunlight caught the 79th Infantry Brigade on the open ice of Kronstadt's harbor. The brigade already had taken 3 fortified batteries south of the city, and as they had begun to sense the closeness of victory, they had stormed ahead. At the harbor, heavy machine gun fire drove them back. Again they raced forward shouting "Hurrah!" the same cry with which Russian infantrymen had struck fear into the hearts of their enemies for centuries. Casualties became unimportant. By the time it had broken through the harbor defenses and moved into the streets beyond, the 79th had lost half its men. Somewhat further east, to the right of the bleeding 79th, the remainder of the southern group breached Kronstadt's stone walls and fought its way into the city's center. By noon, it had begun to advance methodically, fighting from house to house and street to street. Gunfire poured from every window, doorway, and rooftop until Tukhachevsky's commanders ordered artillery from Oranienbaum into the city to help their men blast their way forward. By late afternoon, Kursanti from the northern group broke into Kronstadt from the northeast, and the two forces began to converge upon the city center. Just before midnight, Kursanti captured the Petropavlovsk and Sevastopol and sent a victory message to Petrograd. The last pockets of resistance held out until the next day. That afternoon, March 18, 1921, the 50th anniversary of the Paris Commune, the revolutionary ancestor from which both communists and the Kronstadt men had claimed descent, Tukhachevsky's commanders announced that the guns of Kronstadt had been stilled. In Petrograd, on the morning of March 17th, Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman had wondered at the silence when the heavy guns had halted their firing. The stillness that fell over Petrograd was more fearful than the ceaseless firing of the night before, Goldman remembered. That evening they learned that Kronstadt had fallen. "We were stunned," Goldman wrote in anguish. Sasha, that is, Berkman, the last thread of his faith in the Bolsheviks broken, desperately roamed the streets. While Berkman wandered, Goldman sat in her room and looked out on the streets of Russia's revolutionary cradle. "I sat limp, peering into the night," she confessed. Petrograd was hung in a black pall, a ghastly corpse. The street lamps flickered yellow, like candles at its head and feet. The next day, Goldman heard some of Tukhachevsky's victorious battalions singing the Internationale as they marched through Petrograd. "Its strains, once jubilant to my ear," she concluded sadly, now sounded like a funeral dirge for humanity's flaming hope. While Goldman and Berkman lamented Kronstadt's defeat, the arrests began. Petrochenko and most of his colleagues on the Provisional Revolutionary Committee had fled to Finland when Tukhachevsky's forces had begun to fight their way through Kronstadt's streets. During the hours that followed, perhaps as many as 8,000 of their comrades crossed the Finnish frontier to live the sad lives of exiles until, lured by false promises of amnesty, many returned to Russia to be sent to concentration camps. In the meantime, the Bolsheviks shot several hundred of the men they had captured in the fighting at Kronstadt and sent several thousand more to the dreaded camps of Solovki on the White Sea. The spirit of Kronstadt, so vital to the revolution's triumph in 1917, the spirit that had rejected all state authority as oppressive, had been eradicated. The Soviet authorities made certain that it would never revive. To recover from its counter-revolutionary illness, they concluded the unhealthy organism of the Baltic Fleet required surgical intervention. They therefore dispersed 15,000 of its sailors to naval units in the Black Sea, the Caspian, the Far Elast, and along Russia's river system. Only in that way, one Soviet commentator explained, could Kronstadt and the Baltic Fleet recover from their wounds, and become once again the vigilant red sentinel on the shores of the Baltic Sea. Their movement crushed, their spirit erased from the pages of Soviet life, the Kronstadt sailors left one last legacy. It fell to them, as their uprising entered its last days, to write the epitaph for Russia's revolutionary dreams. For 3 years, the toilers of Soviet Russia have groaned in the torture chambers of the Chaika, Kronstadt's Izvestia announced. The peasant has been transformed into the lowest form of farm laborer, and the worker has become a mere wage slave in the factories of the state. The toiling intelligentsia has come to naught. It has become impossible to breathe. The Kronstadt rebels concluded. All of Soviet Russia has been turned into an all-Russian penal colony. Back matter. Epilogue: the revolution consumes its makers. Tukhachevsky's brutal suppression of the Kronstadt uprising, Lenin's call at the 10th Party Congress for the Bolsheviks to put a lid on opposition, and the beginnings of the new economic policy all came during the third week of March 1921, and each expressed an important aspect of the Soviet state that had emerged from the devastation of Russia's civil war. Monolithic and intolerant of diversity, the Bolshevik, now communist, party had taken full command of Russia with undisputed power to suppress all dissent. From their old formula of democratic centralism, the Bolsheviks had elevated centralism to an all-important principle. At the same time, they had relegated party democracy to a dark corner from which it was destined never to emerge. Restrictions on political liberty, terror, military centralism and discipline, and the direction of all means and resources toward the creation of an offensive and defensive state apparatus. The newspaper Krasnaya Kronstadt, Red Kronstadt, announced soon after Tukhachevsky's victory, would mark the initial phase of restored communist power in Kronstadt. That became the formula for political action everywhere in Russia. As Soviet Russia faced the worst famine in a century, her railroads in shambles, her agriculture crippled, and her industry stagnant, such absolute authority seemed all but essential to rebuild the Russian nation. This was in keeping with the revolutionary heroic tradition of Bolshevism, which called for a fierce assault against the enemies of Soviet Russia. Trotsky had built the Red Army and stemmed the White Tide in 1918 to 1919 by fierce assaults. The same principle had motivated the Bolsheviks' efforts to confront the crippling economic crises they had faced during the Civil War, and it had underlain all the radical social transformations that had come in the wake of the October Revolution. But, by definition, the revolutionary heroic tradition suited war much better than peace. It had allowed the government and party to respond to the rapidly changing circumstances of the Civil War, and it had freed energetic men and women from the constraints of formal procedures and well-established institutions when emergencies required them to act decisively. On the darker side, the party's readiness to reward those who shot first and asked questions later encouraged arrogance. It made Bolshevik commissars too disdainful of popular opinion and too cynical about popular participation in government. Such men and women had no patience with Lenin's September 1917 promise that the Bolshevik Revolution would be invincible if it is not afraid of itself, and if it transfers all power to the proletariat. Indeed, they and Lenin, at the end of the Civil War, intended to retain power firmly within the monolithic, intolerant, highly centralized Communist Party. For a time, the full consequences of this transformation from democratic centralism to what the Kronstadt sailors had called a commissarocracy, unrestrained power wielded by arrogant commissars, were masked by the presence of Lenin, who, even in the Central Committee, never wielded absolute power, and by the dramatic shift to the new economic policy which transformed the social and economic life of Russia. The new economic policy embodied what has been called prudent pragmatism, another, more cautious tradition of historical Bolshevism. While Trotsky continued to urge the revolutionary heroic tradition upon his communist comrades after 1921, Lenin and the mercurial Nikolai Bukharin called upon them to follow a more cautious program in which Russia's economy would be changed not by one stroke of the revolutionary sword, in Bukharin's words, but by more gradual evolutionary means. What is new at the present moment for our revolution, Lenin explained, is the need to resort to a reformist, gradualist, cautiously roundabout method of activity in the fundamental questions of economic construction. My wish, he told Pravda in 1922, is that in the next 5 years we will conquer peacefully not less than we conquered previously with arms. The new economic policy, Lenin believed, would move slowly and would take much more time than many Bolsheviks anticipated. Only by restoring private initiative and limited private trade could the peasantry be induced to produce the food and raw materials that could bring Russia's stagnant economy back to life. The coercive policies of war communism, the tendency to use fierce assaults to solve economic problems, had failed to establish the firm union between Russia's workers and peasants that all Bolsheviks agreed was essential in a revolutionary socialist society. Only agreement with the peasantry can save the socialist revolution in Russia, Lenin told the 10th Party Congress when he proposed replacing compulsory grain collections with a tax in kind. The peasantry will not continue to live as it has hitherto, he concluded. The state of affairs that has prevailed so far cannot be continued any longer. In expanding upon Lenin's views, Bukharin argued that only through private trade could that union between Russia's workers and peasants be made sound, and that only a firm and lasting union between proletariat and peasants could ensure the stability of the party. How to ensure that union, Bukharin insisted in 1922, had become the fundamental question of our revolution. The new economic policy therefore reopened the avenues to individual initiative, private enterprise, and free trade that the Bolsheviks had closed at the beginning of the Civil War. After turning over about a quarter of their crops to the government, peasants could sell the rest in any manner they saw fit. No longer did roadblock detachments patrol the roads, nor did the police and army confiscate the wares of peasants who traveled between town and country to sell their eggs, meat, grain, and produce. Small industries reappeared to manufacture those small wares that had formed the fabric of everyday life before the First World War, and once again they became Russia's chief suppliers of consumer goods. Even large-scale enterprises, which had produced minimal outputs in return for large state subsidies during the Civil War, now had to pay their way, balance costs and sales, and show a profit. Despite Lenin's bitter criticism of piecework as one of the worst forms of capitalist exploitation before 1917, he and the party's planners now restored it to favor in order to increase productivity among Russia's lackadaisical workforce. These measures cut short the incredible waste and the abysmally low productivity of the war communism years, but they also made it impossible for Russia's recovering factories to absorb the flood of job seekers that poured into the cities from the countryside and from the hastily demobilized Red Army. With too many people for too few jobs, wages fell so far that, in 1925, coal miners, machinists, and locomotive drivers still earned considerably less than they had in 1914, while prices continued to rise in response to the laws of supply and demand. Still, the overall picture had become brighter. Trade revived. Shops reopened. A sense of normalcy returned. Without the chaos of the Civil War and war communism, people began to live or try to live normal lives. The dark side of Russian life in the 1920s lay in the political arena, where the seeds that would produce Stalin's dictatorship in less than a decade began to sprout. Beneath the economic and social freedom of the new economic policy lay the rigid, undiluted political authoritarianism in all its arrogance, intolerance, and coerciveness set down at the 10th Party Congress. At the very time when the new economic policy encouraged more initiative and looser organization in trade, industry, and agriculture, the Communist Party moved towards still greater centralization and more thorough organization in its own, and hence the Soviet Union's political affairs. Lenin had always tried to direct the Bolsheviks through a small inner circle of key advisors, but as his health declined in 1921 and 1922, control of the party moved into the hands of newer administrative bodies that enabled other men to wield power in ways Lenin had never dreamed of. Aside from the Central Committee, the key Bolshevik institution since the party's beginnings, the Politburo, which, in Lenin's words, decides policy, the Orgbureau, which Lenin also explained, allocates forces, and the Secretariat, which dealt with day-to-day party affairs, emerged to rule the party. As Lenin grew more frail, a number of men began to wield power in his stead. Although he had never built a power base within the party, Trotsky remained Commissar of War and continued to rely upon his ability to sway men with passionate words to preserve his authority. Still, Trotsky's bitter enemy, Zinoviev, ruled Petrograd, and, in a similar fashion, Lev Kamenev, who had sided with Zinoviev in opposing Lenin's plan to seize power in October 1917, governed Moscow. Iron Felix Dzerzhinsky, the strain of ceaseless struggle against counter-revolutionaries having thinned his hair and sharpened his aquiline features even more, still headed the Chaika, now reorganized and renamed the GPU. Alexei Rykov, 2 years older than Kamenev and deputy chairman both of the Supreme Council of National Economy and the Soviet of People's Commissars while Lenin lived, served in Lenin's place throughout 1923 and replaced him as chairman in 1924. These men all wielded immense authority in Soviet Russia, but from 1922 onward there was one, and only one, who held positions on all four of the party's intricately interconnected key administrative and policy-making bodies. Only Stalin sat on the Central Committee, the Politburo, the Orgburo, and the Secretariat. As General Secretary of the party beginning in March 1922, Stalin had a unique opportunity to manipulate all the key instruments of party authority for his own ends. The autocratic authority of the Communist Party thus became the political heritage of Russia's revolution and civil war, and in that form, the revolution turned to consume those who once had dreamed of replacing autocracy with a workers' and peasants' democracy. Martov, Chernov, and scores of those Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries who had shared the Bolsheviks' hatred for autocracy but had debated their vision of socialism languished in prison or exile by the Civil War's end. The first casualties among the Bolsheviks came just afterward, when some of the leaders of the workers' opposition slipped from the scene in the wake of the 10th Party Congress. Although Lenin had insisted in March 1921 that Shliapnikov, his principal lieutenant from 1915 to 1917, continued to serve on the Central Committee, he demanded his expulsion from that post in August after he privately criticized the foibles and arrogance of Soviet bureaucrats. Likewise, Kalantai, whose criticisms of bureaucratic arrogance and party tyranny had stirred Lenin's anger even more than Shliapnikov's, found herself allowed to make a more graceful exit by accepting an appointment as the Soviet ambassador to Norway. By mid-1921, Lenin himself had begun to play a more limited role in the party and the government. He felt sick. He suffered from insomnia, vertigo, and exhaustion. His nerves had grown jagged. He often complained of headaches. The ringing of his telephone disturbed him, and technicians were called in to replace the bells with small flashing lights. Russian medical experts could find no explanation for his poor health and prescribed rest. Specialists summoned from Germany were of the same opinion. Then, on May 26, 1922, Lenin suffered a stroke that paralyzed his right arm and leg and slurred his speech. Death, Lenin's physician wrote when he recalled that day, for the first time clearly wagged its finger, and its warning was one that Lenin heeded briefly. But he did so only until the iron will and constitution that had enabled him to dominate Russian social democracy for 30 years helped him recover. Within 6 weeks, Lenin had regained part of his ability to write. By October, he was back at work in the Kremlin, presiding at meetings of the Politburo, the Central Committee, and Sovnarkom. According to his private secretary's calculations, between the beginning of October and the middle of December 1922, Lenin wrote 224 letters, received 171 official visitors, and presided over 32 meetings. By the end of November, this work had begun to take a deadly toll. Lenin again became tired and weak, his temper brittle, his nerves raw and edgy. On December 13th, he suffered 2 minor strokes and, 3 days later, a more serious one. After December 12th, Lenin no longer governed Russia. During the brief moments when the doctors permitted him to work, he dictated a handful of letters and the series of notes that were to comprise the political testament in which he sketched his vision of the future and commented upon the strengths and weaknesses of the men who had emerged as the party's leaders. He continued to see Trotsky as a man of outstanding ability, who was personally perhaps the most capable man in the present Central Committee. But Trotsky's excessive preoccupation with the purely administrative side of government concerned him, as did his excessive self-assurance. At the same time, he feared Stalin's rapidly growing power within the party. Comrade Stalin, having become General Secretary, has unlimited authority concentrated in his hands. Lenin warned at the end of December. I am not sure whether he will always be capable of using that authority with sufficient caution. In February 1923, Lenin dictated an article for Pravda entitled Better Less, but Better, in which he lamented the growth of bureaucracy, red tape, and corruption in Russia's government and criticized Stalin's failure to curb it. That was his last effort. On March 9th, he suffered a major stroke that paralyzed his entire right side and left him unable to speak. Yet he still lived despite advanced cerebral arteriosclerosis, which had so calcified some of the blood vessels in his brain that, in the words of one physician who attended the autopsy, when struck with a tweezer they sounded like stone. In the fall of 1923, Lenin recovered enough to walk with the help of attendants and a cane. He communicated with slight nods of his head, with his eyes and hands. Eventually, he could mutter VOT VOT. That's it, that's it. The only word that his efforts to regain his speech enabled him to speak clearly. Then, Lenin's final decline began, with its moments of hope and its days of deathly certainty. At 6 o'clock on the evening of January 21, 1924, his temperature rose suddenly and he suffered a massive stroke. 30 minutes later, Lenin was dead at the age of 53. All the ceremony for a man who hated ceremony, and all the adulation for the man who preferred modesty and simplicity, could not conceal the fact that Russia now had turned onto a very different course. Others who had helped to make the revolution followed Lenin in death. Mikhail Frunze, the son of a country doctor and a peasant mother, a Bolshevik since the age of 19, and one of the truly brilliant Red Army commanders to emerge from the Civil War, died under suspicious circumstances at the age of 40 in October 1925, less than a year after he had replaced Trotsky as Commissar of War and Navy. Evidently at Stalin's persistent urging, Frunze agreed to an operation for a stomach ulcer that was responding well to diet and rest. I am feeling absolutely healthy, and it is somehow ridiculous not only to go to the hospital but even to think about an operation. He wrote to his wife just a few days before the doctors operated. Clearly, he was reluctant to have surgery, but decided to go through with it anyway. Stalin insists on the operation to get rid of my ulcers for good. A close friend reported him saying at the end of October, "So I have decided to go under the knife." Frunze was a strong man who had borne the privations of war easily and often, but the best guesses are that the 60 grams of chloroform which the surgeons administered, no one knows why they chose chloroform rather than the more easily tolerated ether, for the brief operation which found that his ulcer had healed itself, proved to be too much for his liver to absorb. 30 hours later, on October 31, 1925, Frunze died, quite probably from liver failure. Although a number of Russians thought him responsible for Frunze's death, evidence of Stalin's connection with it remains circumstantial at best. But Frunze's replacement as Commissar of War was Kliment Voroshilov, Stalin's close comrade and political ally ever since the two had been together at the Siege of Tsaritsyn in 1918. 9 months later, Dzerzhinsky succumbed to the immense strains of directing the Chaika against foreign and domestic enemies. Except perhaps for Lenin, no one had been more dedicated to the Bolsheviks' cause than Dzerzhinsky, who had abandoned his personal comfort, his health, even his family, to serve the revolution. Even before the Civil War's end, tuberculosis had begun to weaken him, and the strain of having the chairmanship of the Supreme Council of the National Economy added to his duties as head of Chaika GPU a few days after Lenin's death proved more than his sick body could support. For more than 2 hours, when the Central Committee met in July 1926, Dzerzhinsky spoke angrily against the opposition that had formed against Stalin. Then he left the rostrum, walked into the lobby, and died from a heart attack 5 weeks before his 49th birthday, while the men to whom he had spoken so harshly looked on. Dzerzhinsky's death placed the power of Russia's security forces in the hands of his deputies. Chief among them was Genrikh Yagoda, another of Stalin's protégés, who would stage-manage Stalin's first show trial exactly a decade later. Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, Rykov, and Stalin, the men who had inherited Lenin's power and had begun to struggle for it, carried Dzerzhinsky's coffin to Red Square. Between 1917 and 1923, Lenin had imposed his vision of Russia's socialist future upon the Bolsheviks. Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, and Trotsky most of all had challenged this many times, but Lenin's wit, wisdom, and sheer political brilliance had always drawn them back to his side. At times like a patient schoolmaster, at others like an angry priest, and, on occasion, like a STEM parent, Lenin had defined communist orthodoxy and kept the party behind it. Yet Lenin's vision was far from static, and he changed his definition of Russia's goals and the means for attaining them as conditions changed in Russia and the West. Always, he had an explanation that tied the present and future to the past and even managed, if one does not probe too deeply into it, to present the dramatic shift from war communism to the new economic policy as a continuum in Bolshevik theory and practice. Lenin's subtle shifts in meaning and definition thus cloaked in the monde of theoretical legitimacy changes made in response to the pressure of events. Soviet leaders continue this practice today. It has enabled them to carry the heritage of the Bolsheviks' victory in Russia's civil war through the regimes of Stalin, Khrushchev, and Brezhnev to those present-day reforms of Gorbachev which contain vital elements of the two briefly tried formulae of the new economic policy era. At the same time, it continues to make it difficult to establish a hard and fast framework of Leninist theory in which to place Soviet experience. Defining Leninist orthodoxy, therefore, continues to be a serious business in the Soviet Union. As Stalin proved all too clearly, whoever could take on that role in a society and state that claimed to be based upon the precepts of Leninism could exercise immense power as Lenin's true heir and apostle. The ideological and political unity of the Bolsheviks during and immediately after the Civil War was an artificial creation in which divergent visions and incompatible personalities had been held firmly within the party's ranks by the powerful will of Lenin. Without his firm hand to control it, the Communist Party quickly polarized. On the left stood Trotsky, no less brilliant, his speeches and writings as compelling as ever. Of all the men who vied for power after Lenin's second stroke, this man who handled the Red Army to victory against what had seemed impossible odds in the Civil War stood the closest to Lenin in the popular mind. Of all Lenin's successors, none preserved the revolutionary spirit more passionately than he, and none saw the struggle for socialism more in terms of new, furious assaults against enemies at home and abroad. Although the prospects for revolution in the West looked increasingly dim, Trotsky still insisted that, without world revolution, socialism in Russia would be doomed. Trotsky's popularity lay among the people, not in the higher reaches of the party. There, as Lenin feared, he had been too arrogant, too self-assured, too ready to sweep opposition aside with a wave of his hand or a few cutting words. Because those qualities had turned many powerful Bolsheviks against him, Trotsky had no institutional power base within the party after 1923. What power he had came from his position as Commissar of War and as a member of the Politburo, where he faced Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Stalin, all of whom had greater influence within the party and had formed a troika against him during Lenin's last days. Of the three, Zinoviev was by far the most volatile. Almost a caricature of a revolutionary in appearance, his eyes often underlined with dark circles, his black hair flying wildly, Zinoviev had a talent for deluging any audience with passionate speeches filled with outrageous claims. Few could match his endurance at the rostrum, and few found his flawed personality attractive. Most high-ranking Bolsheviks thought Zinoviev a coward, and almost no one trusted him. "He copies my faults," Lenin was reported to have said on one occasion. Sverdlov, the Bolsheviks' organizational genius who died prematurely in 1919, once called Zinoviev panic personified. Kamenev, the man whom some have called a sort of political Siamese twin of Zinoviev's, was more attractive. Unlike Zinoviev, who despised paperwork, Kamenev liked it. Methodically and precisely, he presided over the Moscow Soviet while Zinoviev reigned flamboyantly, albeit uncertainly, in Petrograd, which the Bolsheviks renamed Leningrad a few months after Lenin's death. The man who seemed the least dangerous in those days was Stalin. Stalin had carefully, but inconspicuously, built a powerful position within the party from which he projected himself as the modest guardian and defender of Lenin's heritage. While Trotsky, convalescing in Georgia at the time of Lenin's death, had not returned to Moscow, partly at Stalin's urging, in time for Lenin's funeral, Stalin had stepped forward in the manner of Uriah Heep to proclaim his, and the Bolsheviks, fidelity to the inheritance Lenin had bequeathed to them. "We communists are people of a special mold," he told his listeners. "We are made of a special stuff." Stalin vowed that he and all men and women who belonged to the army of Comrade Lenin would fulfill the duties with which Lenin had charged them. He spoke in a litany, in the language of the devout and faithful that he had learned during his years as an adolescent seminarian. "Departing from us, Comrade Lenin enjoined us to hold high and guard the purity of the great title of member of the party," he began. "We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that we shall fulfill your behest with honor. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin enjoined us to guard the unity of our party as the apple of our eye," he continued. "We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that this behest, too, we shall fulfill with honor." For times more, Stalin intoned Lenin's wish and answered it with the vow of all faithful communists. The dictatorship of the proletariat, the alliance of the workers and peasants, the union of socialist republics, and the Communist International all would be cherished and strengthened. Each of the men and women for whom there was nothing higher than the title of member of the party whose founder and leader was Comrade Lenin, would spare no effort to fulfill these behests. With honor, Stalin, the disciple of Lenin and the defender of his heritage, occupied the center in the factional struggles that took shape after Lenin's death. Unlike Trotsky, Stalin claimed that the victory of socialism in Russia was possible and probable even without the triumph of revolution in the more advanced industrial states of the West. Certainly that view appealed to men and women who did not want to believe that their long revolutionary struggle had been in vain or that the failure of revolution to emerge in the West would destroy Russia's own revolutionary experiment. The October Revolution, Stalin insisted, was not merely the first stage of the world revolution, but a mighty base for its further development. At the same time, he warned of the great chasm that separated Trotsky's theories from the teachings of Lenin and condemned Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution as a variety of Menshevism. As he strengthened his position as the interpreter of Lenin and the final authority in defining Leninist orthodoxy, Stalin moved easily between left and right. As he did so, he pitted his rivals against each other and eliminated them one after another. Completing the spectrum of political visions that polarized the Bolsheviks after Lenin's death, Nikolai Bukharin stood on the right. Like Trotsky, the diminutive Bukharin believed that world revolution must one day play a part in the final triumph of socialism in Russia, but he rejected Trotsky's repeated calls for militancy at home. Bukharin feared that any turn away from the compromises of the new economic policy would threaten the alliance between the peasantry and the proletariat, without which, he insisted, the victory of socialism in Russia would become impossible. Our salvation lies in our coming to an understanding with the peasantry, he announced flatly. The question of the worker-peasant bloc is the central question. It is the question of all questions. Rather than force the pace of industrialization in Russia at the cost of alienating the peasantry, as had been the case under war communism, Bukharin insisted that the Soviet government must continue the new economic policy. His view that the peasant-proletariat alliance held the key to developing socialism in Russia accorded with Stalin's assurances that socialism in one country was possible. Both saw their common enemy in Trotsky's ardent internationalism and his efforts to accelerate the revolution's pace in Russia. Even though it had seemed that his relations with Zinoviev and Kamenev were about to reach a breaking point soon after Lenin's death, Stalin drew them into his campaign against Trotsky, his most obvious rival for Lenin's mantle, and then betrayed them both. Through a masterful series of maneuvers and countermaneuvers, Stalin drove all three men from the party at the 15th Party Congress, which took place at the end of 1927. Exiled first to Alma-Ata deep in Central Asia, Trotsky left the Soviet Union for good in February 1929, while Zinoviev and Kamenev began an appalling series of recantations, after which Stalin readmitted them to the party and then expelled them a second and third time. Now triumphant against the so-called left opposition, his doctrine of socialism in one country, officially accepted as Russia's true course against Trotsky's internationalism, Stalin abandoned the new economic policy and began a policy of forcing the peasantry to pay the costs of Russia's accelerated industrialization that soon would lead to collectivization. Now Bukharin and the right opposition became the official enemy of Stalin's interpretation of Leninist orthodoxy. In November 1929, Stalin therefore insisted that Bukharin, Rykov, and the leader of Russia's trade unions Mikhail Tomsky renounce their erroneous views, as the price for not suffering the disgrace that had fallen upon Trotsky or his unwilling allies Zinoviev and Kamenev. Rykov remained in the Politburo, and Bukharin and Tomsky continued to sit on the Central Committee, although all three had become politically impotent and had no hope of opposing Stalin. At the 17th Party Congress, the Congress of Victors, that assembled at the beginning of 1934, Stalin stood triumphant before the party in Russia. Each thick finger moves like a fattened grub. Osip Mandelstam had written of this Kremlin mountaineer a few months before in a 16-line poem that would cost him his life. Each death to him is a sweet-tasting berry. Not content to see his rivals ruined, Stalin demanded their blood. In August 1936, Zinoviev and Kamenev were brought to trial on charges of plotting with Trotsky. They were convicted and shot. In June 1937, Tukhachevsky, who had fought to victory against Kolchak, Denikin, the Kronstadt insurgents, and the Tambov peasant insurrection, who had led the Red Army to the gates of Warsaw in 1920 and had served as chief of staff of the Red Army until his arrest, was tried for treason and shot. The turns of Rykov and Bukharin came in 1938. Convicted of having plotted with the Germans and Japanese to restore capitalism in Russia, they were shot. Former People's Commissars, high officials in the security police, friends of Trotsky and Lenin, and scores of men who owed their rise directly to Stalin's patronage, were tried for espionage and treason, convicted and shot. Of Stalin's rivals, only Trotsky remained alive when the armies of Nazi Germany invaded Poland in 1939. After their deportation to Turkey in 1929, Trotsky, his wife, his grown son, and several of their associates had settled in a small villa in the Principe Islands, where they remained until the French government offered them political asylum in 1933. But asylum in France was brief. Forced to take refuge in Norway in 1936, Trotsky had to flee to Mexico at the end of the year, after the Soviet government threatened the Norwegians with economic reprisals if they allowed him to remain. In Mexico, Trotsky, his family, and friends found protection. They had settled in a large house in Coyoacán, built a high wall around its garden, and stationed bodyguards in and around it day and night. There Trotsky worked on his last book, which would bear the title Stalin. Lev Davidovich still bore himself as of old, his wife remembered. His head was held high, his gait was sprightly and his gestures animated. He seemed not to have aged, she added, though his unruly locks had become gray. Yet the tropical beauty of Trotsky's Mexican refuge held great dangers. On May 24, 1940, assassins attacked the Coyoacán villa with machine gun fire and incendiary bombs from 4 sides at once. Miraculously, Trotsky and his family all escaped injury. After that, his protectors installed steel shutters on Trotsky's bedroom windows. "This reminds me of the first jail I was in," he remarked to one of his bodyguards after the work had been finished. "This is not a home. It is a medieval prison." After higher walls and watchtowers had been built and steel doors and shutters put in place, there were no more direct attacks upon Trotsky in his little fortress. Was it possible, he and his wife asked themselves, that they were at last safe? Trotsky joked about it from time to time. "There you are," he would tell his wife in the morning. "We've slept through a whole night and nobody has killed us." Unknown to Trotsky, his family, or his guards, danger lurked not outside but within. Several months earlier, Jackson, alias Jacques Maumard, alias Ramon Mercader, had begun to work his way into Trotsky's inner circle of friends. Almost certainly trained in Moscow, his real name unknown to this day, Jackson was slender and small-boned with large green eyes and curly dark hair. Not powerfully built like Trotsky, he was agile and quick. He once had boasted that he could split a huge ice block with a single blow of an alpinist's ice axe. Before the beginning of August, he had visited the Trotsky house several times and, in the middle of the month, prevailed upon Trotsky to look over an article he was writing. On August 20th, Jackson appeared shortly after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, his article manuscript retyped, and asked Trotsky to comment on his revisions. While Trotsky bent over the manuscript in his study, Jackson drew from his coat an alpenstock, the pick-shaped axe used by mountain climbers to cut footings in rock or ice, and drove its steel point 3 inches into his victim's brain. He expected, almost certainly had been trained to expect, Trotsky to collapse, dead at his feet. Instead, Jackson later told his interrogators, Trotsky uttered a scream that I shall remember all my life, and threw himself upon his attacker. Within minutes, Trotsky's wife and guards burst into the room, and, while she tried to stanch the bleeding, the guards seized his attacker. Jackson was wrestled to the floor, beaten and beaten again. It was too late. The local doctor who examined Trotsky before the ambulance arrived insisted that the wound was not very serious, but Trotsky sensed otherwise. "I feel, here, that this is the end," he told one of his bodyguards as he pointed to his heart. "This time, they've succeeded." At the hospital, Trotsky kissed his wife 3 times and fell into a coma. 30 hours later, at 7:25 on the evening of August 21, 1940, he was dead. In the Kremlin, the grayest and most ruthless of the men who had made the Russian Revolution, Iosif Dzugashvili, the man called Stalin, now stood at the pinnacle of power, unchallenged and alone.